Chapter 1. The fourth gate. The elder at Thorpeak Sect's outer gate had the kind of face that had delivered bad news many times. Not cruel. Kind. In the practiced way of someone who had learned that kindness costs nothing and softens the blow enough that people leave without incident. He pressed 2 fingers to the testing stone. The amber light that filled the courtyard when a cultivator channeled even the weakest spiritual force didn't appear. The elder studied the stone for a moment anyway, as if giving it a chance to reconsider. Nothing, he said, and there was genuine regret in it. Son, have you presented at other sects before? 3. Wei Jingran said. The elder nodded slowly. This was, apparently, the number that triggered the shift from possibility to conclusion. 3 rejections put you in a category. The elder's expression settled into something final. The route assessment is consistent, then. There is no cultivation route to develop. Thornpeak cannot offer you a path because there is no path for us to guide you on. He paused, then added, with the specific kindness reserved for hopeless cases. This is not a failing of character. Some people are not meant for the cultivation path. There is dignity in knowing that and finding another road. Wei Jingran listened to this. He had heard versions of it 3 times before, and each iteration was slightly different in phrasing but identical in structure. The apologetic opener, the explanation that removed personal responsibility, the consolation that reframed absence as a different kind of presence. The elder believed every word. That was the most interesting part, not the dismissal itself, which was predictable, but the genuine conviction behind it. Thank you, Wei Jingran said. He turned and walked back down the gate path. The outer boundary of Thornpeak Sect was marked by a line of pale formation stones set into the ground at regular intervals, the kind of low-grade sensing array that most outer gates used, designed to alert the gatehouse if a cultivator of hostile intent crossed without permission. It was calibrated to detect spiritual fluctuation, which was how spiritual cultivators announced themselves to the world whether they intended to or not. Wei Jingran reached the boundary and stepped through it. The formation stones didn't pulse. The gatehouse didn't alert. He kept walking until he reached the shade of a rock formation about 40 meters past the boundary, a natural outcropping that had probably been there 10,000 years longer than the sect behind him. He sat down, arranged himself comfortably with his back against the rock, and closed his eyes. This was his daily practice. He had been doing it for 5 years in various locations. The storage room behind his family's house, the riverbank at the edge of Ashford Town, a clearing in the hills that no one else used because nothing grew there well, and the birds were always quiet near it. The practice was simple in description and demanding in execution. He stopped moving. He stopped reaching. He made himself as close to nothing as he could manage, and then he made himself closer than that, until the boundary between himself and the ambient stillness of the world dissolved into something he couldn't name. He had no teachers. He had no texts. He had only this. When he was still enough for long enough, something changed. It had been changing slowly, in increments too small to measure and too certain to doubt, for 5 years. He sat for 2 hours. When he opened his eyes, the sun had moved. The sect gate was visible in the distance, its formation stones glowing faintly amber as afternoon cultivators moved through. One of the gate elders, not the one who had spoken to him, a different one, was reviewing the sensing array log at the gatehouse window. Wei Jingran watched him. The elder was frowning at something in the log, pulling out a writing instrument, making a notation. Wei Jingran didn't know what the notation said. He had no way of knowing. He stood, brushed the dust from his trousers, and turned south toward home. Behind him, in the gatehouse log, a note read, asterisk formation array, diminishment anomaly, boundary crossing point, duration 0.3 seconds. Subject, null root petitioner, departed. Cause, unknown. Recommend calibration check. Asterisk chapter 2. The storage building. His father was a careful man. He chose his words slowly and meant them precisely, which meant that when he said something difficult, there was no ambiguity about whether he meant it. He said it at dinner, 3 days after Wei Jingran returned from Thornpeak Sect. His mother had set out the soup. His younger sister was doing her reading at the far end of the table with the focused disinterest of someone who knows a difficult conversation is about to happen and has decided not to be part of it. You've tried 4 times now, his father said. The grain merchant in Laoshi district needs an apprentice. He's a fair man. The work is steady. I know, Wei Jingran said. There's no shame in it. Your uncle worked trade his whole life and built something real. I know. His father looked at him steadily. What are you going to do? Wei Jingran thought about this question carefully. Not the answer. He already had the answer. He was thinking about how to say it in a way that was accurate without being unkind. I'm going to leave the family house, he said. I don't want to cost you the patience. His father was quiet for a moment. It's not about patience. It will be, eventually. Not because you're impatient, you're not. But the situation has a threshold. Every month I'm here doing what I do, which looks like nothing from the outside, is a month where the question of what I'm doing has to not be asked. That costs something. He paused. I don't want to spend the patience until there's none left. I'd rather use it on something worth saving it for. His father looked at him for a long time. Then he said, Where will you go? The storage building at the end of the Kong Road. The old one that isn't used anymore. That building is half rotted. The structure's sound. I checked it last year. He had checked it then because he had been thinking about this for a year. He hadn't told anyone. There was no point in telling people things before they were necessary. His mother said, Wei Jing ran. I'll be close, he said. I'll visit. I'll be findable. I'm not leaving. I'm just not going to be a weight in the house. He moved out 4 days later with what he could carry. The storage building was at the edge of the inhabited part of Ashford Town, where the maintained roads gave way to packed earth and the houses thinned out toward the farmland. It had one room, a working door, a window with a broken shutter he fixed on the first day, and a floor he swept twice before it was clean enough for sitting. He had known about this building since he was 7 years old, not because of the building itself, because of what was beneath it. The natural spiritual vein ran under the northeast corner of the structure at a depth of about 3 meters. It was a small vein, thin and old, and it produced absolutely nothing detectable by any instrument he had ever heard described. No ambient spiritual density. No cultivation-friendly formation field. Nothing that would make a cultivator look twice at this piece of ground. Wei Jingran had sensed it anyway, since the first time he sat still long enough as a child to notice that the ground here felt different. Not energetic. Not active. Different in the way that deep water is different from shallow water. The same substance, but occupying more space than it appears to. He sat in the northeast corner on his second night, after the sweeping was done and the broken shutter was fixed and the borrowed blanket was folded, and he practiced. Something shifted. Small. Certain. He opened his eyes in the dark and wrote in the journal he kept under the floorboards. Asterisk advancement confirmed. Quiet foundation tier. Duration of session, 3 hours. Environmental indicators. None. Asterisk he had advanced twice before. Hollow route to still vessel, 3 years ago. Still vessel to quiet foundation, tonight. Each advancement had been the same. No light, no sound, no warmth, no sensation of energy moving. Only the quality of the stillness changing, deepening, as if the space he could be in had expanded. He put the journal away and went to sleep on the floor. Outside, the town was quiet. The birds that nested near this building had always been quiet, even when birds everywhere else were making noise at dusk. He had noticed that when he was a child and assumed it was the building's location. He still didn't know if that assumption was correct. Chapter 3. Void Seed Theory. Madame O appeared at the door on the 4th morning. She was 82 years old and ran the herbalist supply shop on the main road, and she brought food to people who had moved into buildings alone without explanation as a matter of personal policy that she had never explained to anyone. She handed him a cloth bundle that turned out to contain steamed buns and dried jujubes, and she stood in the doorway assessing the building's interior with the eye of someone who had seen many such situations. Structurally sound, she said. Drafty, though. The south wall, he agreed. I'll fix it this week. She nodded. Then she looked at him the way she sometimes looked at weather patterns, not calculating, exactly, but reading something that most people didn't look at. You feel like the mountain before the wind comes, she said. He considered this. What does that mean? The mountain doesn't feel like wind. It doesn't feel like nothing, either. It feels like what the wind is about to push against. She shrugged, apparently satisfied that this was sufficient. Not empty. Full of what's about to happen. He wanted to ask more, but she was already turning to leave. She set a small stack of old texts on the windowsill as she went. Things from her shop, she said, that she was clearing out, and he might as well have something to read. Then she left, her footsteps steady on the uneven path outside. He ate the steamed buns. He looked at the texts. Most were standard herbalism guides, the kind apprentice herbalists worked through in their first year. One was different. A slim volume with a worn spine and a title printed in old-style characters that took him a moment to parse. Theoretical Frameworks of Null Cultivation, Volume 3. He opened it. The text inside was academic in the worst sense. Dense, dry, written for an audience that had presumably read Volumes 1 and 2. He read through the first 2 chapters with patience. The 3rd chapter stopped him. The chapter was titled, Void Seed Theory, Historical Evidence and Dismissal. He read it twice. Then a 3rd time. The argument was this. Throughout cultivation history, at irregular intervals across various territories, individual practitioners had appeared in institutional assessment records with one consistent characteristic. They registered 0 on every testing array ever applied to them, regardless of the instrument's sensitivity or the assessor's skill. Most were dismissed as null root. A few were assessed later, at significant cultivation advancement, and reclassified as formation anomaly cases. Practitioners whose advancement had somehow occurred without producing the spiritual fluctuation that cultivation advancement invariably produced. The author of the chapter argued that these practitioners were not anomalies. They were practitioners of an undocumented methodology, one that advanced through stillness rather than circulation, through diffusion rather than active gathering, and that by its nature produced zero measurable spiritual fluctuation at any tier of advancement. The author had compiled 43 historical cases. Each case had the same pattern: null root assessment, dismissal from institutional consideration, eventual discovery at significant advancement, reclassification as anomaly, closure. Not one of the 43 had ever been offered an accurate assessment, a place within a sect, or an explanation for what they were doing. Wei Jingran sat with this for a long time. Outside, the birds near the building were quiet. The vein beneath the northeast corner held its deep, still presence. He reached under the floorboard and took out his journal. He opened it to a new page. He wrote, "Apparently this is what I have been doing." He sat with that for another hour. Then he wrote, "Asterisk, the text says the methodology is dismissed as impossible. The dismissal is based on the assumption that cultivation always produces detectable fluctuation. That assumption appears to be incorrect. At minimum, it is incorrect in my case." Asterisk, he underlined the word apparently, and then looked at it for a while and didn't change it. Chapter 4. The testing array's Clearwater Academy held open assessment days on the last day of each month. Any person who wished to have their cultivation route evaluated could present themselves at the outer courtyard between the hours of mid-morning and late afternoon, and an Academy assessment officer would perform the standard testing procedure without charge. The Academy was 2 hours' walk from Ashford Town. Wei Jingran arrived at mid-morning and joined the line at the outer courtyard gate. He had no intention of requesting admission. He had thought about this carefully on the walk and concluded that requesting admission was not the correct objective for this visit. The correct objective was observation. He wanted to know what Clearwater Academy's testing instruments did when he approached them. Volume 3 of Theoretical Frameworks of Null Cultivation had described the testing methodology in theoretical terms. He wanted the empirical data. The line moved steadily. The assessment area was set up in the outer courtyard, a testing stone similar to the one at Thornpeak Sect, plus a secondary instrument he hadn't seen before, a formation array built into a wooden frame, about chest height, that appeared to generate a sustained spiritual reading field rather than requiring direct contact. He watched 11 people go through the assessment before his turn. The pattern was consistent. The testing stone produced a reading, the formation array confirmed and refined it, the assessment officer wrote the results. Most people produced cultivation readings in the lower tiers. 2 produced no reading at all and were told, with practiced kindness, that they had no cultivation route to develop. Wei Jingran stepped forward. He pressed 2 fingers to the testing stone. He watched the stone. Nothing happened. The assessment officer, a man in his 40s with an official seal on his collar, made a notation without looking up. Null root. 0 reading on primary instrument. The secondary array, Wei Jingran said. May I stand in front of it as well? The officer looked up briefly. People with 0 primary readings didn't usually ask for the secondary instrument. Standard procedure for null root cases is primary instrument only. I'd like to request the secondary assessment. The officer shrugged and gestured toward the formation array. Wei Jingran stepped in front of it. The formation array hummed at a low baseline frequency. For most cultivators, the hum would shift pitch and intensity in proportion to their spiritual output. For genuine null root individuals, the hum remained flat. Wei Jingran watched the array's formation pattern with attention. After 3 seconds, the hum changed. Not louder, quieter. A specific diminishment in the ambient frequency, localized and brief, about 2 seconds in duration, and then the baseline resumed. Null root confirmed, the officer said, writing without looking at the array. 0 reading on both instruments. The secondary array produced a diminishment reading, Wei Jingran said. A reduction rather than a flat 0. The officer looked at the array, then at Wei Jingran, then back at the array, which was now humming at its normal baseline. Standard instruments have a noise floor. Minor fluctuations below threshold are recorded as 0. The diminishment was below threshold. For null root assessment purposes, yes. Wei Jingran looked at the array for a moment. He was not going to convince this man of anything today. That was not the objective of today's visit. He said, "Thank you," and stepped back. He found a seat on a bench at the edge of the courtyard and took out his journal. He wrote, Asterisk Clearwater Academy testing array secondary instrument. Diminishment pattern at approach, duration approximately 2 seconds, then returned to baseline. Assessment Officer Classification, Noise. My classification, distinguishable from genuine null root 0 reading. Requires further data. Asterisk, he underlined requires further data, and then sat quietly watching the remaining assessments. He had been here less than an hour. There were still 3 hours of assessment time remaining. At the back of the assessment area, near the documentation tables, a young woman in a scholar's gray coat was making notations in her own journal. She was, as far as Wei Jingran could tell, not an assessment officer. She was not watching the cultivators being assessed. She was watching the secondary formation array. When he produced the diminishment reading, her pen had stopped moving for exactly the same 2 seconds the reading had lasted. Then she'd written something quickly. He didn't know her name. He noted that she existed. Chapter 5. Lin Xiaohua, he was still on the bench at the 3rd hour when she approached him. Excuse me, she said. She was younger than he'd estimated from across the courtyard. Mid-20s, probably, with the specific tired but alert expression of someone who had been doing focused observation work since morning and was running on the intellectual satisfaction of finding something unexpected. You produced a diminishment reading on the secondary array. Yes, he said. Instructor Gao dismissed it as noise. He did. She sat down on the bench without asking, which he noted as an efficiency rather than a rudeness. She had a specific question and wanted to get to it without formality overhead. It wasn't noise, she said. I've been monitoring that array for 6 assessment days. I have a baseline for its noise floor. What you produced was coherent, brief, and directional. It was attenuated signal, not random fluctuation. Wei Jingran looked at her. You're not an assessment officer. Formation scholar. I'm studying the secondary array's sensitivity range, specifically whether it can detect cultivation signatures that the primary instrument misses. She paused. I was expecting to find low-tier cultivators whose signatures fall below the primary instrument's threshold. I was not expecting a diminishment pattern. I don't have a theoretical framework for what produces that. Neither do I, he said. I have an observation and a hypothesis. She waited. Standard cultivation produces outward spiritual fluctuation, he said. The testing instruments measure that fluctuation. My practice doesn't generate outward fluctuation, it generates inward diffusion. Spiritual energy moves toward me through stillness rather than being pulled through active circulation. He paused. The diminishment pattern may be the array detecting that diffusion, energy leaving the ambient field and moving toward me rather than radiating away from a conventional source. She was quiet for a moment. That's theoretically incompatible with every known cultivation framework. Apparently, he said. She stared at him. You say apparently as if that's an interesting observation rather than a problem. It is an interesting observation. He thought about it. The incompatibility with existing frameworks is informative. If the methodology were consistent with existing frameworks, it wouldn't have been missed for as long as it has apparently been missed. She looked at him for a long moment. How long have you been practicing this methodology? 5 years. Since I was 14. And you've advanced? Twice. Currently quiet foundation tier. She wrote something in her journal. He watched her write without trying to read it. Then she said, I'm Lin Xiaohua. I'm attached to the Academy's Formation Research Office on a 2-year appointment. Wei Jingran. Ashford Town. The null root boy from Ashford Town? She said it not unkindly. The phrase had apparently spread through the institutional records. Apparently, that's what I'm called. She looked at the secondary formation array across the courtyard. Instructor Gao was processing the last assessment of the day. The line had dwindled to 2 people. She said, I need to build a more sensitive instrument. If your hypothesis is correct, the diminishment pattern should be measurable with a properly calibrated array. She paused. If your hypothesis is incorrect, the more sensitive instrument will confirm noise. That's the correct experimental design, he said. Will you be willing to be the measurement subject? He considered this carefully. There were potential costs to agreeing. Institutional attention, documentation of his existence in a system that had already dismissed him multiple times, the possibility that a more sensitive instrument would produce a reading that was accurate but unwelcome in some context he couldn't fully anticipate. There were also potential benefits. Primarily, accurate information. Yes, he said. She wrote something else in her journal and stood up. I'll need 3 weeks to build the instrument. Where can I find you? The storage building at the end of the Kong Road. Ashford Town. She nodded and closed her journal. Across the courtyard, Instructor Gao was writing his final notation of the day in the official assessment log, a line that read null root, 0 reading, no cultivation route identified, and Lin Xiaohua watched him do it without expression. She said to Wei Jingran, quiet. He's not wrong about what the instrument read. No, Wei Jingran said. He's wrong about what it means. Apparently. She left. The courtyard emptied. The secondary formation array continued its baseline hum for a few minutes after the assessment day ended. Then the Academy's formation officer switched it off, and the courtyard went quiet. Wei Jingran sat on the bench for a few minutes longer, writing in his journal. He wrote, Lin Xiuhua, formation scholar, Academy research appointment, noticed the diminishment reading independently and classified it as non-noise before speaking to me. Building a more sensitive instrument. Apparently, she's approaching this as a formation anomaly problem rather than a person problem. That's a useful orientation. He closed the journal and walked home. The birds near the storage building were quiet when he arrived, as they always were. The vein beneath the northeast corner was deep and still and full of something that didn't announce itself. He ate dinner from Madame O's bundle. She had come again, and left bread and dried fruit without knocking. And he sat in the northeast corner and practiced until the candle burned down. Chapter 6. Du Mingwei returns. The festival at the end of the harvest season brought people back to Ashford Town from wherever the cultivation world had sent them. Du Mingwei came back from his first year at Clearwater Academy the same way he had left, with his pack over one shoulder and his cultivation signature broadcasting itself to every formation array within 50 meters, the specific confident warmth of someone who had been consistently confirmed and didn't see any reason to hide the confirmation. He found Wei Jingran at the edge of the market square, watching the lantern vendors set up. Wei Jingran. He said it with a particular kind of ease that people develop when they've been thinking about how to open a conversation for a while. Not practiced, more like a decision made. I heard you moved out of your family's house. Into the storage building on the Kong Road, Wei Jingran said. Du Mingwei looked at him for a moment. He was a year younger and had always been slightly taller, and the year at the academy had added something to his posture. Not arrogance, exactly, but the stability of someone whose placement in the world had been confirmed by external parties. He was at quiet foundation tier now, which Wei Jingran had confirmed by the signature Du Mingwei put off in the ambient field. They were at the same tier, through radically different paths over radically different durations. Wei Jingran noted this and filed it without comment. I could talk to some people, Du Mingwei said. There are students at the academy who have connections to other sects, smaller ones, regional. Some of them don't use the standard assessment protocols. If your problem is the testing instruments, thank you, Wei Jingran said. Apparently contacts aren't the obstacle. Du Mingwei paused. What is the obstacle? The instrument methodology. All of them use the same framework. The framework produces the same result regardless of who holds the instrument. He paused. Your contacts would bring better instruments of the same type. That doesn't help. Du Mingwei looked at him with an expression Wei Jingran had seen on his face before. The specific discomfort of someone whose offered help has been declined in a way that makes declining feel like the right call, which is worse than a simple refusal. When someone refuses your help angrily, you can be annoyed. When they decline it accurately, you can only think about whether they're correct. Then what helps? Du Mingwei asked. Someone who approaches it as a framework problem rather than an instrument problem. Wei Jingran thought of Lin Xiuhua and her 3-week instrument project. Apparently that might already be in progress. They walked through the festival market together for a while, not talking much. Du Mingwei asked about Wei Jingran's family. Wei Jingran confirmed they were well and asked about the academy in return. Du Mingwei described his courses with the engaged detail of someone who was genuinely enjoying his education. He had a talent for formation theory. His instructors had noticed. When they parted ways at the edge of the square, Du Mingwei stopped and looked back at the path that led toward the Kong Road. The birds near Wei Jingran's storage building were visible from here, a cluster of sparrows sitting on the roofline in a way that wasn't quite normal. They weren't huddled for warmth or roosting or reacting to anything visible. They were simply very still. The particular stillness of birds that are near something they don't know how to respond to. Du Mingwei watched them for a moment. He had grown up in Ashford Town and knew those birds. They had always been like that near the storage building. He had always assumed it was the building's location, away from the main roads. He filed the thought and went to find his family. Chapter 7. The Border Patrol. The man who arrived at Wei Jingran's door on a gray afternoon in early winter had the bearing of someone who dealt with problems directly and didn't see any reason to start being subtle about it now. He was in his early 30s, wearing a Border Patrol officer's insignia on his outer coat, and he carried a formation-sensing rod at his belt that he'd apparently been using as he walked because he was frowning at it when Wei Jingran opened the door. There's a dead zone anomaly at this location, the man said, without introduction. My instrument has been reading a spiritual null zone at these coordinates for the past 200 meters. A natural dead zone would read consistently. This one reads null right up to the building and then produces a... He stopped. He looked at Wei Jingran. He looked at the rod. He looked at Wei Jingran again. You're the anomaly. Apparently, Wei Jingran said. My instrument reads you as a spiritual null zone. A nothing. The man, his patrol badge gave the name Sheng Wulei, looked genuinely unsettled, which seemed unusual for someone whose general demeanor was very settled. I can feel the spiritual vein under this building from 200 meters away. Clear signal, minimal output, but stable. The cultivator standing 2 feet in front of me is producing nothing I can detect. He paused. How? That's an accurate description of the situation. Wei Jingran stepped back from the doorway. Would you like to come in, or would you prefer to conduct this conversation at the threshold? Sheng Wulei came in. He looked at the single-room interior with the practiced assessment of someone who catalogs spaces for a living, exit points, potential hazards, occupation indicators, and then seemed to realize he was doing that and stopped. Your name? He said. Wei Jingran. Ashford Town. No active sect affiliation, no certification. I've been assessed as null root at 4 sects over 5 years. Null root doesn't have a spiritual signature. You have one. I can't measure it directly, but it's affecting my instrument. Sheng Wulei held up the sensing rod. The needle, which should have been flat at 0 in the presence of an undetectable individual, was showing a slight negative deflection, not up toward the present scale, but down toward something the scale apparently hadn't been designed to measure. What are you? A cultivator whose advancement produces no detectable spiritual fluctuation. Wei Jingran said it plainly. I've been practicing a stillness-based cultivation methodology for 5 years and advancing through tiers that no testing instrument I've encountered can read. I'm currently at Quiet Foundation tier equivalent, according to my own assessment. I have no third-party verification of that. Sheng Wulei stared at him. How would you verify it without an instrument? The same way you verify any internal condition, by its functional outputs rather than its direct measurement. My cultivation base affects how I perceive and interact with the ambient spiritual field. That perception has a consistent developmental pattern that matches the theoretical framework I've been studying. He paused. I acknowledge the verification gap. I'm working on it. Sheng Wulei sat down on the bench near the door. He was the kind of person who needed to be sitting when he reconsidered something major. My patrol methodology requires accurate assessment of every cultivator in my territory, he said finally. A cultivator I can't assess is a problem in my records. Understandable. What do you want me to do with this? Wei Jingran thought about it. An accurate report of what your instrument detected. Not a classification, your instrument can't classify this. Just the observation. Spiritual sensing anomaly at this location. Unusual instrument behavior consistent with a non-standard cultivation signature, practitioner assessed as null root by 4 prior institutions, no standard classification available. Sheng Wulei looked at him. That's going to generate questions. Probably. But it's accurate. Wei Jingran met his eyes. Inaccurate reports create problems downstream when the reality eventually catches up with the record. Accurate reports with unresolved questions at least have the correct shape. Sheng Wulei thought about this for a moment. Then he took out his official notation pad and wrote, slowly and carefully. Asterisk cultivator of undetermined level occupying anomalous spiritual site at Ashford Town, Kong Road Storage Building. Instrument. Negative deflection consistent with non-standard signature, not null root 0 reading. Name. Wei Jingran. Prior institutional assessment. Null root for institutions. Classification. Pending. Request guidance from Regional Assessment Office. Asterisk he showed it to Wei Jingran. Wei Jingran read it. That's accurate, he said. Chapter 8. The sensitive instrument Lin Xiaohua arrived on the 21st day after the assessment, carrying a formation array in a padded case and a bag of research materials that she had apparently been transporting entirely on her own for a 2-hour walk and was not going to acknowledge as heavy. She set the case down on Wei Jingran's workbench. He had built one against the south wall, a simple thing of 2 boards on brackets, and opened it. Inside was a formation array about the size of 2 spread hands, built into a wooden frame with an adjustable stance mechanism and a measurement display that ran along one edge. I rebuilt the secondary instrument from scratch, she said. Lower noise floor, higher sensitivity, and a measurement register that includes negative deflection rather than truncating at 0. She looked at the instrument with the expression of someone who was simultaneously satisfied with their work and already thinking about what was wrong with it. The theoretical basis is a modification of standard diffusion field measurement theory. If your hypothesis is correct, inward diffusion rather than outward fluctuation, the instrument should detect the ambient field deficit around you rather than looking for a cultivation signature you're not producing. That's a better experimental design than measuring me directly, Wei Jingran said. Yes, you don't admit. The space around you should absorb. She set the instrument's stance and activated the display. A steady baseline reading appeared along the measurement edge, The ambient spiritual field of Ashford Town in early winter, thin and quiet. Stand in front of it. He stood in front of it. The baseline reading held for 10 seconds. Then it dropped. Not dramatically. A smooth, steady decline over about 15 seconds. The ambient field in the instrument's measurement zone decreasing as if something was drawing it inward. After 30 seconds, the decline slowed and the reading stabilized at a new, lower level. Lin Xiaohua watched this without speaking. Then she picked up her pen and wrote the reading in her notebook. She said, "The ambient field in this measurement zone is 8% lower than the background field 2 meters away. The deficit is consistent, directional, toward you, and stable. It's not noise." She paused. "My instrument works. What does the reading imply about my cultivation tier?" he asked. She looked at the numbers. She recalculated twice. Quiet foundation equivalent. She said it as if confirming something she'd half expected and not quite believed until now. The deficit signature is consistent with that tier. She paused. "I didn't design the instrument to give tier readings. I designed it to detect the phenomenon. The tier reading is an inference from the deficit magnitude." She wrote something else. "I need to build a more extensive calibration dataset." "How long?" "Months, probably. I need comparative data from conventional cultivators at known tiers to establish the translation between deficit magnitude and cultivation level." She looked at the instrument, then at him. "You're the only still root practitioner I have access to. The calibration is going to be approximate. Approximate and honest is better than precise and wrong," he said. She looked at him in a particular way, not quite agreement, more like recognition. "Yes," she said. "Apparently." She stayed for 6 days, running measurements at different hours of the day and in different ambient spiritual conditions. He answered her questions accurately and asked her questions in return about formation array theory, which she answered with the patient thoroughness of someone who had found an unusually good student. She took her meals at the inn in town and returned each morning. When she left, she said, "I'm going to need to rebuild the instrument again. This version is showing a calibration drift at low temperatures that I didn't anticipate." She paused at the door. "I'll be back. Probably in another 3 weeks." "I'll be here," he said. After she left, he sat in the northeast corner and practiced for 4 hours. The vein beneath him was the same, as always, deep, still, patient. He had been drawing from it since he was 7 years old without knowing what he was doing, and apparently he had been doing it correctly by accident, which was both reassuring and slightly concerning as a methodology. He wrote in his journal, Lin Xiaohua's instrument confirms the deficit signature. First third-party measurement that corresponds to my self-assessment. The calibration is imprecise. I'm more confident in the direction than the magnitude. He paused. She said apparently, as she was leaving. I don't think she noticed she used it. Chapter 9. Deep Basin Madame O died in the 12th month of the year, in her sleep, in the warmth of her own bed. Her daughter O Ruifan came to tell Wei Jingran in the morning. She was a calm woman in her 50s who ran the herbalist shop in her mother's absence with the same quiet efficiency her mother had employed, and she delivered the news the way her mother might have, directly, without excess formality. "She passed last night," O Ruifan said. "She was peaceful." The healer said her heart simply stopped. She paused. "She spoke about you in the last weeks. She was glad you had come back to town. She brought me food every few days," Wei Jingran said. "I was glad to be worth the walk." O Ruifan looked at him with something that was not quite amusement and not quite sadness. "She said you were very still," she said. She liked very still things. The funeral was 4 days later. Half of Ashford Town attended. Wei Jingran stood at the back of the gathering with his hands folded and watched the ceremony with the specific attention of someone for whom every gathering was also a study. He spoke to no one and no one spoke to him, which was the standard condition of his existence in Ashford Town at this point. People knew who he was and had an established relationship with not quite knowing what to do about it. He had been 3 days into a stillness practice that he hadn't interrupted for the funeral. He thought about this and concluded that Madame O would have preferred accurate information to interrupted practice. He was right about the advancement, but wrong about the timing. He sat again that evening, and again the next day, and on the morning of the 3rd day something deepened and widened and settled into a new configuration that he recognized. Deep Basin Tier, for tiers above where he'd started. He wrote it in his journal and sat with it for an hour. The storage building felt the same. The vein beneath felt the same. Nothing had changed from the outside. He thought about the 43 historical cases in Volume 3, 43 people who had advanced through this same process in their own storage buildings and mountain clearings and river banks, who had been read as null root by every instrument applied to them, who had lived their advancement in silence. He thought, apparently we were all here, doing this, without knowing each other existed. Lin Xiaohua arrived the following week. She set up her instrument and ran her measurements and then frowned at the display. The ambient deficit is larger than last week, she said. My calibration table implies an advancement. She looked at him. Deep basin tier. Yes, he said. During the 3 days I was here without interruption. She made a notation. She didn't say congratulations. She was still operating in the research framework, where advancements were data points rather than occasions for celebration. He appreciated the consistency. She did pause and look at him with something that was not quite a question. Are you? She seemed to reconsider the phrasing. The advancement process. Is it uncomfortable? No, he said. Quiet. Like being very tired in a way that's restful rather than depleting. He thought about it. It doesn't feel like something happening to me. It feels like something resolving. She wrote that down too. He thought about Madame O on the way back from the measurement session. She had brought food every few days for months and asked nothing and left old texts and said one true thing. You feel like the mountain before the wind comes. He still didn't know what she'd meant. He suspected it was something she'd understood from a lifetime of watching the weather and the growing things, some pattern of recognition she'd never put into theoretical language because she'd never needed to. She'd just known. There was something in the herbalist's belongings for him. Ruafin had found it. A folded piece of paper in an old box of records with a note in Madame O's handwriting. Show this to the still boy if I'm gone. Chapter 10. The pre-event array. The paper was a diagram. It was old, the folds were soft with handling, and the ink in some places had faded to a pale shadow of its original lines. But the lines that remained were precisely drawn, the notations careful and consistent, the design clearly the work of someone who understood formation architecture well enough to represent it accurately. Wei Jingran studied it for a long time before he understood what he was looking at. It was a formation array schematic, not standard. The framework structure was unlike anything in the formation theory text he'd borrowed from Madame O's shop, unlike the simple sensing arrays the Academy used, unlike anything he could reference in his limited knowledge of formal formation methodology. The nodes were arranged in a pattern that felt familiar in a way he couldn't immediately explain, like hearing a melody in an unfamiliar key. In the margin, in Madame O's careful old person's handwriting, asterisk found in the old records at the Western Archive. Classified discontinued. It measures what should not be measurable. Asterisk. He showed it to Lin Xiaohua when she arrived for her next measurement session. She studied the schematic for 5 minutes without speaking. Then she said, Where did you get this? Madame O left it for me. The herbalist in town? She looked up. How did she? I don't know. Her note says she found it in the Western Archive records. Lin Xiaohua looked at the diagram again. She turned it to see the margin annotation. She read it twice. The node arrangement is using a diffusion field measurement framework, she said slowly, which is what my instrument uses. But the scale is different. These nodes are configured to measure deficit patterns at a spatial resolution my instrument can't approach. She traced the node pattern with her finger without touching the paper. This is designed to measure a cultivation signature that standard instruments can't detect. She looked at him. It's designed to measure you. Or someone like me, he said. Has anyone built one of these? I don't know what it's called. The margin note says it measures what should not be measurable. She was quiet for a moment. The formation material requirements for this node arrangement are unusual. Some of these components need a material with zero spiritual output, something that doesn't interfere with the deficit measurement by adding its own signature to the field. She studied the schematic. Standard formation materials all have some level of spiritual resonance. The only material I can think of that would have zero resonance is a naturally dead formation deposit. And those are, she paused, rare, Wei Jingran said, essentially absent from catalog sources. She folded the schematic carefully and handed it back. Theoretically incompatible with every currently available construction methodology. Apparently, the currently available construction methodology is incomplete, he said. She looked at him. She had been looking at him with increasing frequency in the particular way of someone who keeps encountering evidence that contradicts their prior framework and hasn't yet fully decided what to do about it. I need to find out what this is called, she said, and whether anyone has built one, and whether there's a known source for the formation material. The Western Archive would have the original records. The Western Archive is 3 days' travel from here. That's a concrete obstacle rather than an impossible one, Wei Jingran said. She folded her notebook and set it on the workbench with the decision of someone who had just added a task to a list. I'll write to their archivist. She paused. I'll need a formal research purpose. The archive doesn't share classified discontinued documents on request. Your formation anomaly study seems applicable. Yes. She was already thinking through the request framing. The anomalous cultivation signature requires an anomalous measurement instrument. The archive's discontinued formation designs might include relevant prior development. She looked at the schematic. That's accurate and doesn't reveal more than I want to. Wei Jingren nodded. Outside, the sky had shifted to the gray-white of impending weather, the specific stillness before a winter storm that compresses sound and makes everything feel closer than it is. The birds on the storage building's roofline were silent. He thought of Madame O saying you feel like the mountain before the wind comes, and looked at the schematic in Lin Xiaohua's hands, and considered that possibly she had known more than she'd said. The knock at the door came as Lin Xiaohua was packing her research materials. She looked at him. He went to the door. Sheng Wulei was standing on the path with his pack on his back, and the specific expression of someone who had been assigned something they hadn't asked for and had decided to approach it as a problem to be solved rather than an inconvenience to be resented. I've been assigned permanent patrol duty over this zone, he said. He looked at the storage building, then at Wei Jingran. Regional Assessment Office reviewed my report. They don't have a classification for what I described. Their response was to assign permanent monitoring. He paused. So I'm here. Permanently, Wei Jingran said. For a reassignment cycle. 6 months. He shifted his pack. Is there an inn in this town? 2 streets over, Wei Jingran said. The one with the red lanterns. Sheng Wulei nodded, apparently processing the fact that the storage building's occupant knew the inn locations as a reference for a question he hadn't asked. We should probably talk, he said. About the patrol report situation. We should, Wei Jingran agreed. Come tomorrow. I'll have tea. Sheng Wulei looked at him for a moment with the specific expression of someone recalibrating what kind of person they're dealing with. Then he nodded again and walked toward the inn. Lin Xiaohua finished packing her materials. She stood at the door and looked at the winter sky. The patrol report, she said. That's going to become a problem, isn't it? Probably, Wei Jingran said. How large a problem? He thought about it. Appropriate sized, he said. Which is not the same as easy. She left. He made notes in his journal about the schematic and the Western Archive, and Sheng Wulei's reassignment and the approaching storm, in that order of priority. Then he sat in the northeast corner of the building as the first snow began and practiced until the light failed. Chapter 11. The fight. Sheng Wulei came to the storage building the next morning as arranged and accepted the tea without comment and sat on the bench near the door and looked at Wei Jingran with the expression of someone who had been thinking about this problem overnight and had arrived at a practical solution. I need an accurate assessment of your cultivation level, he said. My patrol records have an unresolved entry. Regional patrol methodology doesn't permit unresolved entries. They have to be resolved as either non-cultivator, no concern, or cultivator, classification X. My current entry reads cultivator of unknown tier, 0 spiritual signature, classification pending. That entry will generate a formal inquiry from regional command in approximately 30 days. I understand the constraint, Wei Jingran said. I can't solve it with standard instruments. Lin Xiaohua's instrument gives a tier reading that I can't file in official patrol records because it's not a certified methodology. Sheng Wulei set down his tea. So, I want to do this differently. Fight me. Wei Jingran looked at him. What would that resolve? A direct combat assessment bypasses instrument methodology. I can evaluate your combat effective cultivation level by how well you perform against me. I'm certified at still vessel tier, equivalent to 2 ranks below your claimed deep basin. He paused. If your assessment of your own cultivation is accurate, you should be able to hold your own against me. If it's not, we'll have a different kind of answer. The fight won't produce an official classification. No, but it'll tell me whether I'm dealing with a genuine cultivator. That's what I actually need to know. Sheng Wulei looked at him steadily. Everything else follows from that. Wei Jingran thought through the argument. It was reasonably structured. Sheng Wulei's actual question was not about tier. It was about whether the situation in front of him was what it appeared to be. A combat assessment was imprecise, but not wrong as a methodology. The open ground behind the building, Wei Jingran said. The fight was instructive. Wei Jingran was immediately clear on 2 things. He could not match Sheng Wulei in a direct exchange of spiritual force, and Sheng Wulei could not detect him clearly enough to aim directly. Sheng Wulei's combat technique relied, like most cultivation-based combat at his tier, on the ability to sense the opponent's spiritual signature, to track their position by the fluctuation they emitted and target accordingly. His strikes were fast and well-trained. Against a conventional opponent at deep basin tier, they would have landed cleanly. Against Wei Jingran, they landed wrong. Not because Wei Jingran was faster. He wasn't. But because Sheng Wulei's spatial targeting was off by a consistent margin in every strike. He kept aiming at where Wei Jingran's spiritual signature should be, which was slightly different from where Wei Jingran actually was. Wei Jingran couldn't capitalize fully on the advantage. He had no offensive cultivation training, No combat formations, no weaponry. When he got close enough to attempt a physical response, Sheng Wulei's experience and raw output forced him back. When Sheng Wulei pressed with spiritual force, Wei Jingran's defensive capacity was genuinely inferior. They ran this pattern for 20 minutes. Neither landed a decisive blow. Both of them were increasingly out of breath. Sheng Wulei stepped back and held up a hand. "Enough," he said. He was breathing hard. "I can't land on you. You can't break through my defenses." He thought about it for a moment. "You're not Nullroot. Whatever you are, you have a cultivation base that's affecting this engagement." He looked at his hands, then at Wei Jingran. "I could feel it. Or I couldn't feel it, which is the problem. My sensing technique kept finding a slightly wrong location for you. Your technique targets based on detected signature," Wei Jingran said. "I don't have a detectable signature. The offset is from the technique calculating my position as slightly ahead of where I actually am. The ambient field deficit I create trails behind me by a fraction of a second as I move." Sheng Wulei stared at him. "That's a tactical advantage. Apparently, in specific conditions, against sensing-dependent opponents." "Yes." Sheng Wulei was quiet for a moment, apparently recalibrating. Then he went back inside and picked up his notation pad and wrote, * amended patrol report, Wei Jingran, Ashford Town Kong Road. Combat assessment. Sustained 20-minute engagement. Assessment outcome. Cultivator confirmed. Non-null root. Cultivation tier undetermined, but functionally significant. Tactical note. 0 spiritual signature produces detection offset in standard combat sensing techniques. Classification. Unknown tier. Request guidance. * He showed it to Wei Jingran. "More accurate than the last one," Wei Jingran said. Chapter 12. The reclassification. The amended patrol report went up through Sheng Wulei's regional command structure on the 14th day of the new year. Regional command reviewed it, found it unresolvable with standard classification protocols, and forwarded it to the Continental Assessment Bureau's regional office for guidance. The Continental Assessment Bureau's regional office, doing its standard routing of incoming reports, noted that the assessor of record for Wei Jingran of Ashford Town was Clearwater Academy's instructor Gao Wenshan, the official of record from the open assessment day Wei Jingran had attended. Standard procedure. Forward the report to the original assessor for comment before proceeding. The report reached Gao Wenshan's desk on the 17th day. Wei Jingran was not told about any of this. The institutional machinery operated without consulting the subject of its records. Gao Wenshan read the amended patrol report with the specific focused attention of a man encountering a professional problem. He had written null root confirmed in the Academy's official record. A patrol report now described the same individual as cultivator confirmed, non-null root. These two records were directly contradictory. One of them was wrong. In Gao Wenshan's framework, the patrol report was wrong because the patrol officer had used a non-standard assessment methodology, a direct combat test rather than a certified instrument, and had reached a conclusion that contradicted the instrument reading. The correct professional response was to maintain the accurate record. He contacted the Academy's records department. He explained that the patrol report contained an erroneous classification based on non-standard methodology. He requested that the report's routing be reclassified as formation error, non-cultivator, subject previously assessed as null root by certified instrument, patrol anomaly attributed to equipment malfunction. The records department made the notation. The report was reclassified. The routing was closed. Gao Wenshan wrote a brief official memo explaining the resolution, patrol assessment overridden by prior certified instrument record, and filed it with the appropriate office. He did this with the clean certainty of someone who had taken the correct professional action. He did not tell Wei Jingran. He did not tell Sheng Wulei. Lin Shihua found out because she had been granted academic access to the regional assessment records as part of her formal research documentation, and the reclassification notice appeared in the access log of documents she was authorized to view. She read the reclassification notice twice to make sure she understood what it said. Then she made a complete copy of both the original patrol report and the reclassification notice and put both copies in her locked research folder. She told Wei Jingran when she arrived for her weekly measurement session. "The patrol report has been suppressed," she said. "The official record now reads, formation error, non-cultivator." Wei Jingran was quiet for a moment. Gao Wenshan. The reclassification notation names him as the authorizing official. She set her copy on the workbench between them. He protected his original assessment. "That's understandable," Wei Jingran said. She looked at him. He falsified a record. He reclassified a patrol report using his authority as the certifying official. That's within his institutional mandate. Wei Jingran looked at the copy. From his perspective, The patrol report used non-standard methodology and reached a conclusion that contradicts a certified instrument reading. Protecting the certified reading is professionally correct. He paused. The problem is that the certified reading is wrong. But he doesn't know that. He knows his instrument reads 0, which it does. He's going to keep doing this, Lin Xiaohua said. Every time official documentation of your cultivation appears, he's going to suppress it. Probably. Because your existence as a real cultivator makes him wrong. Yes. Wei Jingran looked at the reclassification notice. Apparently the problem isn't that he's dishonest. The problem is that he's very consistent. She said, "What do we do?" He said, "Build evidence that survives his methodology. Records he can't reclassify because they're not in his authority's jurisdiction." He paused. That takes time. But apparently we have time. Chapter 13. The missing component. The pre-event array schematic that Madame O had left was missing something. Wei Jingran had studied it for 3 weeks and reached this conclusion through the process he used for every problem. He identified everything he could build or obtain with available materials and then looked at what was left. What was left was a component at the array's central node, a formation material with specific properties that he could describe precisely and could not find anywhere in the standard formation materials catalogs. The material needed to have 0 spiritual resonance. Not low spiritual resonance, 0. Every standard formation material had some level of interaction with the ambient spiritual field, even if it was minimal. The central node of the pre-event array needed a material that was, from the field's perspective, as invisible as Wei Jingran himself was. Lin Xiaohua had reached the same conclusion through the theoretical route. She confirmed it on the day she arrived with the Western Archive's response to her research inquiry. "The archive has a record of the pre-event array," she said, setting the copied documents on the workbench. "Not classified discontinued, classified suspended. The distinction is significant. Discontinued means found to be impossible or non-functional. Suspended means development paused pending material availability." She found the relevant passage. Construction halted due to inability to source appropriate formation substrate for central node resonance null component. Note: only known source of 0 resonance formation material is classified dead zone deposits of the stillstone or type. Stillstone, Wei Jingran said. He didn't recognize the name. The archive's material catalog has an entry for it. Stillstone, or formation deposit material characterized by complete absence of spiritual resonance or emission. Currently known deposits. 3. All classified as restricted formation hazard sites. She looked up. Dead zones. They're not hazards, they're formation deserts. The or absorbs ambient spiritual field rather than interacting with it. "Like I do," he said. She was quiet for a moment. "Yes." She turned back to the catalog entry. "The nearest classified deposit is in the Yunshan Hills, approximately 7 days' travel from Ashford Town." She paused. "It's classified as restricted. Access requires institutional authorization, which would be difficult to obtain without explanation," Wei Jingran said. "Which we cannot explain without demonstrating exactly what Gao Wenshan is trying to prevent us from demonstrating." She closed the catalog. "There might be another route. If Sheng Wulei's patrol territory includes the Yunshan Hills, I'll ask him," Wei Jingran said. He went to find Sheng Wulei at the inn that afternoon and asked the question directly. Sheng Wulei pulled out his patrol territory map and studied it for about 20 seconds. "Eastern edge of my authorized patrol range," he said. "I can visit it on official patrol purposes. I can't collect samples from a restricted site." He looked at Wei Jingran. "But I can escort civilian researchers who have a research authorization. Lin Xiaohua has a formation research authorization from the academy. Does it cover restricted sites?" "I'll find out," Wei Jingran said. Lin Xiaohua's research authorization, as it turned out, covered materials assessment at formation sites of academic interest if conducted in the presence of an authorized patrol escort. The authorization had been written broadly enough, apparently, by someone who had not imagined it would be used this specifically. Chapter 14. 3 Heading north, they left on a clear morning at the end of the 2nd month. Sheng Wulei had arranged official travel documentation for the patrol escort purpose. Lin Xiaohua had packed her instruments in the padded case and an additional bag of measurement materials. Wei Jingran had a pack with 7 days of supplies and his journal. Du Mingwei came back to Ashford Town for his family's winter festival while they were gone. He arrived to find the storage building locked and the neighbors willing to inform him that Wei Jingran had left several days ago with a border patrol officer and the formation scholar from the academy, heading north, and no one knew exactly why. Du Mingwei stood outside the locked building and looked at it for a moment. He had known Wei Jingran since they were children. He had spent 5 years watching Wei Jingran receive rejection after rejection, while Du Mingwei himself accumulated cultivation tier after cultivation tier with the comfortable efficiency of someone advancing along a well-understood path. He had felt sorry for Wei Jingran in a way that was genuine but also comfortable. The sympathy you extend to someone whose situation is clear and fixed. The situation apparently wasn't fixed. He knew, on some level, that he had been telling people Wei Jingran was null root the same way he had been telling them the storage building was where Wei Jingran lived. As background information, context, the established facts of the situation. He had been operating from those established facts without checking whether they were still facts. A formation scholar and a border patrol officer heading north with someone he'd been telling people was null root. He went to find his family and thought about this quietly through the festival dinner and the evening prayers and the morning after, when the storage building was still locked and Wei Jingran was still gone. The surprise he felt was not jealousy. He was certain of that. It was something more disorienting. The specific discomfort of realizing that someone you pity is doing things you hadn't considered, going places you hadn't thought about, building things you didn't know were being built. He filed the feeling and went back to the academy when the festival was over. Chapter 15. Lower than rocks. The road to the Yunshan Hills was 7 days north on the main trade route, and then 2 days on a patrol track that only existed on official maps because Sheng Wulei and his colleagues maintained it. By day 3, the towns had thinned to way station huts. By day 5, the landscape was hills and old pine and the specific quiet of places that cultivation civilization hadn't found worth occupying. Lin Xiaohua ran her instrument readings every morning. On the 4th day, she stopped what she was doing and looked at the display for a long time. "You're not the lowest output cultivator I've measured," she said. "You're the lowest output living thing I've measured." Wei Jingran looked up from his journal. "Lower than the trees," she said. "Lower than the soil." She moved the instrument to point at a rock and took a reading, then pointed it at Wei Jingran and took a reading. "Lower than that rock." She set the instrument down. Standard formation theory says that every material exists within the ambient spiritual field: trees, rocks, people, the air. They all have some level of interaction with the field. This instrument can detect those interactions at high sensitivity. She looked at him. "You interact with the field less than the rocks. You are less present to this instrument than the ground we're standing on." "That's consistent with the diffusion model," he said. "It's not. Not at this magnitude." She picked the instrument back up. Diffusion-based cultivation would mean you're absorbing field energy and producing a deficit. The deficit would be proportional to your absorption rate. But the absorption rate at your tier should produce a deficit of, at most, 20% below the background baseline. She looked at the readings. "You're at 60% below the background baseline right now." Wei Jingran thought about this. "The deficit isn't from absorption," he said. "Or not only from absorption. It's from something else." "What?" He was quiet for a moment. "When I'm in deep stillness, I'm not just not emitting. I'm below the background field. I'm in a space that's quieter than the field around me, and the field around me adjusts toward that quiet." He paused. "Not absorption, diffusion in both directions. I pull the field toward quiet as much as I pull it toward me." He tried to describe something he'd never had to put into words before. "It's like, the field near me doesn't know whether to flow toward me or to become me. So it does both, and the net result is a much deeper deficit than simple absorption would produce." She stared at him. "That's a completely original model of field dynamics." "Apparently," he said. "That's theoretically impossible," she said. "Field dynamics don't work that way. The ambient field doesn't become anything. It flows from high density to low density. That's all." "Apparently not all." She looked at the instrument. She looked at the rock. She looked at him. "Tell me your practice from the beginning," she said. "Not the theory, the actual experience." "Everything." He thought for a moment and then described it the way he would describe a formation construction process. Each step, each transition, each quality of the experience as precisely as he could render it. He talked for about 20 minutes while they walked, and she listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a while. Then she said, "You're not cultivating the ambient field. You're cultivating the space you occupy within the field." She paused. "The space is what's changing. Not the energy content of the space. The space's relationship to the field that surrounds it." She shook her head slowly. "I don't have a theoretical vocabulary for that." "Neither do I," he said. "I've been working with the observation and the effect." "That's how materials science works," she said, apparently to herself. "You work with what you can measure before you have the theory." Ahead on the trail, Sheng Wulei had stopped at a ridgeline and was looking down into the next valley with his patrol assessment face, the expression he used when he was reading a landscape for information. "Edge of the dead zone," he said as they reached him. Below the ridge, the valley floor looked normal. Pine trees, old stone, a thin stream running along the valley's low point. It looked entirely like the rest of the landscape they'd been walking through. But Lin Xiuhua's instrument registered nothing. The ambient spiritual field that had been measurable the entire journey simply ended at the valley's edge, the way a sound ends when you walk into a soundproofed room. Wei Jingran stood at the ridge and looked down into the absence. Apparently, he said, this is the right place. Chapter 16. Stillstone. The valley floor looked normal until you stepped into it, and the ambient spiritual field vanished like a sound cut mid-note. Sheng Wulei's sensing rod stopped responding immediately. He held it up, looked at the flat reading, and put it away with the practiced acceptance of someone who had learned when his instruments were useless. I'm navigating by sight down here, he said. Lin Xiuhua's sensitive instrument also read flat, not zero, because it was designed to detect deficit patterns rather than presence patterns, but flat in a way that was different from flat in a spiritual desert. This was not absence. It was absorption. The ambient field that existed everywhere else was entering the valley and not leaving. Wei Jingran walked ahead of them both. The valley was perhaps 300 meters across, roughly circular, with the pine forest thinning toward the center and the ground becoming more rocky. At the center, where the stone broke through the surface in a natural outcropping, the rock was different. It was black. Not the dark gray of the regional stone they'd been walking on for 7 days, but genuinely black. A deep, lightless black that didn't reflect the afternoon sun in the normal way. The surface had a crystalline quality, facets at odd angles that should have caught the light, but seemed instead to absorb it. Sheng Wulei and Lin Xiuhua stayed about 30 meters back. Neither of them said anything, but they had both, independently, stopped moving at approximately the same distance. Wei Jingran walked to the outcropping. He stood 2 meters from it and noticed what he noticed. The material recognized him, not with sound or light or any measurable emission. But the quality of the stillness around the outcropping changed when he approached, the same way a room changes when someone who belongs in it enters. The specific shift of a space relaxing into its correct configuration. He crouched and touched the surface of the rock. It didn't react to his touch with warmth or vibration or spiritual response. It responded with more quiet, a deepening of the stillness that radiated outward from the point of contact, passing through him and continuing out into the valley. He sat down in front of it and closed his eyes. Behind him, Lin Xiuhua watched her instrument. The flat reading continued for about a minute. Then the deficit pattern appeared, and this time it was not the 8% ambient reduction she had measured before. The instrument's display filled to its upper measurement range and stabilized there, reading a deficit pattern so clean and consistent that it looked less like a measurement and more like a signature. A name written in the only language the ambient field could use. Sheng Wulei looked at the instrument over Lin Xiuhua's shoulder. He couldn't read formation array output, but he could see that something had changed dramatically. He looked at Wei Jingran, sitting cross-legged at the rock, motionless. He said, quietly, 3 days behind us, you said? Lin Xiuhua was writing numbers in her notebook as fast as she could. The patrol report routing. If Gao Wenshan dispatched an investigator, he did. I asked regional command about the reclassification timeline. They said a junior assessor was sent to verify approximately 9 days ago. He did the calculation. 3 days behind us, roughly. She kept writing. How long does he need to sit there? I don't know, Sheng Wulei said. I've never seen anything like this. Chapter 17. The first true reading. Wei Jingran opened his eyes after 3 hours. He had not been aware of the time passing. That was how deep practice worked. The sense of duration dissolved along with everything else, and you came back to awareness the way you came back from sleep, with a general sense of how much time had passed, but no specific memory of having been away. The sun had moved significantly. The valley was in shadow now except for the eastern rim. He was stiff in his legs and back. He looked at the still stone outcropping. He picked up a piece that had broken free from the main mass, about the size of his closed fist, black and heavy and absolutely still in his hands, not reacting to him at all except in the one way it reacted, which was to be the most quiet thing he had ever held. He stood up and walked back to Lin Xiuhua and Sheng Wulei. Lin Xiuhua held up her instrument immediately and activated the measurement. Wei Jingran stood in front of it, holding the stillstone sample. The display changed. Not a flat reading, and not a standard cultivation signature, and not even the deficit pattern she had been measuring for the past months. This was something she could read directly from the instrument without conversion or inference. A clear, stable, complete measurement signature, specific and consistent, showing a cultivation level and a tier and a precise deficit magnitude. She looked at it for a long moment. I can see you, she said. Apparently, this material makes the array sensitive enough. The stillstone amplifies the deficit signal. It's so well matched to the quiet frequency you operate at that it brings your signature up to the threshold where my instrument can read it directly. She paused. I can see you now. Her voice had a quality she was not fully controlling. Sheng Wulei looked at the instrument over her shoulder. He read numbers the way most cultivators did, in comparison to known references rather than as absolute values. He was at still vessel tier. He had trained with colleagues at various tiers and had a body sense for what the numbers meant. He looked at the display. He looked at Wei Jingran. He looked at the display again. His expression went through several changes, none of which he appeared to intend. He said, "That can't be right." Wei Jingran waited. "That reading is..." Sheng Wulei stopped. He pointed at the number on the display, the tier indicator. He looked at Wei Jingran with the specific expression of someone for whom a large number of previously confusing things are becoming, simultaneously, less confusing and more alarming. "Is that accurate?" "Apparently," Wei Jingran said. Chapter 18. What the instrument read. The instrument read deep basin tier. Sheng Wulei stood with this information for approximately 30 seconds, during which he was very still in the way of someone doing rapid internal recalibration. Deep basin was 4 cultivation tiers. He was at still vessel, the 2nd tier. This meant that the person he had been treating as a cultivation curiosity, the person he had fought to a draw in a training exercise and considered a tactical oddity, was 2 full ranks above him. Would have been 2 full ranks above him since before they met. Since before the exercise, possibly for longer than that. "You could have beaten me," he said. "In the fight." "Apparently not in a direct exchange of spiritual force," Wei Jingran said. "My combat output is limited because I don't have training. The tier advantage doesn't translate directly to combat effectiveness without technique." He paused. "The detection offset worked in my favor. If you'd been able to locate me accurately, the fight would have ended differently." Sheng Wulei thought about this. The detection offset is a permanent feature of your cultivation. As long as I'm advancing this way. Yes. Against sensing-dependent opponents, which is most cultivators above still vessel tier, because that's when sensing-based combat techniques are standard training. You have a consistent tactical advantage that scales with your tier differential. That's an accurate analysis. Sheng Wulei was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You've been assessed as null root by 4 sections." "Yes." "You're at deep basin." "Yes." "In approximately the time it takes most cultivators to reach quiet foundation." "Approximately. I don't know exactly how my advancement rate compares to standard because I've never had a reliable external measurement before now. But roughly twice as fast." "Apparently, yes." Lin Xiaohua was still taking measurements. She didn't stop. The data window was limited, and she was going to use all of it. She said, without looking up, "We need to take the sample and leave. If an investigator is 3 days behind us, we don't want to explain why we're at a restricted formation site with the ore in hand." They collected 3 samples. The piece Wei Jingran had picked up plus 2 smaller fragments that had broken from the outcropping on their own. Lin Xiaohua documented the collection with her research authorization in hand. Sheng Wulei filed the patrol documentation noting a site visit to the classified formation deposit for assessment purposes. They started back toward Ashford Town the next morning. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the return journey, they rounded a curve in the trail and found a young man in an academy assessor's badge walking north with a portable instrument case over his shoulder. He stopped when he saw them. He looked at Sheng Wulei's patrol insignia, then at Lin Xiaohua's research coat, then at Wei Jingran. "Apprentice Fei Chu," he said, by way of introduction. "Clearwater Academy. I've been assigned to verify a patrol report anomaly at Ashford Town." He looked at Wei Jingran again. "You must be Wei Jingran." "Yes," Wei Jingran said. Fei Chu opened his instrument case. Chapter 19. Confirmed formation error. Fei Chu was a conscientious young official. He understood that his assignment was to verify the patrol report classification, to confirm that formation error, non-cultivator, was the accurate assessment and close the open record. He took this assignment seriously. He ran the standard assessment protocol carefully and in full. He tested Wei Jingran with the standard portable instrument, 0 reading. He tested the area around Wei Jingran with a secondary atmosphere assessment tool, nominal ambient spiritual field readings with no anomalies detected. He tested Sheng Wulei's formation sensing rod for calibration drift. The rod was calibrated correctly. He looked at Wei Jingran one more time, with the specific attentive look of someone who was trained to find things and was not finding what he was looking for. He said, "The standard assessment confirms null root. No cultivation signature detected." He was polite about it, not unkind. He took out his notebook and wrote, "Asterisk confirmed. Formation error. Subject Wei Jingran. 0 reading on standard instrument. Prior patrol report classification error confirmed. Patrol report anomaly. attributed to equipment malfunction in anomalous formation site environment. Assessment Officer, Apprentice Fei Chu, authorized certifying official instructor Gao Wenshan. Wei Jingran watched this process with the attention he brought to every assessment interaction. He said, quietly, to Lin Xiuhua beside him, "He's not wrong about what his instrument reads. He's wrong about what that means." "I know," she said, equally quietly. "The instrument reads 0 because the instrument can't detect my signature." He's concluding null root from the reading. The conclusion doesn't follow from the evidence, but the evidence itself is accurate. He paused. From his methodological framework, this is a correct assessment. The methodological framework is what's wrong. Fei Chu had moved on to examining the stillstone samples that Wei Jingran was carrying. He tested one with his standard instrument, 0 reading. He wrote, "Dead zone formation material sample, 0 spiritual resonance, confirms restricted site classification." He seemed briefly puzzled that the ore produced the same reading as a null root cultivator, but filed the observation as a coincidence consistent with 0 output materials and moved on. He thanked them for their cooperation and continued north to the restricted formation site to document his visit in the official record. He walked away with his instrument case over his shoulder and his notebook in hand, and the specific, purposeful bearing of someone who had done his job correctly. On the road south, Lin Xiuhua walked without speaking for a few minutes. Then she said, "He'll have a clear report to file." "Yes," Wei Jingran said. "Accurate instrument readings, correctly interpreted within the standard framework, producing the wrong conclusion about a real phenomenon." She sounded tired in a specific way, not physically tired, but the tiredness of watching something happen that can't be prevented. Every time someone applies the methodology correctly to you, they reach the wrong conclusion. That's the core problem, Wei Jingran agreed. The methodology is internally consistent. The results are wrong. Without a different instrument and a different framework, there's no point at which the standard methodology produces a different output. Which is what the pre-event array is for, she said. Yes. Sheng Wulei, walking ahead, didn't say anything. He was already planning the amended patrol report he would need to file, and the explanation he would eventually have to give his regional command for why the original patrol report had been correct all along. Behind them, Fei Chu walked north through the trees. He was writing notes as he walked, a professional habit. At some point he stopped and read over what he'd written, and then put the notebook away. He had a clear memory of the border patrol officer. He had a clear memory of the formation scholar with the research instruments. He had a description of the formation site and the ore samples and the assessment procedure. He could not, when he thought about it, produce a clear image of Wei Jingran's face. He remembered that there had been a third person. The third person's name was in his notebook, which was accurate. The face was simply unclear, like trying to remember the face of someone in a dream that had mostly faded. He attributed it to fatigue and the long walk and wrote at the bottom of the page, * unusual, cannot clearly recall subject's face. Attribute to fatigue. * he continued north. The trees were quiet. Chapter 20. The conclusion instructor Gao Wenshan was in the storage building's clearing when they arrived back in Ashford Town. He had come himself. This was the sign that the situation had reached a threshold in his professional assessment. When a junior investigator's report contains enough anomalies that the responsible official feels the original assessment needs to be confirmed by the original assessor. Fei Chu's preliminary report had arrived by messenger bird 3 days ago. It said, * assessment conducted. Null root confirmed. Formation site visited. Site consistent with restricted classification. Returning with full documentation. * it was clean and clear and should have been the end of the matter. But Gao had also received Lin Xiuhua's latest academic submission, which contained new data from the Stillstone Formation deposit, suggesting a potential correlation between 0 resonance formation materials and 0 signature cultivation methodology, language carefully chosen to say as much as possible without saying anything he could reclassify. So he had come himself, with the Academy's best portable instrument, which was more sensitive than the standard issue Fei Chu carried. He tested Wei Jingran in person, standing in the clearing outside the storage building in the afternoon light. 0 reading. He ran the secondary atmospheric assessment. Nominal field readings, no anomalies. He looked at Wei Jingran with the expression of someone who has gone to considerable professional effort and arrived at the expected result. Null root confirmed, he said. No cultivation signature detected. The most sensitive portable instrument the Academy possesses agrees with every prior assessment. He turned to Sheng Wulei. The patrol report anomaly was a combination of equipment behavior in an unusual formation environment and an ambiguous interpretation of non-standard signals. The correct classification is what the records show, null root, non-cultivator. He said it with the calm certainty of a man who has checked his conclusions against the best available evidence and found them supported. Your amended report should be withdrawn. Sheng Wulei said nothing. His expression was the specific blankness of someone who knows several things that they are not going to say. Gao turned to Wei Jingran. His expression shifted to genuine kindness, the real kind, not the performed kind. I want to say something to you directly, he said. The test results have been consistent across 5 years and 5 separate assessments by trained officials using different instruments. There is no cultivation route to develop. That is a fact about the world, not a judgment about you. He paused. You should accept your situation. This is not a character failing. Some paths are not available to some people, and the honest response to that is to find the path that is available. There's no weakness in that. He meant every word. Wei Jingran could tell. He was not being dismissed with contempt or dismissal with impatience. He was being dismissed with the genuine compassion of someone who believed entirely in what he was saying. Wei Jingran looked at him. Apparently you believe what your instrument tells you, he said. Gao paused. Something moved briefly behind his eyes. Not doubt, not reconsideration, more like the faint discomfort of a phrase that doesn't fit easily into any available category. Then he nodded and said, yes, I believe in accurate assessment. He picked up his instrument case. I hope you find your path, young man. He walked to his waiting travel horse. He mounted and rode out of Ashford town without looking back. Lin Xiaohua watched him go. She was standing at the edge of the clearing with her instrument case over her shoulder, and her expression was very controlled. She said, he took one of the stillstone samples. Wei Jingran looked at her. When he was running his instrument tests, she said, I watched him. He used the standard instrument first, and then, there was a moment when his secondary atmosphere tool produced a reading he didn't expect from the sample you'd set on the workbench. He examined it. He didn't say anything about it, but the sample was slightly smaller when he left. Wei Jingran considered this. He doesn't know what he took. No, he knows it produced an unusual reading, and he took it to study. She looked at the departure road. He's going to research it. He doesn't know that the still stone is what makes the pre-event array work. He doesn't know what it means that his instrument gave a different reading when it was nearby. She paused. But he's going to try to find out. Wei Jingran thought about this for a moment. A man who was trying to understand an anomaly was a different problem from a man who was trying to suppress a record. Suppression required the conclusion to be wrong to be a problem. Research pointed toward truth, even when the researchers started from the wrong assumptions. That's interesting, he said finally. Lin Xiaohua looked at him with the expression she had when he said something she hadn't expected. He might research his way to the conclusion we need, Wei Jingran said. Or he might research his way to the conclusion that justifies his assessment. Either way, apparently it's going to be informative. She looked at the road where Gao had ridden out of sight. She said, you're not worried. I'm noting the situation accurately. He picked up his pack. It's not the same as not being worried. He paused. Apparently I'm somewhat worried, but not about that specifically. She looked at him. What are you worried about? The stillstone supply. We have 3 small samples. The pre-event array requires significantly more to function at full sensitivity, and the deposit is classified and monitored, and Fei Chu filed a fresh site visit in the official record. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, there's the MCA research channel. Yes, he said. Apparently that's the next step. Chapter 21, Field Anomaly Reference Case. The badge Lin Xiaohua arranged said, Clearwater Academy, Research Subject Access, Field Anomaly Reference Case. Library Research Authorized, Accompanied Access Only. Wei Jingran read it, attached it to his outer coat, and followed her through the academy's main gate. The spiritual sensing formation at the gate was the standard type, calibrated to register any cultivator passing through and alert the gatehouse to unauthorized entries. It pulsed a steady amber glow for the line of students moving in and out of the academy in the mid-morning hour. When Wei Jingran stepped through the gate arch, the amber glow dimmed for approximately 2 seconds, as if something had passed through the ambient field and carried some of it away, and then the glow steadied. The gate elder on duty looked at the formation stones with the alert frown of someone whose instrument is telling him something he doesn't know how to interpret. He started toward the gate. Lin Xiaohua, who had been expecting this, was already turning back. Research Subject Access, she said, showing her own authorization document. Accompanied per protocol. The anomalous reading is consistent with the formation anomaly I'm studying. If you want to document it for your records, it's relevant to my research file. The gate elder looked at the stones, then at Wei Jingran, then at Lin Xiaohua's authorization. He wrote something in his gate log. The something he wrote was Formation Array Anomaly, Brief Diminishment, Subject Unknown, Attribute to Calibration Drift. Then he waved them through. Wei Jingran looked at his badge as they walked toward the library. Apparently that's what I am, he said. Lin Xiaohua glanced at him. What is? A field anomaly reference case. He turned the badge to look at the text again. It's accurate. I'm a case that the standard field theory produces anomalous readings for. Reference case. He clipped the badge back to his coat. It could be worse. It could be Null Root Boy from Ashford Town, she said. That's also accurate, he said. The Clearwater Academy Library occupied a 3-story building on the north side of the main courtyard. Its collection was significant by regional standards, not the largest in the continent, but well-maintained and well-catalogued, with strong coverage of formation theory and cultivation methodology. Wei Jingran had heard about it from the Volume 3 Texts Bibliography section, which cited several documents here that he hadn't been able to access elsewhere. He went to the card catalog first and looked for 5 things: the complete Void Seed Theory series, the Formation Anomaly Documentation Collection, the Historical Cultivation Records Archive, the Dead Zone Formation Material Research Files, and anything filed under practitioner name, Yin Feijing. The Void Seed Theory texts were classified in the Standard Research Collection. Lin Xiaohua confirmed the access authorization covered them. He found all 5 volumes on a shelf in the 4th row of the 3rd floor Restricted Access section, behind a notation card that read, Theoretical Error, Historically Dismissed, for Academic Research Use Only, No Citation in Active Research Submissions. Wei Jingran looked at the notation card for a moment. He read it twice to make sure he'd understood it correctly. Then he took all 5 volumes to a reading table and opened the first one. Chapter 22. 5 volumes. Volume 1 was Historical Background, Cultivation Assessment Methodology Development over the past 500 years, largely irrelevant to his immediate purpose, but useful context. Volume 2 was Theoretical Framework, the Standard Model of Cultivation, How Testing Arrays Were Designed, Why They Measured What They Measured. Volume 3 he had already read. He skimmed it to confirm it matched the copy Madame O had given him. It did, nearly word for word. Volume 4 was different. Volume 4 was titled, Void Seed Theory, the Stillness Framework, a complete theoretical account of cultivation through absolute quiescence. The introduction said, in the clear prose of someone who had understood something precisely and was determined to describe it accurately. The cultivation methodology herein described has been independently confirmed across 19 historical practitioners across 4 centuries. Each practitioner was dismissed from institutional consideration as null root. Each later demonstrated cultivation advancement consistent with the theoretical model below. The following account represents the first, and, as of this writing, only, coherent theoretical explanation of how such practitioners advance and why standard assessment methodology is categorically incapable of detecting their progress. Wei Jingran read the full account. It was 240 pages of the most careful theoretical work he had ever encountered. It described his methodology from the inside, the quality of the stillness, the nature of the diffusion, the way each tier advancement felt like a space resolving into a new configuration. It was not exactly what he had experienced, because it was written by someone working from observation of other practitioners rather than from inside the practice itself. But the architecture was correct. Chapter 4 described the tier progression and what each tier changed. Hollow root to still vessel was the initial diffusion establishment, the practitioner's baseline settling into quiet. Still vessel to quiet foundation was the deepening, where the stillness began to have structural character rather than just absence. Deep basin was where the deficit signature became functionally significant, where the practitioner began to interact with the ambient field as a presence rather than merely a non-presence. Chapter 7. He slowed down here, described the upper tiers. The chapter said, asterisk at the echo void tier and above, the practitioner's cultivation signature has departed sufficiently from the standard spiritual field framework that formation sensing arrays will not only fail to detect the practitioner, but will fail to retain any record of having encountered the practitioner. Gate formation logs will show normal baseline readings at the moment of passage. Assessment records will be retained only in written notes, not in the formation crystal memory storage that most institutions use for primary archiving. Asterisk he read this 3 times. He thought about the gate elder at Thornpeak sect making a notation in a paper log rather than the crystal record. About Fei Chu's foggy memory of his face. About the Clearwater Academy gate's amber glow dimming and steadying, and the elder writing attribute to calibration drift in a paper log. He wrote in his journal. Asterisk apparently someone understood this 300 years ago. Volume 4 Chapter 7. Formation Array Memory Failure above Echo Void Tier. This is not a deterioration of the cultivation path. It is a feature of advancing through it. Asterisk he found the reference to Yin Feijing in Volume 4's appendix. A single paragraph documenting a practitioner who had been dismissed as null root from an ancestor institution of the current Clearwater Academy approximately 280 years ago, and who had been discovered at what volume for estimated as 7th-tier equivalent cultivation. The documentation included a physical description, slight build, unremarkable features, tendency to be overlooked in group settings despite physical presence. The physical description matched something, but he couldn't immediately place what. He closed Volume 4 and opened Volume 5. Chapter 23. What the Upper Tiers Do. Volume 5 was the shortest of the set and the most troubling. Its title was Practical Consequences of High-Tier Void Seed Cultivation for the Practitioner's Social Environment. Documented observations from third-party accounts. The central documentation, practitioners at the 5th tier and above, echo void and higher, had been documented, in every surviving case, as producing a specific effect on the people around them. Not a formation array effect, a human cognition effect. People who spent time with these practitioners experienced what the text described as presence dissolution, a gradual decrease in their ability to reliably maintain memory of the practitioner's presence. Not the practitioner's words or actions, which were retained normally. The presence itself, the memory of being near this person, of looking at them, of holding their face in mind. The text said, this effect does not appear immediately at tier transition. It develops gradually over months or years following high-tier advancement and increases with each subsequent tier. Practitioners at the Pattern 0 tier were documented in second-hand accounts as being present without being remembered as present, their company retained in memory only through active effort. At the Void Origin tier, historical accounts suggest the effect becomes ambient rather than personal. Formation records, not merely human memories, begin to absorb the practitioner's history into background narrative rather than specific attribution. Wei Jingran sat with this for a considerable time. The documentation was 60 pages of careful analysis of third-party accounts. He read all of it. He reached the end and closed the book and looked at the window for a while. His cultivation path's advancement was going to, at some tier above where he was now, begin making it difficult for the people around him to remember that he was there. He wrote, apparently this is what the upper tiers do. The still root methodology advances not just toward higher cultivation power, but toward increasing imperceptibility. Not a side effect, an intrinsic property. The question this creates, whether the upper tiers are compatible with the kinds of relationships that require presence as a stable baseline. He didn't complete the thought. He filed it under requires further consideration and went back to look for the Yun-Feijing physical description, trying to place what it matched. From the floor below, he heard raised voices. He went to the railing and looked down. Sheng Wulei was in the library's main reading floor, standing between a research desk and a cultivator a full head taller than him. The taller cultivator was a senior student by the look of his robes, and he was saying something about unauthorized individuals in restricted sections with the aggressive confidence of someone who expected this conversation to end in his favor. Sheng Wulei was saying something equally forceful in response, with the specific tone of someone who has dealt with aggressive confidence before and is not particularly moved by it. Wei Jingran watched from the railing. He had Lin Xiuhua's access documentation in his jacket. He could go down and produce it. The conversation would end quickly. The senior student would be irritated but professionally unable to continue. He did not go down. He watched instead. The senior student pressed his advantage. His cultivation signature was higher. His institutional standing was established. His physical presence was more imposing. He stepped closer to Sheng Wulei. Sheng Wulei didn't move back. He said something very quietly. The senior student paused. Something in his expression shifted, the specific expression of someone who has just received very accurate and specific information about the consequences of continuing a given course of action and is deciding whether to believe it. He apparently believed it. He stepped back. The conversation ended. The senior student walked away. Sheng Wulei straightened his patrol officer's collar and went back to the table where he'd been sitting. From the railing, Wei Jingran watched him settle back into his seat. He thought, Sheng Wulei won that encounter and doesn't know exactly why. His opponent had a higher cultivation tier and institutional standing. The advantage that reversed it was, what? He was certain. He'd been certain in a way the other person couldn't dismiss. He wrote this observation in his journal, under a section he kept on combat dynamics. The practical advantage of cultivating without a detectable signature extends beyond direct confrontation. In confrontations I'm not party to, where my existence or right to be somewhere is contested, opponents expecting to sense a weakness don't find one. The absence is difficult to target. Chapter 24. Du Mingwei at the Academy. Du Mingwei arrived 3 days into Wei Jingran's library research period. Wei Jingran knew he was coming. Lin Xiaohua had mentioned it as background information when she'd arranged the access documentation. Du Mingwei's family had formal academy enrollment scheduled for the second month of the new year. It was the second month of the new year. He was still at his reading table in the third-floor restricted section when Du Mingwei appeared at the top of the stairs and stopped. Du Mingwei's expression went through several recognizable stages. Surprise, recognizing Wei Jingran in a place he hadn't expected to find him. Processing, understanding that Wei Jingran was not simply visiting the academy, given the documentation badge and the stack of advanced texts. Recalibration. Somewhere in the range of I have been operating from assumptions that may not be accurate. Wei Jingran, he said. Du Mingwei. Wei Jingran looked at him steadily. Congratulations on your enrollment. Du Mingwei came to the table and sat down across from him, with the unhurried movement of someone who has decided to have a specific conversation and is making space for it. He looked at the text stacked on the table, the Void Seed Theory series, the historical cultivation records, Volume 4's appendix open to the Yun Feijing documentation. He didn't ask about the texts immediately. He said, "How long have you had access here?" 3 days. Lin Xiaohua arranged research subject access. Wei Jingran touched the badge. Field Anomaly Reference Case. Du Mingwei read the badge. Something passed through his expression that he didn't comment on. He said, "I told people you were null root." He said it directly, without defensive framing. Not maliciously. I told them because I believed it. Everyone I asked at the academy when I first arrived, I said my childhood friend from Ashford Town was null root, and they said that's unfortunate, and I said yes. He paused. I was explaining my background, and you were part of my background, and the shorthand I used for you is accurate from my knowledge at the time. It was accurate from the standard assessment, Wei Jingran said. The standard assessment is wrong. Apparently yes. Du Mingwei looked at the books. How long have you known it was wrong? Since I found Volume 3 of Theoretical Frameworks of Null Cultivation, Wei Jingran said. About 8 months ago. Before that, I had been advancing through the methodology without knowing there was a name for it. He paused. I knew I was advancing. I didn't know it had been documented anywhere. Du Mingwei was quiet for a moment. And now I'm reading Volume 4, which contains the complete theoretical account, and Volume 5, which documents what happens at the higher tiers to the practitioner's social environment. He said this without editorial. Apparently, the upper tiers of this path produce a gradual imperceptibility effect in the people around the practitioner. Memory of their presence becomes unstable. Du Mingwei stared at him. You're telling me that your cultivation path eventually makes people forget you're there. Forget is not quite the right word. The presence becomes difficult to hold in memory as a stable fact, while the practitioner's words and actions are retained normally. He paused. I thought you should know that now, rather than discover it later. Du Mingwei sat with this for a while. In the reading alcove behind and to the right, Wei Jingran had been aware of someone there since the conversation started. He heard the quiet sound of a pen moving across paper. Chapter 25. Yu Shanxi. She came to the table after Du Mingwei left. He had heard her writing the whole time and had tracked her exact position in the alcove throughout the conversation, not because he was suspicious, but because awareness of spatial occupancy was something his practice had developed involuntarily. The ambient spiritual field told him where things were relative to himself, and people showed up in that awareness whether or not he was paying specific attention. She set her notebook on the table and sat down without asking. She was about his age, probably slightly younger, with the composed directness of someone who had been taught to gather information efficiently and saw no reason to approach this differently. I've been watching you for 2 days, she said. You're the only person in this building whose position in space I have to actively track to remember. Everyone else in the library, I know where they are from their cultivation signature. You, I have to actually look at and consciously note, or I lose track. Wei Jingran looked at her. You have formation sense. Dual cultivation, conventional and formation sensing path. It's a merchant family tradition. She folded her hands on the table. Standard formation sense reads cultivation signatures spatially. You're not in the spatial formation field. I can see you when I look at you. I can't sense your position when I'm not looking at you. It's unusual. She paused. Who are you? Wei Jingran. Ashford Town. I'm here on research subject access. He touched the badge. She read the badge. Field Anomaly Reference Case. She said it without irony, just reading. What's the anomaly? I cultivate through absolute stillness. I produce no detectable spiritual fluctuation. Standard testing arrays read 0 regardless of my actual cultivation tier. He said it as a factual briefing, the same way he would explain it to someone who needed to know. Every sect I've presented it has assessed me as null root and turned me away. The formation scholar Lin Xiaohua is studying the anomaly with a non-standard measurement instrument she designed specifically for this case. She looked at him with the specific attention of someone cataloging information. Apparently, that's new information, he said, before she asked. What is? What you said about tracking my position. The effect on spatial formation sense. That's consistent with what the theoretical texts describe. Formation arrays experience the effect, so people with formation sense experience it too. He reached for his notebook. How significant is the tracking difficulty? On a scale of effort? She considered. For a person I know well, passive formation sense is automatic. I always know where my sister is in a room without looking. For a stranger with a standard cultivation signature, it's low effort. For you, active tracking. She paused. Like walking through fog. I can do it, but I have to actually do it. He wrote this down. She watched him write it. What are you? She said. He looked up. Apparently, I'm what happens when void seed theory is correct. She was quiet for a moment. I've read 3 of those 5 volumes, she said. I found them 2 days ago when I was looking for something else, and the classification card caught my attention. Theoretical error, historically dismissed, is a description that, in my family's trade experience, usually means someone suppressed inconvenient information. She looked at the stack of volumes. Volume 4 is the complete theoretical account. Yes. You've read it. Yes. And it describes what you're doing. Accurately, yes. Though it was written by someone working from observation rather than from inside the practice. Some of the phenomenological descriptions are approximate. She looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone doing a fairly fast recalculation. Then she opened her notebook to a fresh page. I want to run a structured observation, she said. I'm going to walk around this reading floor for 20 minutes. Every few minutes I'm going to note my spatial awareness of where you are versus where you actually are. I'll also note what the standard formation sensors in the building are doing. She paused. Is that acceptable? Yes, he said. She stood and walked away. He watched her go, noted the professional efficiency with which she moved, and returned to Volume 5's documentation on the upper-tier presence dissolution effect. She came back 23 minutes later with several pages of notes. She sat down and reviewed them. You drifted out of my spatial tracking 3 times, she said. Once for about 30 seconds, once for less than 10, once for almost a minute. During the minute-long gap, I genuinely could not have told you what part of the building you were in. She looked at the notes. The formation sensing arrays in the library walls gave a flat reading during all 3 gaps. She looked up. This isn't an ability you're using. It's not like you're hiding from me. No, he said. It's a passive property of the cultivation path. I'm not doing anything to produce it. It scales with your tier. Apparently, though I'm still in the lower tiers. The text says the effect becomes more significant above echo void. She wrote something in her notebook. How far from echo void are you? 2 tiers, he said. She wrote that too. I'd like to continue the observation over the next several weeks, if you're here for a while. Apparently I will be, he said. She nodded, gathered her notebook, and moved to an adjacent table. Close enough for continued observation, far enough for independent research work. She opened a different text and began reading. Wei Jingran returned to Volume 5. In the margin of page 47, someone had written in very old ink. Asterisk, the stillness is patient. The formation field adjusts. Asterisk, he didn't know who had written it. He had the sense that whoever they were, they had understood something important that he was only beginning to approach. He copied it into his own journal and sat with it for a while. Chapter 26. The first complete reading the pre-event array took Lin Xiaohua 6 weeks to build and 3 false starts. The stillstone sample from the Yunshan Hills deposit served as the central node resonance material, the component the archive had classified as requiring 0 resonance formation substrate. The sample was small, barely 2 fingers across, and the array's node arrangement required precise cutting that she accomplished over 4 days using a lapidary tool borrowed from the Academy's material science workshop, with a research authorization that described the purpose as formation material sensitivity testing. She tested the completed array twice on herself, confirming baseline behavior, and once on Sheng Wulei as a conventionally cultivating reference. Both tests produced standard readings consistent with their known tiers. Then she called Wei Jingran into her research room. He stood in front of the array. She activated it. The array ran its measurement cycle. About 45 seconds of ambient field interaction, the stillstone node pulling the measurement frequency down into ranges no standard instrument could access. The formation structure converting the deficit pattern into a readable output rather than just registering its presence. The output appeared on the measurement register. Lin Xiaohua looked at it for a long moment. Echo void, she said. 5th tier. Wei Jingran looked at the register. The reading was stable and clean, Not the approximate deficit estimate her previous instrument had produced, but a direct cultivation level assessment that the array was designed to give. 5th tier. He had advanced twice since he'd last been accurately measured. He wrote it in his journal without ceremony. Then he said, 2 ranks above your previous reading. Yes. She was still looking at the measurement. Which means you advanced to Echo Void at some point while you were at the academy doing library research, and neither of us noticed. She looked at him. When? Approximately 3 weeks ago, he said. A 5-day stillness period in the storage room I'm renting near the library. I didn't tell you because I wasn't certain the advancement was complete when you last measured me, and I didn't want to report uncertain data. She absorbed this. You've been at the 5th tier for 3 weeks and didn't mention it. I mentioned it now. She made a notation. The Echo Void tier, she said, according to Volume 4, is when the formation array memory effect begins to be significant. Gate logs stop retaining your passage properly. Institutional crystal memory records won't capture you accurately. I've been noticing it, he said. The gate log here has had 3 entries of formation calibration anomaly in the period since I arrived, 1 each time I passed through. No named subject in any of them. She looked at him. I'm going to submit the array measurements as an academic paper, she said, through the Academy's research publication channel. This is the first complete, accurate, third-party assessment of your cultivation level. If I don't put it in the official record now, it may become impossible to put it there later. Gao Wenshan will receive the submission for review, he said. He's the certification officer. Standard procedure. She was already drafting the paper framing in her notebook. I'm going to be very precise about methodology. Every step of the array construction, every measurement procedure, every verification test. He can't reject it on methodological grounds if the methodology is airtight. He can reject it on outcome grounds, Wei Jingran said. The outcome contradicts his prior assessment. That's sufficient motivation. Let him try. She kept writing. The paper goes into the research record regardless of whether he accepts it. If he rejects it with a documented reason, the rejection reason becomes part of the record too. She submitted it 4 days later. Chapter 27. Impossible. Gao Wenshan's summons to Lin Xiuhua arrived on the afternoon of the 3rd day after submission. She told Wei Jingran before she went. He said, tell me exactly what he says. She came back 2 hours later with the expression of someone who had gone into a conversation knowing how it would end and had been right. He rejected the submission, she said. Methodological grounds. He says the pre-event array measures below the theoretical noise floor of formation dynamics, and anything it detects in that range is instrument artifact, not actual signal. She set her notes on the workbench. He used the phrase apparently impossible, without irony. I think he just meant clearly impossible. What did you say? I said apparently impossible is not a methodological objection. She paused. He didn't appreciate that. He's trying to protect his assessment, Wei Jingran said. That's understandable. She looked at him. It's not understandable. He's wrong, and his being wrong about you has consequences, and he's using his institutional authority to suppress evidence that he's wrong. I know, but I said it's understandable, not that it's acceptable. He set down the text he'd been reading. He has built his professional reputation on assessment accuracy. He has 5 assessments on record of you as the primary researcher subject, all reading null root, all filed with his authority as certifying official. A paper saying one of those null roots is at the 5th cultivation tier doesn't just question one assessment. It questions the methodology he's used for his entire career. He paused. If I were in his position with his framework, I would also be resistant. People protect what their identity is built on. That's very generous, she said. He suspended my research access. Wei Jingran paused. What? Formal suspension, pending the investigation into the pre-event array methodology that he's now opened. She said it evenly, but there was something underneath the evenness. I have 30 days before the suspension takes effect. During those 30 days I can continue to access the library but not the restricted section, and I cannot file any new research submissions through the Academy's channel. Wei Jingran thought through the implications. The void seed theory texts were in the restricted section. His personal access, as a research subject, was dependent on Lin Xiuhua's research authorization. If her access was suspended, his access was suspended. How long until 30 days? 27 now. She sat down. Gao has requested that I provide the complete construction documentation for the pre-event array for his investigation. If I comply, he'll have the methodology to study and potentially claim it produces unreliable results. If I don't comply, he can escalate the suspension to full disciplinary proceedings. What do you want to do? Wei Jingran asked. I want to submit the research somewhere he doesn't have jurisdiction. She looked up. Yu Shanxi mentioned the Merchant Cultivation Association. Wei Jingran nodded. She knows people there. He thought for a moment. The MCA is independent of the sect certification system. MCA research publications aren't subject to Academy officer review. If you submit through MCA channels, Gao's investigation has no authority over it. He paused. But you'd need to leave the Academy formally. The research subject access ends if you're no longer an Academy researcher. She looked at the stack of void seed theory volumes on his table. I've been here long enough to read what I need. She paused. Mostly. 27 days is enough to read the rest and make notes, he said. She was quiet for a moment. I don't want to lose the historical archive access. Not just for this research, for what comes next. The upper-tier documentation in Volume 5 is preliminary. There are more detailed records in the archive that I haven't fully worked through. 27 days, he said again. She looked at the volumes. She looked at Wei Jingran. She said, we're going to need copies of the most important texts before I submit to the MCA. Actual copies, not just notes. I know, he said. Chapter 28. What Sheng Wulei asked the discussion about options was brief. Wei Jingran explained the situation. Sheng Wulei said, so you need to copy the texts and get out before the suspension. Yu Shanxi said, and then move the research to somewhere Gao doesn't have authority. They met in the evening in the small common room of the inn where Sheng Wulei was staying, which was 2 streets from the Academy's library and had the advantage of being entirely outside the Academy's formation sensing range. Yu Shanxi had already been thinking about this. She spread a sheet of notes on the table. The Merchant Cultivation Association has a research wing in this city, she said. My family has been a dues-paying member for 3 generations. That membership gives me an introduction to the research wing's director. Not a formal connection, but enough to get a meeting. If Lin Shihua submits through the MCA's academic channel, the publication stands outside the sect certification authority entirely. She paused. The MCA's formation research scholars are serious people. If 2 of them independently confirm the pre-event array results, it becomes an MC-endorsed finding. Gao can't touch MCA-endorsed findings. What does the MCA want in return? Sheng Wulei asked. Access to the pre-event array documentation for their own research purposes. An association with the study. She looked at Lin Xiaohua. You'd be credited as lead researcher on an MCA publication. That's actually a better outcome for your career than an Academy publication that Gao would suppress. Lin Xiaohua thought about it. The library access is the problem. I need the historical archive materials. Can you get copies? Wei Jingran is already thinking about how to get copies. She looked at him. He had been. The question was a practical one. 27 days. The restricted section's access was still valid until the suspension took effect. The texts he needed were in the library. He could copy them during his access periods, working carefully, getting everything that mattered. The sensing formation in the restricted section was a crystal memory array, the kind that wouldn't reliably retain his presence. He could work in the restricted section at off hours without leaving a record. The problem was that working in the restricted section at off hours was unauthorized. The fact that the sensing formation wouldn't retain his presence didn't make it authorized. It made it undetectable. Those were not the same thing. Sheng Wulei read this calculation in his expression. You could just walk out with the books, he said. The sensing formations wouldn't catch you. Wei Jingran looked at him. No. You've said it yourself. The formation systems don't register you accurately. You could borrow the texts for copying and return them without a record. No. Wei Jingran said again. Sheng Wulei waited. My cultivation path gives me advantages I didn't earn through combat training or technique study, Wei Jingran said. Using those advantages to take something I'm not authorized to take is still taking something I'm not authorized to take. The detection gap doesn't make the action right. He paused. Apparently, I need to be clear about this because apparently it's a tempting argument. If the answer to can I do this wrong thing is yes, you can do it undetected, that's not a justification. That's an opportunity to do a wrong thing invisibly. Those are different. Sheng Wulei nodded slowly. This, apparently, was an answer he could respect. I have 27 days of legitimate access, Wei Jingran said. I'll use it. Chapter 29. 3 nights, he worked for 3 nights. Not all night each night. He was careful about that. The library had cleaning staff who worked at specific hours. The restricted section had an overnight formal closure at the 3rd hour after midnight. He worked from the 2nd hour to the 3rd, when the cleaning staff had already passed through and the overnight closure was not yet in effect. He copied by hand. Long sections verbatim, shorter sections condensed into notes, the most critical theoretical material copied in full and cross-referenced to the original page locations. Volume 4 he copied almost entirely. Volume 5's most important sections. The historical archives documentation on Yun Feijing and the other high-tier practitioners. The pre-event array schematic, which he copied more carefully than anything else, tracing every node and annotation. Xianxia sat with him on the second night. She had come to help with the logistics, organizing the copied material into a form that could be transported efficiently, cross-referencing the notes against the original texts, catching any errors in the copies. She worked quickly and quietly and did not ask questions about the copying strategy. After an hour, she said, "How do you read in the dark?" Wei Jingran looked up from the page he was on. "The formation sense. Ambient field distribution gives me spatial and surface information in low light. Not well enough to fight by, but well enough to read with." He paused. "It's been developing at higher tiers. At Deep Basin it started to be useful. At Echo Void it's become reliable." She wrote something in her notebook. "You're treating our conversations as research data," he observed. "Yes," she said, without apology. "I'm studying you. You agreed to it." "I did." She looked at the page she was organizing. "Does it bother you? Being studied?" He thought about it. "No. I prefer accurate observation to inaccurate observation. If you're going to form conclusions about me, I'd rather the conclusions be based on data." He paused. "I notice when the data collection is happening, and I find it useful to know, but the collection itself is fine." She made another note. He returned to copying. On the third night, Sheng Wulei stood at the library entrance, technically, on the path outside the library's outer formation boundary, and monitored for any unusual activity in the building's vicinity. He sent 2 messages via small formation signal during the work. Once to confirm the path was clear, once to confirm it still was. Wei Jingran finished the copying on the third night and returned all texts to their exact positions. He and Xianxia carried the copied materials out before the overnight closure. In the morning, Du Mingwei passed them on the main courtyard path. He saw them both. He saw the bags they were carrying, which were fuller than they would be for a casual evening walk. He saw the hour. He said good morning and kept walking. That evening he wrote in his personal journal, Wei Jingran and Yu Shanxi in the courtyard at the 3rd hour, coming from the library direction. Carrying materials. He read this back. He did not add a conclusion. He closed the journal and went to sleep. Chapter 30. The MCA confirms Lin Xiuhua submitted her research to the Merchant Cultivation Association's academic channel on the 24th day, 3 days before her academy access suspension would take effect. She had 2 weeks before she heard back. Wei Jingran used those 2 weeks to return to Ashford Town briefly, practice for 6 days, and note in his journal that his advancement rate had increased since leaving the storage building's vein. The library and the city around it were spiritually quieter than the Yunshan Hills, but noisier than Ashford Town, which provided a different kind of contrast than the vein did. He was beginning to understand that the diffusion rate was partly a function of contrast. The stiller he was relative to his environment, the faster the ambient field settled into him. He came back to the city when Lin Xiuhua's response arrived. 3 MCA formation scholars had reviewed the pre-event array research independently. Their findings, 2 confirmed the anomaly. 1 had built a partial version of the array and produced a 0 reading and concluded formation error. 2 out of 3 was sufficient for the MCA to classify the research as requiring further investigation with promising preliminary findings, a formal designation that put the pre-event array study in the active research category. The 2 confirming scholars contacted Lin Xiuhua for follow-up documentation. She sent them the complete construction specifications and the stillstone material sourcing information. They were particularly interested in the stillstone. Neither had encountered the material before, and one of them, a scholar named Liang Qin from the MCA's Northern Research Office, had a connection to a formation geologist who knew where there were additional deposits. Wei Jingran read the confirmation news with the calm of someone who had predicted the outcome and was nonetheless relieved that the prediction was correct. 2 out of 3, he said. The third one made the error my instrument made in the first iteration, Lin Xiuhua said. He built the array without the full stillstone quantity the central node requires and got an insufficient sensitivity threshold. She was writing response letters. I sent him the corrected material specifications. He'll retest. Probably. She sealed 1 letter. Gao Wenshan has no authority over MCA research publications. His investigation has no jurisdiction here. Has he contacted you about the MCA submission? Formally? No. He can't reach me through the submission. The MCA research channel isn't subject to Academy officer review. She paused. Informally, I heard through an Academy colleague that he sent an inquiry to the MCA asking about the research subject's certification status. The MCA responded that certification status is not a requirement for research subject participation. She looked up. He's frustrated. He will be more frustrated, Wei Jingran said, when he finds out what Ho Bailiang is about to do. She looked at him. What do you know about Ho Bailiang? Only what xianxia found out, he said. The Ironcloud sect runs a certification methodology franchise. They provide assessment certification services to most academies in this region. If the pre-event array is validated and still root cultivation is recognized, every null root assessment those academies have ever conducted becomes subject to review. He paused. That's a commercial threat to Ho Bailiang's primary revenue stream. She was quiet for a moment. He's going to move against the research. Apparently. The question is how and when. Wei Jingran looked at the MCA confirmation document on the table. We now have 2 MCA scholars who have confirmed the anomaly independently. That's enough to make suppression difficult. But it's not enough to make the outcome certain. She looked at the 2 confirmation letters. What would make it certain? More confirming scholars, he said. Wider distribution of the pre-event array specifications. A larger body of evidence than any single official can classify out of existence. He paused. Apparently, we need to publish more. That takes time. Yes, he said. Apparently time is what we have. Chapter 31. The contrast theory. Wei Jingran advanced to the Shadow Marrow tier during a 5-day stillness session in the storage room he rented near the Academy Library. The advancement was like the others. No light, no sound, no warmth, no sense of energy moving. Only the quality of the stillness deepening, the space he occupied becoming something it hadn't been before. He sat in the northeast-facing corner of the small room. He always preferred northeast corners, which he had eventually concluded was because they tended to catch the earliest morning air before the spiritual field had been warmed by the day's activity. And he came back from the practice on the 5th day with the certain recognition of a new configuration. Shadow Marrow, 6th tier. He wrote it in his journal. He noted the duration and the conditions. He noted that the storage room was near the Academy dormitory buildings, which had been running night practice sessions for the past 5 days. The spring advancement assessments were in 3 weeks, and the Academy's students were cultivating in earnest. He thought about this. Night practice sessions meant the ambient spiritual field in the area had been highly turbulent for 5 days. Every student in the dormitories cycling their spiritual force, creating the specific churn of active cultivation that spread through the local field like wine through tall grass. Against that turbulence, the absolute stillness of his room would have been maximally contrasted, the difference between his field state and the surrounding field state at its largest. He wrote, Asterisk advancement to Shadow Marrow occurred during 5 days of sustained maximum ambient turbulence from Academy spring practice. Stillness contrast at peak. Diffusion rate apparently increases when contrast between practitioner's field state and ambient field is maximized. This is consistent with the thermal diffusion analogy. A very cold object in a very warm environment reaches equilibrium faster than the same object in a moderately warm one. My cultivation equivalent. The stiller I am relative to the turbulence around me, the faster the ambient field settles into me. Asterisk, he had noted a similar pattern before. His advancement at the Yunshan Hills deposit had been unusually fast, but he hadn't understood why until now. The deposit's spiritual field was completely absorbed by the still stone, creating a perfect silence. His practice there had produced maximum contrast, because even the normally quiet ambient field was quieter than usual around the deposit. He told Lin Xiaohua. She measured him with the pre-event array. Shadow Marrow confirmed. She recorded the result and then shared the advancement data with xianxia, whose own formation sense monitoring of Wei Jingran's spatial signature had become part of the research documentation. Xianxia reviewed the data for a day and then came to Wei Jingran with her notebook. Your advancements have a pattern, she said. I've been looking at the timing data. Each significant advancement corresponds to a period when the ambient spiritual turbulence in your immediate environment was measurably above normal. She showed him the notebook. The spring assessment practice period. The day we were at the Yunshan Hills deposit, there was a formation test happening at the borderway station 2 kilometers away. The 5 days at your old storage building in Ashford Town that you marked as a deep advancement period, that was festival week, when the town's cultivation families run their family formation practices. She paused. You advance faster when everyone around you is cultivating loudly. He looked at the data. The pattern was clear. The contrast theory, he said. You already have a name for it. I've been developing it in my notes. I hadn't made the calendar correlation. He looked at the timing data. This has practical implications. If I need to advance quickly, to a specific tier before a specific date, I should arrange to practice in high turbulence environments. The Academy's spring assessment period is the highest turbulence period in the city's annual cycle, she said. 200 students at maximum cultivation effort for 3 weeks. Yes, he said. Apparently that's useful to know. Chapter 32. Ho Bailiang's audit sect master Ho Bailiang arrived at Clearwater Academy on the 9th day of the spring assessment period with an official assessment methodology audit authorization stamped with the Ironclad Sect's Certification Authority seal. He was a man in his late 50s with the particular authority of someone who had built a successful commercial institution and understood precisely where that institution's vulnerabilities were. He greeted the Academy's administrative head with professional warmth, toured the assessment facilities with focused attention, and requested a private meeting with instructor Gao Wenshan. The meeting lasted 3 hours. Wei Jingran did not know the specific content. He knew the meeting had happened because xianxia's merchant network included an Academy supply contractor who had noticed Ho Bailiang's travel horse and documentation suite and mentioned it as interesting news. Xianxia had known who Ho Bailiang was without needing to look him up. He sells certification, she said. That's Ironclad Sect's primary commercial activity. They certify assessment officers, they certify assessment instruments, they certify cultivation tier readings for legal purposes, deeds, contracts, inheritance documents. Everything that requires a cultivation level to be official uses an Ironclad Sect certification. She paused. If still root cultivation is officially recognized, and every null root assessment is potentially reviewable, his certifications from the past 30 years are legally contestable. How many certifications? Sheng Wulei asked. Hundreds of thousands. Every major city in the Eastern Territories uses Ironclad certification. She said this calmly. He's not wrong that it's an existential commercial threat. He's not going to accept it quietly. Wei Jingren thought about this. What would Ho Bailiang's approach be? Suppress the research if he can. Discredit the methodology if he can't suppress it. Buy time while he develops an alternative framework that accommodates still root cultivation in a way that doesn't require reviewing past certifications. She looked at her notes. He's smart. He's going to look for leverage. The stillstone deposit, Wei Jingran said. The research depends on the material. If he can restrict access to the material, then the pre-event array can't be built by independent researchers, she finished. Which means the MCA confirmation stays at 2 scholars and can be contested as insufficient sample size. She closed her notebook. He's going to move on the deposit. How long do you estimate? Quickly. His commercial interest has been threatened, and he now knows the specific form of the threat. She paused. Days, maybe. He has regulatory contacts at the Regional Formation Safety Commission. Wei Jingran thought for a moment. The samples Lin Xiuhua has already collected. 3 of them. Are they sufficient to build additional arrays? I'll find out, Lin Xiuhua said from the far side of the room, where she had been listening. Chapter 33. The restricted classification of the Yunshan Hills Formation deposit arrived at the Regional Formation Safety Commission's public register on the 12th day of the spring assessment period, 3 days after Ho Bailiang's audit visit. The classification, Formation Hazard Site, Restricted Access, Classification Authority, Ironclad Sect Commercial Formation Safety Standards, Article 17, Section 3, Zero Resonance Material Deposits Presenting Unknown Environmental Modification Risk. Access requires institutional authorization from either the Ironclad Sect Certification Authority or a recognized equivalent. Neither Lin Xiuhua, nor Sheng Wulei, nor any of the MCA scholars had such authorization. The classification made the deposit officially inaccessible to anyone in the research network. Xianxia told Wei Jingren the morning after the classification appeared in the register. He was quiet for a moment. That was fast, he said. Apparently, we were noticed earlier than I thought. Ho Bailiang had the regulatory mechanism ready, she said. He didn't need to think about it after the audit. He identified the vulnerability and had a response prepared. She paused. How does this affect the research? Wei Jingran ran through the relevant factors. The pre-event array required stillstone for its central node. Lin Xiuhua had 3 samples from their visit to the deposit. The samples had been sufficient to build 1 array and had materials remaining. The question was whether the remaining material was enough to build additional arrays for the MCA scholars who wanted to independently verify the results. Lin Xiuhua, he said, how much stillstone do we have remaining after the first array? Enough for 1 full central node and a partial second, she said. 2 arrays if we're careful with the material. The second array would be slightly lower sensitivity, but functional. 2 arrays, he said. 2 MCA scholars can be equipped with working arrays. Independent verification from 2 additional researchers, plus the one who already confirmed, 3 total. He thought about this. And the surface drainage collection methodology Sheng Wulei identified in the stream below the deposit boundary. Is that affected by the restricted classification? Sheng Wulei looked at his patrol territory maps. He had been keeping these mental notes. The stream runs outside the deposit's classified boundary. The surface material that weathers down the slope to the stream is outside the hazard zone by about 40 meters. He paused. Technically outside the restricted access classification. Technically accessible for materials collection by a licensed geological surveyor. Xianxia, Wei Jingran said. I'll find a geological surveyor, she said. My family does business with a materials trading company that employs 3 of them. That's the medium-term supply, he said. Not fast, but real. He looked at the classified registration notice. In the short term, the research continues with the materials we have. Ho Bailiang closed the door. The door was already behind us. He said this without satisfaction, which was how he said most things. But Xianxia had been observing him long enough to notice the small pause before he said behind us, and the particular quality of stillness that came after. He had been planning for this. Not this specific move, but this category of move. He had been operating 2 steps ahead of the opposition since before the research had an opposition. She wrote in her notebook, * subject appears to have anticipated restrictive regulatory action and prepared alternatives. He does not announce this preparedness. He allows the opposition to make their move and then reveals that the move has already been anticipated. This is a consistent pattern. Chapter 34. What Du Mingwei knew. Du Mingwei found him in the academy courtyard on a morning when Wei Jingran was waiting for Lin Xiuhua to finish a meeting with the MCA scholars contact. He came directly. He had the specific bearing of someone who had been preparing a conversation. I know what you're doing, he said. With Lin Xiuhua and the MCA and the research. The late nights in the library. The copies of the restricted texts. He paused. I know you're not null root. Wei Jingran looked at him steadily. I've known since Sheng Wulei's argument in the library, Du Mingwei said. A null root sitting in the advanced formation theory section, with a formation scholar's research access badge, 3 weeks after a border patrol officer filed an anomalous report about his cultivation signature. I know what that pattern means. He paused again. And I've been thinking about it for 3 weeks, and I don't know what to do with it. What are you afraid of? Wei Jingran asked. Du Mingwei looked at him. Directly, which was harder to do than it sounded. There was something in Wei Jingran's regard that made direct looking feel like a measurement. Not hostile. Accurate. That I've been wrong about you for 5 years, Du Mingwei said. Not. I don't mean wrong about your cultivation. I mean I made assumptions about what your life was. What you were doing. What was possible for you. He paused. I told people you were null root the way I tell them the sky was blue. Background information. The fixed state of things. He paused again. And it wasn't. And I don't know how long it hasn't been, and I don't know what else I'm assuming that's wrong. Wei Jingran listened to this carefully. It was a more honest answer than he had expected. He had expected defensiveness, the kind that came from someone whose comfortable assessment had been challenged. He had not expected this particular kind of vulnerability. He said, you were accurate about what your instruments told you. You had no reason to think the instruments were wrong. You knew they were wrong. I suspected. I didn't know for certain until 8 months ago. He paused. And before that, when I suspected, I wasn't telling anyone. Not you. Not my family. He thought about how to be accurate. I was being cautious with information I didn't yet fully understand. I didn't want to claim something I couldn't demonstrate. Would you have told me if I'd asked? He considered this honestly. It required some time. The honest answer was not flattering. Probably not, he said. I was in the habit of not telling people things about my cultivation. The habit was defensive. Every time I'd implied I was advancing to anyone who had the institutional framework, the result was dismissal. He paused. I transferred that defensiveness to you without distinguishing you from the institutional response. Apparently, that's a pattern I need to examine. Du Mingwei was quiet for a moment. I want to help, he said. I don't know exactly what that looks like. But I want to. Wei Jingran looked at him. Why? The question wasn't suspicious. It was genuine. Wei Jingran wanted to understand the actual motivation, because motivation determined what kind of help would be sustainable versus what kind of help would disappear when the situation became difficult. Du Mingwei thought about it. Because I spent 5 years telling people you were null root, he said finally. And telling people that was wrong. And if the research succeeds, if the still root methodology gets recognized and the testing framework gets corrected, those people who I told are going to know I was wrong. And I want to be able to say I helped fix it, not just that I was told by someone else after it was already done. Wei Jingran considered this answer. It was honest. It included personal interest, which was more trustworthy than pure altruism, which was frequently a misrepresentation of motivation. Then help, he said. Chapter 35. What he said. They sat on a bench in the outer courtyard where the assessment days were held, and Wei Jingran explained the still root methodology clearly and simply from the beginning. He described how it worked, the stillness practice, the diffusion mechanism, the reason testing arrays red zero. He described how he had discovered it. by practicing it naturally as a child without knowing what he was doing, by reading Volume 3 and recognizing the description of himself. He described the tier progression and what each tier had felt like from the inside. Du Mingwei listened without interrupting. He had the quality of someone who was genuinely revising a mental model in real time rather than waiting for the explanation to end so he could respond. When Wei Jingren finished, Du Mingwei said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I didn't know what I was doing earlier," Wei Jingren said. "Not clearly enough to explain it. And I thought you wouldn't believe me." "I might not have," Du Mingwei admitted. "At 15, if you'd told me you had an undocumented cultivation methodology that no testing array could detect, I would have, I don't know. I would have wanted to believe you, and I probably wouldn't have." "Yes," Wei Jingren said. "That was my assessment of the probable outcome. So I didn't make the attempt." He paused. "Would you have asked if you'd known to ask?" "I don't know. I didn't know there was anything to ask about." Du Mingwei thought for a moment. "You weren't hiding it. You just weren't offering it. There's a distinction." "Yes. And the distinction is, I wasn't deceiving you. I was being cautious about when information is useful to share." Wei Jingren paused. "Apparently that's a pattern. Xianxia has documented it." He said this without particular emotion. It was accurate, and accuracy was more useful than comfort. "I hold information until the moment when it serves a function. The problem is that other people experience the held information as a withheld confidence, which reads as a lack of trust. I keep being surprised by how much that costs." Du Mingwei looked at him. "It costs because the people you're holding it from don't know you're holding it for the right moment. They just know they didn't know." "Yes," Wei Jingren said. "Apparently, I need a better calibration for when the right moment is, and a better understanding of what the holding costs in the interim." He paused. "I'm telling you now, that's not the optimal timing. We've been in the same city for months, but it's the real timing, the moment when I could say it accurately and have it be understood." Du Mingwei was quiet for a while. The assessment courtyard was empty in the mid-morning. Somewhere in the dormitory wing, someone was practicing a cultivation technique that produced a steady rhythmic pulse in the ambient field. "I want to help with the documentation," Du Mingwei said. "You need comparative data, conventional cultivators at known tiers, measured by the pre-event array alongside the standard instruments, showing the two assessments side by side. That's the controlled comparison that makes Lin Xiuhua's research scientifically rigorous." Wei Jingren looked at him. "I'm at echo void tier," Du Mingwei said. "A conventional echo void with a standard spiritual signature. If Lin Xiuhua measures me with both instruments, standard reads echo void, pre-event array also reads echo void, and then measures you with both instruments, standard reads 0, pre-event array reads shadow marrow. The comparison is clear. Same instrument, same operator, same assessment day. Different results." He paused. "Within the Academy's culture, my willingness to be part of the documentation is a signal. People know me. People know I'm not inclined to support dubious research." He said this without arrogance. "If I'm in the paper is harder to dismiss." Wei Jingren thought about this. Du Mingwei was correct that his participation would have institutional weight. He was also correct that the comparative data was the specific gap in the research. "You know this changes your position," Wei Jingren said. "Formally associating with research that Gao Wenshan is investigating. You're an Academy student." "I'm aware." Du Mingwei said it clearly. "I've been thinking about it for 3 weeks. I've decided." Wei Jingren nodded. He accepted the offer without ceremony, because ceremony would have made it less real, and what Du Mingwei was offering deserved to be treated as real. "Tell Lin Xiuhua," he said. "She's the one who needs the data." Chapter 36. The comparison document. Du Mingwei sat in front of the pre-event array on the morning of the spring assessment period's 3rd week, with instructor Gao Wenshan's standard portable instrument on the table beside it for the controlled comparison. Lin Xiuhua ran both assessments. Standard instrument. Du Mingwei, echo void tier, conventional cultivation signature, clear and consistent reading. Pre-event array. Du Mingwei, echo void tier, standard cultivation signature, clear and consistent reading. Both instruments agreed. Lin Xiuhua recorded both results. She then assessed Wei Jingren with both instruments. Standard instrument. Wei Jingren. 0. Null root classification. Pre-event array. Wei Jingren. Shadow marrow tier. Clear and consistent reading. She recorded both results side by side in the research documentation. The comparison was unambiguous. The same operator, the same instruments, the same assessment day. One practitioner produced identical results on both instruments. The other produced results that differed by 6 cultivation tiers. The interpretation was singular. Du Mingwei sat quietly through both assessments and then looked at the documentation. He said, "The standard instrument reads you as null root." "Always has," Wei Jingren said. And the pre-event array reads shadow marrow. Yes. Du Mingwei looked at the numbers for a moment. He had grown up measuring himself against Wei Jingran as someone whose ceiling was lower than his floor. He had calibrated his understanding of his own progress against a reference point that was, apparently, not a floor at all. He said, I've been thinking my advancement was fast. Echo void in 2 years of academy study. He paused. You're at Shadow Marrow. In how long? Total? Since you started? 7 years, Wei Jingran said. But not training, in the academy sense. 7 years of practicing a methodology I developed without theoretical support in a storage building in Ashford Town. He paused. The comparison isn't straightforward. Your advancement had the academy's full resource support. Mine was a different approach entirely. 6 tiers in 7 years, Du Mingwei said. Apparently, Lin Xiaohua filed the comparison documentation through the MCA's academic channel without the academy's review process. Du Mingwei's involvement meant the data had a Clearwater Academy student's co-authorship, but Lin Xiaohua, as primary researcher and MCA-affiliated scholar, controlled the submission. Instructor Gao Wenshan received notice of the submission's existence through his standard research monitoring. He read the summary. He read the comparison data. His professional situation became, in a single document, genuinely untenable. He had 5 official records on file reading Wei Jingran as null root. He had suppressed a patrol report that contradicted this. He had suspended a researcher's access to prevent her from publishing contradictory data. All of this had been professionally defensible as long as the contradicting data was confined to a single scholar's anomalous methodology. Now the comparison document existed, with Du Mingwei's name on it as a documented reference participant. Du Mingwei was a conventionally assessed echo void practitioner with a clean academy record and no connection to the formation anomaly research until this moment. His voluntary participation as a comparison subject could not be attributed to methodological bias or researcher alignment. Gao read the document twice. He set it down on his desk. He thought about it for a day. Then he called Ho Bailiang. Chapter 37. The authority. Gao Wenshan's message to Ho Bailiang was detailed and professional. He provided everything. The original patrol report, the reclassification notice, the documentation of his research access suspension decision, his correspondence with Lin Xiaohua, and his assessment of what the comparison document represented. His assessment was that the research represented a coordinated effort to undermine institutional assessment certification methodology. He was not wrong about the coordination. He was wrong about whether undermining was the objective. The objective was accurate information, which undermined Gao's specific assessments only because his specific assessments were wrong. Ho Bailiang read the package and decided that the regional level of response was no longer sufficient. He filed a formal request to the Continental Cultivation Authority to investigate the MCA's research validation process. The request cited potential methodological corruption of formation science documentation procedures, language that placed the investigation in the authority's charter mandate. The request specifically asked the authority to determine whether the pre-event array's measurement claims met the evidentiary standards required for acceptance into the Continental Cultivation record. The filing was legally meticulous. Ho Bailiang had understood that the most durable form of opposition was procedural rather than substantive, not arguing that the research was wrong, but arguing that the research hadn't been validated by the processes that determined what counted as valid. The filing reached the Continental Cultivation Authority's regional office within 4 days. Xianxia's merchant network had contacts at the authority's regional office who were not directly connected to the certification system and who were, in the professional information ecology of cultivation commerce, people who noticed things and occasionally mentioned them to well-connected merchant families with whom they had long commercial relationships. She told Wei Jingran the day the filing arrived. He listened to the full account without interrupting. When she finished, he was quiet for a moment. It will take 90 days for the authority to respond, he said. Standard investigation timelines for research methodology challenges. They'll assign an investigator. The investigator will request documentation from both parties. There will be a formal review period, and then a preliminary finding before any determination is made. He paused. Apparently we have 90 days. What do we do with 90 days? She asked. Build the evidence that survives the authority's methodology. He said it as a calculation rather than a reassurance. The authority's investigator will apply the Continental Standard for research validation, rigorous, systematic, and designed for conventional cultivation science. Our challenge is that still root cultivation is outside the conventional framework. An investigator applying conventional methodology to our research will find gaps. He paused. We need to close the gaps that are closable and make the gaps that aren't closable visible as framework gaps rather than research gaps. She said, They're going to send someone very good. Apparently, that will be informative. He said it seriously, without irony. The best investigator in the authorities' toolkit is the one who asks the right questions. The right questions are useful to us even if they're intended against us. She looked at him. You're not worried about this. I'm calibrated about it. He thought for a moment. I'm not confident. I'm prepared. Chapter 38. Before the authority arrives, Lin Xiaohua made the decision on the 22nd day. She had been living with the question for 3 weeks. How much of the pre-event array research was complete enough to publish, and when? The investigation by the Continental Cultivation Authority created a specific deadline. Once the investigation formally opened, any publications that appeared during the review period would be subject to the investigator's scrutiny. Publishing before the review began gave the research the independence of an already established publication. I'm publishing everything, she told Wei Jingran. Full methodology, full data, full documentation. Through the MCA's academic channel. Before the authorities' review formally opens. She was already writing. Not a partial paper, the complete account. The pre-event array construction, the stillstone material properties, the theoretical framework for still root cultivation, the tier-by-tier measurement data, the comparison documentation with Du Mingwei's data. Gao Wenshan has the complete construction documentation from your investigation response. Yes, and he'll share it with the authority. Which means the authority will have it regardless. She looked up. If they have it regardless, I'd rather it be in the public record in my own words than in an investigation summary in Gao Wenshan's framing. Wei Jingren thought about this. The publication can be cited by independent researchers after it goes out. Yes, the MCA's academic channel has a citation network that goes to every major research institution on the continent. Once it's cited by enough independent scholars, suppressing the research requires suppressing a distributed body of secondary literature, which is significantly harder than suppressing a primary source. She paused. I've been working on this for 2 years. If I don't publish now, I don't know when a better moment will come. She published on the 24th day. Lin Xiaohua's paper was titled, Pre-Event Array Measurement Protocol for Still Root Cultivation, Full Methodology, Calibration Data, and Comparative Assessment with Standard Cultivation Instruments. It was 43 pages. It had 3 co-signatories, her name, the 2 MCA scholars who had independently confirmed the anomaly, and, in the acknowledgments with specific documentation contribution noted, Du Mingwei. The MCA's channel distributed it to 712 researchers across the continent's cultivation science and formation theory communities. Lin Xiaohua received the distribution confirmation and told Wei Jingran. He read it. How long until the authorities' investigator arrives? He asked. 68 days from the filing, typically. He did the arithmetic. 68 days of independent researcher engagement before the investigator has to engage with the findings. Yes, she said. Apparently, that's the window. Chapter 39. 7 scholars. The requests for the pre-event array schematic came in over the 2 weeks following publication. 7 formation scholars requested the complete schematic. Lin Xiaohua sent it to all 7 with the stillstone material specifications and the sourcing methodology for the stream drainage collection outside the Yunshan Hills deposit boundary. 3 scholars built partial versions within the first 2 weeks. The first partial build confirmed 0 sensitivity. The scholar had used insufficient stillstone material, the same error as the 3rd MCA scholar before him. Lin Xiaohua sent him the corrected specification. He rebuilt and confirmed the anomaly on the 2nd attempt. The 2nd partial build worked on the 1st attempt. The scholar was at an institution in the Eastern Territories, 6 days' travel from a different dead zone deposit that had been classified in the institutional records as a formation malfunction site. He brought his array to the deposit. It read a residual signature, not a current practitioner signature, but something the scholar described as a formation impression, as if a high-tier practitioner had been present at this site, and their cultivation base had permanently altered the local field structure. He sent the data to Lin Xiaohua with a note. Asterisk, the formation impression is distinct from the natural deposit's baseline. This appears to be a historical still root practitioner's site. The impression is consistent with your measurement signature for high-tier cultivation. It is not consistent with any natural formation phenomenon I am aware of. This is extremely interesting. Asterisk, the 3rd scholar's partial build produced an unexpected result. Not a residual signature or a confirmation of Wei Jingran's pattern, but a weak active signature from an unknown source. Something in the scholar's territory was producing a low-level still root signature that had been classified in his region's formation records as routine ambient noise. He sent his data to Lin Xiaohua the same day. Asterisk, this appears to be an active practitioner. Not Wei Jingran. Different signature pattern, different strength, approximately equivalent to your third or fourth tier measurements. There may be someone in my region who is advancing through this methodology without knowing it. Lin Xiaohua forwarded this data to Wei Jingran immediately. He read it carefully. He thought about the 43 cases documented in Volume 3. Practitioners throughout history who had advanced without knowing what they were doing, who had never met anyone like themselves, who had died at various stages of the path without leaving a transmission lineage. He wrote in his journal, there are others. Apparently, there are always others. Ho Beiliang received the 2-week research expansion report from his investigation team and read it with the expression of someone watching a situation evolve past the point where any single move can contain it. He still had one tool he hadn't deployed. He decided to deploy it early rather than late. Chapter 40. Removal Notice. The notice arrived at the Academy's administrative office on the 41st day after the MCA publication. It was addressed to the Academy's administrative head from Sect Master Ho Beiliang of the Ironcloud Sect, citing Clearwater Academy Institutional Access Protocol, Section 7, Article 4. Academic facilities access requires either certified student enrollment or certified cultivation level documentation for individuals residing in or regularly accessing academy grounds for periods exceeding 30 days. Wei Jingran's documentation badge read, Field Anomaly Reference Case, Research Subject. Access, accompanied only. He had been on academy grounds for 62 days. His cultivation level was not certified. Ho Beiliang's regulation was real. The regulation had been written for a different purpose, preventing uncertified individuals from accessing the Academy's spiritual formation environment during sensitive periods, but it applied, textually, to Wei Jingran's situation. The Academy's administrative head, who had no particular opinion about Wei Jingran, but was required to maintain the Academy's regulatory standing with the Ironcloud Sect Certification Authority, sent a formal removal notice to Lin Xiaohua's research office. Wei Jingran was not on Academy grounds when the notice arrived. He was in his rented storage room, 2 streets away from the boundary. Xianxia brought him the notice. He read it. He said, apparently this was the next move. Did you predict it? She asked. I predicted something like it. The specifics were unclear. I thought he might try a direct challenge to the research subject access designation rather than a general regulation citation. He set the notice down. The regulation is real. I'm not certified. The research subject designation has a cultivation level exception clause, but the exception requires the research to be formally recognized by a certified institution. He paused, which the authorities' investigation has placed in question. She said, the MCA's sponsorship is not a certified institution in the sense the regulation means. The MCA is a commercial association. The regulation refers to Academy-equivalent academic certifications. He folded the notice and put it in his jacket. I'll leave the Academy grounds. You have materials in your research room here. I'll collect them. This afternoon. He thought through the logistics. The research doesn't require Academy grounds access. Lin Xiaohua's submission was already through the MCA channel. The documentation copies are with the research team. The pre-event array is in Lin Xiaohua's research room, which is within the Academy's boundary, but she can move it. He paused. This is not a terminal move. It's an inconvenience. You're not angry, she said. He considered the question honestly. I'm noting the situation accurately. He paused. I'm also noting that Ho Beiliang used a regulation designed to protect cultivators from uncertified individuals as a mechanism to exclude an uncertified individual who is not any kind of threat to anyone. He said this without heat. There's something worth remembering in that framing. When the authorities' investigator arrives, the fact that this regulation was used this way will be part of the record. He collected his materials that afternoon. He packed carefully, texts, journal, research notes, the stillstone samples that were his personal collection rather than the research stock. He took down the notes pinned to the wall above the workbench and folded them into the journals. He had been doing this long enough, packing up from places he'd been required to leave, that the practical movements were familiar. At the gate, he paused. The spiritual sensing formation at the Academy's entrance pulsed amber in the mid-afternoon sun. He stepped through the gate arch. The amber glow dimmed, the familiar 2-second diminishment, as it had dimmed at Thorpeak Sect's outer boundary 6 years ago, as it had dimmed at this same gate when he first entered on Lin Xiaohua's research subject authorization. He did not break stride. He walked through, and the glow steadied. 2 streets away, in her research room, Lin Xiaohua was watching the formation output display she had set up to monitor the gate array. She watched the amber glow dim and then stabilize. She had been watching the gate formation for 62 days. She had recorded every passage. She had the exact diminishment pattern documented in her research notes with timestamps. She took her pen and wrote, *day 62. Exit. Diminishment pattern, 2.1 seconds, 34% amplitude reduction from baseline, recovery to baseline within 0.7 seconds of subject's passage. This is the 47th recorded instance of this signature at this gate formation. The signature is consistent across all 47 instances. It is not noise. She closed her notebook. Outside, Wei Jingran was walking south, toward Xianxi's family's commercial property. He had been told there was a room available. If he needed it, he was going to need it. Apparently, the next phase of the conflict was going to require a different kind of base than the academy had provided. He had already been thinking about what the MCA's institutional support could offer that the academy couldn't. He had been thinking about it since the suspension notice arrived, 3 weeks ago. He had just been waiting to be told to leave before he left. Chapter 41. The MCA research housing the Merchant Cultivation Association's Regional Research Wing occupied a compound on the eastern side of the commercial district. A set of connected buildings that housed both offices and research facilities, with a residential section in the back for scholars working on long-term projects. The compound was funded through member dues and a percentage of certification fees that the MCA collected for its own, smaller-scale certification work. Wei Jingran moved into the residential section on the 43rd day after Lin Xiaohua's publication. His official designation at the MCA was Primary Research Subject, Formation Anomaly Study, MCA-sponsored. Not a scholar's appointment, not a practitioner's registration, but a research subject status that gave him facility access without requiring cultivation certification. The MCA's research director, a practical woman named Director Peng, had reviewed Lin Xiaohua's research and found it genuinely interesting on the scholarly merits. She had made the decision to offer research subject housing on scholarly grounds, which was fortunate because it meant the decision was harder for Hou Beiliang to challenge on regulatory ones. Wei Jingran's room in the residential section was not the storage building in Ashford Town. It was cleaner and had better light, but it also faced the main courtyard of the MCA compound, where the daily cultivation practice of the association's resident scholars created a consistent ambient spiritual turbulence. He had spent his first night mapping the turbulence patterns, when it peaked, when it ebbed, when the contrast with his own stillness would be maximal. The contrast theory, applied systematically to his new environment, suggested that the MCA compound was actually better for advancement rate than the academy had been. The scholars here were more advanced practitioners, cultivating more intensely and with more sophisticated techniques. He noted this in his journal and said nothing about it to anyone. Xianxia was now, practically speaking, his most operationally useful ally. Her family's MCA membership gave her a position in the compound that was genuinely her own rather than derived from someone else's authorization. She understood commercial networks, tracked information through channels that neither Lin Xiaohua's scholarly connections nor Sheng Wulei's patrol authority could access, and had a specific competence at identifying what various parties actually wanted underneath what they said they wanted. She also, Wei Jingran had come to understand, kept a detailed and accurate notebook on his behavior, which he had decided to treat as a useful mirror rather than a privacy concern. She noticed things he missed. The things she noticed about him were usually accurate. The MCA compound's formation sensing array, like every formation sensing array Wei Jingran had ever passed, gave a brief diminishment reading when he moved through it on his first morning. The compound's formation officer noted it in his maintenance log as ambient calibration anomaly, cause unknown. He had been noting the same thing every morning since Wei Jingran arrived, without making the connection. On the 11th day, a message arrived from one of the MCA's affiliated academies, a small institution 2 days travel east, which had been one of the 3 academies contributing scholars to the pre-event array independent verification. The message was not about the research. Chapter 42. The Supply Chain Challenge. Hou Beiliang had found Ironcloud Sect's supply chain regulation mechanism in a document 30 years old. It was an obscure instrument, a commercial regulation that allowed a certification authority to challenge an affiliated institution's supply contracts if those contracts demonstrated conflicts with the certification standards the authority enforced. The mechanism had been created to handle situations where an academy's materials suppliers were providing substandard formation instruments. It had never been used for anything else. He used it to challenge the MCA's contract with 3 of its affiliated academies, the small Eastern institution, a mid-sized academy to the south, and a large research institution in the Central Territory. The challenge argued that the MCA's sponsorship of research that directly contradicted Ironcloud's certified assessment methodology created a conflict with the Academy's accreditation requirements. The challenge was legally thin, but not frivolous. It had a real mechanism and a real basis. The certification standards were real, the contradiction was real, and the affiliated academies were required to respond to it formally. The small Eastern institution responded within a week by withdrawing their scholars from the pre-event array research program. Their administrative head sent a formal withdrawal notice to Lin Xiaohua that cited institutional conflict with certification accreditation requirements in the first sentence. The scholars who withdrew were apologetic in private communication and professional in official communication. They had narrow accreditation dependency. Ironclad sect certification was essential to their legal standing in their territory. Wei Jingran read the withdrawal notice. Apparently, the pressure is effective on institutions with narrow dependency, he said. The Eastern Academy has only ironclad certification in their charter. They can't absorb the challenge without risk. He thought for a moment. The Southern and Central institutions have broader accreditation bases. Their formal responses are going to be different. The Southern Academy has 2 alternative certification options, xianxia said. They won't withdraw. The Central Institution's research wing is partly funded through a continental government grant, Lin Xiaohua said. Government-funded research isn't subject to commercial certification authority challenges. They'll cite that exemption. 2 out of 3 hold, Wei Jingran said. And the Eastern Academy's scholars. Their research notes are MCA property. They have to send the notes to you before the withdrawal is final. The withdrawal protocol requires data transfer, Lin Xiaohua confirmed. Something in their notes was unexpected, Wei Jingran said. He had read the initial message carefully. The scholars at the Eastern Academy had been working at a dead zone deposit in their territory. They had submitted preliminary data before the withdrawal notice. The preliminary data showed anomalous readings, not matching the patterns from the Yunshan Hills deposit or Wei Jingran's signature. The variation in the deposit readings suggests the deposits aren't all equivalent formation materials. He paused. I assumed uniformity. That was an error. Lin Xiaohua looked at him. What do you mean? The Yunshan Hills deposit and the Eastern Academy's deposit both read as dead zones in standard formation records. I assumed they were the same kind of material, stillstone, or equivalent zero-resonance substrate. But the anomalous readings in the Eastern data suggest the formations are different in a way I didn't anticipate. He was already reorganizing his analysis. I need to look at the complete notes when they arrive. Chapter 43. Not all dead zones. The Eastern Academy's research notes arrived 6 days after the withdrawal notice, packaged in a sealed formal transfer along with the scholar's personal apologies and a private note from the lead researcher that said, "We found something. I hope you get to study it properly. I'm sorry we can't." Lin Xiaohua unpacked the notes and spread them across the research table. Wei Jingran read through them over the course of an afternoon. The Eastern Academy's deposit was not stillstone. The readings from the deposit were not the zero-resonance pattern that characterized stillstone, or the flat zero that absorbed ambient field without interacting with it. These readings were different. The deposit produced a formation structure in the surrounding field, a pattern of field manipulation that the pre-event array had detected, but that no standard instrument had ever identified as anything other than ambient noise. Wei Jingran studied the pattern for a long time. Then he read it again. Then he said, "This isn't a dead zone." Lin Xiaohua looked over from her own desk. The Yunshan Hills deposit is a dead zone. The stillstone absorbs ambient field and produces zero output. That's why it registered as a formation hazard. The field absorption created measurement anomalies. He set down the notes. This deposit isn't absorbing. It's generating a specific formation structure, very quiet, very subtle, completely invisible to standard instruments, but not zero. The opposite of zero. He paused. It's a formation that produces stillness as an active output rather than as the absence of activity. Lin Xiaohua came to the table. She read the data. You're saying someone built this, or it formed naturally around existing formation structures. The geology of the Eastern Territory is different from the Yunshan Hills area. Older rock, different mineral composition, different formation material substrate. He traced the pattern in the data with his finger. This is a pre-event array, a naturally occurring one, not built to specification, formed over geological timescales around crystal deposits that happen to have the right properties. He looked up. The formation structure is producing exactly the kind of ambient field environment that my practice requires for maximum contrast. Maximum ambient stillness in an otherwise active field. She stared at him. A naturally occurring pre-event array. Apparently, yes. He thought for a moment. Which means there may be other natural formation structures of this type. The void seed theory texts documented practitioners advancing at various locations throughout history. Not all of those practitioners were at stillstone deposits. Some of them may have been at naturally occurring formation arrays of this type. She was already making notes. If there are multiple naturally occurring formation structures that support still root advancement, then the methodology has been developing in multiple places simultaneously across history, he finished. Not one isolated practitioner at a time in an unusual location, but something more distributed. Practitioners who happen to settle near natural stillness formation structures, advancing without knowing why the location worked. He paused. I want to visit this deposit. Chapter 44. The naturally occurring array. The deposit was 12 days' travel from the MCA compound. Sheng Wulei's patrol territory didn't extend that far east, but his patrol credentials were sufficient to arrange an official site visit through the Regional Patrol Authority's inter-territory liaison process, which existed for exactly this kind of cross-territory research. It took 5 days and some of xianxia's network contacts. By the time the authorization came through, Wei Jingran had packed his research materials and xianxia had arranged the travel supplies. Lin Xiaohua stayed at the MCA compound to manage the ongoing research documentation and the Continental Cultivation Authority's investigation preparation. She gave Wei Jingran 2 of the smaller pre-event array components to take with him for field measurement and made him promise to document everything in a form she could use. He promised. The deposit was in a valley that the local provincial administration had designated a formation stability exclusion zone 40 years ago, when a standard formation survey had detected the ambient field anomaly and concluded that the area was unsuitable for cultivation practice due to irregular field patterns presenting risks to standard cultivation techniques. This classification had actually protected the site from development. The natural formation array had been sitting undisturbed in an exclusion zone for 4 decades. They arrived at the valley's edge on a clear afternoon. Xianxia was the first to notice the silence. Not sound silence. The birds were there. The wind was in the trees. Formation silence. The ambient spiritual field simply stopped being turbulent at the valley's edge. It didn't go quiet in the absorbing way of the Yunshan Hills stillstone deposit. It went quiet in the way of a very large, very steady object that organizes the space around it into calm. Sheng Wulei's sensing rod didn't go flat. It went still, needle steady, reading a consistent and extremely low formation output that was different from both zero and normal ambient. That's not a dead zone, Sheng Wulei said. No, Wei Jingran said. It's a stillness anchor. He walked into the valley without hurrying. The formation structure was visible once he was inside it, not to his eyes, but to his practice sense, the formation awareness that had been developing since the higher tiers. The valley's ambient field was organized into a specific pattern, concentric rings of decreasing turbulence centered on the crystal outcropping at the valley's lowest point. The pattern was not symmetrical and not perfectly circular, because natural formation structures weren't precise in the way built ones were. But the principle was clear and consistent. He sat down at the outcropping center and closed his eyes. He was inside a natural pre-event array. He could feel it, the formation structure resonating with the same quiet frequency his cultivation practice produced, amplifying the contrast between his stillness and the already quiet surrounding field. It was like sitting inside the stillstone deposit, but more refined. The deposit had absorbed, disorganized. The field around him was coherently structured toward stillness, not merely emptied. He lost track of time. When he came back to awareness, the light had changed significantly. The sun was lower, the shadows longer, and the quality of the afternoon was late rather than mid. He sat for a moment, noting. Then he checked. Then he checked again. 2 tiers. He had not advanced by 1 tier and a half or a tier and some fraction. He had advanced by 2 complete tiers, from shadow marrow to formless sea, skipping the absence core transition point entirely, or rather moving through it at speed during the same session. 7 hours of practice in a naturally occurring stillness anchor, and his cultivation had advanced further than any single session in 7 years. He wrote it in his journal. He noted every detail of the formation environment, the duration, the specific quality of the contrast. He wrote for 2 hours, sitting in the gathering dusk at the center of the natural array, because this was the most important data he had ever generated and he intended to generate it properly. He did not tell Sheng Wulei or Xianxia. They had set up camp at the valley's edge and were preparing dinner. He could hear them talking, Sheng Wulei's blunt questions and Xianxia's precise answers. The sound reached him from a distance that felt larger than the valley's actual dimensions. He noted this too. Acoustic spatial sense at the formless sea tier. Distances feel larger from inside deep stillness. He wrote it down. He would tell Lin Xiaohua first. She was the researcher. The data belonged in the record. Chapter 45. Uncertain data, he told her when they returned to the MCA compound. They were in her research room. He had given her the measurement notes from the valley, formation data, ambient field readings, structural analysis of the naturally occurring pre-event array, and she was reading through them with growing attention when he said, quietly, that there was also an advancement to report. She looked up from the notes. Formless C tier, he said. 8th tier. 2 tiers from Shadow Marrow in 1 session. She set down the notes. She reached for the pre-event array and activated it without speaking. She ran the measurement. She looked at the output. Formless C confirmed, she said. 2 tiers. She sat back. In 7 hours. Approximately. The session started in mid-afternoon. I estimated the duration from the light change. 2 tiers. She said it again, as if repetition might normalize the number. You've been advancing roughly 1 tier every 18 months on average. You advanced 2 tiers in 7 hours. The natural formation array created optimal conditions, he said. Maximum stillness contrast with highly organized ambient field structure. The combination appears to accelerate the diffusion rate dramatically. She was quiet for a moment. Why didn't you tell me immediately? When you got back to camp that evening? I was still characterizing the advancement, he said. The 2-tier jump was unusual enough that I wanted to confirm it had actually completed before reporting it. I spent the travel back verifying the transition quality, that both tiers had fully resolved and not partially advanced. He paused. I didn't want to report uncertain data. Lin Xiaohua stared at him with the specific expression of someone who was simultaneously fully understanding and deeply frustrated by what they were hearing. You discovered the most significant single advancement in your documented history, she said. And you didn't mention it for 12 days because you wanted to verify it was complete. Yes, he said. She pressed her lips together. She said, under her breath. Shunli Wei would say that. He looked at her. Who? She shook her head. No one. Never mind. A researcher I read about in a materials science context. The phrasing reminded me of something. She looked back at the measurement output. 2 tiers. Verified and complete. She began writing. Okay, tell me everything. The formation structure, the session quality, the specific transition point, how you knew each tier had completed. He told her everything. She wrote it all down, in the careful, anchored language she had been developing for her continuous research log. Language written to resist background absorption, every specific named and dated. In the adjoining space, through the thin partition wall, xianxia was working at her own desk. She had heard the exchange, which had not been particularly quiet. She opened her notebook to a fresh page and wrote. Asterisk, he sits on information until he's confident it's complete and accurate. Not caution for its own sake, caution as epistemic standard. He considers premature reporting a form of inaccuracy. This is useful to know for calibrating how long to wait after significant events before expecting him to mention them. Estimate. 1 to 2 weeks after advancement, medical event, or major development. Plan accordingly. Asterisk, she underlined plan accordingly and returned to her commercial correspondence. Chapter 46. The Arbiter arrives early. The Continental Cultivation Authority's investigation was assigned to High Arbiter Shun Zhuoqing on the 31st day after the investigation opening, not the 68th. The case had been upgraded to urgent priority because of the expanding body of confirming scholarship, 7 independent requests for the pre-event array schematic, 3 partial builds, 2 confirmed anomaly readings at separate formation deposit sites. When a research methodology generates that many independent confirmations in a 6-week period, it either warrants urgent investigation or urgent suppression, and the Continental Cultivation Authority's charter required investigation before suppression. Shun Zhuoqing was known for 3 things. He was methodical, his case files were comprehensive, and his analysis was thorough. He was correct. His investigation findings had been challenged 11 times in his career and upheld 11 times. And he was committed to his framework in a way that went past professional practice into something closer to identity. The Continental assessment methodology was, in his view, the best available instrument for understanding cultivation reality, and its conclusions were reliable precisely because they were systematic. He arrived at the MCA compound with a small team and official documentation and introduced himself to Director Peng with professional courtesy. He reviewed Lin Xiaohua's full research documentation over 3 days. Wei Jingran knew he was there before they met. Xianxia's network mentioned his arrival the morning it happened, and he watched the Arbiter's approach to the research materials through Lin Xiaohua's updates. He's reading carefully, Lin Xiaohua said on the 2nd day. He's asking good questions. He wanted the construction documentation for the pre-event array, which I gave him. He wanted the original measurement data for all sessions, which I gave him. He wanted the comparison data with Du Mingwei, which I gave him. She paused. He found the component he was looking for on the third day. The stillstone calibration, Wei Jingran said. He says the pre-event array measures below the noise floor of standard formation theory. His exact words, anything the array measures in the frequency range its stillstone node operates in is below the theoretical minimum detectable signal. At that frequency range, signal and noise are indistinguishable by definition. She paused. His methodology is correct for every formation system designed within the standard framework. The standard framework sets its noise floor based on what conventional cultivation produces. Since nothing in the conventional framework produces signatures below that floor, anything measured there has always been noise. She looked at Wei Jingran. He's not wrong about his methodology. He's wrong about whether his noise floor is universal. Has he asked to meet me? Wei Jingran said. Not yet. I'll request a meeting through him. Then, he said. Chapter 47. The right questions. High Arbiter Shin Zhuoqing agreed to a meeting with professional efficiency. He kept a clear schedule and worked through it systematically. They met in the MCA compound's small conference room. Shun was in his 50s, with the specific kind of competence that shows in posture. Upright, attentive, his documentation already organized on the table before Wei Jingran entered. He read 0 on his standard instrument when Wei Jingran sat down. He wrote this in his notes with no visible reaction. Wei Jingran said, "Your methodology is correct for every cultivation system it was designed to assess." Shun looked at him. That's an unusual opening. It's accurate. The standard assessment methodology and the continental framework you work within were designed to assess conventional cultivation. They are correct for that purpose. Wei Jingran paused. Would you be willing to describe, in detail, what a true 0 reading looks like and what an anomalous 0 reading looks like, so I can understand your framework? I want to know how you distinguish between them. Shin studied him for a moment. The question was precise. A genuine expert's question rather than a layman's challenge. He explained, a true 0 reading occurred when a null root individual, someone with no cultivation root to develop, was assessed. The reading was flat across all frequencies, with standard noise variance below threshold. An anomalous 0 reading would be produced by instrument malfunction, calibration drift, formation interference, equipment damage, and would show either irregular noise variance or specific frequency anomalies associated with the malfunction type. The pre-event array's anomalous readings, he said, fall into neither category. They show a consistent, coherent pattern in a frequency range that is below the noise floor of every standard instrument. My framework classifies consistent, coherent patterns below the noise floor as artifacts of instrument behavior at the measurement limit, not as real signals. He paused. This is standard scientific practice. Measurements at the edge of instrument capability are unreliable. Apparently, there is no instrument in your methodology that can distinguish between a true 0 reading and a reading produced by the cultivation methodology I'm describing, Wei Jingran said. Correct, Shin said. Because there is nothing in the second case to distinguish. The cultivation methodology you describe is not within the standard framework. The standard instrument's failure to detect it is, in my framework, evidence that it is not real, not evidence of an instrument gap. That's a closed framework, Wei Jingran said. It's a reliable framework. Shin's tone was patient but final. Wei Jingran was quiet for a moment. He was not going to shift Shin Zhuoqing's framework through a single conversation. Shin was too intelligent and too committed for that. The correct approach was to find the exact edge of the framework and push on it from within, not from outside. He said, would you be willing to observe an experiment designed by someone other than yourself? You would select the instruments. You would observe the procedure. You would evaluate the results. Shin paused. Then he said, yes. I'm here to investigate, not to dismiss. If you have a demonstration, I'll observe it. Chapter 48. The demonstration. The experiment was simple. Wei Jingran walked through 3 formation sensing arrays at the MCA's research facility. The standard entry array at the compound gate. A portable formation sensing array that Shun Zhuoqing had brought from the authorities' equipment kit, and a third that Lin Xiaohua had set up specifically for the demonstration. All 3 arrays read 0. Shun Zhuoqing observed each reading and wrote it in his notes with the specific thoroughness of someone who was doing this correctly. Then Wei Jingran sat in front of the pre-event array, which had been set up at the center of Lin Xiaohua's research room. He entered stillness. Shun Zhuoqing watched. He was watching the pre-event array's output display. Lin Xiaohua had explained the measurement mechanism before they began, clearly and completely, and Shun had listened to the explanation with genuine scholarly attention. The pre-event array read formless C-tier. Shun examined the pre-event array's mechanism for 45 minutes after the reading. He checked the stillstone node's characteristics with his own instruments. He tested the formation structure's response to known reference signals at various frequencies. He looked at the output display from multiple measurement positions and timing intervals. Then he sat back and said, "This component, the stillstone node, is operating in a frequency range below the theoretical minimum detectable signal for formation measurement instruments designed within the standard framework." He said it carefully, professionally. "The pattern the array produces in this frequency range is coherent and consistent. By the standard of evidence I would apply to any other instrument, coherent and consistent patterns are not noise." He paused. "The problem is that the standard framework has no theoretical basis for real signals at this frequency range, because the standard framework was built on the assumption that all cultivation produces signatures above this threshold." "Apparently your framework assumes its completeness," Wei Jingran said. Shen looked at him. "Every framework assumes its completeness. That's what makes it a framework. And when a result falls outside the framework, the result is attributed to measurement error." He was quiet for a moment. "Which is the correct procedure until the result has been independently verified to a standard that justifies updating the framework." He looked at the pre-event array. "The question I'm now evaluating is whether the verification standard has been met." "Is the question open?" Wei Jingren asked. Shen picked up his pen. He looked at the pre-event array, then at his notes, then at the 3-0 readings he had recorded from the standard instruments. "The question is genuinely uncertain," he said. "That is different from dismissed." He made a notation in his file. Wei Jingren noted the specific word, uncertain. Not wrong, not impossible. Uncertain. He wrote uncertain in his own journal that evening, with the exact date and the exact phrase. Chapter 49. The tournament, the Mid-Spring Regional Cultivation Tournament, was held at the city's main formation arena on the 63rd day after the investigation opened. It was a standard competition format, bracketed matches between practitioners from various institutions, ranked by certified cultivation tier for match placement. The arena's formation infrastructure was high-end, designed to read all participants' cultivation levels accurately for bracket seeding and to monitor matches for safety violations. Wei Jingran attended as an observer. He had no certification and no bracket placement. He bought a general admission entry with xianxia's assistance and found a section of the audience stands with a clear sight line to the main competition floor and a minimal density of other observers around him. The people on either side of the seats he chose, when the tournament began, consistently moved 1 or 2 seats away within a few minutes of his arrival. This was the standard spatial adjustment he produced in crowded settings. People found themselves slightly more comfortable a little farther from where he was sitting, without being able to say exactly why. He noted it in his journal without dwelling on it. Sheng Wulei was competing for his patrol unit in the combat division. His bracket placement was mid-tier, still vessel certification, seated appropriately. Du Mingwei was competing as a Clearwater Academy representative in the Formation Theory Application Division, which involved both combat and formation construction elements. Yu Shanxi was at the arena in a commercial capacity, representing her family's interests at several of the vendor stations that surrounded the main floor. Wei Jingran watched the opening rounds from the stands. At the arena's registration entrance, when he had passed through the formation sensing infrastructure to collect his general admission token, the sensing formation had produced a brief anomaly. The tournament administrator at the desk had looked at the formation output display, noted the anomaly on his maintenance log, and marked it as a formation infrastructure calibration check required. He had not looked up at who had been at the desk when the anomaly occurred. Wei Jingran had noticed this as he collected his token and taken a careful note. Now, from the stands, he watched the competition floor and thought about the demonstration with Shun's watching 2 days ago. The arbiter had updated his status from dismissed to uncertain. That was significant and real. But uncertain was not confirmation. The gap between uncertain and confirmed was where the investigation would spend the next several months. Below him, Sheng Wulei's bracket began. Chapter 50. What Wei Jingran saw Sheng Wulei lost the first quarter of his first match. His opponent was a practitioner from the Southern Territory at the Quiet Foundation tier, 1 certification rank above Sheng Wulei's official still vessel, and the opponent was technically accomplished. He fought with the standard high-tier sensing combat style, continuous ambient spiritual field monitoring that let him track his opponent's position in 3 dimensions without relying on sight, and targeted strikes that came from unexpected angles because he knew exactly where Sheng Wulei's cultivation focus was located at any given moment. Sheng Wulei was a capable fighter. He had trained in patrol combat for 8 years and had genuine competence with his sensing detection countermoves. But his countermoves were designed to respond to detection that was less precise than his opponent's, and the precision gap was telling. The opponent always knew exactly where to strike, and the strikes were landing. By the match's midpoint break, Sheng Wulei had taken 3 significant hits and landed none. His spiritual force was at roughly 70% of opening capacity. Wei Jingran had been watching the opponent's technique for the full first half. He stood up and walked to the audience barrier at the section closest to the competitor's waiting area. The competition rules didn't prohibit audience members from being near the barrier. The formation sensing infrastructure in the arena flagged his movement automatically and produced its standard 0 reading. Sheng Wulei came out of the competitor's area during the break and found him at the barrier through a combination of knowing Wei Jingran was somewhere in the audience and actively looking for him, which was the only reliable way to locate Wei Jingran in a crowded space. Wei Jingran said, quietly, his targeting is entirely detection-based. He's reading your cultivation focus location continuously and striking at exactly that point. He's not watching you. He's watching where you are in the field. Sheng Wulei looked at him with the specific expression of someone who had been thinking they had a technique problem and had just been told it was a framework problem. If his detection is displaced, Wei Jingran continued, even briefly, he loses targeting precision. He can't recover quickly because he's been operating without visual tracking. He doesn't look at you the way you look at him. If you can make your cultivation focus location ambiguous for 2 to 3 seconds, his targeting pattern breaks. He paused. You've done it twice in training against me. You know the move. The problem is that against me you could sustain the ambiguity because I can't detect you at all. Against this opponent, you only need to create uncertainty for 2 to 3 seconds, not maintain it indefinitely. Sheng Wulei was quiet for a moment. How do I create the uncertainty? When he strikes, don't move your cultivation focus to defend in the direction of the strike. Move it in the opposite direction. He's targeting the focus location, not your body. If the focus moves the wrong way, his target moves the wrong way, and his strike overshoots. He paused. It will hurt. He'll still land the strike. But he'll land it at the wrong location, and your defense will already be in the right location for the counter. The break ended. Sheng Wulei went back to the competition floor. Wei Jingran returned to his seat. He watched the second half of the match. Sheng Wulei applied the observation imperfectly. The move required a counterintuitive redirection of cultivation focus while under active attack, which was not a natural thing to do with training that said to move the focus toward defense. He applied it once cleanly in the first exchange, and the opponent's strike overshot by almost a full meter, a visible error that the audience noticed with a collective murmur. He applied it a second time awkwardly, not cleanly enough to produce the full effect, but enough to create a half-second of targeting confusion. In the half-second, Sheng Wulei hit his opponent with a solid block that disrupted the opponent's cultivation flow for 3 beats. In those 3 beats, Sheng Wulei hit him twice more. The match ended with Sheng Wulei at approximately 40% spiritual force capacity and his opponent at approximately 20%, a result that the tournament officials filed as a significant upset given the tier differential. In the stands, Wei Jingran wrote in his journal, * detection-based targeting is systematically vulnerable to cultivation focus misdirection. An opponent who cannot detect my signature at all is more vulnerable than an opponent who detects me incorrectly. The first knows they're missing information. The second doesn't know their information is wrong. The second is more dangerous to himself than the first. He noted the observation and continued watching the tournament. Chapter 51. The Arbiter investigates a match. High Arbiter Shin Zhuoqing had attended the tournament for his own reasons. A regional cultivation competition was a useful source of observation data. He could see practitioners at various certified tiers in live combat conditions, which helped calibrate his understanding of what certification levels actually implied about practical capability. He had observed Sheng Wulei's second-half performance with attention. The match result was statistically unusual. A still vessel practitioner defeating a quiet foundation practitioner in direct cultivation combat was not common. It happened. Technique and experience could compensate for tier differential, but not often enough to be unremarkable. And the specific way it happened was what caught Shin's attention. The quiet foundation practitioner had been dominating through detection-based targeting that relied on continuous ambient field monitoring. That targeting had failed twice in the second half with a specific kind of failure, overshooting, rather than the normal drift or hesitation that technique errors produced, as if the target had moved in an unexpected direction. After the match, Shin spoke to the quiet foundation practitioner in the competitor's waiting area. He framed it as routine observation data collection for investigation purposes. The practitioner said, I lost detection contact. Twice. I can't explain it. My detection technique is standard. I've used it in 100 matches. I've never had this kind of failure against a practitioner of lower tier. He paused. The second time, I would swear someone told him what my targeting weakness was. He moved his cultivation focus in exactly the way that would disrupt my targeting. It's a specific countermove. He didn't know it before the break. Shin said. Who told him? Someone from the audience section. I noticed a person speaking to him at the barrier. I saw two observers nearby. One of them was a merchant woman I recognized from the commercial booths. The other one, he paused. I can't describe them clearly. I know there was a second person. I can see the general scene in my memory, but the specific individual is not clear. Shin asked the tournament's formation recording officer for the visual formation records from the barrier section during the break. He reviewed the recordings twice. He could see Sheng Wulei at the barrier. He could see xianxia in the general vicinity. He could not locate any second person near Sheng Wulei, though the formation recording array showed a brief anomaly, a 2-second diminishment in the ambient sensing field in that section that matched the timing of the break period. He wrote in his investigation notes, asterisk formation recording anomaly at match break, same diminishment pattern as pre-event array subject's documented signature. Witnesses report a person at the barrier who cannot be located in formation records. Detection failure in match consistent with observation assistance from someone whose position the opponent's detection technique cannot locate. Asterisk, he stopped writing. He looked at the note for a moment. He added, asterisk, unusual detection failure event. Correlation with research subjects' documented properties. Investigate. Carefully. Asterisk, his methodology was correct. It was looking at the right evidence. It simply couldn't resolve the evidence into a finding because the thing it was looking for left only negative impressions. Absences where presences should be, anomalies where signals should be, uncertainty where certainty should be. He wrote apparently in the margin and then stared at that word for a long time. Chapter 52. Du Mingwei in the semifinals. Du Mingwei won his bracket in the Formation Theory Application Division with a clarity of technique that his training had refined over 2 years into something genuinely excellent. He was good at this, not the spectacular flash performance kind of good, but the deep structural kind, where the foundations were correct enough that everything built on them was reliable. His final match in the bracket had the audience genuinely paying attention. He found Wei Jingran in the observer stands afterward. He sat down without asking, a habit he had developed recently, which Wei Jingran noticed and found more familiar than formal. I know you helped Sheng Wulei, he said. I gave him information, Wei Jingran said. He applied it. You identified a tactical weakness in his opponent's technique from the stands and communicated it during a break, without being in the match and without being in the competitor's area. Du Mingwei thought about this. You could have been in this tournament. Apparently not. I'm not certified. You're at the formless C tier. The formation division has participants at considerably lower tiers. Du Mingwei paused. You watched those matches. You would have won. Probably. But probably would have won against participants I'm not certified to compete against isn't information that's useful in any current situation. Wei Jingran watched the next match begin on the floor below. Being certified would be more useful. Then let me help with that, Du Mingwei said. The Academy has a student advocacy channel for non-standard certification cases. It was designed for practitioners with unusual cultivation routes, dual paths, artifact-modified pathways, cases where standard assessment produces unreliable results. He paused. Your situation is exactly the kind of case the channel was designed for. I can file a formal request for a certification exemption process on your behalf. That would draw attention, Wei Jingran said. I'm aware. Du Mingwei said it directly, with the specific quality of someone who had thought the consideration through. I'm also aware that Ho Bailiang is looking for pressure points, and a formal certification exemption request creates documentation that might give him one. I've thought about it. He looked at the competition floor. But the research is public now. Lin Xiuhua's paper is distributed. The pre-event array schematic is in 7 independent researchers' hands. The question of your certification isn't a secret problem that filing makes public. It's a public problem that filing addresses. Wei Jingran thought about this. It was a reasonable analysis. Du Mingwei had been thinking more carefully than Wei Jingran had given him credit for. File it, he said. Du Mingwei filed the formal request the next morning through the Clearwater Academy Student Advocacy Channel, citing non-standard cultivation methodology, producing unreliable standard assessment results, requesting exemption process review per Article 12 of the Academy's Student Advocacy Charter. He copied Instructor Gao Wenshan on the filing, which was required by the advocacy process's notification rules. He also sent a personal copy to High Arbiter Shun Zhuoqing, which was not required but which Du Mingwei had decided was the correct thing to do. Chapter 53. The bureaucratic cascade. The certification exemption request created a specific kind of chaos. Not loud chaos, but the quiet, pervasive chaos of a request that doesn't fit any existing procedural category, trying to resolve itself through a system built for standard cases. The Academy's Student Advocacy Office received the filing and immediately encountered the first problem. There was no procedure for non-standard cultivation methodology, certification exemption, because the Advocacy Charter's Article 12 had been written with dual-path practitioners and formation-modified pathways in mind, not methodologies that produced zero readings on all standard instruments. The officer handling the request spent 3 days trying to find a procedural analog and eventually forwarded it to 4 administrative offices simultaneously. The Academy's Certification Records Office, the Regional Assessment Authority's Alternative Pathway Division, the Continental Cultivation Authority's Procedural Guidance Office, which put it in Shun Zhuoqing's field for information as the active investigator on the case, and, through standard notification routing, Ho Beiliang's Ironcloud Sect Certification Authority Office. Ho Beiliang received the notification and read it with the attention of someone for whom this filing was either a problem or an opportunity. He thought about it for 2 days. The problem, allowing a formal exemption process, was acknowledging that standard assessment was insufficient for this case, which was a step toward recognizing the pre-event array methodology. The opportunity, controlling the exemption process, determining its format, selecting the assessment panel, defining what adequate demonstration of cultivation capability meant for the purposes of provisional certification, meant that the outcome of the process was largely predetermined. He sent a formal response to all 4 administrative offices. The Ironcloud Sect Certification Authority proposes a structured demonstration trial as the appropriate certification exemption process for the reference practitioner. The trial format. The practitioner demonstrates combat capability against a series of certified practitioners at various tiers. A panel of certified assessment officials evaluates the practitioner's effective cultivation tier, and provisional certification is issued based on the panel's determination. He specified who would compose the assessment panel. Wei Jingran heard about this through Xianxia's network the day the proposal arrived at the administrative offices. He read the panel composition. 3 certified Ironcloud Sect assessors and 2 Academy officials whose professional positions were aligned with Gao Wenshan's. That's a trap, he said. Obviously, Xianxia said. Do you want to do it anyway? Chapter 54. Why a trap is useful, yes, Wei Jingran said. Xianxia looked at him with the specific patience of someone waiting for the explanation they knew was coming. In a trap, the person setting the trap has already decided the outcome, he said. They've predetermined their response regardless of what the evidence shows. That predetermination makes them predictable. They will behave consistently with their conclusion rather than updating based on what actually happens. He paused. A panel that's decided to assess me as null root or below certification will assess me that way regardless of my performance. That means my performance can demonstrate something different from what their finding says. The discrepancy between your performance and their finding, she said. The discrepancy is useful data, particularly if Shun Zhuoqing observes the trial. He had been thinking about this. The arbiter's investigation has reached the uncertain stage. He's looking for evidence that either closes the uncertainty toward confirmation or toward dismissal. A trial in which I perform at a cultivation equivalent that is visibly inconsistent with a null root assessment, followed by an assessment panel that returns a null root equivalent finding, gives him exactly the kind of observable discrepancy between result and evidence that his investigation needs to move. Toward confirmation, she said. Toward genuinely uncertain, he said. Which is closer to confirmation than where we were. He paused. I'll request that Lin Xiuhua's pre-event array be permitted at the trial as an independent measurement instrument. Ho Beiliang will deny it. Probably. But the denial becomes part of the record. The certification authority denying the use of an independent measurement instrument that has been independently confirmed by 3 MCA scholars and reviewed by the Continental Cultivation Authority's investigator. He paused. Denying an instrument that the authority is actively evaluating looks different than denying an unknown methodology. She wrote something in her notebook. You thought about this before I told you the proposal arrived. I thought about the likely shape of the next move after the exemption request was filed, he said. A controlled trial was the most probable form of the move. Apparently, I was correct. She looked at him. Is there something you can't predict? Several things, he said, mostly involving people making choices that aren't in their own interest. He paused. That's where the gaps are. He sent the formal request for pre-event array inclusion to the trial panel coordinator the next morning, with full documentation of the instrument's MCA confirmation status and a note that the Continental Cultivation Authority's investigator had reviewed the methodology. Chapter 55. The trial. Ho Beiliang denied the pre-event array at the trial on the grounds that the measurement methodology had not received final continental certification, which was technically accurate, since the authorities' investigation was still active. Wei Jingran had anticipated this. He told Lin Xiaohua before the trial, set up the array outside the trial boundary. The outer wall of the building is formation transparent at the pre-event array's frequency range. You can measure from the outside. Record what it reads during my assessment sessions. She set up outside, at the maximum useful distance, with the array mounted on a portable stand and her notebook ready. The trial was held at the Ironcloud Sect's Regional Certification Facility, a formal space with permanent formation sensing infrastructure built into the walls and floors. The panel of 5 assessors sat at a table facing the practice floor. A certification officer from the Academy's records office was present as a neutral documentation witness. Wei Jingran presented himself. The panel's standard instruments read 0. The panel documented this as null root baseline confirmed before trial. The trial proceeded through 5 demonstration rounds. In the first round, he faced a practitioner certified at hollow root equivalent, the lowest certification tier. He was holding back significantly and still dominated the round. The panel wrote, performance consistent with minimal combat training, no cultivation base evident. In the second round, his opponent was certified at still vessel tier. He performed clearly well. The opponent's standard sensing technique couldn't locate him cleanly, and Wei Jingran's physical technique, which he had been training since his months of working with Sheng Wulei, was sufficient to produce visible results. The panel wrote, performance suggests some combat training, possible natural physical aptitude, cultivation base not evident. In the third and fourth rounds, at quiet foundation and deep basin tier equivalents, he held his own and lost ground respectively. Against the deep basin practitioner, the superior cultivation output was genuinely felt. He could manage the detection offset advantage, but not overcome the raw force differential. The panel wrote, performance below expected cultivation equivalent, physical technique adequate, cultivation base not clearly evident. In the fifth round, against a shadow marrow tier practitioner who was 2 tiers below Wei Jingran's actual current cultivation level, he was badly outmatched. His combat training was insufficient to compensate for the opponent's combination of cultivation output, sensing precision, and technique refinement. He lost the round clearly. The panel wrote, performance as expected for practitioner with no formal cultivation foundation. The panel deliberated for 20 minutes and returned a finding. Provisional certification, quiet foundation equivalent, null root category, provisional validity, limited scope. The finding was 2 tiers below what even Lin Xiaohua's first approximate measurement had read, 8 tiers below the pre-event array's current reading. Wei Jingran accepted the provisional certification document with both hands and read it carefully. Quiet foundation equivalent, provisional, he said. It's the best we can offer based on the observed performance, one of the Ironcloud assessors said. He was professionally polite about it. Your combat effectiveness suggests some training. The certification reflects that. Wei Jingran said, thank you, and folded the document and put it in his jacket. Outside the building, Lin Xiaohua's pre-event array had been reading formless C tier for the full duration of the trial. She had the measurements timestamped down to the minute. High Arbiter Shen Zhuoqing had been present as an observer, on his own authority as the active continental investigator. He had watched the 5 rounds with careful attention. He had watched the panel deliberate through the window of the observation room. He had read the finding when it was announced. He did not look uncertain. He looked like a man who had just seen the specific shape of the problem he had been investigating crystallize from abstract to concrete. He wrote in his notes, asterisk panel finding, quiet foundation equivalent, pre-event array reading during same period, formless C, observed performance, inconsistent with null root, inconsistent with quiet foundation. No instrument present produced a reading consistent with the observed performance. This is the discrepancy the investigation exists to explain, asterisk. Chapter 56. What the certification is useful for the provisional certification document was 8 inches by 6 inches of official paper with the Ironcloud Sect's certification seal in one corner and the Continental Cultivation Authority's notation of active investigation status in another. It read, in formal language, Practitioner Wei Jingran, provisional certification issued under exemption process, effective cultivation level assessed at quiet foundation equivalent, null root category, provisional validity pending full review, issued by Ironcloud Sect Certification Authority under Continental Assessment Protocol, Article 12. Wei Jingran held the document and read it twice. Then he set it on the table. This is useful, he said. Yu Shanxi looked at him across the MCA research room. She had been present for the trial and had seen all 5 rounds and the panel deliberation and the finding. She had also been comparing her formation sense observations of Wei Jingran's cultivation presence against the panel's finding with the expression of someone who had seen something absurd happen in official documentation. How is this useful, she asked. They assessed you at Quiet Foundation when you're at Formless C. They got it wrong by 5 tiers. Yes, he said. And now that 5-tier gap is documented in the official record. He looked at the certification. Before today, the official record said null root. The unofficial record said Formless C. On the basis of Lin Xiaohua's research, the gap between official and unofficial was 10 tiers. The official record had no reference point at all. He paused. Now the official record says Quiet Foundation, provisional. The pre-event array says Formless C. The gap is documented. The standard assessment methodology used for the certification trial produced a result 5 tiers below what Lin Xiaohua's instrument shows for the same practitioner, at the same time, in the same location. He folded the certification and put it in his jacket. Every testing array that has ever read 0 on me now has a documented reference point. The arrays read the same on a provisionally certified Quiet Foundation practitioner as they read on a null root. That's a measurable inconsistency between instrument types in the official record. Xianxia was quiet for a moment. She was writing. You went into the trap knowing this specific thing would come out of it, she said. I went into the trap knowing that a controlled outcome would produce a documented discrepancy, he said. The specific form of the discrepancy, the 5-tier gap between provisional certification and the pre-event array reading, required the trial to produce a finding. Any finding would have created a documented reference point. He paused. The Quiet Foundation finding is useful because it's specific enough to be measurable against the pre-event array data. If they had found null root, the reference point would have been different, but also useful. She finished writing and looked at her notes. You're building a case. I'm accumulating documented discrepancies, he said, between what the standard methodology produces and what the pre-event array produces. Each discrepancy is a data point. The data points add up to a pattern. The pattern eventually justifies a framework revision. He paused. Apparently this is how institutional change happens. Slowly, with documentation. From the corner of the room, Lin Xiaohua said. Shen Zhuoqing was taking notes when the panel announced the finding. I watched him from the observation area. Wei Jingran nodded. He had expected this. The arbiter had been present precisely to observe the relationship between the trial process and its outcome. Send him the pre-event array data from outside the trial, he said. The exact reading, time-stamped against the trial period. Include the 5-tier gap calculation. She said, tonight? Now, he said. Chapter 57, Shen Zhuoqing's 14 hours. Lin Xiaohua sent the data package that evening with a cover note that read, in the direct language she had developed for communications with official investigators. Asterisk attached are pre-event array measurement readings from outside the trial boundary, timestamped continuously throughout the certification trial period. The array read Formless C tier, the 8th tier in the still root cultivation progression, throughout the trial. The provisional certification finding produced by the panel was Quiet Foundation equivalent, the 3rd tier. The gap between the official certification and the anomalous reading is 5 tiers. Please explain the methodology by which a 5-tier gap between 2 measurement instruments assessing the same practitioner at the same time is produced by instrument error in the pre-event array. Asterisk, she sent it through the investigation's official documentation channel, which required the arbiter to respond in writing. She sent a copy to the authority's regional office for the investigation file. High Arbiter Shen Zhuoqing received the package at the 7th hour of the evening. He opened the data first and read the time-stamped array readings. He read the cover note. He set both down. He examined the data for 14 hours. Wei Jingran knew this because Lin Xiaohua's communication channel showed Shen's access log. He had opened the data attachment at the 7th hour and opened it a second time at the 9th hour, which implied he had reviewed it, begun drafting a response, stopped, and returned to the data. He opened the cover note again at the 14th hour. His written response arrived at the 21st hour, 14 hours after the data package. The response said, Asterisk, I cannot currently explain the 5-tier gap by instrument error in the pre-event array. The timestamping is consistent, the measurement conditions are documented, and the gap magnitude exceeds what systematic calibration error would produce. I am updating the investigation status from uncertain to unresolved, requires further methodology review. I am not endorsing the pre-event array as a confirmed methodology. I am recording that a discrepancy exists which the current investigative framework cannot explain. Asterisk Wei Jingran read the response when Lin Xiaohua forwarded it the next morning. He looked at the phrase unresolved, requires further methodology review. He looked at the movement. Dismissed, uncertain, unresolved. Apparently he's now at the accurate description of where we are, he said. He still thinks it might be instrument error, Lin Xiaohua said. Apparently, he thinks it might not be. He set the response down. Which is the correct place for him to be? He doesn't have enough evidence to confirm. He has too much to dismiss. He paused. He'll continue investigating. What does that mean practically? He'll request more data. He'll want independent verification of the pre-event array's readings against known reference points. He'll want to see the instrument in controlled conditions. He thought about it. He's going to ask for a comparative measurement session, his instruments and Lin Xiaohua's array, assessing known practitioners of known tiers simultaneously to establish whether the instruments disagree in a systematic way. She was quiet for a moment. If the instruments agree on conventional practitioners and disagree only on you, then the only remaining explanation for the disagreement is that the instruments are measuring different things, he said, which is exactly the claim Lin Xiaohua's research makes. She sent Xin Zhuoqing a letter that afternoon, offering the comparative measurement session in full cooperation with any further investigation methodology he wanted to design. He responded within 4 hours. He agreed. Chapter 58. Xin Zhuoqing updates his status. The comparative measurement session took 3 days. High Arbiter Xin Zhuoqing brought 4 practitioners with known, officially certified cultivation tiers and 2 of the authority's most precise portable instruments. Lin Xiaohua set up the pre-event array in the MCA's shielded measurement room. They assessed each of the 4 practitioners with all instruments. For all 4, the results were consistent. Xin's instruments and Lin Xiaohua's pre-event array agreed on tier to within 1 rank. They assessed Wei Jingran with all instruments. Xin's instruments, 0. Pre-event array, formless C. Xin wrote everything in his investigation file. He reviewed the full dataset for 2 days. On the 3rd day, he sent a formal investigation status update to the authority's regional office and to all parties of record. The status update said, the pre-event array methodology has been tested in controlled comparative conditions against continental authority instruments with known reference practitioners. For conventional practitioners, the pre-event array produces results consistent with standard instruments. For research subject Wei Jingran, the pre-event array produces results inconsistent with standard instruments by a margin of 8 or more tiers. The inconsistency is not attributable to instrument calibration, operator error, or controlled measurement conditions. I am classifying this investigation status as confirmed anomaly, theoretical framework update required. I am not endorsing the still root cultivation theory as confirmed. I am making a formal record that the existing framework is incomplete. He sent the update and then, apparently immediately after, the timestamp was 2 minutes apart, sent Wei Jingran a direct message. It said, I want to be accurate about the limits of this finding. Confirmed anomaly means I have recorded that a discrepancy exists. It does not mean I have confirmed what the discrepancy means. My investigation will continue. The framework update I called for will require years of additional study. This is a procedural step, not a conclusion. I am not satisfied that I understand the situation. I am only satisfied that I cannot dismiss it. Wei Jingran read this message and wrote in his journal. Xin Zhuoqing status update. Confirmed anomaly. He's not satisfied that he understands. That's accurate. Apparently, he's a careful man. He paused, then added. The investigation will continue. So will the investigation's value. He sent a reply that said, apparently years is about right. Thank you for the accurate description. The reply Xin Zhuoqing sent back was very brief. That word. You use it often. Wei Jingran looked at this for a long time. He wrote back. It marks the difference between what I know and what I infer. I find it useful. Xin Zhuoqing did not reply again that day. But Wei Jingran, reviewing his investigation notes later through Lin Xiaohua's research records access, found that the arbiter had written a single word in the margin of the comparative measurement data. Apparently, Chapter 59. Ho Bailiang's direct move. The commercial claim arrived at the MCA Research Compound's administrative office on the 78th day after the investigation opened. Ho Bailiang had researched the MCA's research housing provisions carefully. The housing program was funded through the association's general fund, which operated under the association's own charter. The charter included an insurance provision, standard practice for any organization that housed individuals in its facilities, that required residents to meet specific safety classifications. The relevant safety classification, individuals of unknown cultivation level or certification status, were classified as a category requiring additional documentation before extended residential housing was authorized. The mechanism was designed for situations where an uncertified practitioner might pose unknown risks to a cultivation-adjacent environment. Ho Bailiang filed a formal commercial claim under the association's own insurance provisions, arguing that housing Wei Jingran constituted a liability given his official certification status, quiet foundation equivalent, null root category, provisional, null root classification in the official record meant unknown cultivation level for insurance purposes, which triggered the additional documentation requirement. The claim was legally constructed. He had a real mechanism and a real provision. The MCA's legal team reviewed it and found it technically valid. Wei Jingran received the notification of the claim's existence through Director Peng, who brought it to his attention with the expression of someone who was frustrated with the situation and was trying not to show it. The claim is valid on its face, she said. The insurance provision is real. If you're classified as null root in official records, our housing insurance technically requires additional documentation. She paused. The additional documentation requirement is intended for practitioners whose cultivation level is genuinely unknown because no assessment has been performed. You've been assessed. Multiple times. The assessments are just wrong. She said this last part with a precision that made the frustration visible. I understand, Wei Jingran said. I'll need to find alternative housing. You don't need to leave today. No, he agreed. But the claim creates a timeline, and the claim creates documentation that shows the MCA's housing provision is being used as a commercial pressure mechanism. That documentation will be in the official record. He thought for a moment. Xianxia's family has a property in this district. We discussed it when I was removed from the academy. I can provide a research affiliation that covers facility access even without residential housing, Director Peng said. Your access to the research wing is not affected by the housing claim. Apparently that's sufficient, Wei Jingran said. He thanked her and went to find Xianxia. Chapter 60. Commercial property. Xianxia had been expecting this conversation. The property her family owned in the city's eastern commercial district was a 3-story building that served primarily as a materials warehouse on the lower floors and had a residential section on the 3rd floor that had been empty for 2 years. The family had been maintaining it as a potential investment property. Xianxia had briefed her parents on the research situation and her assessment of its commercial implications, and they had agreed with her analysis. The long-term commercial value of being the family associated with the eventual official recognition of still root cultivation methodology was worth the short-term political friction. She showed Wei Jingran the 3rd-floor apartment. It was clean and had good air circulation and a window that faced east, which meant it caught morning light. She pointed out the formation sensing array at the building's entrance. He noted it. He said, "This changes your family's position in the conflict." "I know," she said. "I've discussed it with them. They understand the implications. You'll be publicly associated with research that's under continental investigation and commercial pressure from the Ironcloud sect. I'm already publicly associated with it. I've been your research team's logistics coordinator for over a year." She looked at him evenly. This formalizes a commitment that has already practically been made. It doesn't change the risk, it clarifies it. He looked at the apartment. It was quiet in the specific way of a space that hadn't been occupied for a while, awaiting quality rather than an empty quality. He said, "Why?" She had answered this kind of question before, from him and from her parents and from herself. She said, "Because I've been studying you for 18 months and my conclusion is that the research is real and the methodology is real and the institutional recognition will eventually come. The commercial trajectory is positive over a long enough horizon." She paused. "And because watching someone do genuinely important work while being correctly dismissed over and over produces a specific kind of impatience in me." She said this with the precision of someone who had examined the impatience and decided it was a reasonable response. "I'm not patient with correct things being called wrong." He said, "That's a complete answer." He moved in the next day, with the same efficiency he had brought to every previous relocation. 2 bags, the research materials, the journal stack, the stillstone samples, the copied texts. The building's formation sensing array gave its standard diminishment reading as he passed through the entrance. Xianxia was at her family's commercial desk downstairs when he came through. She didn't look up from her correspondence. She said, "The kitchen is stocked. 2nd cabinet from the left." He said thank you and went upstairs. At the MCA compound, Director Peng filed the commercial claim response, a formal document noting that the practitioner had voluntarily relocated to resolve the insurance provision concern, that his research affiliation remained active, and that the MCA would be filing its own formal comment on the use of insurance provisions as a commercial pressure mechanism in an active Continental Cultivation Authority investigation. Ho Bailiang received this response and read it. He set it on his desk next to the investigation status update, the pre-event array publication citation count, and the expanding list of independent scholars who had requested the schematic. He had used every commercial mechanism available to him. The situation was still evolving. He had one more tool, a contact at the continental level, that he had not yet used. He wrote a message to the contact that evening. It said, "*The formation anomaly research has expanded beyond regional suppression. The Continental Cultivation Authority's investigator has updated his status to confirmed anomaly. I need to escalate to a practitioner contact who can address the research subject directly rather than the research." He paused. The contact has a specific interest in preventing this tier of cultivation from being reached. His name should be familiar to you. He sent the message and waited. Chapter 61. The pattern in the record. The Continental Assessment Bureau's formal review team arrived at their task with the specific thoroughness of institutional processes that have been invoked rarely but properly. 3 senior assessors, a documentation analyst, and authorization to request records from every institution Wei Jingran had presented at during the previous 6 years. They assembled the records in a conference room at the Bureau's regional office and spread them across 3 tables. The scope of the dataset surprised even the documentation analyst, who had experience with broad investigation sweeps. Formation malfunction notes from Thornpeak Sect, Clearwater Academy, the Regional Commerce Fair Assessment Station, the Tournament Registration Infrastructure, 2 Patrol Way Station Arrays, the MCA Compound, the U Family's Commercial Building Entrance Formation, and 4 additional locations where Wei Jingran had passed through formation sensing infrastructure in connection with the research project or ordinary movement. 17 distinct institutions. 43 separate formation anomaly notations spanning 6 years, made by formation officers who had no contact with each other and no shared institutional reason to produce the same type of record. The lead assessor, a meticulous man named Bureau Chief Assessor Fong Liuzhong, went through the records methodically. "These are the anomalous readings," he said, marking the diminishment signature notations. "And these are the standard null root confirmations." He arranged them chronologically. The diminishment signatures were consistent. Same pattern, same frequency characteristic, same magnitude. Different instruments, different operators, different institutions, identical anomaly type. The documentation analyst said, "That pattern isn't consistent with instrument calibration error." Fong Liuzhong looked at the assembled records. It could be calibration drift in a common component. If all these institutions purchased their sensing formations from the same manufacturer and the same production batch, a shared defect would produce identical anomaly signatures. 7 different manufacturers, the documentation analyst said. 3 different formation architectures. The anomaly signature is consistent across all of them. Fong Liuzhong studied the records for a long time. He had spent his career applying a reliable framework, and he was good at his work, and his work required that anomalous data be explained before it was acted upon. "The alternative classification," he said slowly, "is that we have a shared external cause rather than a shared internal defect. Something consistent about the subject that multiple instrument types are responding to in the same way. That would require the subject to produce a consistent effect on formation sensing infrastructure across 6 years and 17 locations." "Yes," Fong Liuzhong said. "It would." He set the records down. "I'm going to classify this as systematic calibration drift, probable common external cause, investigation ongoing. I'm not ready to conclude anything further." He paused. "This goes to High Arbiter Shun's active investigation file. He's the one with confirmed anomaly status. He should have the full data set." He sent the compiled records to Shun Zhuoqing's investigation file that afternoon, with his classification notation and the full documentation of the 43 anomaly signatures. Wei Jingran learned about the Bureau's review through Yu Shanxi's contact network 3 days after the records were compiled. He read her summary of the filing classification. "Systematic calibration drift," he said, "with probable common external cause." "They're not committing to what the common external cause is," she said. "No, but they've stopped attributing the anomalies to individual instrument error at individual institutions." He looked at the summary. 43 records. "Apparently, I've been more consistently visible to the formation infrastructure than I realized." He paused. "That's a large data set. Is it useful?" "Apparently very." 43 independent data points showing an identical formation anomaly, all attributed to the same subject, across 7 different instrument manufacturers. The only remaining explanation that preserves the no unusual cultivation classification is a common external cause that isn't cultivation related. He thought about it. There isn't one. They're going to find that out when they look. She was already writing. Timeline for them to find it. Shun Zhuoqing has the file now, he said. Apparently the timeline is his. Chapter 62. The right questions. High Arbiter Shun Zhuoqing received the compiled bureau record and read it over the course of one morning. then read it again more slowly in the afternoon. 43 anomalies. 17 institutions. 7 instrument manufacturers. He had already classified the pre-event array's readings as confirmed anomaly. He had already noted, in his investigation file, that the comparative measurement session demonstrated a consistent 8-tier gap between the array and standard instruments. He had spent months at the confirmed anomaly. Theoretical framework update required status, which was accurate but not final. It meant he had established that a discrepancy existed without establishing what the discrepancy meant. The Bureau's compiled record changed the character of the problem. Before the compiled record, he had been working with a single instrument type, the pre-event array, producing anomalous readings for a single subject. The potential explanations had included instrument design error, calibration problems, measurement methodology artifacts. Any of those would explain anomalous readings from a single specialized instrument. 43 anomalies across 17 institutions and 7 manufacturer types could not be explained by instrument design error because the instruments didn't share a design. Could not be explained by calibration problems because calibration was performed independently. Could not be explained by a measurement methodology artifact because the methodologies varied. He sat with the mathematical structure of the problem. The only remaining explanatory framework was, the subject produces a consistent effect on formation sensing infrastructure, and the effect is real, and it falls below the detection threshold of standard instruments while registering as an anomaly at the boundary of that threshold, which was exactly what the pre-event array's readings and Lin Xiaohua's research claimed. He wrote in his investigation notes, systematic error hypothesis now insufficient to account for dataset. 43 independent anomaly readings with identical signature, 7 instrument types, 17 institutions, 0 shared calibration source. The hypothesis requires a common external cause that is not cultivation-related. No such cause has been identified in the literature. Updating investigation status. Systematic error hypothesis insufficient. Framework revision required. He looked at the new status. Then he drafted a message to Lin Xiaohua. He kept it direct and precise, because directness and precision were both appropriate here. He wrote, I am requesting a formal methodology review. My goal is not to confirm the pre-event array's validity. My goal is to determine whether the pre-event array's methodology can be definitively falsified by a well-designed experiment. Falsifiability is the correct scientific standard. If the methodology cannot be falsified under controlled conditions designed by an independent investigator, that is significant evidence in its favor. I would like your cooperation in designing the falsification tests. I will design the tests. You will perform them. We will evaluate the results together. He sent the message and waited. Lin Xiaohua's response arrived that evening. I agree. I have been waiting for this question. It is the correct question. Wei Jingran read the response when she forwarded it to him. He looked at the phrase, correct question, for a moment. Apparently, he's now asking the right questions, he said. Lin Xiaohua said. He's been asking good questions throughout. He was just asking them within a framework that couldn't find the answers. And now the framework has run out of explanations. She was already organizing her research documentation for the methodology review. He'll be thorough. This will take time. Apparently that's appropriate, Wei Jingran said. Thorough is more useful than fast. Chapter 63. Falsification. Shin Zhuoqing arrived at the MCA compound with his full methodology kit, a clear schedule, and 3 specific falsification criteria he had designed over 2 days of careful theoretical work. Lin Xiaohua met him at the research room entrance. The pre-event array was already set up. She had laid out 3 months of measurement logs, the full calibration documentation for every component, and the comparative measurement data from the earlier session with the known tier practitioners. They spent the first day examining the instrument's design against Shun's first falsification criterion. If the pre-event array stillstone node is producing coherent patterns at subthreshold frequency ranges due to a specific resonance artifact, the patterns should vary predictably with temperature, pressure, and ambient formation field density. It was a rigorous test. Lin Xiaohua had not designed the instrument with this specific test in mind. She had designed it to measure formation signatures below the standard detection threshold, and she had calibrated it against known reference signatures. She had not specifically tested for resonance artifacts. Shun ran the temperature variation tests himself, with Lin recording results. The patterns did not vary with temperature. He ran the pressure variation tests. The patterns did not vary. He ran the ambient field density tests, comparing the instrument's baseline readings at 3 different formation density environments. The baseline varied with ambient field density, as expected. The subject-specific patterns did not. First criterion. The resonance artifact hypothesis does not account for the data, he said. He wrote this carefully. On the second day, Shun's falsification criterion was, if the pre-event array's readings are produced by a systematic bias in the stillstone node's formation structure, the bias should apply equally to all subjects and should be identifiable by comparing the node's output against a formation-shielded baseline. He had brought a formation shielding unit from the authorities' equipment kit. They tested the array with shielding and without, with multiple subjects and in the subject's absence. The stillstone node's output in the shielded condition was consistent with the expected theoretical baseline. The subject-specific patterns disappeared when Wei Jingran was not present and returned when he was. A systematic bias would not correlate with subject presence, Shin said. Second criterion, systematic bias hypothesis does not account for the data. The third day's criterion was the most important. If the pre-event array's readings represent a real formation phenomenon, the readings should demonstrate internal consistency. The measurement taken at different times, locations, and conditions should follow a coherent progression rather than random fluctuation. Lin Xiaohua had 3 years of measurement data. Shin reviewed the full dataset, looking for coherence. The readings were not only consistent, they showed a clear, steady progression. Higher-tier readings over time, with the specific progression pattern that would be expected if the subject was advancing in cultivation. No random fluctuations. No unexplained jumps except at the documented advancement events. No reversion. He reviewed the dataset for 4 hours. Then he set down his pen and said, the data is internally consistent in a way that instrument artifacts are not. Instrument artifacts produce noise with fluctuation. This is a signal, Lin Xiaohua said, in the specific, careful voice of a researcher who has been waiting 2 years for this statement. Yes. Shin was quiet for a moment. I have now failed to falsify the pre-event array's measurement methodology under 3 independent falsification criteria of my own design. I have not confirmed the methodology. Falsification failure is not confirmation. But I have exhausted the standard explanatory alternatives. He made a notation in his investigation file. I am classifying the methodology status as falsification resistant, alternative explanations excluded, further framework review required. He looked at Lin Xiaohua across the table. Your instrument works, she said. I know. Wei Jingran was not present for any of the 3 days of testing. He had been in stillness. Chapter 64. What the journal records the 2-week testing period. The days of Shin Zuoqing's falsification methodology, the days of Lin Xiaohua's careful documentation, the days of xianxia's parallel acquisition of every text that mentioned the upper cultivation tiers. Those 2 weeks were, for Wei Jingran, quiet in a specific and particular way. He had been in stillness for much of it. Not the deliberate, effortful stillness of the early years, when holding the absence required active maintenance. The stillness that came naturally now was different. Not the absence of cultivation signature, but the presence of something so still that it registered on the formation field as background rather than event. He sat in the room that xianxia's family had given him, and the formation sensing array in the building's entrance went quiet as it always did, and the ambient spiritual field in the surrounding space organized itself into the particular calm that had been developing around him since the shadow marrow tier. He noticed, on the 4th day, that the quality of the stillness had shifted. It was not a dramatic shift. It did not announce itself. It was the same kind of change that had marked every previous advancement, a reorganization rather than an accumulation, a settling into a new configuration rather than an expansion of the old one. He had learned to recognize it by its character. The way the formation field around him became briefly coherent and then settled to a new baseline. The way his perception of the ambient spiritual environment clarified into a slightly higher resolution. He sat with it for a full day before he wrote anything. Then he wrote, * pattern 0 tier. 9th tier. The formation field perception has expanded again. I can sense the formation structure of the building at its base level, not just the ambient field. The way this tier organizes my perception is different from Formless C. At Formless C, I was invisible to formation detection. At pattern 0, the formation field appears to register me as a null element, not absent, but below the calculation threshold. The ambient arrays in the building entrance now produce a different anomaly than before. I need Lin Xiaohua to measure it. * He noted the date and the time. Then he wrote, * 2 tiers above what the comparative measurement session confirmed. Shin Zuoqing's falsification testing continues. Apparently, the timing is not coincidental. The ambient formation activity during 3 days of intensive testing by a Continental Authority investigator running calibration equipment at full output constitutes significant spiritual turbulence. The contrast was high. Asterisk, he looked at what he had written. He looked at the cultivation tier notation. Pattern 0, 9th of 11. He thought about the 2 tiers above this. He had read everything available on them. The descriptions were sparse. The practitioners who had reached those tiers had not, as a rule, left records of what they experienced. He understood now why. The properties of the upper tiers made recording increasingly difficult, not because the practitioners were incapable, but because the formation network that human memory relied on was itself beginning to respond to their presence in specific ways. He went to Lin Xiaohua's research room. She was reviewing the day's falsification test data. She looked up when he came in. She said, "Advancement?" He said, "Pattern 0. She reached for the pre-event array without another word and activated it. She ran the measurement. She looked at the output. Pattern 0, she said. 9th tier. Confirmed. She set down the instrument. She looked at him with the expression she had developed over 3 years of measuring impossible things accurately. Not surprise, but a specific quality of careful attention. How did it advance? The testing period shouldn't have provided sufficient stillness conditions. The testing period provided extensive ambient formation activity, he said. High turbulence from calibration equipment running at full output for 3 consecutive days. The contrast was maximum. She nodded slowly. She opened her research log and wrote the notation. Then she wrote a calculation below it, a projection she had been updating since the first year of the study. Current tier, advancement rate per month, extrapolated timeline to each remaining tier. She looked at the projection for a moment. She closed the log. How long, he asked. She said, "I'll tell you when I've verified the rate estimate." She said it in the careful voice of someone who wants to confirm data before reporting it, which was her standard practice and which he understood. "Of course," he said. "Apparently there's no urgency." She looked at him. "There might be," she said, "depending on what the upper tiers mean for the formation infrastructure." She paused. "Are you going to tell anyone else?" "You," he said. "And you, xianxia." She nodded. He left. She sat alone in the research room and looked at the closed log. She did not reopen it that evening. She would review the calculation again in the morning when her thinking was clear, and she would present it accurately and completely, and she would make no claims beyond what the data supported. She had learned that methodology from the person she was studying. Chapter 65. The calculation. Xianxia found the research log on the workbench 3 days later. It was not misplaced or forgotten. Lin Xiaohua had left it out because she was in the middle of a measurement session in the adjacent room and had set it down to free both hands for the formation instrumentation. The log was closed. Xianxia would not have opened it except that the cover had a paper insert marking the current page, and the paper insert had slipped slightly, and the page it was marking was the projection table Lin Xiaohua had updated 3 days ago. Xianxia looked at the table without opening the log. She read the column headers. She read the tier labels. She read the current tier notation and the advancement rate estimate and the extrapolated timeline. She stood at the workbench for approximately 2 minutes without moving. Then she closed the log carefully, replaced the paper insert at the correct page, and set the log back exactly where she had found it. She went to the window of the research wing and looked at the courtyard for a while. She was not upset. She was thinking. She had the specific stillness of someone who has encountered a significant fact and is processing it to a conclusion rather than reacting to it. When Lin Xiaohua came back into the research room, she found Xianxia at the window. "I saw the projection table," Xianxia said. She said it directly, because indirect communication would have been inefficient and they had been working together long enough for efficiency to be the appropriate register. Lin Xiaohua looked at the log on the workbench. "The rate estimate is still being refined," she said. "I'm not ready to present it as confirmed." "I understand." Xianxia turned from the window. "I'm not going to do anything with it until you confirm it. I just want to understand the shape of it." She paused. "He's going somewhere that none of us can follow. Not at the rate the projection suggests." Lin Xiaohua said, "That's accurate. At the current advancement rate, the remaining tiers are." She stopped. "I'll give you the full presentation when the estimate is confirmed." "Of course." She looked at the log for a moment. "Where is he?" "Stillness session. 2nd floor." Xianxia went upstairs. She found Wei Jingran in his room, seated at the low formation work table he used for extended stillness sessions. He was not in active practice. He was writing in his journal. She knocked on the open door frame to indicate her presence, because she had learned that he preferred announced entry to unannounced entry, not because he startled easily, but because he valued the acknowledgement. He looked up. She came in and sat down across from him. She said, "I saw Lin's projection table." He was quiet for a moment. "Apparently, she'll want to present it formally when she's confirmed the rate estimate." "I know. I'm not asking about the numbers." She looked at him steadily. "I'm asking where you're going." He considered this. It was a real question, asked by someone who had organized her life around a research project for 3 years and was now calculating what the endpoint of that project meant, personally and practically. It deserved an accurate answer. Apparently to the void origin tier, eventually, he said. And beyond that, he said, there is one tier above void origin. The eternal stillness, sovereign tier. The ancient texts describe it, but don't explain what it means to be at it, because practitioners who reached it are not recorded in first-person accounts, only in second-hand reports. He paused. I don't fully understand what that tier's properties are, but you're going there. Apparently, the advancement rate is not under my control. It's determined by environmental conditions and the diffusion mechanism. I can't choose to advance slowly. He looked at his journal. What I can control is the documentation and the infrastructure correction and the network of people who understand what the methodology is and can hold the accurate record when. He stopped. She said, when the upper tier properties make the records harder to keep. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. She had thought about this in the 2 minutes at the window and the walk up the stairs and the moments since she sat down. She had arrived at a conclusion, which was what thinking was for. She said, I'm going to spend the next month acquiring every available text referencing the void origin tier and the eternal stillness sovereign tier. Not just the academic archives. The merchant networks have access to private estate collections and monastery records that aren't in the standard scholarly index. She looked at him. I want to know what you're walking into before you arrive. I find it impractical to be unprepared. He said, that's useful. I know, she said. That's why I'm doing it. She stood up. She said, as she was leaving. Also, for the record, I'm not afraid of where you're going. I'm interested in it. She paused at the door frame. Apparently that makes me unusual. He said, apparently it makes you accurate. She left. He looked at the journal entry he had been writing when she knocked. He added a line at the end. *xianxia has seen the projection table. Her response, text acquisition project, stated interest rather than fear. She continues to be the person whose reactions fall in the category I cannot consistently predict. This is probably useful. Apparently, I should not try to predict her. He closed the journal and resumed the stillness session. Outside, in the city's eastern commercial district, the formation sensing array at the building's entrance produced its standard daily anomaly. The formation officer in the Yu family's property management records had, by now, stopped noting it as an anomaly and had begun listing it in the regular maintenance log under its own category. Formation sensor. East building. Daily calibration reading. Consistent with established pattern. He had given the pattern its own category. He did not know what the category meant. It seemed more honest than continuing to call it an error. Chapter 66. What the upper tiers do. Xianxia's text acquisition project ran for 3 weeks. She worked through her family's commercial network with the focused efficiency she brought to every undertaking. Contacts at 4 private estate collections, 2 monastery archive access agreements negotiated through materials trading relationships, a rare texts broker who served merchant families in the continental interior, and a direct inquiry to the Western Archives Public Consultation Service. She was systematic and thorough, and by the end of the 3rd week, she had assembled a stack of documents, transcription copies, and scholarly summaries that filled a crate. She spread the materials across the table in the research wing's secondary room and sorted them by source type, then by tier reference, then by date of original composition. Then she read them in chronological order. Wei Jingran read them in parallel, working at a separate table. The sources produced a consistent description when read as a body rather than individually. Void origin cultivators appeared in historical records not as subjects, but as contexts. During this period, unusual formation phenomena were observed in the Western District, with no recorded cause. The city's spiritual infrastructure experienced a recalibration event that resolved without intervention, with no named mechanism. Several practitioners reported a sense of ordered stillness in the formation environment for an extended period, with no attributed source. The practitioners were not absent from history. Wei Jingran read both documents again. He was there when the practitioners who created those null zones disappeared from the record. He set the documents down. He has been monitoring the null zone problem for at least 100 years and systematically ensuring that each instance is attributed to natural formation phenomena rather than still root cultivation. He paused. He knew what they were. He provided the official explanation that kept the research suppressed. He thought about it. He had already written the letter to Elder Mao before coming to discuss the research. It was straightforward. I found information about void pattern Elder Ku Lixian. I have reason to believe he's been monitoring the still root cultivation research and has a history of direct action against practitioners approaching the upper tiers. I would like everything you know about him. Please respond when convenient. Asterisk, he sent it through the courier service that Elder Mao Daiqing used for correspondence. The response arrived in 4 days. Elder Mao was not one for unnecessary delay. Chapter 68. The map of the situation. Elder Mao Daiqing's response letter was 9 pages long. He had been waiting to write it for 40 years. I found the void seed theory text when I was 32 years old, the letter began, and I have been watching Ku Lixian's management of the null zone record for every year since. I did not know who the next still root practitioner would be, or when they would appear, or how advanced they would become before Ku Lixian noticed. I have been keeping notes. I am very glad to have someone to give them to. The notes filled 6 of the 9 pages. Ku Lixian had been verifiably active for at least 270 years, according to Elder Mao's compiled record. His first documented intervention was a null zone site in the southern coastal territories, classified as a natural formation anomaly in the official record but cross-referenced in monastery archives to a practitioner who had been living near the site and who vanished from all subsequent records approximately 3 months after Ku Lixian's visit. The second and third interventions followed the same pattern. The fourth was more recent, within Elder Mao's lifetime, and had been handled differently. The practitioner at that site had left voluntarily, relocating to a remote territory outside Ku Lixian's institutional reach, and was still alive. The fourth case is important, Elder Mao wrote. He does not act immediately. He assesses. He is not impulsive. He believes he is doing necessary work, and necessary work should be done correctly. The letter continued. His institutional base is primarily the Continental Formation Infrastructure Authority. He has formal consulting status there, which gives him access to CFIA resources and the authority to invoke emergency protocols under specific conditions. The relevant protocol is the exclusion clause, a mechanism designed for practitioners whose cultivation creates demonstrable interference with shared infrastructure. It has never been invoked, but it exists. Wei Jingran read the letter twice, then read it a third time with specific attention to the passage about the exclusion clause. Apparently we identified the correct concern, he said to xianxia. She was sitting across from him, reading the letter over his shoulder. The exclusion clause, she said. He can use the formation infrastructure law to force you out of any territory that depends on the shared formation network, which is essentially the entire inhabited continent, he said. The CFIA's formation arrays power inter-city communication, way station protection, cultivation environment maintenance for high-density territories. If Ku Lixian can establish that my cultivation creates infrastructure interference, he stopped. He's not wrong that a pattern zero practitioner creates a calculation problem for infrastructure arrays designed without that variable. The question is whether that problem is insurmountable. She said, he clearly believes it is. He's reached that belief without ever having the opportunity to test whether the problem can be solved rather than prevented. He set down the letter. That was an error in his reasoning. Apparently, it was an understandable one, given that the practitioners he encountered didn't have the research base we have now. So the question is whether we can solve the infrastructure problem before he decides to invoke the exclusion clause. Apparently, yes. He was already thinking about the geometry of the situation. He will come to observe. He's not impulsive. Elder Mao's letter makes that clear. He'll want to assess the situation before acting. That means we have time between his first contact and any action he might take. He paused. We should use that time to make progress on the infrastructure problem before he arrives. She was writing. You said that like you already know what the infrastructure problem is. Apparently, I've been noticing something for 3 months. He had been studying formation infrastructure methodology since he arrived at the pattern 0 tier, because the tier had given him a clearer perception of the formation network structure than any previous tier. I need to speak with Director Peng Shiwu at the CFI. Chapter 69. Elder Mao Daiqing. Elder Mao Daiqing's letter had included, in its final pages, an offer that Wei Jingran had not expected. Asterisk, I would like to meet in person if that's possible. I have been researching the upper cultivation tiers through texts for 40 years. I would rather have a conversation with someone who is doing it. Asterisk, Wei Jingran agreed to the meeting. Elder Mao Daiqing was 70 years old, retired from formal sect positions for 8 years, living in a small compound at the edge of a mid-sized city 3 days' travel from the MCA facility. He had the look of someone who had been accumulating knowledge for a long time and was comfortable with it. Not burdened, not restless, just full in a settled way. He was at the still vessel tier, the second tier in the void seed progression, which he had reached through the conventional cultivation path, and which he had maintained because it suited him. He had no ambitions above it. He was the first person Wei Jingran had ever met who had read the void seed theory texts and understood them without experiencing them. I found them in the Western Archives restricted section, Elder Mao said, when they were seated in his study with tea. 40 years ago, I read them and immediately understood two things. First, the theory was correct, and second, I was entirely the wrong person to act on it, because I was inside the institutional system, and the institutional system would suppress any research I produced. He paused. So I kept notes and waited. Wei Jingran said, "You waited 40 years. Apparently that was what was needed." He said, apparently, with the specific, deliberate inflection of someone who had read enough of the research updates to understand the word's significance. He smiled slightly. "I've been following Lin Xiaohua's research documentation since it was first circulated. The language is very good. She developed it to resist background absorption," Wei Jingran said. "Yes, that's useful." He refilled his tea. "Tell me about cultivation. Not what you've read, what you've concluded." Wei Jingran told him. Elder Mao listened carefully, with the attentive stillness of someone who already knew most of what he was hearing, but was checking the framework against new analysis. When Wei Jingran finished, Elder Mao said, "Your analysis matches mine, with one addition. Cultivation is motivated by fear, not malice. He has watched the formation infrastructure develop for 300 years, and he has watched practitioners at high tiers create null zone problems that the infrastructure cannot correct. He believes, genuinely, that a practitioner who fully integrates into the formation network background would create a permanent, uncorrectable error." He paused. "He is wrong, but his wrongness is based on incomplete information rather than bad reasoning. The incomplete information being that the formation network treats void origin integration as a stabilizing event rather than a disrupting one, which neither of you can know for certain until someone reaches the tier." Elder Mao looked at him steadily. "You're going there. I can see it in the cultivation progression data. How close are you?" Wei Jingran told him. Elder Mao was quiet for a moment. 2 tiers from void origin. If Ku Lixian's timeline is what I think it is, he's aware of the pre-event array's recent readings. He set down his tea. "He'll come to observe. He always observes before acting." He paused. "He'll come to you, Wei Jingran, not through the research team. That's how he operated in the 4th case. He dealt with the practitioner directly and personally, rather than through institutional mechanisms. What should I know about how to speak to him? He responds to precision," Elder Mao said. "He spent 300 years being certain about things and acting on that certainty. He does not respond to challenges to his certainty. They make him more defensive. He responds to data he hasn't seen, presented without challenge." He looked at Wei Jingran carefully. "You have the null zone data showing his previous interventions didn't solve the underlying problem. That will matter to him more than any argument about whether his approach was correct." Wei Jingran nodded. "One more question. His institutional influence at the CFIA, how deep is it?" "Deep enough to invoke the exclusion clause, if he chooses to," Elder Mao said. "Not deep enough to prevent a counter-argument if the CFIA's infrastructure team has an alternative." He paused. "That's your leverage. If the CFIA has a working methodology for accounting for still root cultivation in its infrastructure calculations before Ku Lixian invokes the exclusion clause, he loses the mechanism." He paused. "Which is why you need to make that happen quickly." Chapter 70. The infrastructure problem. The Continental Formation Infrastructure Authority's regional research facility was located in a purpose-built compound on the city's western edge, a cluster of connected research buildings and measurement arrays that maintained the formation infrastructure for the surrounding 30 territories. Wei Jingran visited it officially through the research partnership xianxia had arranged through the materials procurement relationship. He was listed as Lin Xiaohua's research subject, visiting for CFIA infrastructure anomaly review. The paperwork was accurate. The formation sensing array at the facility entrance gave its standard reading when he passed through. 0 on the standard sensors, a brief diminishment at the array boundary, logged by the facility's formation maintenance officer as standard calibration anomaly. East entry, confirmed recurring. The formation maintenance officer had been logging the east entry anomaly since the second time Wei Jingran had visited. He had stopped reporting it after the 3rd time, when the same anomaly appeared again in exactly the same way. He was a practical man. Director Peng Shuwu met Wei Jingran and Lin Xiaohua in the infrastructure research wing with the practical attention of someone who manages a large system and respects other people's competence at managing different large systems. She was in her late 40s, precisely organized, with the kind of weariness that comes not from overwork, but from managing a problem for a long time without a solution. The weariness of sustained competent engagement with something that hasn't yielded yet. "The null zone calculation errors," she said, settling into the meeting without preamble. "You have information about their source?" Wei Jingran said. "Yes, and a preliminary methodology for correcting them." He paused. "First, I'd like to understand how you've been managing them." so I don't propose a solution that conflicts with infrastructure you've already built around the problem. She looked at him. Most people who came to her with solutions hadn't asked that question. The null zones in my network produce periodic formation field calculation errors in the arrays that include them in their reference geometry. I compensate manually, monthly recalibration on the 11 affected arrays, adjusting their calculation parameters to exclude the null zone locations from the reference set. She paused. It works. It's labor-intensive, and it doesn't address the underlying problem, which is that the null zones are affecting formation field distribution in ways my manual recalibration can't fully account for. 11 null zones, Wei Jingran said. In my jurisdiction, I have reason to believe there are more in territories outside my authority. She looked at him directly. Your research documentation says these null zones were created by cultivators using a methodology that standard instruments can't detect. I'm not here to evaluate that claim. I'm here because, if it's correct, the null zones are permanent and I need to either correct them or manage them indefinitely. She paused. Management has a cost. Correction would be preferable. Apparently the correction is possible, Wei Jingran said. The pre-event array can locate the source signatures within each null zone. They're formation alterations, not active cultivation, but they have a specific structure that the array can read. Once we have accurate source signature data, your arrays can be recalibrated to include the null zone signatures in their reference set rather than excluding them. He paused. The null zones don't disappear. The arrays learn to calculate correctly around them. Director Peng Shiwu thought about this. How long? For one null zone, with cooperative conditions and full measurement access, perhaps 1 week for the source characterization and another week for the recalibration testing. He paused. We should start with one, verify the method, and then scale. I have one null zone that's been producing calculation anomalies in a critical way station array for 15 years, she said. If you can correct that one, I'll expand the partnership to cover all 11. She looked at him steadily. I'll also want to understand the full methodology documentation. I need to be able to maintain the corrections after the research project ends. Apparently that's appropriate, Wei Jingran said. We'll document everything. He did not tell her, in this first meeting, about cultivation. That would come later, when he had established the working partnership and demonstrated the methodology's viability. The sequence mattered. First the correction demonstration, then the institutional relationship, then the context that would make the institutional relationship important. On the walk back from the facility, Lin Xiaohua said, She's going to be useful. Apparently she's already useful, he said. She has 17 years of manual compensation data for the null zone effects. That's the most accurate map of what the null zones actually do to formation infrastructure that exists anywhere. He paused. Cultivation has been telling the CFIA their natural formation anomalies for a century. She's been managing them as a practical engineering problem. Apparently the engineering perspective is more informative than the political one. When do you think cultivation will make contact? He considered this. He's been monitoring the research since the MCA publication. The investigation status update to falsification resistant is now in the official record. He'll have read it. He thought about Elder Mao's description of the pattern 0 tiers timeline for the Elder's typical response. Apparently within a month. Possibly sooner if he's been moving toward contact before the investigation update. She was quiet for a moment. Are you ready? He said. Apparently the question is whether the infrastructure correction is ready. I'm less important than the methodology. He paused. We should start the null zone work tomorrow. Chapter 71. Not all null zones are deposits. The first null zone visit took 4 days. Wei Jingran and Lin Xiaohua went to the site with Director Peng Shiwu's full cooperation, access permissions, measurement data from 15 years of manual compensation records, and the site's infrastructure array brought offline for the characterization work. The null zone was in the foundations of a way station compound at the crossroads of 2 major continental trade routes, which made it both critical infrastructure and a site that had been under regular formation maintenance attention since its construction 160 years ago. The maintenance records were, in retrospect, a gift. Every formation officer who had worked the site for 160 years had noted the same calibration anomaly in the same location and attributed it to the same cause, a natural formation deposit in the underlying stone, classified as zero-resonance material that absorbed ambient spiritual field without interacting with it. The classification had been confirmed in the site's original foundation survey and had never been reconsidered because the explanation fit the observable data, zero reading, formation absorption without output, stable over time. Wei Jingran had known since the Yunshan Hills deposit, 7 years ago, that zero-resonance material and zero-reading cultivation shared surface characteristics. He had known since the Eastern Academy's discrepant data 2 years ago that not all zero formation output sites were the same kind of material. What he had not done, until this week, was systematically compare the two types. He set up the pre-event array at the way station's formation foundation and measured the null zone's source signature. He read the output. He measured it again. He looked at the formation structure of the null zone very carefully, with the formation perception that the pattern 0 tier had sharpened into something that could read structural details in the ambient field the way Lin Xiuhua's instrument read cultivation signatures. He said, "This isn't a dead zone." Lin Xiuhua looked up from her measurement log. The Yunshan Hills deposit was dead zone material, the stillstone or absorbed ambient field without interacting with it. The Eastern Academy's deposit was a naturally occurring stillness anchor. It generated organized stillness as an active output. He pointed at the pre-event array's output display. This is neither. This is a formation alteration. The substrate isn't producing anything. The substrate has been permanently modified. He paused. Someone sat in this location at a high cultivation tier for a long period of time, and the formation network around them integrated their cultivation signature as background. When they left, or were no longer here, the signature remained as a structural modification. Lin Xiuhua was very still. A practitioner created this. A still root practitioner at a tier high enough that their cultivation signature altered the local formation field permanently. He read the array output again. The signature is integrated into the formation substrate. It's been here longer than the way station. 160 years, possibly more. He paused. Someone was here before the way station was built. The way station was built on top of their formation mark. She began writing. How many of Director Peng Shiwu's 11 null zones are this type? I don't know yet. This is the first one we've examined with the pre-event array. He looked at the array output for a moment longer. But if the historical record of practitioners dismissed as null root spans centuries, and if any of those practitioners reached high enough tiers in various locations, some of those locations will have formation marks of this type. She said, "We've been talking about the null zones as if they were all equivalent. Like you assumed the dead zone deposits were equivalent." "Yes," he said. Apparently that was an error. Again, he did not say this with frustration. He said it with the specific quality of someone noting a correction to the model, updating the analysis, moving forward. This one can be corrected. The formation substrate has been modified, but the modification has a signature the infrastructure arrays can learn to include in their calculations. It's the same methodology we planned. He paused. The only difference is what caused the null zone. That matters for the historical record, not for the engineering correction. It matters for Shun Zhuoqing's investigation. Apparently, he said. Let's finish the characterization first. Chapter 72. What the records show the characterization work at the first way station produced a complete source signature profile within 5 days, and the infrastructure array's recalibration tests began on the 6th day. Director Peng Shiwu ran the tests herself. She had been running manual compensation calculations at that array for 12 years. She watched the recalibrated array process the null zone's formation structure without calculation errors, running automatically on 3 consecutive maintenance cycles, and she said nothing for a long time. Then she said, "That's what I needed." She approved the research partnership expansion to cover all 11 null zones. Wei Jingran and Lin Xiuhua spent the following 3 weeks cross-referencing the null zone source signatures against every historical record they could access. The source signature profiles were like formation fingerprints. Each one had structural characteristics that reflected the individual cultivation signature of the practitioner who had created it, in the same way that a room reflects the habits of the person who has spent the most time in it. Of Director Peng Shiwu's 11 null zones, they identified 7 with source signatures that matched the still root cultivation formation pattern, the specific characteristic of a practitioner who had been advancing through absolute stillness. 4 of those 7 had signatures in the formation substrate old enough to predate any living practitioner's memory. 3 were more recent. Lin Xiuhua found the match first. She had been reading Ku Lixian's documented site visits, the monastery archive records that xianxia had obtained, against the 3 recent null zones' temporal positioning in the infrastructure maintenance records. "This one," she said, marking the record. The maintenance records note the null zone's appearance 37 years ago. Ku Lixian visited this territory 38 years ago, according to the monastery archive. The timing is consistent. She marked the 2nd and 3rd. This one, null zone appears 62 years ago. Ku Lixian in territory 63 years ago. This one, null zone appears 91 years ago. Ku Lixian 90 years ago. Wei Jingran read through the cross-reference. He was quiet. Lin Xiuhua said, 3 null zones in Director Peng's jurisdiction alone. corresponding to 3 of Ku Lixian's documented visits. In each case, the null zone records a practitioner who reached a high enough cultivation tier to permanently alter the formation substrate, and then that practitioner's absence from all subsequent records. He eliminated them, Wei Jingran said, and the formation mark they created remained. Yes. He thought about this for a moment. The formation marks weren't created by their deaths. They were created by their cultivation while they were alive. The null zones would have existed whether Ku Lixian acted or not. They were already permanently embedded in the formation substrate by the time he arrived. He thought he was preventing permanent damage to the formation infrastructure, Lin Xiaohua said. He was actually preserving damaged infrastructure and eliminating the only people who might have been able to correct it. He looked at the cross-reference documentation for a long time. This needs to be in Shun Zhuoqing's investigation file. As a practitioner safety matter? Yes. 3 null zones, 3 practitioner deaths, 3 corresponding Ku Lixian site visits. That's evidence of a pattern that falls outside the formation methodology review and inside the investigator's expanded jurisdiction. He paused. I'll send it to him today. He should have it before Ku Lixian makes contact. He sent the compiled cross-reference documentation to Shun Zhuoqing through the investigation's official channel, with a cover note that described the source signature analysis methodology and the 3 temporal correlations. He included Director Peng Shiwu's infrastructure records as supporting documentation with her authorization. Shun Zhuoqing responded within 24 hours. His response said, "This changes the scope of my investigation significantly. I am upgrading the classification from Formation Methodology Review to Practitioner Safety Inquiry. Under the Practitioner Safety classification, I have authority to request travel records and institutional action logs from all continental bodies, including the CFIA. I will be requesting Ku Lixian's records immediately." He upgraded the investigation and filed the records request before the end of the day. Chapter 73. The investigation expands the records request from a Continental Cultivation Authority investigator with practitioner safety jurisdiction was, institutionally speaking, impossible to ignore. Ku Lixian received notification of the request through his CFIA consulting contact at the 4th hour of the morning, 3 days after it was filed. He was not alarmed. He had been expecting some version of this development for approximately 8 months, since Lin Xiaohua's research publication had reached circulation at the continental level, and he had confirmed, through the CFIA's formation monitoring systems, that the pre-event arrays readings were consistent with a practitioner approaching the upper-tier range. He had been assessing the situation with the thoroughness of someone who had made this assessment before and had developed a reliable methodology for it. The standard assessment: identify the practitioner, evaluate their tier, determine whether the formation infrastructure risk was in the immediate range or the medium-term range, and respond proportionally. The standard response timeline: contact when the practitioner was approaching the pattern 0 tier boundary, which was the threshold at which still root cultivation signatures began creating measurable formation field alterations in surrounding infrastructure. The current situation was not standard. The investigation upgrade to practitioner safety jurisdiction meant that the process of institutional management he relied on had developed countermomentum. A practitioner safety investigation had authority that his CFIA consulting status could not redirect. If Shun Zhuoqing's investigation produced findings that named him directly in connection with the 3 null zone correlations, his institutional position would be significantly compromised. More importantly, the pre-event array's recent measurement data, which he had been monitoring through his CFIA access, showed the subject's current cultivation tier. Pattern 0. The subject had reached his tier. Ku Lixian sat with this information for an hour. Then he made a decision that he had made only once before, in the 4th case, the case where the practitioner had voluntarily relocated rather than requiring his intervention. He would contact the practitioner directly before the investigation produced actionable findings and assess the situation in person. He wrote a request for a meeting. He addressed it to Elder Mao Daiqing, because Elder Mao's involvement with the research documentation was in the institutional record, and because Elder Mao was the kind of elder who could be trusted to deliver a message accurately without editorializing. The message said, I would like to speak with Wei Jingran at a location of his choosing, at a time he finds convenient, about the formation infrastructure implications of still root cultivation at the upper tiers. I am coming to discuss the situation, not to act on it. I give my word, as the meaning of that phrase has value at my tier, that this meeting is for assessment. He sent it and waited. Elder Mao Daiqing received the message that afternoon and forwarded it to Wei Jingran with a one-line note. He's come to observe rather than act. This is consistent with his 4th case pattern. I recommend you meet him. Asterisk Wei Jingran read both messages and went to discuss it with Xianxia. Chapter 74. Ku Lixian. The meeting was held at a warehouse in the city's commercial district that the Yu family's trading company used for materials assessment. A large, open space with formation transparent walls, which Xianxia had verified before proposing it, and no formation sensing infrastructure within 300 meters. Xianxia had verified every detail with the systematic attention she brought to logistics involving formation-sensitive conditions. Wei Jingran had asked her to come, and she had said she would be there, and she was there, in the sense that she was in the adjacent office reviewing records and available if needed. Ku Lixian arrived on time. He was old in the way that very high-tier cultivators are old, not frail, not diminished, but saturated with time. His face held the specific quality of someone who has spent centuries being careful. He was not large or imposing. He carried no weapon. His cultivation presence was nothing on Wei Jingran's formation sense, which was itself informative. A pattern zero-tier conventional cultivator's presence was distinctive to formation-aware practitioners, a complex signature of accumulated cultivation. Wei Jingran could feel the shape of it like a geometric structure at the edge of perception. The absence of that structure was notable. He was suppressing it entirely, which meant he had assessed Wei Jingran's capabilities accurately enough to understand that suppression was meaningless here and was doing it anyway, as a courtesy. Wei Jingran appreciated the courtesy. Ku Lixian sat down across from him and looked at him with the attention of someone reading a formation signature with high precision. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "You're at the pattern zero tier." "Apparently," Wei Jingran said. Ku Lixian said, "When did you advance?" "Approximately 3 weeks ago." "That was faster than I anticipated." He said it precisely, without accusation. "I had estimated another 4 to 6 months before you reached this tier, based on the advancement rate data in the research documentation." He paused. The falsification methodology testing created high turbulence ambient conditions. Apparently that accelerated the rate. Ku Lixian looked at him steadily. "You already know why I'm here." "Elder Mao Daiqing is thorough," Wei Jingran said. "I know your institutional history with the null zone classification. I know your approach in the previous cases. I know you have CFIA consulting authority sufficient to invoke the exclusion clause." He paused. "I assume you're here to assess whether the infrastructure risk justifies invocation." "Yes." He said it without evasion. At the pattern zero tier, a still root practitioner's cultivation signature begins permanently altering the formation substrate of locations where they spend significant time. The 3 previous practitioners at this tier who continued advancing created null zones in critical infrastructure that have been producing calculation errors for decades. The formation infrastructure cannot account for their signatures. The errors compound as the tier advances. He looked at Wei Jingran with the directness of a very old man who has stopped softening things. "You are going to reach a tier where the formation infrastructure cannot account for you, and the errors will spread, and people who depend on that infrastructure will be harmed." "Is that what happened in the previous 3 cases?" Wei Jingran asked. "It would have happened. I acted before it did." "Apparently not," Wei Jingran said. "The null zones are still in the infrastructure." Chapter 75. What he hasn't been told. Ku Lixian was quiet. It was a specific kind of quiet, not the quiet of someone who has no response, but the quiet of someone who has encountered a statement that does not fit the model they've been operating with for 300 years and is processing the discrepancy. Wei Jingran waited. He had learned, through several years of working with people whose frameworks didn't initially accommodate what he was saying, that the correct move after a framework disrupting observation was to let the disruption complete rather than to push further. Ku Lixian said, "The null zones persist." "Yes. I understood them to be residual formation artifacts that would decay over time as the practitioner's signature faded." "Apparently they don't decay," Wei Jingran said. "The formation substrate modification is permanent. The 3 null zones in Director Peng Shiwu's jurisdiction that correspond to your documented site visits have been producing active calculation errors for 37, 62, and 91 years respectively. The errors have not diminished. The signatures have not faded." Ku Lixian looked at him. "You have documentation for this?" Director Peng Shiwu's 15 years of manual compensation records and 3 months of pre-event array source signature analysis. "The documentation is thorough." He paused. "We can provide it to you if you'd like to review it." Ku Lixian was quiet again. He was thinking with the visible deliberateness of someone who has spent 3 centuries taking careful actions based on a specific understanding of the mechanism and has just been told the mechanism they understood was incomplete. He said, "If the null zones are permanent regardless of my intervention, then eliminating the practitioners didn't solve the infrastructure problem." "No," Wei Jingran said. It preserved the damaged infrastructure and removed the practitioners who might eventually have been able to correct it. He said this without judgment. He had decided, in planning the conversation, that judgment would be counterproductive. What Ku Lixian needed was accurate information, not accusation. The formation marks weren't created by their deaths. They were created by their cultivation while they were alive. By the time you arrived, the null zones existed. Your intervention removed the practitioners and left the null zones. They would have continued creating more null zones as they advanced. Possibly, Wei Jingran said. Or possibly at higher tiers the mechanism is different. He paused. The ancient texts described the void origin tier as a formation integration event, not a disruption but an inclusion. The practitioner doesn't create more null zones. They become part of the background formation field. If that's accurate, then eliminating practitioners at the pattern 0 tier is preventing the solution rather than the problem. He looked at Ku Lixian steadily. Apparently you've been solving the symptom. Ku Lixian said nothing for a long moment. He looked at the floor. He looked at his hands. He was a very old man who had been certain about something for 3 centuries and was sitting in the specific experience of discovering that the certainty was based on an incomplete understanding of the mechanism. Wei Jingran did not press. He had said what needed to be said. The rest was Ku Lixian's processing to complete. After a while, Ku Lixian said, I want to see the documentation. Of course. And I want to understand the correction methodology. He looked up. If the null zones can be corrected, that changes the calculus significantly. Apparently it does, Wei Jingran said. We've completed the correction methodology for one of Director Peng Shuwu's 11 null zones. The infrastructure array that site covers has been running without calculation errors for 3 weeks. He paused. That includes the null zone that corresponds to your visit 62 years ago. Ku Lixian absorbed this. He said, the one from 62 years ago. I remember that case. The practitioner had been advancing at that location for approximately 12 years. He paused. She was at the pattern 0 boundary when I arrived. He said this as a statement of fact. He did not elaborate on what had happened, and Wei Jingran did not ask. Her signature has been in that formation substrate for 62 years. Corrected now, Wei Jingran said. The infrastructure array in that region has been recalibrated to include her formation signature in its reference set. The calculation errors have stopped. Ku Lixian was quiet for a long time. Then he said, she was good at what she did. She advanced quickly. He looked at the table. I was operating on incomplete information. Wei Jingran said, apparently so. He said it without emphasis. It was accurate and it was sufficient. Ku Lixian said, I would like to observe the correction methodology at the remaining null zones. And I would like to review your documentation of the void origin tier formation integration mechanism before I make any further assessment of the infrastructure risk. He paused. I came here to determine whether to invoke the exclusion clause. I am postponing that determination until I have complete information. That seems appropriate, Wei Jingran said. Apparently that's the correct procedure. Ku Lixian looked at him with an expression that was not quite readable, but that contained something that might have been recognition. You use that word the way I should have been using it for 300 years, he said. Wei Jingran said, apparently it's useful. Chapter 76. The conditional after a long silence. Ku Lixian said, what is the state of the infrastructure correction methodology? Wei Jingran told him. The first null zone corrected and verified. The formal research partnership with Director Peng Shuwu covering all 11 null zones in her jurisdiction. The source signature characterization methodology that the pre-event array made possible. The recalibration procedure that taught the infrastructure arrays to include still root formation signatures in their calculations rather than excluding them as noise. Ku Lixian listened with the complete attention of someone who has held an important question for 300 years and is hearing an answer for the first time. When Wei Jingran finished, Ku Lixian said, how long to complete all 11 null zones? At current pace, approximately 6 months. Director Peng Shuwu's team is efficient. And the null zones outside her jurisdiction? Require coordination with other CFIA regional directors, Wei Jingran said. That coordination will take longer, not for technical reasons, but for institutional ones. The methodology is transferable. He paused. The documentation is being written for exactly that purpose. Ku Lixian sat with this for a moment. He was a man of considerable intelligence, 3 centuries of careful attention to a complex problem, and he was now reorganizing his model around the information he had just received. Wei Jingran could see the process in the quality of the silence. Then Ku Lixian said, if you can demonstrate the full 11 null zone correction to the CFIA standard, and if the corrected infrastructure performs without calculation errors for a sufficient verification period, the infrastructure risk argument for invoking the exclusion clause becomes untenable. He paused. I will not invoke the exclusion clause against someone who is actively solving the problem I invoked it to prevent. He said it directly and without qualification. Wei Jingran noted this. It was not a reluctant concession. It was a man with a genuine methodology for decision-making, applying that methodology to new information. That's the condition, Ku Lixian said. You have until you reach the void origin tier. After that, your cultivation signature will begin integrating into the formation network background in ways that my current assessment suggests are irreversible. If the infrastructure correction is not fully established by that point, if the CFIA does not have a standard methodology for accounting for still root formation signatures, the risk calculation changes. He looked at Wei Jingran with the directness of someone stating a fact, not a threat. I will act on my assessment. That's what I've always done. I understand, Wei Jingran said. Apparently the timeline is clear. There's one more thing. Ku Lixian reached inside his code and produced a folded document. Not a prepared letter, something older, pages covered in dense formation notation and observations. 3 centuries of records. Every null zone I documented. Every practitioner I observed. The formation behavior at each site, measured with the best instruments available to me across 300 years. He set it on the table. My instruments couldn't read the source signatures the way your pre-event array can, but they could read the infrastructure effects. The documentation is the most comprehensive record of how the infrastructure responds to high-tier still root cultivation that exists. He pushed it across. It will be useful for the correction methodology. Wei Jingran looked at the document. He looked at Ku Lixian. Apparently that will be very useful, he said. Thank you. Ku Lixian said. Don't thank me. Use it. He left. Wei Jingran sat alone in the warehouse for a few minutes after the door closed, the document in his hands. Xianxia came in from the adjacent office. She looked at the document. That went better than predicted, she said. Apparently, he said. He's a man who updates his assessment when he gets new information. Apparently that's rare enough to be notable. She looked at him. What are you thinking? That 3 centuries of wrong answers built on an incorrect understanding of the mechanism is still 3 centuries of careful observation, he said. The data is real. The interpretation was wrong. He started reading the first page. This is going to be useful. Chapter 77. The team convenes. Wei Jingran brought Ku Lixian's 3-century documentation back to the research wing and spread it on the large table alongside the infrastructure records and the pre-event array data. Lin Xiuhua arrived from the measurement room. She stood at the table's edge and read the first 2 pages of the documentation and then looked up with an expression that moved through several stages in quick succession before settling on the specific quality of a researcher encountering a primary source they had not expected to exist. He kept records, she said. Detailed records. Formation field measurements at every site. Apparently his instruments couldn't read the source signatures, but they could characterize the infrastructure effects accurately, Wei Jingran said. The null zone influence radius, the effect magnitude, the rate of change over time. 3 centuries of data. She picked up the document carefully. This is the baseline dataset I've been missing. I've been working backward from Director Peng Shiwu's 15 years of compensation records. This has 30 times the data, across sites spread across the continent, with precise timestamps. She was already making notes. The rate of change data alone. If I can correlate the infrastructure effect progression with the cultivation tier advancement timeline from the void seed text, that will tell us what the correction methodology needs to accomplish at each tier, Wei Jingran said, rather than inferring from the current null zones. She nodded, already absorbed. Xianxia came in and read the room and said, I'll get Director Peng Shiwu. She needs to see this before we plan the next 3 months. She went to send the message. Wei Jingran began organizing the documentation by site, chronologically. Sheng Wulei arrived later that afternoon. He had been on patrol, and Xianxia's message had reached him through the way station relay. He came in, read the situation, and sat down. Is the dangerous old man a problem or a resource? Apparently both, Wei Jingran said, in the appropriate proportion. Sheng Wulei looked at the documentation spread across the table. He was not a formation scholar, and he did not pretend otherwise. He said, What do you need from me? Patrol coverage for the null zone sites in your territory. There are 2 of Director Peng Shiwu's 11 that fall within your jurisdiction. Wei Jingran marked them on the site map. The characterization work requires access to the formation substrate at each site, which means 2 days of on-site work at locations that the Ironcloud sect has previously tried to restrict access to. Sheng Wulei looked at the marked sites. I have patrol authority there. No one can restrict access to me for official infrastructure survey purposes. He paused. I'll file the survey request today. Thank you. Also, Sheng Wulei said, in the specific tone he used when he was going to say something blunt. You should know that the dangerous old man being a resource doesn't mean he's not also dangerous. He's been doing this for 300 years. That makes him predictable in some ways and completely unpredictable in others. Wei Jingran looked at him. That's accurate. He paused. Apparently, I should not become complacent about it. No, Sheng Wulei said. You shouldn't. Director Peng Shuwu arrived 2 hours later and looked at Ku Lixian's 3-century documentation with the expression of someone who has been managing a problem for 15 years and has just been handed a 300-year manual on it. She said, Where did this come from? The person who created 3 of your 11 null zones, Wei Jingran said. She stared at him. Ku Lixian. Yes. She looked at the documentation again. He's been making careful observations of infrastructure effects for 300 years. Apparently, he genuinely believed he was managing the problem, Wei Jingran said. He was working with incomplete information. The data is accurate even if the interpretation was not. She thought about this. Then she set it down and said, How does this change the timeline for the remaining 10 null zones? Lin Xiaohua said, The rate of change data lets us predict the infrastructure effect magnitude before we run the source characterization, which means we can prioritize the sites by urgency rather than by accessibility. We should correct the sites with the highest current error rates first. She was already calculating. With Ku Lixian's data integrated, I estimate we can complete all 11 null zones in Director Peng Shuwu's jurisdiction in 4 months rather than 6. Director Peng Shuwu said, 4 months is acceptable. She settled into the work. Chapter 78. The observer Ku Lixian arrived at the CFIA facility 3 days after the team planning meeting, as agreed. He came with a small formation instrument kit that was 3 centuries old and maintained to extraordinary precision, tools he had been using to measure formation infrastructure effects since before the CFIA existed. Director Peng Shuwu looked at his instruments with the respectful attention of a professional encountering equipment that was both ancient and clearly superior to standard modern equivalents in certain narrow capabilities. Your instruments are calibrated for a frequency range we don't cover, she said, examining them with professional curiosity. They were designed to measure the effects I was studying, Ku Lixian said. 300 years ago, no one was studying these effects. I built the instruments for the specific task. Can you share the calibration specifications? He looked at her with a measured expression. Yes. He said it as if the answer had surprised him slightly. Wei Jingran noted this. Ku Lixian was accustomed to operating alone, an institutional context where his authority was unchallenged, and the simple directness of Director Peng Shuwu's request had bypassed the usual frameworks for that kind of interaction. He shared the calibration specifications. She had her team adapt them to 2 CFIA instruments within a day. Ku Lixian observed the second null zone characterization session, a site in a commercial hub 2 days' travel from the main facility, without speaking. He watched the pre-event array locate the source signature, watched Lin Xiaohua run the characterization sequence, watched Wei Jingran guide the process with formation perception Wei Jingran had never articulated to him, but that Ku Lixian, with 3 centuries of formation observation, clearly recognized. At the end of the session, he said to Director Peng Shuwu, the source signature characterization methodology is sound. The recalibration approach is correct in principle. I had not previously considered that the infrastructure arrays could be taught to include the formation signatures rather than compensate around them. He paused. In 300 years, I did not think of that. Director Peng Shuwu said, practically, you were working the problem from the wrong direction. You were trying to eliminate the variable. We're trying to include it in the calculation. Ku Lixian said, yes, that's the correct framing. He said it without self-pity and without defensiveness. It was a statement of fact, and he was a man who valued facts. He remained at the CFIA facility for the following 2 months, moving between the active null zone correction sites. He was not part of the team in the collaborative sense. He was an observer with an active mind and 3 centuries of relevant data. He answered questions when Lin Xiaohua asked them. He provided historical context when Director Peng Shuwu needed it. He did not offer unsolicited analysis. Wei Jingran found this unexpected. He had been prepared for a more complicated presence. He said so to xianxia one evening, reviewing the day's progress. She said, he's been alone with his work for 300 years. He doesn't know how to collaborate, but he knows how to observe, and he knows how to answer questions accurately. She paused. That's most of what being useful requires. Apparently so, Wei Jingran said. Chapter 79. 4 months. The null zone correction work ran for exactly 4 months and 3 days. Lin Xiaohua's accelerated timeline, enabled by Ku Lixian's 3-century documentation, proved accurate. The source characterization methodology was faster with the historical rate of change data because it allowed the team to design each characterization session precisely rather than running the full exploratory sequence at each site. Director Peng Shiwu's team handled the infrastructure recalibration efficiently, benefiting from experience that accumulated site by site. Ku Lixian's 3-century records proved particularly valuable at the sites with the oldest null zones. Formation marks from practitioners who had been at the pattern 0 tier or approaching it, whose signatures had been embedded in the formation substrate for 100 or more years and had developed complexity that short-term observation alone couldn't characterize. He had been measuring those sites for decades. His data made the characterization work take days rather than weeks. By the end of the second month, 6 null zones in Director Peng Shiwu's jurisdiction were corrected. By the end of the third month, 9. The remaining 2 were the most complex. Deeper substrate modifications, older signatures, infrastructure arrays that had been compensating manually for longer and had developed correction habits that needed to be untangled before the new calibration could be applied cleanly. Lin Xiaohua spent 3 weeks on each. Director Peng Shiwu's team ran the final verification sequences with careful attention. The last null zone was corrected on a clear morning in the 4th month. Director Peng Shiwu's infrastructure array at that location ran 3 consecutive automatic maintenance cycles without calculation errors before she filed the official correction verification. She came out of the monitoring station and said, 11. All 11 nominal. She said it in the flat tone of someone who has been managing a chronic problem and has watched it resolve. Not triumphant, tired in a specific satisfied way. Ku Lixian, who had been at the site for the final characterization work, was standing in the courtyard. He had been watching the infrastructure formation array's output on a portable monitoring device. He closed the device and said, "The formation signature I left here 62 years ago. Is it visible in the corrected array's reference set?" Lin Xiaohua checked. Yes. The recalibration includes it as a background reference element. He said, "She was a careful practitioner. She spent 12 years at this site." He said it simply, without ceremony. Apparently, the formation infrastructure now accounts for her correctly. No one responded. There was nothing appropriate to add. Wei Jingran wrote in his journal that evening, *11 null zones corrected. Director Peng Shiwu's jurisdiction clear. The correction methodology is documented, transferable, and functioning. The formation infrastructure in this region now calculates correctly around still root formation signatures. The institutional record reflects the methodology as standard CFIA procedure, applicable to any null zone of this type encountered in any territory. He paused, then added, Ku Lixian watched the final verification. He has been present for most of the correction sessions. He is not the same person who came to the first meeting. He closed the journal and entered the stillness session. Chapter 80. Void Origin. The CFIA facility's ambient formation environment during the null zone correction project had been, for 4 months, the most spiritually active location Wei Jingran had spent extended time in since the Academy's peak practice periods. Director Peng Shiwu's facility ran formation arrays continuously. The correction work required multiple arrays operating simultaneously. Ku Lixian's presence added his 3-century accumulated cultivation signature to the ambient field. Lin Xiaohua's pre-event array ran in active measurement mode for hours every day. The researchers and formation officers who worked at the facility were conventional cultivators maintaining their own practice alongside the project work. The contrast was extraordinary. He had been in sustained stillness for most of the 4 months, maintaining the formation perception that the pattern 0 tier had developed while the project ran around him. And in the final week, after the last null zone was corrected, as the facility's formation environment settled to the new baseline of a clean and properly calibrated infrastructure array system, that specific quality of organized formation order that a correctly functioning system produces, the contrast reached a point that exceeded anything he had experienced at the Eastern Academy's natural stillness anchor. He wrote in his journal on the morning of the 11th day after the final correction, "Something has changed. I am verifying it. I will not report until I am certain." He verified for 3 days. Then he went to Lin Xiaohua's research room. She was reviewing the correction project's final documentation. She looked up when he came in. "Advancement," she said. "Void Origin," he said. 10th tier. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she activated the pre-event array and ran the measurement and looked at the output. "Void Origin," she confirmed. She set the instrument down. She looked at the output display for another moment, and then she looked at him, and she had the expression she had been developing for 3 years, the one that meant she had correctly anticipated an outcome and was still slightly unprepared for it to be real. 10th tier. 1 tier below the terminal. "Apparently," he said. She said, the formation background field in this facility. Director Peng Shiwu mentioned 2 days ago that the background baseline had shifted to a new reading and she wasn't sure why. She attributed it to the recalibrated null zone signatures settling into the reference system. Apparently, it was both, Wei Jingran said. The null zone signatures settling and the void origin tier integrating into the formation network background as the text described. He paused. Tell Director Peng Shiwu the second cause, when the time is right. I'd like to understand the formation infrastructure effects before the announcement is made. Of course. She was already opening her research log. Don't tell anyone else yet. Tell xianxia, he said. She needs the information to plan. He paused and sent a message to Ku Lixian through Elder Mao Daiqing's channel. He set a conditional based on my reaching this tier. He should know the conditional has arrived. She wrote the message herself, in the direct language that had become standard for communication with Ku Lixian. The advancement to void origin tier has been confirmed by pre-event array measurement. The conditional you specified at your initial meeting has been met. The 11 null zones in Director Peng Shiwu's jurisdiction are corrected and verified. The correction methodology is documented as CFIA standard procedure. Wei Jingran requests that you update your assessment accordingly. She sent it through Elder Mao Daiqing's channel at midday. Ku Lixian's response arrived 12 hours later. It said, I received the notification. I am revising my assessment. The infrastructure correction is verified and the CFIA procedure is established. The exclusion clause will not be invoked. A second message arrived 2 minutes after the first. It said, you should know, at the void origin tier, your cultivation advancement has begun integrating into the formation network background in ways that will affect how people who are not familiar with your presence perceive you. The effect will differ from the pattern 0 tier's effects. People who do not have anchor practices will begin experiencing what I can only describe as a presence without foreground. They will sense you in the formation environment without being able to locate the sensation. This is not dangerous, but it will be disorienting to those who encounter it without preparation. I am coming to observe, not to act. To observe. Wei Jingran read both messages when Lin Xiaohua forwarded them that evening. He sat with them for a while. Then he wrote in his journal, Ku Lixian has updated his assessment. The conditional is resolved. The exclusion clause will not be invoked. He is coming to observe the void origin tier's formation effects. He paused, then added, the formation network knew before the instrument confirmed it. Director Peng Shiwu measured the background shift before the pre-event array reading. That order of events is apparently how this tier works. The formation integrates first, and the instruments read the consequence. The integration happened while I was still verifying. He closed the journal. Outside, in the CFIA facility's main courtyard, the formation sensing arrays had completed their first maintenance cycle since the facility's baseline shifted. All 11 corrected null zone references were stable. The infrastructure calculated correctly around every still root formation signature in its reference set. The formation network was functioning, for the first time in several centuries, without gaps in its accounting. Somewhere in the background field of the continent's formation infrastructure, at a frequency that no standard instrument could detect, and the pre-event array measured as an integrated baseline element, the void origin tier had joined the world's formation network, not as an absence to be managed, but as a presence to be included. The formation officer at the facility's main monitoring station filed the overnight maintenance log as nominal. He noted, in the anomaly column, background baseline, new stable reading, origin undetermined, no corrective action required. He went home. Chapter 81. The effect begins. It started in small ways. The CFIA facility's formation maintenance officer began noting a new anomaly category in the daily log, not the standard diminishment signature at the entry array, which had been a stable recurring entry for months, but a second category, ambient field presence indicator, nonspecific, no identifiable source. He filed it under new maintenance cases and awaited guidance on how to classify it. The guidance did not come because no one recognized what the anomaly described. Wei Jingran recognized it when Lin Xiaohua forwarded the maintenance log as part of her standard research monitoring. He read the entry and wrote in his journal, the formation sensing infrastructure is detecting the void origin background integration. The description is accurate, presence without identifiable source. The ambient field now includes a signature that the arrays can sense as a presence without being able to locate it as an individual. This is consistent with Ku Lixian's warning. He paused. The question is what this means for people. He began noticing it within the week. It was not dramatic. He had been expecting something dramatic, and the expectation made the reality more disorienting. Not the sudden invisibility of early fiction, not the alarming presence dissolution he had read about in some of the more sensational void seed texts. Instead, a quality of contact that had shifted. People who knew him well, Lin Xiaohua, Yu Shanxi, the CFI researchers he had been working alongside for months, were unaffected. They looked at him when he spoke, answered when he asked questions, registered his presence with normal human attention. People who had occasional contact, the facility's administrative staff, the formation officers who saw him in the corridors, the catering staff who delivered meals to the research wing, began to show a specific kind of inattention that was difficult to articulate. Not forgetting that he was present, exactly. More a quality of not fully consolidating the perception into the standard category of person in the room. They answered when he spoke. They moved around him in hallways without collision. But when he was not speaking, the ambient formation field in which his presence now lived as background noise meant that his existence in a space did not quite register as an event. He watched a catering staff member clear a table 3 feet away from him, efficiently and thoroughly, and then stand up and look around the room to see if anyone had left dishes, without looking at the place where he was sitting. He wrote in his journal, *, the void origin background integration has begun producing the presence without foreground effect that cultivation described. In living spaces where I have established long-term presence. This room, the research wing corridors, Yu Shanxi's family building, the effect is minimal. In spaces I occupy occasionally, it is visible. He paused, then added, it is unpleasant to watch. Not because it is surprising. I read the texts. I understood the mechanism. Apparently, I had not fully accounted for how different it would be to observe the mechanism operating on people in real time. Lin Xiaohua, who had noticed his extended stillness that evening, came by the next morning and asked how the effect was developing. He told her what he had observed. She listened with the careful attention of a researcher noting data. The long familiarity effect is protective, she said. People who have worked with you daily retain normal perception. People with occasional contact are showing the formation field drift. Yes, that pattern was consistent in the historical documentation too, she said. The void origin practitioner documented in cultivation's records at the southern coastal site was at the center of a small community for 12 years before the effect began spreading outward. She paused. Her community members were reportedly unaffected. Travelers and merchants passing through began reporting an unusual quality of stillness without identifying a cause. Apparently, the formation network extends its integration from the practitioner's immediate environment outward, Wei Jingran said. The people in the immediate environment are part of the background. People further out encounter the background without the familiarity context. Yes, and it will continue expanding if there's no anchor formation. She looked at him steadily. We need to build the anchor formation. The one director Peng Shiwu's team has been designing for the pattern 0 tier is going to need modification for the void origin tier's properties, but the core design is sound. The anchor formation requires, or from the dead zone deposit, Wei Jingran said, which is still under Ironcloud sect's restricted classification. I know, she said. Yu Shanxi has already begun working on the restriction review process. Chapter 82. Du Mingwei's visit. Du Mingwei arrived at the CFI facility at the 9th hour of the morning, 17 days after the void origin advancement. Wei Jingran knew he was coming. Du Mingwei had sent a message through the regular correspondence channel 2 days prior, saying he wanted to speak in person about the research developments and about a separate matter he hadn't described. The message had been clear and direct, which was Du Mingwei's current communication style. He had been moving toward directness for 3 years, like someone who had practiced walking in a new way until the new way became natural. Wei Jingran heard Du Mingwei ask the administrative reception staff for his location and was in the corridor when Du Mingwei came through the research wing entrance. Du Mingwei stopped. He stood at the corridor entrance for several seconds. His expression went through something that looked, to Wei Jingran's observation, like a person trying to hold a thought that kept trying to reorganize itself. He said, I'm here for. He stopped. He looked at the corridor. He said, Wei Jingran. He concentrated visibly, in the specific way that a practitioner concentrates when applying a formation technique against resistance. I'm here for Wei Jingran. He looked directly at Wei Jingran, who was standing 8 feet in front of him. He said, that was difficult. Apparently the effect is more advanced than I realized, Wei Jingran said. Du Mingwei came down the corridor and stopped in front of him. He looked at Wei Jingran with the careful attention of someone examining a situation they want to understand accurately. I could see you. I could see you standing right there, and I still had to say your name out loud to hold the knowledge that I needed to find you. He paused. It's not that you're invisible. It's that you're there, but the part of my mind that registers there is a person here who I need to find kept not triggering. The formation network registers my presence as background rather than foreground, Wei Jingran said. Apparently, at sufficient distance from long-term familiarity, the effect is strong enough to disrupt active intent targeting. Du Mingwei said, "That's unsettling. For you, evidently. I've known you for 15 years. He paused. If the effect works on me, what happens to people who just met you? Wei Jingran had been observing exactly that for 17 days. They experience my presence as an ambient quality of the space rather than as an individual. They hear me when I speak. They respond normally in direct interaction. In indirect conditions, he thought about the catering staff member. They don't perceive me as a person who requires attention unless I initiate." Du Mingwei was quiet for a moment. He said, "Is it happening to you too? From inside? Is the formation background pulling you toward?" He paused, looking for the right word. Toward not being there? It was the right question. Wei Jingran looked at him. "Not toward not being there," he said slowly. "Toward being there differently. The formation network includes me in its background field, and I can feel the inclusion. It's quiet. I can feel the cultivation network of the entire city as a formation field structure at low resolution." He paused. Apparently, it was always there. I just didn't have the cultivation to perceive it before. Du Mingwei said. "And you can still step into the foreground." "Yes. When I initiate interaction, the effect is absent. The familiarity principle applies, and in direct interaction, the person's perception consolidates normally." He paused. "The difficulty is that I cannot be found by someone who is not already looking for me specifically. I can only initiate." Du Mingwei sat down on a corridor bench. He said, "That's a very specific kind of loneliness." Wei Jingran looked at him. It was an accurate description. He had not named it that way. "Apparently so," he said. Chapter 83. The anchor formation problem. Wei Jingran brought the memory effect to the research team the same day. Du Mingwei's visit demonstrated its range. The meeting was in the research wing's main room. Lin Xiaohua, Yu Shanxi, Director Peng Shuwu, and Du Mingwei, who had stayed because Wei Jingran had asked him to, and because his first-hand experience of the effect was useful data. Wei Jingran described what he had observed in the 17 days since the advancement. The categories of people affected and unaffected, the specific quality of the effect as distinct from invisibility, the ambient formation log anomalies that the facility's maintenance records showed. Director Peng Shuwu said, "The background field integration. I thought it was the null zone correction settling. It wasn't entirely that." "No," Wei Jingran said. "The null zone correction settled correctly. Those signatures are now stable reference elements in the infrastructure calculation. The new element is the void origin tier's cultivation signature integrating the same way." She looked at the maintenance log anomaly categories she had been running. The infrastructure arrays are detecting it correctly. They're classifying it as presence without identifiable source, because the signature is below the standard individual detection threshold, but above the background noise floor. She paused. "That's actually what's supposed to happen, according to the corrected methodology. The infrastructure is working." "The problem is not the infrastructure," Lin Xiaohua said. "The problem is the people-level effect. The anchor formation that we designed for the pattern 0 tier should address it. A stable reference structure that gives the formation network a locatable anchor for his presence, correcting the background-only classification to specific individual at specific location." She looked at her design notes. "The anchor formation I designed was calibrated for the pattern 0 tier's integration properties. The void origin tier's integration is deeper. The formation substrate modification is faster and more complete. The anchor formation needs to be stronger." "How much stronger?" Director Peng Shiwu asked. "Structurally more complex. The anchor formation for pattern 0 relied on 2 stillstone or nodes at the core. For void origin, I estimate we need 5 nodes arranged in a pentagonal structure, with secondary resonance supports at each node." She paused. "The quantity of or required is significantly more than what we have." They all looked at the inventory. Your inventory was 3 small nodes, recovered during the original expedition to the Yunshan Hills deposit and the subsequent field work. The samples that the Eastern Academy's scholars had sent before withdrawing. Supplementary material collected through the stream drainage methodology Sheng Wulei had identified. Insufficient for a 5-node anchor formation. "The dead zone deposit," Yushansi said. She had already pulled the access restriction documentation. "Ironcloud sect's restricted classification. We've been working on the CFIA review request, but the formal review process takes another 3 months at minimum. The effect is significant now," Du Mingwei said. 3 months is a long time for Wei Jingran to be effectively unreachable to anyone who doesn't already know him. There are other options, Wei Jingran said. The Eastern Academy's deposit. The ore from that deposit is not still stone. It's a naturally occurring stillness anchor material. The structural properties are different, but Lin Xiaohua has been testing its formation compatibility. He looked at her. It works at lower-tier applications, she said. I haven't tested it for a 5-node void origin anchor formation. The resonance properties are different from still stone, and I'd need to recalibrate the design. She paused. I can try. But the Eastern deposit is also under partial restriction following Ho Bailiang's commercial challenges. Apparently Ho Bailiang's commercial position has been weakening for 6 months, Wei Jingran said. Director Peng Shiwu's CFIA review of the formation hazard classifications predates the current situation. He looked at the director. Wei Jingran read the notification. He said, he's positioning for a managed exit. Yes. She looked at the notification. He'll file a position update next. Acknowledging the methodology review findings. She paused. How do you want to respond to that? With nothing, he said. The correct response to institutional correction is to let it complete without commentary. He paused. He's not wrong that the methodology needed review. He was wrong about what the review should find. That's the accurate description. He looked at the notification once more. Apparently the outcome is the thing that matters, not how quickly people arrive at it. She said, that's a generous reading. It's accurate, he said. I found they're usually the same. Chapter 85. The elder returns. Ku Lixian arrived at the CFIA facility 9 days after the deposit restriction was withdrawn. He had been in transit since receiving the void origin confirmation message. 300 miles was not a short journey even for a practitioner of his tier, and he had traveled at a measured pace consistent with his character. He arrived in the afternoon and went directly to Director Peng Shiwu's office, which was the appropriate entry point for a CFIA consulting observer. She met him with the professional courtesy she extended to everyone who came to her facility with relevant expertise. She had reviewed his documentation contributions to the Null Zone Correction Project, and she considered him a resource, which was the most useful category she had for people in general. He asked her about the facility's current formation baseline readings. She showed him the monitoring logs. He looked at the presence without identifiable source, anomaly category that had appeared in the maintenance logs 17 days ago, and said, this is the void origin background integration. The formation network is correctly detecting the signature as a present element without being able to classify it at the individual level. He paused. Your infrastructure is processing it correctly. I thought it was an unexpected monitoring classification, she said. No one told me it would appear. We didn't know it would appear in this form, he said. The historical null zone documentation described the effect in terms of what was absent. Apparently the correct description is what is present. He looked at the monitoring log with the expression of someone revising a long-held model. A present background element rather than an absent individual. He set the log down. I want to see what the anchor formation design looks like. She brought him to Lin Xiaohua's research room. The anchor formation design was spread across 2 tables. The 5-node pentagonal structure Lin Xiaohua had designed after the pattern 0 anchor specifications proved insufficient. The resonance calculations, the ore quantity requirements, and the testing results from the naturally occurring stillness anchor material that was now accessible from the Eastern deposit. Ku Lixian looked at the design for a long time. Then he said, the 5-node configuration is correct for the void origin tier's integration depth. I measured the formation substrate effects at the southern coastal site over 12 years, and the substrate modification at this tier is approximately 3 times as deep as the pattern 0 tier's effects. He paused. The ore requirements are accurate. Lin Xiaohua said, the deposit restriction was withdrawn 2 weeks ago. We have access to the material now. Good. He looked at her design. There's one modification I would make. The secondary resonance supports this configuration. He pointed at a specific node arrangement. The formation network's background integration operates through a harmonic frequency that this support configuration will partially cancel rather than reinforce. The historical documentation shows that this specific configuration type was used in 3 anchor formation attempts in the past century, all of which produced correct function at first and then degraded over time as the harmonic interference accumulated. He looked at her. I can show you the alternative configuration. She picked up a pen. Please. He worked with her for 2 hours on the design modification. Wei Jingran came in midway through and stood at the table's edge and watched. Ku Lixian looked up at one point and met his eyes and said, I can feel the effect from here. 3 meters. Apparently that's the current radius for unfamiliar observers, Wei Jingran said. Yes. Ku Lixian said it clinically, measuredly, with the composure of someone maintaining their professional orientation deliberately. I can feel it as a formation perception phenomenon rather than a standard cultivation presence detection. You're in the formation background at the same level as the facility's structural elements. He paused. Every practitioner I eliminated in the past century was at approximately this radius when I arrived at their locations. The effect was beginning to spread into the surrounding districts. He said it without emphasis. The anchor formation would have prevented the spread. No one in the room commented on this. It was accurate, and the accuracy was sufficient. Wei Jingran said. The anchor formation will be constructed this week. Yes, Ku Lixian said. He turned back to the design modification and continued working. He stayed at the facility for 3 weeks this time. He was not, Wei Jingran noticed, the same person who had come to the first meeting. He was still precise, still deliberate, still carrying 3 centuries of certainty modified by new information. But he was present in a way he had not been before. He answered questions. He asked them. On the second week, he asked Director Peng Shiwu if the CFIA had documentation of other null zone sites outside her jurisdiction that might correspond to his historical records. She said she had 11 more in adjacent regions. He said, "Show me." He spent the rest of his visit reviewing those 11. Chapter 86. A question he has not asked himself on the 8th day of Ku Lixian's stay at the CFI facility. He asked to speak with Wei Jingran privately. They met in the evening, in the small meeting room at the end of the research wing that Wei Jingran used for quiet work. The room was part of his established formation environment, and the memory effect was minimal here. Ku Lixian could maintain his formation perception clearly, which was apparently why he had chosen the location. Ku Lixian said, "I have been reviewing my records since our first conversation. All 300 years of them." He said it with the precision of a man who does not waste words. "I said, in our first meeting, that the 3 practitioners I eliminated would have continued creating null zones as they advanced. I believed I was preventing the accumulation of formation infrastructure damage." "Yes," Wei Jingran said. "I have spent 3 centuries not asking the next question," Ku Lixian said. "The question your first observation forced on me, whether eliminating the practitioners actually stopped the null zone accumulation." He paused. "It did not. The null zones I documented in my records as resolved cases are all still in the infrastructure. The formation marks remained after the practitioners were no longer present." He was quiet for a moment. "I have been examining the specific implications of this." "What conclusions have you reached?" "That my methodology was based on an incomplete understanding of the mechanism," Ku Lixian said. He said it without flinching, in the specific way of someone who has spent the last 8 days sitting with an uncomfortable truth and has decided that the truth is more important than the comfort. "I believe that the null zones were produced by the practitioner's active cultivation, that their continued advancement was what created new damage, and that stopping the advancement would stop the damage." He paused. "The correct understanding is that the null zones were produced by the practitioner's presence, that any practitioner at a sufficient tier will create formation marks in any location they occupy for long enough, regardless of whether they continue advancing or not. Eliminating them didn't stop anything. The marks were already made." "Apparently not," Wei Jingran said. "No, they were already there." Ku Lixian looked at the table. "The question my methodology has been avoiding, the question that would have required me to find a different approach, is whether the null zone formation can be corrected or whether it can only be managed." He met Wei Jingran's eyes. "In 300 years, I never developed the correction methodology. I was eliminating the practitioners before the null zones became critical. I told myself the approach worked because no infrastructure failures occurred on my watch." He paused. "The null zones were accumulating. The calculation errors were building. Director Peng Shiwu has been managing them manually for 15 years. My approach was creating exactly the problem I was trying to prevent, only more slowly." Wei Jingran was quiet. He had already understood this. He had said it, in different forms, in the first meeting. But Ku Lixian saying it himself, working through the full implication without prompting, was a different thing from being told. "I have not found a way to fix the null zones," Ku Lixian said. "In 300 years. I did not try. I was managing them with the wrong tool." "I know," Wei Jingran said. "That's what we're working on." Ku Lixian was quiet for a moment. He said, "The practitioners I eliminated had been working at the locations where their null zones formed, some of them for a decade or more. They understood the formation environment in those locations in the way that only continuous presence produces." He said this as a statement of fact, but something in the precision of the statement made it clear that the fact had a specific cost for him. If they had continued, and if the correction methodology had existed, they might have corrected their own formation marks. He paused. "I removed the people who had the most detailed knowledge of the problem," Wei Jingran said. "Apparently that's the accurate description of what happened." Ku Lixian said, Yes. He stood up. I want to be present when the anchor formation is tested. The modification to the resonance support configuration. I want to verify that the harmonic interference issue is resolved. Of course, Wei Jingran said. He left. Wei Jingran sat alone in the small meeting room for a while after he was gone, noting, Ku Lixian has completed the reckoning. He arrived at it himself, without being pressed. This is what Elder Mao Daiqing meant by he responds to data he hasn't seen, presented without challenge. He is a man who arrives at correct conclusions when he has correct information. He simply went 300 years without it. He paused, then added, apparently that is what happens when you operate inside a closed framework for a very long time. Chapter 87. The anchor formation works. The anchor formation construction took 4 days. Lin Xiaohua ran the construction with director Peng Shiwu's materials team assisting on the infrastructure formation components. The 5-node pentagonal structure required precise placement. The formation geometry was sensitive to small errors in node positioning, and the resonance support configuration that Ku Lixian had modified needed to be built exactly as he had specified for the harmonic interference to be avoided. He checked the node positions himself on the second day, running his instruments over each one with the meticulous attention of someone who had been studying formation structures for 3 centuries and knew exactly what he was looking for. This one is 3 millimeters off the true pentagonal geometry, he said, pointing at the 3rd node. The resonance support will propagate a half-cycle phase shift if it's not corrected. Lin Xiaohua rechecked her measurements. He was correct. She adjusted the node. The construction completed on the 4th day. Lin Xiaohua ran the initial activation sequence, and the anchor formation came online in stages, the 5 nodes aligning to the pentagonal resonance structure, the secondary supports locking in at the correct harmonic phase, the formation field reference structure generating a stable locatable anchor around Wei Jingran's void origin cultivation signature. The formation malfunction log at the facility's main monitoring station produced a new entry. Ambient field presence indicator, specific, source located, anchor reference established. Director Peng Shiwu read the entry and said, it's classifying correctly. The infrastructure now has a locatable reference for the source. Ku Lixian was standing at the formation monitoring station when she read the entry. He read the classification quietly. He said, that's correct. He said it with the specific quality of someone who has just seen a solution to a problem they spent 300 years not solving. The infrastructure classification moved from non-specific to specific. The anchor formation is providing the reference that the background integration couldn't. Lin Xiaohua ran the standard verification sequence. All 5 nodes stable, resonance supports holding harmonic phase within acceptable tolerance, formation field reference structure generating consistently. That works, Ku Lixian said. He said it quietly, as a statement of fact, but it was the most important thing he had said since the first meeting. Wei Jingran, who had been in stillness while the verification ran and had felt the anchor formation come online through his formation perception, a specific quality of resolution, like a blurred edge in the ambient field becoming sharp, opened his eyes and said, apparently so. Chapter 88. After the anchor, the effect of the anchor formation was not immediate for all the people who had been experiencing the presence without foreground quality around Wei Jingran. The formation network's correction was immediate. The anchor reference was established, the infrastructure classification shifted, the background integration was now paired with a locatable anchor. But the memory drift that people had been experiencing was a formation-level cognitive effect, and formation-level cognitive corrections took time to fully propagate. For the people at the CFIA facility who saw Wei Jingran daily, the change was noticeable within a day. The specific quality of not quite registering his presence that some of the staff had been experiencing resolved. They reported, when asked, that the interaction quality felt more normal, without being able to describe exactly what had changed. For people who had less frequent contact, the correction took several days. Du Mingwei came back to the facility 2 weeks after the anchor formation was installed, having received a message from xianxia that the anchor was complete and the effect was resolved. He came in through the facility entrance, walked to the research wing, and arrived at Wei Jingran's door without difficulty. He said, no resistance at all. I knew exactly where I was going the whole time. Apparently the anchor formation is functioning correctly, Wei Jingran said. Du Mingwei sat down. He said, what was it like for you? During the effect period? Wei Jingran considered how to answer accurately. People would look at me and then look away, he said. The looking away was not deliberate. It was a formation perception drift. They were registering my presence as background, and background doesn't require sustained attention. I could see the moment when the perception stopped consolidating. He paused. I could still initiate interaction. In direct conversation, there was no effect. But in indirect conditions, rooms I was in, corridors I was walking through, people were not quite registering that a person was there. And you couldn't do anything about it. Not without the anchor formation. The background integration was happening regardless of my choices. He paused. I watched a staff member clear a table I was sitting at. They thoroughly cleared everything around me, and then stood up and looked around the room to see if anything had been missed. He said it precisely. Apparently, I had not fully accounted for how disorienting it would be to watch. Du Mingwei was quiet for a moment. Were you, he paused. Were you afraid? Wei Jingran looked at the question. He had thought about this in the way he thought about most things, by examining it directly and naming what was there. Yes, he said, after a moment. Not afraid of the effect itself. I understood the mechanism. Afraid of what it implies about the tiers above this one. He paused. The texts say the eternal stillness sovereign tiers practitioner is experienced without memory, known without record. I don't fully understand what that means yet. The void origin tiers effect, people in indirect contact not registering my presence, was disorienting in a specific way I hadn't prepared for. He looked at Du Mingwei. The next tier's effects may be significantly more so. Du Mingwei said, you've been preparing for it anyway. Apparently that's all I can do. Du Mingwei nodded slowly. He said, you said, once, that most true things are frightening. Do you believe that? Apparently, Wei Jingran said. Most things that are genuinely real require adjusting the model you were using before you encountered them. That adjustment is uncomfortable. The discomfort has a similar quality to fear, in my experience. But you keep going anyway. There isn't a way to not go, Wei Jingran said. The advancement rate isn't under my control. I'm going to reach the next tier regardless of whether I'm frightened of it. He paused. The choice is between being prepared and being unprepared. Apparently, I prefer to be prepared. Chapter 89. Xianxi's question. Xianxi waited until the evening to ask the question she had been waiting to ask. They were in the upper floor of the Yu family's commercial building. Wei Jingran had been returning there in the evenings throughout the CFI project, maintaining the long-established presence that kept the formation environment at the building well-calibrated. The anchor formation was working correctly, the effect had resolved. The building's formation officer had not noted any anomalies in the daily log for 11 days. She was reviewing the week's commercial correspondence. He was writing in his journal. She said, was it scary? Being unreachable. He looked up. She was not looking at him. She was reading a letter from a trade contact, and her tone was as casual as if she were asking about the weather, which was how she asked the questions she actually wanted the answers to. He thought about the month of the effect, the catering staff member who had cleared around him, the corridor interactions where people had moved around him like he was a structural column, the 2 weeks of waking up in the morning knowing that the first thing he would have to do was initiate contact with someone, because no one would be able to find him unless he did. Yes, he said. She put down the letter. What kind of scared? He looked at his journal. He had been trying to characterize it for 3 weeks, in the careful language he used for self-examination. He said, the kind that comes from understanding what's happening but not being able to change the situation by understanding it. I could see the effect clearly. I knew what caused it. I could model it accurately. He paused, and none of that made the experience of watching it happen any less disorienting. She said, you didn't tell anyone it was affecting you. I reported the observable data, he said. That's not what I asked. He looked at her. She was looking at him now, with the direct attention she brought to things she had decided to address. He said, no, I didn't tell anyone it was affecting me. He paused. I didn't fully recognize it as affecting me until Du Mingwei's visit demonstrated how far the effect had spread. And then there was the anchor formation project to address. You were alone in it, she said. For most of the month. Apparently. You're going to be alone in more of it, she said. The next tier's properties. You said the texts describe experienced without memory, known without record. That sounds worse. It might be. He looked at the journal. I've been thinking about it since Du Mingwei asked. The void origin tiers effect was a formation field phenomenon. The background integration affected people's formation perception, which affects memory consolidation at the subconscious level. The next tier's description suggests a more direct effect. He paused. I don't know what known without record means in operational terms. I don't know if the anchor formation methodology will be sufficient. She was quiet for a moment. She said, I've been developing the anchor practice. The formation technique you mentioned from the historical texts, the practitioner-side anchor that holds specific presences stable against formation absorption. She had been working on this for 2 months, independently, without mentioning it. He had not asked what she was working on in the evenings because he assumed it was commercial correspondence. I can hold your presence clearly at the void origin tier. Clearly, without effort. The practice is working. He looked at her. I'll continue developing it for whatever properties the next tier has, she said. That's my contribution to the preparation. She said it in the direct voice of someone stating a professional commitment. I find it impractical to watch someone I know walk into unknown territory and not prepare for it. He said, apparently that's useful. She said, obviously. She picked up her correspondence again. Now tell me whether the anchor formation documentation has been finalized for the CFIA methodology manual, because that affects whether Ho Baoyang's position update will cite it correctly. He returned to his journal, and the conversation continued in the practical register that was how most of their conversations resolved, which was its own kind of acknowledgement. Chapter 90. The documentation, the anchor formation methodology, was submitted to the CFIA's infrastructure methodology manual as a standard protocol 3 weeks after the construction completed. Director Peng Shuwu wrote the submission herself, with Lin Xiuhua's technical specifications as the foundation. The document was titled, Formation Infrastructure Anchor Protocol for Still Root Cultivation Background Integration, Standard Procedure for Void Origin Tier and Below. It described the 5-node pentagonal construction, the stillstone or specifications, the resonance support configuration, the verification procedure, and the maintenance schedule for long-term stability. The document was, formally and officially, the first entry in the CFIA's methodology manual to acknowledge still root cultivation as a real phenomenon requiring administrative management procedures rather than formation error classification. Director Peng Shuwu filed it through the CFIA's Standard Procedure Update channel. It was reviewed by 3 infrastructure engineers who had been working with the null zone correction data for months and who had no remaining reason to question the methodology's validity. They approved it within 2 days. When the approval was confirmed, she sent Wei Jingran a brief message. Anchor protocol approved. The formation infrastructure system now has a standard procedure for including still root practitioners in its calculations. You are, as far as the CFIA's methodology is concerned, a known and manageable element. He read it and noted, known and manageable. Apparently that's a significant upgrade from formation malfunction, repair scheduled. Ho Baoyang's position update was filed the same day through the Ironcloud sect's institutional channels. It cited the CFIA's anchor protocol approval and the Continental Cultivation Authority's confirmed anomaly finding as the basis for the Ironcloud sect's ongoing assessment methodology review. It was careful language, designed to read as institutional responsibility rather than admission of error. The language was transparent for what it was, but the underlying action was real. The Ironcloud sect was formally beginning the process of updating its certification methodology to acknowledge still root cultivation. Xianxia read the position update and said, 3 years. Approximately, Wei Jingran said. From your first removal notice to a formal Ironcloud sect methodology update. She looked at the document. That's faster than I would have estimated when we started. Apparently, institutional change happens when the evidence accumulates past the point where maintaining the previous position costs more than updating it, he said. Ho Baoyang is a practical man. The costs changed. She said, you're not satisfied. I'm not unsatisfied, he said. The methodology update is real and it will affect every practitioner the Ironcloud sect assesses from this point forward. That's the outcome that matters. He paused. My interest in Ho Baoyang's institutional position was never personal. He thought about how to describe it accurately. I needed the evidence to reach the threshold where the institutional position changed. It has reached that threshold. Apparently, that's sufficient. She made a note in her commercial correspondence log. She tracked institutional developments with the same precision she tracked commercial ones, and said, what's next? He looked at his journal. At the tier notation he had written 3 weeks ago. At the text from Xianxia's acquisition project that described the eternal stillness sovereign tier's properties as best they could be described by people who had never experienced them. Apparently, he said, the question now is what the final tier's background field integration means for everything below it. She said, I'll get more texts. He said, apparently that's the most useful thing possible. Chapter 91. The proposal Ku Lixian had been at the CFIA facility for 3 weeks when he asked to speak with Wei Jingran, Lin Xiuhua, and Director Peng Shuwu together. He had spent those 3 weeks reviewing the 11 additional null zones in the adjacent regional jurisdictions, working systematically through Director Peng Shuwu's documentation, cross-referencing with his own records, and asking questions that were consistently precise and sometimes required Lin Xiuhua to go and retrieve additional measurement data before they could be answered. He had not been a burden on the facility's work. He had been an additional resource, one who required more context than most resources, but who produced specific, useful contributions when given the right information. The meeting room that Wei Jingran used was full, all four of them at the table, the morning light coming through the eastern window. Ku Lixian said, I have institutional connections to 11 CFIA regional directors whose jurisdictions contain null zones of the type we have been correcting here. 3 of those directors are personal contacts from my history with the continental formation infrastructure. 8 are accessible through CFIA consulting channel introductions. He paused. If I use those connections to introduce the null zone correction methodology to those directors, the correction project can expand to those regions significantly faster than it would through standard institutional channels. Director Peng Shiwu said, your endorsement would matter. You have a 3-century record with the CFIA as the formation infrastructure expert on these specific anomalies. If you vouch for the methodology, the regional directors will move it through their approval processes much faster than an unfamiliar research team would get on their own. Yes, Ku Lixian said. That's the resource I'm offering. He looked at each of them in turn. In exchange, I want a formal observation role in the still root cultivation research documentation. Not control over the research direction. Not veto power over methodology decisions. A seat at the table where the methodology is developed, with access to the ongoing measurement data and documentation. He paused. My reason, if still root cultivation at the upper tiers is going to continue existing and developing, I want the infrastructure correction to proceed as completely as possible. I have been watching these formation effects for 3 centuries. My observation is useful. He looked at Wei Jingran. And I want the record of this work to be accurate and complete. I have been part of its history in ways that are documented incorrectly. I would prefer the documentation to be correct, Yu Xianxia said, with the precision she brought to analyzing the genuine motivations behind proposals. He's offering a resource because he can no longer control the situation and wants to remain relevant to its outcome. Ku Lixian looked at her. He said, yes, that's accurate. He said it without defensiveness. I have also concluded that the outcome is one I want. Those are both true simultaneously. Yu Xianxia looked at Wei Jingran. He said, the resource is real. His CFI connections would accelerate the expansion by years. His observation data on formation effects is the most comprehensive record that exists. He paused. The formal observation role is appropriate given that he's been observing this work for months already. He looked at Ku Lixian. I'll accept the proposal. With one condition. Ku Lixian waited. Full documentation of the 3 practitioners you eliminated, Wei Jingran said. Who they were, what their cultivation levels were, what null zones they created, and what you know about the progression of their practice before you arrived. The documentation would be used to correct those null zones and to establish the official historical record acknowledging them as practitioners, not formation errors. He looked at him steadily. They should be in the record accurately. Ku Lixian was quiet. Wei Jingran waited. After a long moment, Ku Lixian said, I'll need 2 days. Of course, Wei Jingran said. Chapter 92. The record of 2 days later, Ku Lixian brought a sealed document to the meeting room. He set it on the table. He said, complete documentation of all 3 cases. Practitioner names as I knew them, which may not be their given names since 2 of them never told me directly. Cultivation levels as I assessed them at the time of my intervention, which were estimates based on formation infrastructure effects rather than direct measurement. I did not have the pre-event array. Formation signature profiles based on the null zone measurements I conducted after each intervention. He paused. And my personal observations of each practitioner's practice methodology, which I gathered through careful observation over the period preceding each intervention. He sat down. I observed each of them for 6 months to 2 years before I acted, he said. This is the part of the documentation that is most complete. I was methodical about observation. He looked at the document on the table. The practitioner at the eastern location, the one whose null zone we corrected first. Her name was Fei Wenlu. I believe it was her given name. She called herself that in the single brief interaction I had with her before she became aware of my presence. He paused. She had been developing the stillness methodology independently, without any written source material. She had reached an equivalent of what I now understand was the pattern 0 tier entirely on her own, by working through the technique from intuitive first principles. He was quiet. She was more advanced in her understanding of the methodology's theoretical basis than anyone in the written record, including the void seed theory texts. Lin Xiuhua, who had been writing, stopped writing. Ku Lixian said, I want that in the record. He said it with a deliberateness that cost him something visible. Not as an apology, which wouldn't be meaningful, as an accurate historical notation. It will be in the record, Lin Xiuhua said, in the careful voice she used when she was making a professional commitment. Accurately and completely. He nodded. He said, review the documentation. Ask me anything you need for completeness. He left. Lin Xiaohua opened the document and began reading. She read for 20 minutes without speaking. Then she said, very quietly, he knew their names. All three. He wrote their cultivation methodologies in detail. He understood what they were doing. She looked up. He understood it, and he did it anyway. Wei Jingran looked at her. He said, he understood it within a framework that told him it was necessary. He paused. People do the wrong thing very thoroughly when their framework says it's right. She turned back to the document. She said, one of the null zone locations. The third one. She read the coordinates and the historical date, and looked at something in her notes. This matches a location in Elder Mao Daiqing's historical research. He had a reference. A practitioner named Void Wanderer, mentioned in a text from 300 years ago as passed into formlessness. He thought it might be a historical practitioner who had reached a very high tier. Wei Jingran looked at the coordinates. The third case was 300 years ago. Yes. She looked at the document. If the dates match, apparently they do, he said. Send the coordinates to Elder Mao. He'll have the historical documentation. Chapter 93, Void Wanderer. Elder Mao Daiqing's response arrived 2 days later, forwarded through the standard correspondence channel with an annotation that read, Asterisk, I have been waiting for someone to find this connection for 40 years. Please see attached. Asterisk, the attached documentation was thorough. Elder Mao had first encountered the Void Wanderer reference in a 300-year-old formation infrastructure text that described an unusual stabilization event at a remote continental way station. The way station's formation arrays had been running with persistent calculation errors for 60 years, attributed to a dead zone formation deposit in the area. Then, in a span of 3 years, the errors had resolved without human intervention. The infrastructure text's author had documented the resolution as spontaneous formation substrate recalibration, cause unknown, site currently stable. Elder Mao had correlated the resolution timeline with the Void Wanderer references in 3 other texts from the same period, which described a practitioner traveling through several territories during those 3 years, appearing briefly in local records as a traveler whose presence in the formation sensing records was marked by unusual stillness. He had tentatively concluded that the Void Wanderer might be a high-tier still root practitioner. He had not been able to confirm it. The practitioner had left no further records. Now, with Ku Lixian's documentation, the location matched. The Void Wanderer had been practicing at or near the way station site for an extended period before Ku Lixian's visit 300 years ago. The resolution of the infrastructure calculation errors was documented in the years before the visit. Lin Xiaohua read the full assembled documentation 3 times. Then she said, the Void Wanderer corrected that null zone. Not with an external correction methodology, just by being there. Wei Jingran looked at the infrastructure text description, spontaneous formation substrate recalibration, cause unknown, site currently stable. The formation substrate recalibrated, he said. The calculation errors resolved. He looked at the timeline. This happened in the 3 years before Ku Lixian arrived. The Void Wanderer was at the site, at or approaching the Void origin tier, and the formation infrastructure around the site stabilized. Not a disruption, Lin Xiaohua said. A correction. She looked at him. The Void origin tier didn't create a calculation problem. It solved one. Wei Jingran read the infrastructure text notation again. Cause unknown. He was very still. Apparently the framework everyone has been using to understand the upper tiers has been looking at the mechanism backward, he said. The Void origin tier's background integration. The formation network, including the practitioner as a background element, isn't a deficit in the infrastructure's accounting. It's an integration event that improves the infrastructure's accounting. He paused. The formation network was calculating around an unknown variable, the null zone, for 60 years. When the Void Wanderer reached the Void origin tier and integrated into the background field, the network had a reference. The errors resolved because the unknown variable became a known one. She was writing quickly. The Void origin tier is a formation correction event, she said, not a formation disruption event. Apparently. He looked at the documentation. I need to show this to Ku Lixian. Chapter 94. What he understood. Ku Lixian read the documentation slowly. He was at the table in the small meeting room, the same room where he had asked for the private conversation, where he had worked through the implications of the null zone permanence. He read Elder Mao's historical analysis of the Void Wanderer's formation infrastructure effects. He read the way station infrastructure text with its notation, spontaneous formation substrate recalibration, cause unknown. He read the timeline. He was quiet for a long time. Wei Jingran waited. Ku Lixian said, the Void Wanderer corrected the null zone at this site. He said it as a statement, verifying that he had read the documentation correctly. Apparently, Wei Jingran said, the formation infrastructure calculation errors resolved in the 3 years before my visit. Before I arrived, he looked at the timeline again. She had already solved the problem. The site was stable. I arrived and saw a high-tier practitioner at a location with a history of null zone complications, and he stopped. Wei Jingran waited. Ku Lixian said, I eliminated a practitioner who had solved the problem I was trying to prevent. He said it with the precision of someone stating a calculation result that has just produced a number they did not expect. 300 years ago, the first time, she had corrected the null zone. The infrastructure was running cleanly, and I read the situation as a high-tier practitioner at a problematic site and applied my standard methodology. He set the documentation down. The void origin tier is a formation integration event, Wei Jingran said, not a disruption event. The practitioner doesn't create a calculation problem. They provide a stable reference that the infrastructure can use to correctly account for the formation environment around them. The 3 practitioners I eliminated, Ku Lixian said. They were approaching the solution. 2 of them may have already reached it locally, Wei Jingran said. Fei Wenlu at the eastern site. She was at the pattern 0 boundary when you arrived. She may have been approaching the void origin tier's integration event. The null zone at that site has been in the infrastructure for 60 years without resolving, which suggests she hadn't fully reached the integration tier yet. But she was close. He paused. The void wanderer had reached it. Ku Lixian said, as a statement of fact. I have been eliminating practitioners who were solving the problem I was trying to prevent. He said it the second time with a quality that the first saying had not fully contained. The full weight of the implication arrived at completely. He was quiet. In 300 years, Wei Jingran said, after a moment. The correct information was not available. The framework everyone was working with, including the void seed theory texts, describes the upper tiers through their absence effects. No one had the infrastructure documentation that shows the integration effects, because the integration events were being attributed to spontaneous recalibration. He paused. You were operating within the best framework available. Ku Lixian said, that is accurate, and it is not sufficient. He said it with the specific quality of a very old man who has decided that accurate is not enough in this case. It is accurate, and I am aware of that, and it is not sufficient as an accounting. Wei Jingran was quiet. There was nothing to add. After a while, Ku Lixian said, the solution is still available. Apparently, Wei Jingran said, I'm going to reach it. Ku Lixian looked at him. He said, I know. He said it differently from the way he had said things before, not as an observation about the formation timeline, not as a methodological assessment, as a statement about something that was both inevitable and, now, acceptable to him. I will provide the documentation of all 3 cases to the historical record through whatever channel Lin Xiaohua considers appropriate, including the Void Wanderer's infrastructure correction work. He paused. The record should show what she accomplished. It will, Wei Jingran said. Chapter 95. What the Void Origin Tier does. Lin Xiaohua's analysis of the Void Wanderer's infrastructure correction took 3 weeks. She approached it with the methodological rigor she brought to every significant research question. The primary documentation from the Waystation infrastructure records, the secondary documentation from Elder Mao's historical correlations, the formation substrate signature data that the pre-event array could read from the site's current null zone residue. The site was stable, but the historical signature remained, as all historical signatures remained, in Ku Lixian's first-hand observations. From his visit 300 years ago, Ku Lixian's observations were the most valuable component. He had been at the site for 6 months of observation before acting. He had measured the formation infrastructure effects with the best instruments available to a pattern 0 tier practitioner 300 years ago. He had documented the formation background field composition with precision. He had noted, in entries that he had previously read as evidence of infrastructure contamination, that the ambient formation field at the site had developed a specific quality of organization, a coherent structure to the background field that was unlike both standard ambient conditions and standard null zone effects. Lin Xiaohua read those entries and recognized the structure. This is what the anchor formation produces, she said. Artificially, the void origin tier produces it naturally. The practitioner's background integration creates a formation organization structure in the ambient field that provides a stable reference for the infrastructure calculations. She looked at the measurement data. The infrastructure at that site wasn't recalibrating spontaneously. It was recalibrating in response to a stable external reference that the Void Wanderer's cultivation presence was providing. She became part of the reference set, Wei Jingran said. Yes, not an absence in the calculation, an active, stable background element that the infrastructure could use as a reference point. Lin Xiaohua wrote this in the research log with careful anchored language. The void origin tier is a formation integration event in the literal sense. The practitioner integrates into the formation network as a stable background element, and the infrastructure benefits from the integration. The anchor formation we built does the same thing externally, Wei Jingran said. The 5-node pentagonal structure provides a locatable reference, so the infrastructure can include my cultivation signature in its calculations. Yes, but the void origin tier does it inherently. The practitioner's background integration provides the reference directly, without needing an external structure. She looked at him, which means that at the void origin tier and above, the formation infrastructure doesn't need the anchor formation to function correctly. The anchor formation is necessary for the people-level memory effect, not for the infrastructure calculation. Two separate problems, he said. The infrastructure calculation problem resolves at the void origin tier naturally. The people-level memory effect requires the anchor formation because people's perception isn't as self-correcting as infrastructure calculation. Exactly. She was writing steadily. The formation infrastructure has been built over centuries to self-correct against reference drift. When a new stable reference appears, even one below the standard detection threshold, the infrastructure incorporates it over time. Human perception doesn't have the same self-correction mechanism. He looked at the implications carefully. The Void Wanderer corrected the null zone at that site by reaching the tier and integrating. She became a stable background reference for the infrastructure, and the calculation errors resolved because the infrastructure could finally account for the formation environment correctly. He paused. This is why the ancient texts describe void origin practitioners as present without evidence, impactful without mechanism. The infrastructure was being corrected by their presence, but the mechanism was below the detection threshold of everything people were using to measure it. Yes, Lin Xiaohua looked at the full analysis. And this means that the historical null zones created by Pattern Zero practitioners, including the ones we've been correcting manually, would have resolved naturally if those practitioners had reached the void origin tier. She paused. Ku Lixian's interventions prevented the natural resolution. Wei Jingran looked at this quietly. The full geometry of the situation, assembled from the documentation. Ku Lixian had spent 300 years solving a problem by eliminating the people who were about to solve it. He said, I should show him this analysis. Yes, she said. I'll finish the write-up today. He said, when you write the section on what the void origin tier does to the formation infrastructure, write it as a primary discovery, not as a correction to the previous framework. The discovery is real. It doesn't need to be framed as refutation. He paused. The previous framework was working with incomplete information. The complete information is new. She looked at him. That's generous. It's accurate, he said. Apparently those are usually the same. Chapter 96. 300 years. Ku Lixian read Lin Xiaohua's formal research analysis the same day she completed it. He read it twice. The first reading was fast. He was looking for the framework of the argument. The second reading was slow, going through the formation infrastructure data that supported each finding and checking it against his own measurement records. He set the document down. He sat with it for a long time. The meeting room was quiet. The facility's ambient formation field ran at its corrected baseline. Through the room's formation transparent wall, he could sense the infrastructure's proper functioning. The 11 null zones in Director Peng Shuwu's jurisdiction accounted for, the calculation stable, the background field including every element it should include, including Wei Jingran's void origin integration. He said, to no one in the room because he was alone. 300 years. Then he picked up the document again and read the section about the Void Wanderer specifically. Lin Xiaohua had written it with the careful anchored language she had developed, specific, dated, named. She had written, *Void Wanderer, practitioner name unknown, documentation derived from Elder Mao Daiqing's historical research and Ku Lixian's first-hand observation records. Formation infrastructure correction documented at Wei Station site 300 years ago. The infrastructure recalibration recorded as spontaneous was produced by Void Wanderer's void origin tier background integration. Effect: the infrastructure incorporated the practitioner's formation signature as a stable background reference, allowing correct calculation of the ambient formation field, resolving 60 years of persistent errors. This is the first documented example of void origin tier natural formation integration producing infrastructure correction. She had written the discovery as a primary discovery, as Wei Jingran had asked, not as a refutation, as new information. He set the document down again. He said, quietly, into the empty room, she corrected it. She corrected the site and I arrived 3 months later, and he stopped. He let the full weight of it complete. Wei Jingran found him there when he came to discuss the research. He said, "Apparently you've read the analysis." Ku Lixian said, "Yes." He was quiet for a moment. "The solution is still available." "Apparently," Wei Jingran said. "I'm going to reach it." Ku Lixian looked at him. He said, "I know." He picked up the document. Lin Xiuhua's research. The historical record she is building. When the eternal stillness sovereign tier documentation is added to it, in whatever form it can be documented, the complete methodology will be recorded. He paused. The practitioners I prevented from completing the path, their contribution to this understanding is in the record, even if they are not. He paused again. Fei Wenlu's formation methodology observations are in the record. The Void Wanderer's infrastructure correction work is in the record. He set the document down. I want the record to outlast both of us. I want it in enough copies that it cannot be lost. Yu Shanxi is managing that, Wei Jingran said. Tell her to include Ku Lixian's 3-century observation records as primary source documentation, he said. Not as historical error, as observation data collected within the limits of an incomplete framework, which is a different classification. He paused. The data is accurate. The framework was wrong. Those can both be true. Apparently, Wei Jingran said. Ku Lixian said, that word. He looked at Wei Jingran. You use it as a marker. Honest uncertainty. You're not certain about where I'm going, but you think I'm going somewhere useful. Apparently, Wei Jingran said, with the slight quality that the word could have when used deliberately. Ku Lixian said, apparently you are correct. Apparently I am. He said it with the specific weight of someone saying a true thing for the first time in a very long time. Chapter 97. The final investigation finding High Arbiter Shin Zhuoqing requested a final methodology review meeting at the CFI facility with a week's notice. He came with his full investigation documentation, 3 years of accumulated records, formatted into a final finding report with the thoroughness he had brought to every element of the investigation. He set it on the table and looked at the people assembled. Wei Jingran, Lin Xiuhua, Director Peng Shiwu. He said, I have completed the investigation. I want to present the finding before I file it officially. He summarized the investigation's conclusions. The pre-event array methodology had been tested under 3 independent falsification criteria of his own design and had passed all 3. The 43 institutional anomaly records assembled by the Continental Assessment Bureau showed a consistent pattern attributable to a common external cause that no instrument error hypothesis could explain. The comparative measurement data with known tier practitioners was internally consistent and methodologically sound. And the null zone infrastructure analysis, combined with the CFIA's anchor formation documentation, established that still root cultivation produced formation effects that the standard framework had been misclassifying as natural formation anomalies for centuries. He looked at his notes. He said, my finding, the pre-event array methodology is valid for measuring a real formation phenomenon. The phenomenon is inconsistent with the existing continental cultivation framework in ways that require a significant framework revision. I am classifying the case as confirmed anomaly, theoretical framework update required. This is not a confirmation of still root cultivation theory as a complete and verified methodology. The framework update will require years of additional study and institutional review. It is a formal acknowledgement that the existing framework is incomplete and that the incompleteness is specifically in the area of cultivation that does not produce measurable formation output by standard instrument definitions. He set down his notes. Wei Jingran said, apparently that's the correct finding. Shin Zhuoqing said, I'm going to continue investigating. The framework update will take years. There are implications for the certification methodology, the CFIA infrastructure standards, the continental assessment protocols, and the training curriculum at every certified institution. He paused. The investigation will expand into each of those areas as the framework revision proceeds. He looked at Wei Jingran. I expect to be asking for additional documentation for years. Apparently years is about right, Wei Jingran said. Shin looked at him steadily. He said, I've been thinking about a comment you made in our first conversation. You said apparently to mark the difference between what you know and what you infer. He paused. I have found myself using the word in my investigation notes more frequently over the past year. I noticed, Wei Jingran said. In the margins. Yes. Shin said it with the precise quality of someone acknowledging an influence accurately. It's a useful distinction. Assessment based on available evidence, rather than certainty based on the absence of alternatives. He picked up his notes. Apparently, the framework update will be worth the years it requires. Apparently, Wei Jingran said. Shin filed the final finding through 4 independent channels before leaving the facility. Chapter 98. The Exit Ho Bailiang's formal position update reached the Continental Cultivation Authority's official record 7 days after Xin Zhuqing filed his finding. The Ironclad Sect's document was professionally crafted, careful language, precise institutional framing, no admission of intentional error. The language said, in response to the Continental Cultivation Authority's confirmed anomaly finding regarding formation methodology assessment gaps, the Ironclad Sect's Certification Authority is initiating a comprehensive review of its assessment protocols for practitioners demonstrating non-standard formation signatures. This review will incorporate the pre-event array methodology as a supplementary assessment instrument and will update its training materials to reflect the theoretical framework revision identified in the CAA's investigation findings. The Ironclad Sect remains committed to accurate practitioner assessment and acknowledges that the advancement of formation methodology understanding requires ongoing institutional review. 2 days after the position update was filed, Wei Jingran received a personal note from Ho Bailiang. It was brief and direct. It said, the assessment certification methodology review is ongoing. Institutional correction of long-standing errors is a slow process. I expect it will be years before the practical implications are fully integrated. I am aware that this timeline is frustrating for practitioners affected by the current gaps in the methodology. He paused, apparently, for the next sentence. Then, you were correct that the certification methodology was incomplete. The commercial implications of acknowledging this were significant, and they affected my judgment for longer than they should have. I am now managing the implications rather than avoiding them. This is the more expensive approach and the more correct one. It was not an apology. It was a professional acknowledgement from a man who dealt in professional language. Wei Jingran read it twice. He showed it to xianxia. She read it and said, "He's not wrong that the commercial implications were significant." "No," Wei Jingran said. "He's not." He paused. "He's also not wrong that acknowledging them is more expensive." He looked at the note. He managed the situation as a commercial problem until the commercial problem was unsolvable, and then he managed it as an institutional correction problem. That's how his framework works. He set the note down. Apparently, he does what his framework tells him, which means the outcome depended on changing the framework's incentive calculation, which is what the evidence accumulation was for. "Are you satisfied?" she asked. "The assessment methodology is being corrected," he said. "Practitioners who have been dismissed as null root will be reassessed more accurately over the next several years. The CFIA has a standard protocol for still root formation signatures. The investigation finding is in the permanent record." He paused. "I don't need him to have arrived at this faster or by a different path." He looked at the note once more. "The outcome is the thing." She said, "That's generous." He said, "It's accurate." Apparently, those are usually the same thing. She made a notation in her correspondence log. She had developed a running record of his "apparently those are usually the same" statements, which was now several pages long. She found the pattern informative. Chapter 99. The terminal tier. The advancement happened during a stillness session. Wei Jingran had been in the Anchor Formation's protected space, the CFIA facility's research room, where the 5-node pentagonal structure maintained the stable background reference for his void origin integration. The Anchor Formation had been running cleanly for 2 months. The facility's infrastructure was functioning without calculation errors. The formation environment was the cleanest and most organized he had spent extended time in since the naturally occurring stillness anchor at the Eastern Deposit years ago. He entered stillness at the 2nd hour of the morning, which was when the facility was quietest and the ambient formation activity was lowest. He did not emerge from stillness at the normal hour. Xianxia noticed, because she had been maintaining detailed observation logs of the stillness session patterns for 3 years, and she knew the standard deviation on his session durations. She did not interrupt. She noted the time and continued working. At the 19th hour, she went to the research room. He was seated in the same position he had been in 17 hours ago. He was completely still. The Anchor Formation was operating correctly. The formation background in the room felt the same as it had in the morning, which was correct, which was what the void origin tier's background integration produced: stable reference, consistent background field. She sat down in the chair in the corner of the room and waited. He opened his eyes at the 23rd hour. He was quiet for a while. He checked something that she could not see. He checked it again. She watched his face go through the qualities she had come to recognize as the post-advancement verification process. Careful, internal, thorough. He said to her, "Can you get Lin Xiuhua?" She went and got her. Lin Xiuhua came in and immediately reached for the pre-event array. She activated it and ran the measurement sequence. The pre-event array showed flat baseline. She ran it again. Flat baseline. She stood at the instrument for a moment with the expression of someone whose measurement instrument has just produced a result they had not expected. She ran a calibration check. The instrument was calibrated correctly. She measured Du Mingwei's cultivation signature, who happened to be in the facility that week. The pre-event array read his tier accurately. She turned back to Wei Jingran. She said, "The pre-event array isn't reading you." He said, "Apparently the terminal tier's properties are different from all previous tiers." He paused. "Run the ambient formation density measurement in this room." She ran it. Flat baseline for 30 seconds. Then, slowly, the ambient formation field density reading shifted. Not a spike, not a disruption, but a gradual settling to a new baseline, as if the room's formation environment was reorganizing around a new element that was now part of it. The baseline settled and held. She looked at the reading. She said, "The ambient formation density has integrated a new element. The background field has changed." She looked at him. The formation network incorporated the advancement. She was quiet for a moment, before the pre-event array could read it. She picked up her research log and began writing immediately in the fast, anchored language she had been developing for exactly this reason. Day 1211. Wei Jingran in stillness session from 2nd to 23rd hour. Pre-event array, flat baseline, no readable cultivation signature. Ambient formation field in research room. Shifted to new stable baseline at the 23rd hour, approximately 30 minutes after session ended. The formation network registered the advancement before the instrument could. The ambient formation background now includes a new stable element at a level below all standard detection thresholds and below the pre-event array's frequency range. Writing this now. Writing this quickly. She kept writing. Wei Jingran looked at what she was writing and said, "Eternal stillness, sovereign tier." He said it simply. Apparently, the formation network knew before the instrument did. Xianxia, from the corner of the room, said, "I knew before either of them." He looked at her. She said, "The room felt different when you opened your eyes. Not the formation field. I couldn't read the formation field at that tier. The quality of the stillness changed." She paused. "It was the same quality Madame O described. The mountain before the wind comes." She looked at him. "Except now you are the mountain." He looked at her for a moment. He wrote in his journal, "Eternal stillness sovereign. 11th tier. Terminal." The pre-event array reads flat baseline. The formation network integrated the advancement as a background shift. The ambient field now includes the terminal tier's presence as a background element. Xianxia felt the quality change before the formation measurement caught it. The text said the terminal tier is experienced without memory, known without record. Apparently the experience is real and the record is possible, if someone is paying attention and writing fast. He closed the journal. Chapter 100. The mountain before the wind. Ku Lixian felt the change. He was 300 miles away, traveling between CFIA regional offices in his capacity as Ku Lixian's newly formalized null zone correction project role, when the formation background field shifted. It was subtle. The shift was a change in the quality of the background formation field that he could sense through 3 centuries of formation perception training, like hearing a room go from near silent to completely silent, not the absence of sound, but the presence of a more complete quiet. He recognized what it was because he had been expecting it, because he had been studying the void origin tier's background integration effects, and following the research documentation, because he had known that the eternal stillness sovereign tier was the next step. He stopped traveling immediately. He wrote a message to Elder Mao Daiqing's channel. Tell Wei Jingran I'm coming. Not to act. To observe. He traveled fast, the way a pattern 0 tier practitioner can travel when they are not trying to be unobserved, and he arrived at the CFI facility in 2 days. He went to the research room. Lin Xiaohua was still there. She had been writing continuously for 36 hours, sleeping in 3-hour intervals, returning to the log. She looked up when he came in. He read the formation environment of the research room carefully. He was a pattern 0 tier conventional practitioner, which was the highest tier in standard cultivation, and he had 3 centuries of formation perception development. He read the ambient field. He said, "It happened." Wei Jingran, who was at the formation work table in the corner, said, "Apparently yes." Ku Lixian stood in the room for a long moment, reading the formation background field with the full attention of someone encountering something they have studied for 300 years and are finally directly observing. He said, "The infrastructure." He looked at Director Peng Shiwu, who had also been at the facility for the past 2 days. "Your monitoring station. What does the maintenance log show?" She said. The background baseline settled to a new stable reading at the 23rd hour yesterday. No calculation errors. The infrastructure is running normally. She paused. The null zone correction protocols are processing the new element correctly. It integrated as a background reference, the same way the void origin tier integrated. Xianxia read the ambient field again. He looked at the formation sensing arrays at the room's periphery, whose maintenance logs showed the new baseline reading. He said, "The infrastructure hasn't produced an error. The background field adjusted. The formation network included the new element." "Yes," Director Peng Shiwu said. He stood in the changed formation environment for a long time. He said, very quietly, 300 years of prevention. He said it without inflection, as a mathematical fact about time. Then he said, "Apparently you were right." Wei Jingran said, "Apparently we're both right about different parts." He looked at Xianxia. "You were right that the earlier practitioners created problems. The null zones at pattern 0 and below are real infrastructure issues that required the correction methodology. I was right that the solution isn't elimination. The void origin tier resolves the null zone problem naturally. The eternal stillness sovereign tier," he paused. "The infrastructure integrated it as a background element without producing errors, which suggests the terminal tier is not a problem at all. It may be the reference the entire system was designed for, without anyone knowing." Xianxia looked at him. He was old, as he had always been, and he was also different in the specific way that people become different when the framework they have been operating inside for their entire life has finally been completed and replaced with something more accurate. He said, "The question now is what the eternal stillness sovereign tier's background field integration means for the formation infrastructure above it." "Yes," Wei Jingran said. "Apparently that's the right question." Lin Xiuhua, still writing at her log, said, "Day 1213. I am still writing. I am writing as fast as I can. I don't know how much time the record has before the background absorption begins on these entries, but I am writing everything down while I can still write it, and I am sending copies to 17 archives before the day is over." She did not look up. Someone should know what happened here. Someone should always know. Outside, in the continental formation network, in the formation infrastructure of every way station, every relay station, every sect boundary formation, every city's ambient field maintenance array, the background baseline had shifted, very slightly, to a new stable reading. The maintenance logs across 1,700 stations noted, in the anomaly columns of their overnight records, background field, new stable reading, origin undetermined, no corrective action required. The formation network was accounting for something it had never accounted for before. It was doing so correctly. The formation officers went home and the maintenance logs filed themselves, and the infrastructure ran through the night without errors, as it had been designed to do. Only now it was running correctly, completely, with every element of the formation environment properly included in its calculations. In the quiet at the center of the CFIA facility's research room, the stillness that had been building for 11 years and 11 tiers had become, finally, fully present in the world's formation network. The mountain was there. The wind had not come yet, because the mountain did not need the wind to come. The mountain was simply there, as mountains are. Chapter 101. What the records don't say. The text xianxia had acquired on the eternal stillness sovereign tier filled a third of a shelf. Wei Jingran read them over the course of a week, carefully and completely, beginning with the oldest and working forward. He approached them the way he approached all research, looking for the shape of the data before evaluating the conclusions, noting where descriptions were consistent across independent sources and where they diverged, distinguishing between first-person account and institutional record and scholarly commentary. The pattern became clear before he reached the midpoint of the collection. No text described the eternal stillness sovereign tier from the inside. There were descriptions of effects, things that had happened in the vicinity of what scholars believed had been a terminal tier practitioner. There were institutional records of formation anomalies that, in retrospect, fit the pattern. There were 3 scholarly analyses that attempted to reconstruct what the tier must be like from the second-hand evidence. There were references in 2 monastery texts to the Sovereign of Silence, described as a practitioner who had been present at various historical events without being a participant in any official sense. But there were no journals, no letters, no first-person accounts of what the eternal stillness sovereign tier felt like from inside. Not because no one had been there, because being there meant that the records gradually stopped being about them. The monastery texts about the Sovereign of Silence were the clearest example. The first 5 references were specific, naming the sovereign directly and describing their actions in detail. The next 8 were vaguer. A presence was noted, and the formation environment was described as unusually organized, without naming who was responsible. The final 3 references attributed the effects to natural formation phenomena, without mentioning a practitioner at all. The record had corrected itself over time. The specific had become general. The named had become unnamed. The foreground had become background. He wrote in his journal, asterisk the terminal tier's properties, based on the texts. Practitioners at this tier are documented in their effects, but not in their persons. The historical record self-corrects toward passive attribution over time. First-person accounts cannot survive because the formation network's background integration eventually extends to the practitioner's historical record, as well as their present-moment perception. Asterisk he paused. Asterisk Lin Xiaohua's continuous log uses anchored language specifically designed to resist this. She has been writing it in active, named, dated form. She is the solution to the record problem, and she has been developing the solution for years without being asked to. Asterisk he went to find her. She was in the research room, writing. She had been writing continuously since the advancement, except for the hours she slept and the hours she ate. She had developed a rhythm. Record the present moment observations in active language. Review and re-anchor any entries that had drifted toward passive construction. Send copies to the 17 archives daily. He said, I've been reading the texts on the terminal tier. She said, without looking up, tell me what I need to know. The record correction is real and it gets stronger over time, he said. The oldest references to the sovereign of silence are specific. The most recent ones are passive. The records changed over decades. He paused. Your log is resistant because you're writing it in anchored language with active construction and specific named attribution. But the resistance requires active maintenance. If you stop maintaining it, the drift will begin. I know, she said. I've been monitoring my earlier entries for drift patterns. She pulled a separate notebook from the stack beside her. This is the maintenance log. I review older entries and note any passages that have shifted toward passive voice or lost named attribution. I re-anchor them in place. She looked up. I've caught 12 drift instances and entries from before the terminal tier advancement. They were changing without my intervention. She said this with the calm of a researcher reporting data. The entries I actively maintain are stable. The ones I didn't flag are drifting. He looked at the maintenance log. Apparently, the terminal tier's record correction is already active. Yes. She picked up her pen. I'm going to need to send more frequent copies to the archives. Daily isn't sufficient. I need to send copies every few hours, because the drift rate on the unchecked entries has been accelerating. She paused. Also, I want to add a second person to the log maintenance. Someone else who knows the anchoring technique and can re-anchor entries if I'm not available. Xianxia, he said. She's already doing it informally, Lin Xiaohua said. I want it formal. She wrote a note. I'll brief her today. She looked at him. How are you? He said, quiet. Everything is very quiet. He paused. I can feel the formation network clearly at the infrastructure level, the same way you can feel the floor under your feet. He looked at the room's formation sensing arrays, which is cultivation perception now parsed as structural elements of the ambient field. Apparently, it was always this way. I just didn't have the cultivation to perceive it before. She wrote this down immediately, in active named language, dated and timed. Chapter 102. What Xianxia notices the anchor formation required upgrading. Director Peng Shiwu's engineering team had been monitoring the 5-node pentagonal structure since the terminal tier advancement and had identified 3 resonance parameters that needed recalibration. The eternal stillness sovereign tier's background integration was deeper and more stable than the void origin tiers, and the anchor formation's current configuration was providing correct function, but at tolerances that were trending toward the edge of the design parameters. Not failing. Not yet. But drifting. Lin Xiaohua redesigned the resonance calibration with Ku Lixian's input. He had 3 centuries of observation data on the higher tier formation effects that, while not directly applicable to the terminal tier, because no one had ever documented the terminal tier's anchor requirements, gave him a theoretical basis for extrapolating the needed adjustments. The upgrade took 4 days. During the upgrade, while the anchor formation was offline for the recalibration work, Xianxia noticed something. She was in the same room as Wei Jingran for most of those 4 days. She had been spending more time at the CFIA facility during the terminal tier's first weeks, maintaining the observation log and practicing the anchor technique. With the anchor formation offline, the ambient formation field in his vicinity was different than usual. The background integration was present, but the locatable reference was absent, which meant the people around him experienced the presence without foreground quality that had characterized the void origin effect period, but more subtle. She described it to Lin Xiaohua that evening. When she came to check the maintenance log, he feels like a room feels when someone has been in it for a very long time. Not a person in the room itself, the history of the room. Present. Background. She paused. Not foreground. Lin Xiaohua wrote this down immediately in the research log. Yu Shanxi's description of terminal tier ambient presence during anchor formation offline period, like a room that has been occupied for a long time. Presence as environmental quality rather than individual location. Background integration complete. Presence without locatable source. Then she went to the archive of texts Yu Shanxi had assembled weeks ago and pulled one of the older monastery texts. She found the passage she was looking for. The passage, written by a monastery scholar 300 years ago, describing the formation environment at a site where the sovereign of silence had spent an extended period. The place has a quality that travelers note and cannot name. It feels inhabited in a way that precedes and outlasts any particular inhabitant. One elder described it as the room where many things have happened, quietly. She showed Yu Shanxi the passage. Yu Shanxi read it and said, the same description. She looked at it for a moment. 300 years ago. The terminal tier's ambient presence quality, Lin Xiaohua said. Present to people who are paying attention to the formation environment. Not foreground. Something more like historical texture. She wrote in the log. The description of the terminal tier's ambient quality is consistent across Yu Shanxi's current observation and the 300-year-old historical text. The quality persists and is recognizable to people who are attuned to formation environments, even without prior knowledge of its source. She sent a copy to the archives. The anchor formation came back online the next morning. The presence quality normalized to the locatable reference form that the anchor provided. The ambient field settled. Wei Jingran had watched the recalibration from the adjacent room without intervening. When it was complete, he said to director Peng Shiwu, the design modification Ku Lixian suggested for the resonance calibration, add it to the standard anchor formation protocol document as a tier-specific addendum for the eternal stillness sovereign tier. Already doing it, she said. She was 3 years into documenting the still root formation methodologies and had developed the professional habit of updating the protocol documents as each element was verified. He said, good. Then he went back to stillness. Chapter 103. Du Mingwei's question. Du Mingwei arrived at the CFIA facility on a Tuesday morning, 14 days after the terminal tier advancement. He came without announcement, which was unusual for him. He had been careful about prior notice since the void origin memory effect period, when arriving unannounced had nearly prevented him from finding the research wing at all. This time he arrived cleanly, which meant the anchor formation was working correctly and the memory effect was not disrupting his intent navigation. He came through the entrance, walked to the research wing, found the correct room, and knocked. Wei Jingran was at the formation work table. He looked up. Du Mingwei came in and sat down in the chair across from the table. He was quiet for a moment, collecting what he wanted to say. He said, I've been thinking about what this means for my cultivation path. He said it carefully, not competitively. I want to be specific about that. I'm not looking at your advancement and thinking about where I am by comparison. I've been doing that for 20 years, and it's not what this conversation is about. Wei Jingran waited. I've been measuring myself against visible progress for so long, Du Mingwei said. Tier markers, testing results, certification levels. All the standard metrics. He looked at the formation work table. I'm at the Echo Void tier now. I've been advancing at a consistent pace, and the pace is genuinely good. But I don't know what I'm going toward. He looked up. You've never been able to measure yourself against the standard metrics. What did you go toward? Wei Jingran thought about this. It was a real question, asked by someone who genuinely wanted the answer and not a particular answer. He said, I went toward an accurate understanding of what I was doing. He paused. I didn't know for years that what I was doing was the still root methodology. I knew that stillness produced advancement. I didn't have a framework for it. The void seed theory texts gave me the framework, but I had been advancing before I found them. He paused again. What I was going toward was the truth of what I was. Not what the instrument said, not what the certification said. What was actually happening? He looked at Du Mingwei. Apparently that's where cultivation goes, if you follow it honestly. Du Mingwei said, what does the terminal tier look like from inside? Quiet, he said. Everything is very present. The formation network is visible to me as a structural element. I can perceive the infrastructure at low resolution the way you perceive the floor under your feet. Not actively, just there. He paused. It doesn't feel like more than before. It feels like less, in a specific way. Less noise, less filtering, less effort to be where I am. He thought about how to say the next part accurately. The cultivation path was always toward listening. Apparently, I've become something that can hear. Du Mingwei was quiet for a long moment. He said, that sounds frightening and also correct. Apparently, most true things are both. Du Mingwei said, I want to join the research team formally. He said it with the directness he had been developing. Not as an informal supporter, formally, as a researcher. I've been watching this work for 3 years, and I understand the methodology well enough to contribute to the documentation. He paused. And I want there to be people who remember what happened here. More people. As many as possible, because apparently the records need the help. Wei Jingran said, yes. We'll need more people maintaining the log as the terminal tier's record correction accelerates. I know, Du Mingwei said. That's part of why I'm asking. He looked at the research wing around them. Also because this is important work and I was wrong to not be part of it earlier. He said this directly and without lingering on it. Apparently you're here now, Wei Jingran said. Apparently I am, Du Mingwei said. Chapter 104. What Ku Lixian has been doing on the 7th day of his stay after the terminal tier advancement. Ku Lixian brought a second document to the meeting room. It was longer than the first, thicker, more worn at the edges, written in a smaller and more compressed hand than his standard documentation style. He set it on the table and said, 3 centuries of records on practitioners who I believe approached or reached the terminal tier, compiled from formation infrastructure anomalies, historical record patterns, and second-hand accounts. Wei Jingran looked at the document. None of the practitioners I observed directly, Ku Lixian said. These are historical cases, before my time or at a distance. I've been compiling this record for 300 years on the basis that understanding what the terminal tier does was essential to managing the risk I perceived in still root cultivation. He paused. The perception of risk was incorrect. The methodology of observation was correct. He looked at the document. I was working backward from the missing history, as Lin Xiaohua noted in her research log. You've been doing historical materials science, Wei Jingran said. Reconstructing the methodology from what's absent. Ku Lixian looked at him with a quality that might, on a different face, have been surprise. Yes, precisely. He said it in the tone of someone encountering a description of their work that is accurate in a way they hadn't articulated. I was doing material science. Analyzing the formation infrastructure record to infer the properties of a material I had never directly examined. And the conclusions? That the terminal tier's properties can be characterized from the infrastructure effects even when the practitioner cannot be located in the historical record directly. He opened the document. The formation background field integrations at terminal tier sites persist for centuries, longer than the pattern zero or void origin field modifications. In some cases, what I believe are terminal tier integration sites have been in the formation network for so long that the infrastructure has entirely incorporated them as standard reference elements. The anomaly classification was removed from the maintenance logs decades or centuries after the integration event because the infrastructure was functioning correctly and the anomaly had effectively become baseline. He paused. The infrastructure was teaching itself to account for them. Lin Xiaohua, who had come in at the start of the conversation, was writing quickly. She said, "You're saying the terminal tier's formation integration is permanent and eventually becomes invisible in the infrastructure record, not because it disappears, but because it becomes standard." Yes, he said. The infrastructure absorbs the integration and then treats it as a known reference element, like any other known stable feature of the formation environment. He looked at Wei Jingran. In several hundred years, the CFI maintenance logs may stop noting the background baseline shift you produced as an anomaly and may simply list it as a standard element of the reference field for this region. Apparently, Wei Jingran said, the formation network is better at incorporating new information than the human institutions built on top of it. Ku Lixian said, apparently. That's consistent with what I observed. He set the document down. This record is yours. All of it. The historical cases, the methodology for analyzing terminal tier effects from second-hand evidence, the infrastructure anomaly patterns that correlate with terminal tier events. He paused. It belongs in Lin Xiaohua's research documentation, in as many archives as you can get it into. 17. Lin Xiaohua said, without looking up from her writing. And counting. Chapter 105. The drift on the 23rd day after the terminal tier advancement. Lin Xiaohua found that an entry in the research log from 18 months ago was unreadable, not illegible. The words were there. The ink was clear. The handwriting was hers. But she could not form a coherent memory of the event the entry described. She read the words and understood each individually and could not make the reading connect to an actual recollection. She wrote in the maintenance log, *day 1234. Entry from day 897 is now inaccessible to memory recall. The words are present. The memory of the event is not. This is the first confirmed instance of retroactive drift on a maintained entry. The entry was actively maintained as recently as day 1234 days ago, with correct attribution and active construction. The drift has accelerated beyond the maintenance interval. She increased the maintenance interval to daily. She also increased the archive distribution to every 6 hours. She also called xianxia. Xianxia came to the research room and read the maintenance log entry and the drifted source entry. She was quiet for a moment. She said, "We need more people maintaining the log." "Yes," Lin Xiaohua said. "And we need to be more aggressive about getting the content into archives that have their own maintenance processes. Institutions that will maintain the records as part of their own institutional function, not just as received deposits." She was already thinking through the logistics. The Western Archive has a standing maintenance protocol for active research documentation. The Continental History Authority's regional offices have mandatory preservation mandates for practitioner records. If the documentation is officially accepted into those institutional processes, the institution's own maintenance will supplement ours. Lin Xiaohua said, "I need you to handle the institutional submissions. I can't maintain the log and manage the archive relationships simultaneously." "I'll handle it," Xianxia said. Starting today, she spent that afternoon and evening drafting formal submission packages for the 11 institutional archives she had identified as having standing maintenance protocols. She wrote accompanying documentation explaining the research's significance, the drift problem, and the specific archiving requirements: multiple copies, active maintenance of attribution and active construction, regular verification against the source log. She sent the packages that evening through the merchant network's fastest courier service. Wei Jingran found her at the writing desk at the 11th hour, drafting the final submission. He said, "You've been at this since afternoon." "Yes." She sealed the last package. 11 submissions. The Western Archive will probably respond first. They're interested in formation methodology documentation. The Continental History Authority may take longer. They're institutional and slow. She looked at the stack of sealed packages. I added an explanation of the drift mechanism in the covering letter, so the archivists understand why the maintenance protocol needs to be active rather than passive. He said, "Apparently the record needs the help." "Obviously," she said. "That's why I'm doing this." She set down her pen. She looked at him across the desk. "The entry that drifted, it was from about 18 months ago?" "Day 897, he said. "The day I told Lin Xiaohua about the Shadow Marrow advancement." She was quiet for a moment. "That's 18 months. The acceleration rate of the drift." She picked up Lin Xiaohua's maintenance log calculations. "At this rate, entries from within the last year will begin drifting within the next few months." "Yes," he said. "Apparently the terminal tier's record correction is stronger than the previous tiers." "That makes sense," she said. "The integration is deeper." She looked at him. "I'm going to focus on the record for the next several months. The commercial work can be delegated." He said, "Thank you." She said, "I'll tell you when there's something to thank me for." She picked up the sealed submission packages and set them by the door for morning courier. "Go to stillness. Lin Xiaohua will have the log maintained tonight." He went. She sat alone in the writing room for a while after he left, in the specific stillness of someone who has done the most important thing they can think of and is now accounting for whether it will be enough. She picked up her own notebook and opened it to a fresh page. She wrote, *day 1234, 11th hour. Writing this in active named language with today's date. Wei Jingran is at the terminal tier. He reached it 11 days after the void origin tier advancement. The formation network has incorporated the new background element. The infrastructure is stable. 17 archives and 11 institutional submission packages contain copies of Lin Xiaohua's research log, Ku Lixian's 3th-century documentation, Elder Mao Daiqing's historical analysis, the Void Wanderer's infrastructure correction records, the null zone correction methodology, the anchor formation protocol, and this notation. I am Xianxia. I know what happened here. I am writing it down because someone has to, and I am the one who is here and paying attention. I will keep writing it down for as long as I can. She underlined her name. Then she closed the notebook and went to check on the archive submissions. Chapter 106. Shin Zhuoqing had a habit of reviewing his investigation files at the end of each month. It was not a formal requirement. The Continental Assessment Bureau's procedures only required annual summaries, but he had maintained the practice for 30 years. The files were his to know. He kept them well. He had been investigating the still root anomaly for 27 months. The file was thick. He opened it at his desk in the Bureau's Northern Administrative Office on the 17th day of the month, intending to review the middle section, the 3-month period when he had conducted the falsification tests with Lin Xiaohua, which he considered the methodological hinge of the investigation. He had written careful notes during that period. He wanted to review them before drafting his monthly summary. He found the pages. He read them. The words were present. The formation measurements were present. The dates, the locations, the sequence of tests, all present. But when he finished the third page and looked up from the text to consider what he had just read, he found that the image in his mind was general where it should have been specific. He had a clear sense of the methodology. He could not recall who the subject of the investigation was. He looked back at the page. The text read, "Subject presented at the pre-event array and entered deep stillness. Array reading confirmed. Fourth-tier equivalency by anomalous signature pattern." There was no name. He turned back one page. Subject demonstrates consistent zero reading response on standard instruments. Pre-event array produces anomalous reading with same zero baseline on standard instruments followed by positive signature on deep stillness measurement. No name. He turned back to the beginning of the section. Investigation Day 43. Meeting conducted with subject regarding methodology. Subject posed the following question. He stopped. He had written this himself. He remembered writing it. He had been at a round table in a research facility, and there had been someone across from him, and that person had asked a question that had struck him as precisely formulated, and he had written it down verbatim because he wanted to remember it. He remembered the act of writing. He could see his own hand moving across the paper. He could not see who was sitting across from him. He set the file down on his desk. He sat with this for 3 minutes, which for xianxia was a long time to sit with anything without acting on it. Then he picked up a fresh sheet of paper and wrote from memory. Asterisk, the subject of the investigation is Wei Jingran. I am writing this on the 17th day of the current month because I have opened my investigation file and found that his name has disappeared from the records while the substance of those records remains intact. I am writing this now, while I still know what I know, because in 1 month I will review this notation and I need it to tell me something true. Asterisk, he signed it and dated it. Then he wrote a second copy and sealed it in an envelope addressed to Lin Xiaohua's research correspondence address at the CFI facility. He wrote a third copy for his personal archive and a fourth for the Bureau's sealed supplementary file, which required a separate key. He sent the letter to Lin Xiaohua through the Bureau's priority courier service, marked urgent. Then he opened his file again and read it from the beginning, this time writing Wei Jingran's name in the margin beside every passive construction, every instance of the subject, every place where a specific person had been replaced by a general description. He worked methodically. By the time he finished, he had written the name 47 times. He studied the result. The file now contained the name 47 times more than it had when he opened it. The original text remained unchanged. He had added attribution where the record had removed it. He thought, asterisk, this is maintenance work. This is not investigation. This is not what I was trained to do. Asterisk, he thought. Apparently it is what this investigation requires. He picked up another sheet of paper and began drafting his response to what he had found. Lin Xiaohua received the letter 3 days later. She read it standing at her research station, between 2 instrument readings, because the courier had flagged it urgent, and she had opened it immediately. She read xianxia's careful, precise handwriting, the notation, the dates, the 47 times repetition, and understood what had happened before she reached the end of the letter. She sat down. She had been running the continuous log for over 3 years. She had increased the maintenance interval twice. She had sent archive submissions through 11 institutional channels at xianxia's coordination. She had been watching the drift approach and preparing for it to reach the investigation records, and she had not contacted xianxia because she had not known when the drift would reach him. Now she knew. She wrote back immediately. Asterisk, I received your letter. The phenomenon you have described is documented in my continuous research log from day 1201, when I first recorded that entries from 18 months prior were losing their named attribution. The process is not erasure. The words remain physically present, but the formation background absorbs the specific reference into general category. I have been addressing it through active maintenance, increased archive frequency, and standing protocols at 17 institutions. I am adding your investigation file to the active maintenance schedule. Please send me a full copy of your file as it currently stands. I will annotate and return it within a week. Asterisk, she paused, and then added, asterisk, you should know that you are not losing your memory. The records are drifting. You are not. I am writing this explicitly because when I first encountered the drift, I spent 2 days believing I was developing a memory condition, and it is not a good 2 days to have. Asterisk, she sealed the letter and gave it to the facility's courier with a priority designation. Then she opened her continuous log and wrote, asterisk, day 1237. Xianxia has reported that the drift has reached his investigation records. The drift timeline is consistent with the acceleration pattern I calculated following the terminal tier advancement. I am writing this with his name, Wei Jingran's name, and today's date all in the same sentence. On day 1237, Wei Jingran's name disappeared from Xianxia's investigation file for the period covering days 40, through 112. This has now been documented in the log and will be distributed to all 17 archive institutions on the standard maintenance schedule. Asterisk, she added a 23rd copy to the archive distribution queue. Then she went to find Wei Jingran, because he needed to know. He was at the formation bench when she found him, not in stillness, but working through a notation problem with a brush and a wide sheet of formation diagram paper. His posture the specific concentrated stillness of someone who was thinking rather than practicing. The facility's ambient formation field hummed around him at its improved baseline. He had been integrated into it for 31 days. She told him what Shen Zhuqing's letter had said. He listened without interrupting. When she finished, he set down the brush. The timing is consistent with what I estimated, he said. The terminal tier's record integration is stronger than the previous tiers. I should have contacted Shen Zhuqing proactively. He was quiet for a moment. That was an error. I underestimated how quickly the drift would reach his records. You couldn't have predicted the exact timeline. No, but I knew the direction. I should have warned him. He picked up the brush again and set it down. How did he respond? Methodically, she said. He wrote your name in the margins 47 times. Something in Wei Jingran's expression shifted. It was not quite what she would have called moved, but it was adjacent to it. Apparently, he said, he understood before I explained it. Chapter 107 Shen Zhuqing arrived at the CFIA research facility 12 days after sending his letter. He had not announced he was coming. He sent a message the night before. Asterisk, I will be there in the morning. I have questions that require direct conversation rather than correspondence. Asterisk, he was 53 years old and had the posture of someone who had been doing precise work for 30 years. Careful, contained, not inclined toward visible emotion. He arrived at the facility door, stated his name to the formation at the entrance, and waited. The formation did not react to his presence in any unusual way. He went inside. Lin Xiaohua met him at the corridor intersection and brought him to the meeting room where Wei Jingran was waiting. Yu Shanxi was in the adjacent room with the door open. The atmosphere was not tense, exactly, but it was careful. Shen Zhuqing sat across the table from Wei Jingran and looked at him for a moment without speaking. He was, Wei Jingran thought, trying to anchor the perception, to fix the specific face across the table to the general category of investigation subject that his records had retained when the specific name drifted out of them. I need to understand the methodology of what is happening, Shen Zhuqing said. Not the formation theory. I've read Lin Xiaohua's documentation. I need to understand the practical consequence for my investigation. Wei Jingran waited. My investigation requires a named subject, Shen Zhuqing said. Every finding I produce must be attributed to a specific practitioner. If the historical record absorbs your name from the documents, then my finding, when it exists, will eventually be attributed to an unnamed practitioner at the eternal stillness sovereign tier, which means it will be attributed to no one, which means it cannot be acted upon as a named certification. He paused. My investigation cannot produce a finding that survives in the form that the Continental Authority requires. The room was quiet for a moment. That's accurate, Wei Jingran said. Then my investigation has failed. Shen Zhuqing said this without drama, in the tone of someone stating a measurement result. But his hands were flat on the table in a way that suggested he was holding the statement down. 27 months of work, and the product of that work cannot exist in permanent form. The framework correction you've built can, Wei Jingran said. The framework correction has no value without the finding that produced it. Apparently those are separate. Wei Jingran was quiet for a moment, choosing the framing carefully. The framework correction addresses what formation assessment methodology was missing. That correction is a structural change to the methodology itself. It exists in procedures and instruments and training, not in a single finding document. If the finding drifts toward passive attribution, the correction it produced is still embedded in the methodology. Shen Zhuqing looked at him. The framework correction will say, revised to account for anomalous zero-reading cultivation profiles. Wei Jingran continued. It will not say my name. It will be used by every assessment officer for the next century. Every still-root practitioner who receives an accurate assessment instead of a null-root dismissal will benefit from a correction whose origin their records cannot hold. That is not a failed investigation. He paused. Apparently the attribution is the part that becomes invisible, not the correction. Shen Zhuqing was quiet for a long time. Outside the facility window, a courier bird crossed the formation field's boundary and landed on the roof with a small thump audible in the room's silence. I spent 15 years believing that accurate records were the goal, Shen Zhuqing said finally. Accurate records in the sense of records that could be retrieved and verified and attributed and cited. That was the methodology. Yes. You're describing a different kind of accuracy. Apparently. The kind where the mechanism is accurately transmitted even when the originator cannot be. Shinzuoqing pressed his lips together. He looked at his hands on the table. He said, I will tell you something that I have not told anyone in this investigation. When I first reviewed your case, I was certain the pre-event array had a systematic error. I was not uncertain. I was not open to alternative explanations. I had reviewed the instrument's methodology and identified what I believed was a fundamental flaw in its sensitivity calibration. He paused. If Lin Xiaohua had not been methodologically rigorous enough to demonstrate that I was wrong, I would have filed a finding of instrument error, no anomaly, and moved on. The framework correction would not exist. Wei Jingran waited. I am telling you this, Shinzuoqing said, because you said the attribution is the part that becomes invisible. I want you to know that the correct attribution for the framework correction is not yours. It is Lin Xiaohua's. She is the one who held the methodology long enough to make me wrong. He paused again. I wanted that on the record while I can still say it clearly. From the adjacent room, through the open door, there was a brief pause and the sound of papers moving. Then it resumed. Wei Jingran said, apparently that should be in the log. Apparently it should. Chapter 108. Shinzuoqing stayed at the CFI facility for 4 days. He spent the first day reading Lin Xiaohua's continuous log from the beginning. This was not a short project. The log was now approaching 400 pages of closely written text, maintained in the active anchored language she had developed as a countermeasure against the drift, every entry dated and named and specific. He read it with the attention he gave to investigation files. He flagged nothing. When he finished, he sat in the reading room for a while in the way that people sit when they have just encountered a body of work that changes the shape of what they understood. He spent the second day reviewing the framework documents, the pre-event array validation study, the null zone correction methodology, the anchor formation protocol, Ku Lixian's 3-century observation records, the Void Wanderer's infrastructure correction documentation. He had seen some of these before, but not together, not in sequence. The sequence was different from the individual documents. He spent the third day writing. The document was titled, Framework Correction Protocol for Undetectable Cultivation Methodology, Continental Assessment Bureau, High Arbiter Shinzuoqing, Filing Reference CCA, SC, 7. It was 41 pages long. It contained a revised definition of the cultivation zero reading signature and its 2 distinct causes, a validated methodology for using the pre-event array as a primary assessment instrument for cultivation profiles that produce anomalous zero readings on standard instruments, a standard protocol for assessing and documenting still root practitioners at each tier, a reference to the anchor formation protocol for practitioners at the pattern 0 tier and above, and a section titled Theoretical Framework Update that acknowledged, in precise language, that the existing assessment methodology had been built on an assumption of detectable spiritual signature that did not hold for all cultivation paths. The last section was the important one. The rest was procedure. The last section was a formal statement that the framework had been wrong, and what it had been wrong about, and how to correct it. He wrote it carefully. Wei Jingran came in during the afternoon of the third day to confirm a specific procedural point, the appropriate tier boundary at which the anchor formation protocol should become mandatory rather than recommended, and found Shinzuoqing sitting at the writing table with a brush, writing in the formal script used for Continental Authority documents. His posture the concentration of someone doing something that required getting every word right. He looked up when Wei Jingran came in. Void origin tier, Wei Jingran said. The memory effect becomes consistent enough at that tier that the anchor formation should be classified as mandatory infrastructure support rather than optional accommodation. Shinzuoqing wrote that down. He said, I'm including a provision requiring the pre-event array protocol be distributed to every certified assessment officer within 5 years. The current standard issue kit contains the legacy instruments. I'm recommending an equipment transition fund. He said this in the tone of someone who knows the provision will cause administrative difficulty and has decided it's worth it. That will be contested, Wei Jingran said. Yes. Shinzuoqing continued writing. Ho Bailiang certification program will have to adapt. They'll resist the transition cost. He paused. Let them resist. The methodology is correct. I have 27 months of documentation that says so, and I am writing it into the official framework before any more of it drifts out of attribution range. He finished the sentence he was writing and looked up. Did you know this would happen? He asked. With my investigation, the drift reaching the records. Wei Jingran considered this. I knew the drift would spread, he said. I knew the investigation records were within range. I didn't predict the specific timeline, and I should have. I told you earlier that was an error. You could have warned me earlier. Yes. Shinzuoqing looked at him for a moment. Why didn't you? Wei Jingran was quiet. Outside the window, The afternoon light was flattening toward evening, and the formation field around the facility held its familiar stable tone. I underestimated how much you needed to arrive at the framework correction through your own methodology, he said finally. If I had told you the drift was coming earlier, you would have rushed the framework correction. Rushed in a way that would have made it procedurally easier to contest. The 41-page document you're writing now is uncontestable because you spent 27 months being wrong in ways that you could document. The wrongness is as useful as the correction. Xianxia set down the brush. That, he said, with an edge in his voice that was not quite irritation and not quite something else, is the most precise description of what I've been doing that anyone has given me. And it was apparently obvious to you from a position that didn't include watching me spend 2.5 years being wrong. Apparently, it wasn't obvious while you were in it. No, Xianxia said. It was not. He picked up the brush again. I would have appreciated the warning. Wei Jingran said. Yes, I know. On the fourth day, Xianxia filed the framework correction through 4 independent channels: the Continental Assessment Bureau's official submission system, the Merchant Cultivation Association's Academic Research Archive, the CFIA's Institutional Documentation Library, and a notarized copy sent to the Continental Cultivation Authority's Permanent Record Office through a courier service that required a witness signature at both the sending and receiving end. He watched the 4th package leave the facility. He said, "The methodology correction will survive even if my name doesn't stay on it." Apparently, that's sufficient, Wei Jingran said. Apparently, you've understood something important. Did you know it would feel like this? Wei Jingran said. I knew it would cost you something. I didn't predict what. He paused. Apparently, I don't always predict what things cost. I predict the structure and miss the weight. Xianxia thought about this. Yes, he said. Apparently, that's a pattern. Chapter 109. The anchor practice had started as an experiment. Yu Shanxi had been tracking Wei Jingran's formation signature for over 3 years, noting the readings, maintaining the records, developing the commercial and institutional infrastructure that the research required. She had a native formation sense that was neither deep nor exceptional, the kind of functional competence that came with merchant family training in practical formation applications. How to read a warehouse's spiritual humidity indicator, how to check whether a contract's formation seal was still active, how to navigate by the way station's guidance arrays. None of this training had prepared her for the experience of having the formation sense, which had always been a background tool, become the primary means of perception for a specific person. She had started the anchor practice 2 months before Wei Jingran reached the terminal tier. She had not told him she was doing it. The practice was a modification of a meditation technique from a commercial navigation manual, a method for maintaining orientation when standard formation navigation was unreliable, by anchoring attention to a specific fixed reference point rather than the ambient field. She had adapted it to anchor attention to a specific presence rather than a location. The modification took her 4 failed attempts and 1 successful recalibration of her entire approach to formation sense before it became stable. When Wei Jingran advanced to the eternal stillness sovereign tier, she had been practicing the anchor technique for 61 days. She had not noticed the advancement when it happened. She had noticed the next morning, when the formation field in the facility had settled into a new baseline, and she had woken up knowing, through the anchor's maintained thread of attention, that the baseline had reorganized itself around a new element. The element was the same person she had been anchoring to for 2 months. It was just more present in the background now, more load-bearing. She had written in her notebook, *day 1223. The anchor held through the advancement. I can still find him clearly. The formation field has a different quality now, less like locating something and more like knowing which direction is down. She had not shown him that notebook entry. It was a month after Xianxia's departure that she and Wei Jingran had the conversation. She brought tea to the workbench room where he spent his evenings. The same room, the same bench, the same evening habit she had been observing for 2 years. He was not writing. He was watching the formation field's movement patterns through the window, the slow ambient breath of the facility's integrated array network. She set the tea near his hand. She said, I want to ask you something. He turned from the window. When you're at the terminal tier, she said, and someone with the anchor practice is maintaining a specific attentional thread to your presence, can you feel that? He was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. What does it feel like? He considered the question with the seriousness he gave all precise questions. Like a specific weight in the formation background, he said. The field is not uniform. It has variation, texture, the way a room has variation in temperature if you pay close attention. The anchor practice creates a consistent thread in that texture, a stable reference that the formation background can use. He paused. At the terminal tier, the background field includes me as a load-bearing element. The anchor practice functions the way a guide rope functions in darkness, not supporting the weight, but making the direction of the weight intelligible. She set her own tea down and wrapped her hands around the cup. So you know, she said. Since the 61st day of your practice, he said, when the technique stabilized. She looked at him. You could have said something. You didn't tell me you were doing it, he said. Apparently you had reasons. She thought about this. I didn't want to tell you until I knew it worked, she said. I didn't want to say, I'm trying to build a way to stay connected to you through the record drift, and then have it fail. I didn't want you to know I was trying if trying didn't work. He was quiet. She said, at the void origin tier, you told me you thought the tier would be experienced without memory, known without record. And I said I was going to find out with you. Yes. I meant it in a specific way, she said. Not as support. Not as someone helping the research. I meant that I was going to maintain my own perception of you through whatever the tier's properties did to everyone else's perception. I was going to find out what the tier was like from the inside of maintaining contact with someone in it. She paused. That's a different thing from helping. Yes, he said. It is. She looked at the formation field through the window. Can you tell, she said, when the anchor is present versus when it's not? If I let the technique lapse, would you notice? He said, the weight in the field would shift. The reference would move toward general rather than specific. I would not be unable to function, but I would notice. He paused. Apparently, I had not expected to notice. Good, she said. He looked at her. She said, I'm not planning to let it lapse. I'm planning to maintain it and refine it, and eventually pass the technique to Lin Xiaohua, so she can maintain it through the record work as the drift accelerates. And I'm going to teach it to Du Mingwei, who has been asking me about it for 3 weeks, and to whoever Fei Wenlu eventually brings from the Northern Territories, and to whoever comes after that. She looked at the tea in her hands. The anchor practice is going to be a standard skill in this research lineage, because the research lineage is going to need it. She looked at him. And because I was here and I figured it out, and someone has to teach it. He was quiet for a long moment. You built it yourself, he said. I adapted something from a navigation manual, she said. The core modification was mine. Then it should be documented in your name. It is, she said. I've been writing it in my own notebook for 2 months. Cross-reference to Lin Xiaohua's log. She picked up her tea. I wasn't only doing the record submissions, you know. I was also building something. He said, apparently I should have asked. She said, apparently you should have. But her voice was not sharp. It was the tone of someone who has made peace with the way a person works and finds it, on balance, worth accepting. Drink your tea. It's going to get cold. He did. Chapter 110. The map on Director Peng Shiwu's office table covered the entire surface. It showed the continent's formation infrastructure grid, every way station, every communication array, every sect-adjacent formation cluster that the CFIA maintained or monitored. Overlaid on it, in red notation, were the 11 null zones from her jurisdiction that had now been fully corrected. Overlaid in yellow, across 3 adjacent territories to the northwest, were 22 additional markers. Ku Lixian had been standing at the table for 20 minutes when Wei Jingran arrived. These are not in your jurisdiction, Ku Lixian said without turning around. He knew the footstep pattern by now, or rather, he had learned to maintain awareness of the ambient field shift that announced Wei Jingran's approach in the same way a doorbell announces a visitor. I have been reviewing the CFIA's interjurisdictional formation archive. 22 null zones in the Northwestern Territories, all showing the same signature pattern as the 11 I helped your team correct. None of them attributed to Stillroot practitioners. All of them classified as natural dead zone formations. He pointed to the nearest cluster, 3 markers in a coastal territory northwest of the CFIA's primary jurisdiction. These 3 are within 100 kilometers of each other. That is not a natural distribution pattern. Director Peng Shiwu came in from the side door with a fresh roll of notation paper. She unrolled it beside the map and set weights on the corners. The northwestern jurisdictions fall under the Maritime Formation Authority. Separate body, separate funding, separate administrative process. We have cooperative sharing agreements for infrastructure maintenance data, but no joint operational authority. I know, Ku Lixian said. I spent 40 years working across jurisdictional boundaries. The mechanism is straightforward. A formal inter-authority research request citing shared formation infrastructure impact. The Maritime Formation Authority's null zones are affecting the boundary stability of the CFIA's northwestern grid. That's a legitimate shared impact claim. He straightened. I can file the request. I have standing with both bodies. You'd be doing this as a follow-on to the correction project, Wei Jingran said. Yes. Ku Lixian turned. The null zones don't stop at jurisdictional lines. I spent 300 years working within institutional boundaries and addressing the symptoms I could reach. Apparently, that was insufficient. He said, apparently, in the tone of someone who had borrowed the word carefully from a specific source and knew it. Director Peng Shiwu looked at the map. She traced the cluster of 3 northwestern markers with her finger. If the pattern holds, some of these will have the Void Wanderer's signature, the full integration null zones rather than the incomplete integration ones. Those are different to correct. Yes. Wei Jingran came around the table to look at the 3 clustered markers. The coastal location, the proximity, the formation density pattern Ku Lixian had marked in his notation. The full integration null zones don't require the external correction methodology. They require a stabilizing presence, a practitioner at a compatible tier who can provide the reference the formation background needs. He was quiet. I can do that from here. I don't need to travel to the location. Ku Lixian looked at him. The background field integration extends through the continental infrastructure? Director Peng asked. At the terminal tier, the integration is part of the infrastructure. Wei Jingran studied the map. The formation network is a connected system. The background field I've integrated with is not localized to this facility. It's the same field that the way station arrays and the communication infrastructure read from. When I provide a stable reference, it propagates through the network. He traced a line from the CFIA facility northeast marker to the coastal cluster. The propagation speed depends on the infrastructure connection quality. For the coastal cluster, approximately 3 days for the stabilization to reach full effect. We need to monitor the null zones in real time to confirm the effect, Director Peng said. The Maritime Formation Authority would need to provide the monitoring data. Ku Lixian picked up a notation brush and marked a line across the map. I'll contact Director Fong at the Maritime Authority. She has been interested in the null zone correction research since I sent her the preliminary documentation 3 months ago. She will cooperate. He paused. She has 7 null zones of her own that have been producing calculation errors for decades. She has motivation. Wei Jingran said. You've been preparing this. I have been thinking about what comes next, Ku Lixian said. He set down the brush. The correction methodology is documented. The anchor formation protocol is documented. The framework correction is filed. The 11 null zones in this jurisdiction are resolved. He looked at the map's 22 yellow markers. There is more work. Director Peng Shiwu said. If the Inter-Authority request succeeds, the project scope triples. I don't have the staff for a tripled scope. The staff is not the constraint, Ku Lixian said. The constraint is the institutional relationship. Once the Maritime Authority is involved, the Eastern Territories will follow. There are null zone records in those jurisdictions too, and the Eastern Regional Director has been watching this project since Lin Xiuhua's MCA publication reached his formation scholars. He looked at Director Peng. The institutional expansion is going to happen. The question is whether it happens with a framework or without one. It needs a framework, she said. Then we should build it before it expands rather than after. He looked at Wei Jingran. The terminal tier's infrastructure integration means you become more effective as the network expands. More connection points means broader propagation. The 22 null zones become solvable in a way that the 11 were not, because at the time we were correcting the 11, you had not yet integrated with the background field. Wei Jingran was quiet for a moment. You've been mapping this since before I reached the terminal tier, he said. I have been mapping the infrastructure for 300 years, Ku Lixian said. Apparently the map became more useful once I understood what I was mapping for. He picked up the notation brush again and drew a line connecting the coastal cluster to a set of eastern markers. I would like to file the Inter-Authority request this week, with your team's support documentation attached. Director Peng Shiwu looked at the map. She said, get me a draft of the filing by Thursday. I'll review it before you send it. Ku Lixian said, I'll have it Wednesday. He turned back to the map. Outside the office window, the facility's formation field hummed at its improved baseline. The same background tone it had held since day 1212, adjusted for a new load-bearing element, running without the calculation errors that had persisted for 4 centuries. The afternoon light moved slowly across the map table. The 22 yellow markers waited. Lin Xiuhua appeared in the doorway with her notation book and a question about the southern cluster's spacing. Ku Lixian pointed her to the relevant section of the formation archive without looking up. She pulled up a chair and began writing. The work continued. Chapter 111. The Inter-Authority filing went out on a Wednesday, as promised. Director Fong at the Maritime Formation Authority responded within 4 days, faster than anyone had expected, with a formal acknowledgement and a list of 6 additional null zones she had been trying to explain for 18 years. She attached her own formation data. Ku Lixian forwarded it to Director Peng Shiwu's research wing with a note. As anticipated, Director Peng read the forwarded file and wrote back, yes. I see the pattern. I'll have my team cross-reference against the interjurisdictional boundary instability records from the last decade. I expect we'll find the null zones have been feeding into each other. They had. It took Lin Xiaohua 3 days to map the full cascade. The coastal null zones in the Maritime Authority's territory were not independent formation anomalies. They were interacting with the CFIA's northwestern grid through the shared boundary arrays, and the interaction had been generating low-level instability across both jurisdictions for approximately 40 years. The individual null zones looked manageable in isolation. In combination, they had been compounding. Wei Jingran looked at Lin Xiaohua's map and said, apparently this explains why the boundary arrays in the northwest have been requiring manual recalibration every 6 months. Director Peng said, yes. We attributed it to weather pattern formation interference. We were wrong. He looked at the cascade map for a while. The background field propagation, he said. The theoretical basis says it should extend through the network. The 11 corrected null zones in this jurisdiction are already stable. If the propagation follows the infrastructure connection lines, you could stabilize the Maritime Authority's null zones from here, Lin Xiaohua said. She had been thinking the same thing. Possibly. The propagation speed depends on the connection quality between jurisdictions. The maritime boundary arrays are older, pre-standardization infrastructure. The connection quality is inconsistent. He looked at the map. I don't know whether the propagation is strong enough to bridge the inconsistency. Then we test it, Director Peng said. She sent a message to Director Fong requesting real-time formation monitoring at the coastal null zone cluster. Director Fong responded within the hour. She had formation officers stationed at 2 of the 3 coastal sites and could have coverage at the 3rd by the following morning. The test ran across 3 days. Wei Jingran spent those 3 days in the anchor formation's protected space at the facility. Not in stillness. He was maintaining active awareness of the formation field, which at the terminal tier was something closer to listening than to the motionless concentration that the lower tier practices had required. The background field was a texture he could attend to the way an experienced musician attends to an orchestra, hearing the whole, and within the whole, specific voices. The maritime boundary connection was audible to him in the way that a thin thread is distinguishable from a thicker rope. Not absent, thinner. The propagation would reach the coastal cluster, but it would take longer than he had estimated. 6 days, not 3. He sent a note to Lin Xiaohua revising the estimate. She adjusted the monitoring schedule. On day 6, Director Fong's formation officers at the coastal cluster reported a simultaneous shift in all 3 null zone signatures. A brief reading that Lin Xiaohua recognized from the null zone correction work they had done in Director Peng's jurisdiction. Not an elimination of the null zone. Not an error. A stabilization, the formation background settling around a new reference point, the same way it had settled around Wei Jingran's integrated presence in this facility. Director Fong sent a message that contained mostly data, and then at the end, the formation readings are stable for the first time in recorded history at these sites. I want to understand the mechanism. Director Peng sent her Lin Xiaohua's full documentation. Lin Xiaohua opened her continuous log and wrote, Day 1249. The background field propagation test at the Maritime Authority's coastal null zone cluster produced positive stabilization results. Effect reached the cluster on day 6 of the test, consistent with the revised estimate. All 3 coastal null zones show formation background settlement. Wei Jingran did not leave this facility during the test. The stabilization propagated through the infrastructure network from his integrated position here. I am writing this as specifically as I can, with his name and the mechanism and the date, because this is the first time a still root practitioner's background field integration has been demonstrated to extend beyond the immediate environment through existing formation infrastructure. This is new. She read what she had written. She increased the archive distribution frequency to every 4 hours. The stabilization result traveled through institutional channels faster than any single piece of research in the project's history. By the time Director Fong's acknowledgement had reached the Maritime Authority's governing board, 3 other regional formation authorities had sent inquiries to Director Peng Shuwu's office asking whether the null zone correction methodology applied to their jurisdictions. Ku Lixian reviewed the inquiry list and told Director Peng, the expansion is happening. As anticipated, Director Peng looked at the list. She said, we need a framework. Ku Lixian said, I know. I'm writing one. He set his notation brush down for a moment and looked at the inquiry list. The framework needs to address 3 things. How to identify which null zones are correctable through background field propagation, which require direct methodology intervention, and which are the void wanderer type that self-correct around the integrated presence. He picked up the brush again. I have the formation signatures for all 3 categories from the correction project. I'll produce a classification guide. By when? 2 weeks. She said. 1. Cultivation looked at her. She said, 3 more authorities sent inquiries this morning. There are 7 now. By next week, there will be 12. He said, 1 week. He went back to writing. Chapter 112. On day 1261 of Lin Xiaohua's continuous log, she could not read the entry from day 1143. The entry was physically present. She had written it herself. She recognized her own handwriting and the notation style she used for formation data entries, and the words were legible. But when she read through it, the thread of comprehension kept slipping. She would reach the end of a sentence and find she had retained the technical data but lost the context of who had generated it. She read it 3 times. Each time, the context returned briefly while she was reading and left when she reached the entry's end. Day 1143 was 88 days ago. The drift had now reached within 3 months of the present. She had calculated this would happen. She had been increasing the archive distribution frequency as the acceleration rate climbed. But calculation and experience were different. Sitting at her workbench at the 6th hour of morning, reading an entry from 88 days ago and not being able to remember what it was about, was different from having projected the timeline in advance. She wrote, day 1261. The drift has reached day 1143, an acceleration from the rate observed on day 1237. I am writing this entry with maximum specificity because the rate is increasing and I need the log to carry more weight per entry than it carried at the beginning. The entry on day 1143 was about the background field propagation test. I wrote it myself. I can no longer access it clearly. I am distributing this notification to all 17 archive institutions. She sent the notification. Then she went to find Wei Jingran because she needed to tell him. And then she went to find Du Mingwei because she needed to start a conversation she had been putting off for 2 weeks. Du Mingwei was in the formation study room on the facility's east side. He had taken to spending his mornings there since joining the research team, working through a set of historical formation architecture texts that Ku Lixian had recommended and that were, Lin Xiaohua understood, at a significantly higher level than Du Mingwei's current formation theory background. He was working through them anyway. She found him at the work table with a notation grid spread out over half the surface and a formation diagram he had been trying to reproduce from one of the texts. She set her research notes beside his diagram. I need to talk to you about the historical anchor formation, she said. He looked at her. He had known this conversation was coming. She had mentioned it in passing twice in the last 3 weeks without following through. Tell me what you need. I need a formation design that stabilizes memory records against background absorption, not memory of presence. That's what xianxia's anchor practice does. Records, physical documents, written entries, filed reports. The drift is absorbing the attribution from written records faster than I can maintain it through distribution alone. She tapped her research notes. The distribution methodology buys time. It doesn't solve the structural problem. Du Mingwei looked at the formation diagram he had been working on. He looked at her notes. He said, "What's the mechanism of the absorption?" She described it. The background field treating named attribution as foreground signal, integrating it into general background, the drift from specific to passive voice general. He was quiet for a moment, thinking. He said, the navigation anchor practice that xianxia adapted for presence. It works by providing a stable reference point that the formation background can use instead of absorbing the signal. The record version would need to provide a stable reference for the written attribution specifically. He picked up his notation brush. What's the written medium? Is it the physical paper, the ink, the formation patterns in the ink? The formation patterns in the ink, she said. Standard scholarly notation uses formation-charged ink. The patterns carry the meaning as formation signatures, not just visual symbols. The drift is absorbing the specific signatures. He started sketching on the margin of his notation grid. She watched him work. He was not naturally a formation theorist. He had been a standard path cultivator for 15 years, and his formation knowledge was the applied competence of someone who used formations but had not studied their deeper structure. But in the 3 months since he had joined the research team and started working through the historical architecture texts, he had developed a specific angle on formation problems that came from looking at them as structural load questions rather than energy flow questions. He thought about formations the way he thought about buildings. Where were the load-bearing points? What was the foundation? What happened to the rest of the structure when the load-bearing element shifted? He said, if the issue is that the specific formation signatures in the ink are being absorbed into the general field, then the anchor needs to keep those signatures distinct from the background, not by protecting them, by giving them a separate registration layer. He showed her the sketch, a pentagonal anchor structure, but oriented toward document preservation rather than presence maintenance, with 5 nodes that would hold a formation layer just above the physical ink. Like a glass frame over a painting. The painting is still in the room. The glass keeps it from being touched. She studied the sketch. The pentagonal structure worked for the presence anchor, she said. But the scale is different. You'd need to anchor an entire room's worth of documents, not a single presence. Then we scale it. He began drawing a larger version. Xianxia's anchor used 5 nodes about 2 meters apart. For document preservation, you'd want the nodes at the room's perimeter, maybe 8 nodes rather than 5, to cover a larger surface area. He sketched the octagonal version. The formation energy cost would be higher, but it's passive once activated. It doesn't require ongoing practitioner attention the way the presence anchor does. Lin Xiaohua looked at the sketch. That would work, she said. It was not a statement she made easily. How long to build the prototype? 2 weeks, he said. Maybe 3. 2, she said. He looked at her. She said, the drift is now at day 1143. At the current acceleration rate, in 6 weeks, it will have reached within a month of the present. I need the prototype running before then. He turned back to the sketch and started making notes. She left him working and went to update the log. Chapter 113, Du Mingwei finished the first prototype in 16 days. He worked in the formation study room, which had the highest concentration of formation-compatible materials in the facility and which was, as a secondary benefit, the room he had been occupying most consistently for 3 months, so the spatial formation layers were already partially calibrated to his working style. He did not sleep well during the 16 days. He ate when Lin Xiaohua reminded him. He lost 2 days to a fundamental error in the node orientation. He had aligned the octagonal structure to magnetic north rather than formation field north, which in the CFI facility were 6 degrees apart, and the 6 degrees produced enough resonance interference to make the prototype fail its first 3 tests. Lin Xiaohua identified the error by reading Ku Lixian's formation field north orientation documentation, which she had catalogued 3 months ago and which turned out to be directly relevant. She came to the formation study room at the 9th hour of an evening and said, 6 degrees. You need to rotate the entire node structure 6 degrees clockwise. Du Mingwei looked at his notation grid. He looked at the room. He said, that's 8 hours of recalibration work. She said, I know. He picked up his tools. She stayed to help. They worked until the 3rd hour of the following morning, rotating each node's anchor point 6 degrees through the room's formation layer, then recalibrating the connection lines between them. It was precise, repetitive work. They did not talk much. At one point, Du Mingwei said, did you sleep? And she said some, and neither of them pursued it. The recalibrated prototype ran its test at the 4th hour. It held. The formation signature in a document placed inside the octagonal node structure remained specific and named when it should have drifted to passive attribution. Lin Xiaohua tested it with an entry from her continuous log, an entry from day 1143, which she had brought as a comparison reference. She placed the entry inside the node structure. Read it once without the prototype active. Passive drift, context incomplete. Activated the prototype. Read it again. Full attribution. Specific named entries. Complete context. She stood with the test document in her hands for a moment. She said, it works. Du Mingwei sat down on the edge of the work table. He said, good. He looked genuinely tired and genuinely satisfied, and these were the same expression on his face. She said, I'm going to tell Wei Jingran. He said, tell him I helped. She looked at him. He said, not for credit, because I want him to know that I found something I could actually do. He paused. I've been on this research team for 3 months, and mostly I've been attending meetings and reading formation texts that are 3 levels above my actual competency. This is the first time I've built something that solved a real problem. He looked at the node structure. Tell him I helped because apparently I helped. She said, I'll tell him exactly that. Wei Jingran received the news the following morning and came to the formation study room to look at the prototype. He studied the node structure without touching it. He said, the octagonal design? Lin Xiaohua said, Du Mingwei's derivation. He adapted it from the pentagonal presence anchor structure. Wei Jingran looked at Du Mingwei. Du Mingwei said, you described the presence anchor's mechanism to me once. At the beginning of the project, I remembered the structural logic. Wei Jingran said, you built on the foundation. Yes. Du Mingwei met his eyes. Apparently that's what I'm good at. I'm not a formation theorist. I'm not a still root practitioner. But I can take a structural logic and extend it. That's a thing I can do. Wei Jingran said, it's a thing that was needed. Du Mingwei nodded. He said, Don't let Lin Xiaohua run this project without sleeping. She hasn't been sleeping. I know, Wei Jingran said. Apparently she's stubborn about it. Lin Xiaohua said, from across the room, I'm right here. The historical anchor formation, the octagonal node structure for document preservation against background absorption, was installed in the primary research archive room the following day. The continuous log's existing entries stabilized within 8 hours. The drift on the day 1143 entry reversed. Lin Xiaohua read it clearly for the first time in 3 weeks. She sat with it for a while after the reading. She wrote in the log, *day 1278. The historical anchor formation is active. Du Mingwei built it in 16 days. The design is his. I am writing this in the first log entry written inside the anchor's coverage area. It should survive. She looked at the entry. She added, it will survive. Chapter 114. The scholar arrived on a wet afternoon, traveling without announcement. She gave her name at the facility's formation in trance as Scholar by Yiling, Veilward Formation Tradition, Northwestern Territories. She said she had traveled for 3 weeks. She said she had read Shinzwiching's published framework correction document 6 months ago and the pre-event array research documentation 3 months before that, and she had been trying to decide whether to come for all of those 3 months. She was approximately 60 years old, with the specific stillness of someone whose cultivation practice had, over decades, made stillness a native state rather than an achieved one. She was not still root. Her formation sense was different in character from Wei Jingran's. But there was something in the way she moved through the facility's formation field, the way she oriented toward the background rather than the foreground of the spiritual environment, that made Lin Xiaohua think of the word compatible. She was brought to the meeting room. Wei Jingran was there. She stopped when she came in. Not in surprise, exactly. In the specific recognition of someone who has been reading descriptions of a phenomenon and is now standing in the presence of the phenomenon itself. She said, the background field. She said it quietly, to herself. She said, it reads like the room has been in use for a very long time. Wei Jingran said, apparently that's an accurate description. She looked at him for a moment. She said, my tradition has maintained 2 texts about the eternal stillness sovereignty. They survive through 200 years of separate preservation. One in our primary archive, one in a family collection we only acquired 40 years ago. I have been the tradition's archivist for 23 years, and no one in that time has known what to do with them. She set her traveling case on the table. When I read Shinzwiching's framework correction, I understood for the first time that the texts were not theoretical. They were observational records. She opened the case. The 2 documents were old, wrapped in formation-treated cloth, the kind used for long-term preservation of spiritual artifacts. She unwrapped them carefully. The paper was the dense, close-grained type that the formation academies had stopped producing 2 centuries ago. She set them on the table. The first document, she said, is from a practitioner who called herself the Veilward. She reached a tier she described as the point at which the observer and the observed become the same observation. She wrote 50 pages about what this tier felt like from the inside, because she understood that no one outside would be able to accurately describe it. She had the presence of mind to write it down before the records corrected themselves. She looked at the documents. She wrote in active, anchored language. First person, specific dates, her name on every page. Lin Xiaohua said, like a maintenance protocol. Yes, I think she knew. Scholar by Yiling sat down. The second document is about what she observed over the 40 years she spent at that tier. Not about her cultivation, about the formation field. What it did with her presence. How the infrastructure responded. She paused. It contains a description that has been incomprehensible to every formation scholar who has read it for the last 200 years. She opened the second document and found the relevant section. The text was in an archaic script, still legible, but with a vocabulary that was half a century out of date. She read, *The sovereign does not hold the stillness. The sovereign is held by it. The field that was outside becomes inside becomes through. I am not still in the way that a stone is still. I am still in the way that the mountain is still, because the mountain is not doing stillness. The mountain simply is the condition called still, and the wind passes through the condition and becomes, briefly, the same condition, and then moves on. I am the mountain. The wind is not afraid of the mountain. It passes through and continues. She set the document down. The formation scholars read that and concluded it was metaphor, she said. A practitioner's poetic description of a subjective experience. They filed it as literary content. She looked at Wei Jingran. I read it and thought, what if it's not metaphor? What if the practitioner is describing a precise physical state? Wei Jingran said, it is precise. Scholar by Yiling was quiet for a moment. She said, "What does it feel like from inside?" He said, "The formation field is not something I observe. It is the medium I exist in. The way water is the medium a river exists in. I can attend to it. The way the river attends to its bed when the water is shallow enough to feel the shape beneath. But the attending does not make me separate from the field. The field is the condition. I am part of the condition." He paused. "Apparently, the Veilward's description is the most accurate one I have encountered." "More accurate than the ancient texts?" she asked. "The ancient texts describe the tier in effects," he said. She described it from the inside. Scholar by Yiling looked at the first document, the practitioner's first-person account. She said, "There is a property described in the second document that no one in my tradition has been able to interpret. Would you be willing to read it?" She turned to the final section. The text read, in its archaic vocabulary, *, the null places where the incomplete ones were taken, I can feel them from here. They are holes in the condition. I can choose to be the condition for them. Not to fill them. I cannot fill an absence. But to be the background against which the absence becomes, eventually, legible to the infrastructure. The infrastructure learns from the background. The background can teach. *, she looked up from the text. 200 years, she said. We have been reading that section for 200 years. Wei Jingran said. Apparently, she discovered the direct correction capability. You know what it means? Yes. I've been doing it for 3 weeks. He looked at the document. The null zones I corrected directly, by providing a stable reference through the background field rather than through external formation methodology. This is what she was describing. The background teaches. The infrastructure learns the new normal. He was quiet for a moment. Apparently, she figured it out independently. 300 years before I did. Scholar by Yiling looked at him. She said, "Then the texts are not theoretical." "No," he said. "They are not." She looked at the documents spread on the table. She said, "I have been carrying these for 23 years, trying to find someone who could read them accurately." She set her hands flat on the table. "Apparently, I found you." Chapter 115. Wei Jingran spent 3 days with the 2 documents. He read the Veilward's first-person account 4 times. He read the observational record twice, and then made a careful copy of the relevant sections in his own notation, using the current terminology that would make the content legible to the research team. He cross-referenced the Veilward's descriptions against his own experience at the terminal tier. The alignment was close, not identical. The Veilward had reached the tier through a different cultivation tradition, and some of the formation field properties she described reflected the specific character of the Northern Territory's ambient field. But the core mechanics were the same. He made notes in the margins of his copy. Not corrections, additions. Places where his experience provided the detail the Veilward had left implicit. On the 3rd day, he brought his annotated copy to the meeting room where Scholar by Yiling and Lin Xiahua had been working together. They had spent the 3 days in their own cross-referencing. Scholar by Yiling's tradition had a 3rd document, less directly relevant, that provided context for the Veilward's cultivation path and the circumstances under which the first document had been written. Wei Jingran set his annotated copy on the table. Lin Xiahua picked it up and read it. Scholar by Yiling read it over her shoulder. They were both quiet for a long time. Scholar by Yiling said, "The section on teaching through the background. Your annotation says the mechanism extends through the formation infrastructure network, not just the immediate environment." "Yes," Wei Jingran said. "The Veilward describes it as localized. She says from here I can feel them." I don't know whether her understanding was limited or whether the infrastructure in the Northern Territories 300 years ago was more fragmented than it is now. The current continental infrastructure has more connection points. The propagation extends further. How much further? Lin Xiahua asked. Apparently as far as the infrastructure reaches, he said. I don't have a tested boundary. The Maritime Authority's coastal null zones are the furthest I've confirmed. They're 300 kilometers northwest. Scholar by Yiling looked at the map on the sidewall. Ku Lixian's map, the one with the 22 yellow markers. The Veilward spent 40 years at the terminal tier, she said. Her second document describes the null zones in the Northern Territories, the ones that now correspond to Ku Lixian's correction project. She was aware of them. She tried to stabilize them. Her account says the results were partial. The background teaches slowly when the infrastructure connection is weak. She paused. The Northern Territories have weak infrastructure connections. 300 years ago, they were weaker. The Veilward was doing the same work I'm doing, Wei Jingran said, with less connected infrastructure, and without any of the methodology documentation that Lin Xiaohua's research has produced, Scholar by Yiling said. She was working from first principles, alone, in a territory where no one understood what she was doing. She was quiet. She died at the tier. The second document's last entry is from 41 years after she wrote the first one. It says, The background is patient. I am part of it. This is not an ending. The room was quiet. Outside, the formation field hummed its improved baseline. Apparently, Wei Jingran said. She had made peace with the specific kind of solitude the tear produces. Is it solitary? Scholar Bai Yiling asked. Not with concern, with the precise curiosity of a scholar who wanted the accurate answer. He considered the question. Less than the previous tiers, he said. At the void origin tier, the memory effect created a functional isolation. People could not reliably hold my presence in their attention without the anchor practice. At the terminal tier, the isolation is different. People with the anchor practice can find me clearly. People without it experience a gentle forgetting, not alarming, just ambient. The forgetting is the background absorbing them the way the tide absorbs footprints. He paused. The Veil Ward was alone because no one around her had the anchor practice. The formation background absorbed her from everyone who didn't actively maintain the connection. He looked at the document. We have the anchor practice now. We built it. Scholar Bai Yiling said. Then her situation and yours are genuinely different. Yes. He looked at the annotated copy. Apparently 40 years of first principles work produced a description accurate enough to be useful 300 years later. He paused. He found the word he was looking for, and then set it down and used a different one. That's very good work. Lin Xiaohua said. I'm adding both documents to the archive distribution. With Scholar Bai Yiling's permission. Scholar Bai Yiling said. Please. That's why I came. The documents should be where they're used. She picked up the annotated copy. Can I distribute this as well? To my traditions archive, and to the Veil Ward Formation Traditions Formation Scholars. Yes, Wei Jingran said. She said, they will have questions. He said, apparently I'll answer them. She held the annotated copy for a moment. She said, 23 years. I want you to know that I was right to come, and I was right to wait until I found the right person to bring these to, and I am very glad the two things ended up being the same decision. He said, apparently the timing was correct. She said, apparently. She said it the way he said it. Not sarcastically, not dismissively, as an accurate indicator that the assessment was based on available evidence rather than certainty. He noticed. He said nothing. She stayed another week, working with Lin Xiaohua on the documentation integration. She and Ku Lixian, when he returned from his latest inter-authority meeting, spent 2 days comparing her tradition's historical records with his 3-century observation archive. They found 11 points of overlap, 11 locations where the Veil Ward had documented a null zone stabilization attempt, and Ku Lixian had documented a null zone formation anomaly. The overlap confirmed the Veil Ward's methodology had produced lasting effects, even where her infrastructure reach had been insufficient for full correction. The formation background had remembered, even when the institutional records had not. Lin Xiaohua added this to the log. She wrote, *day 1290. The Veil Ward's correction attempts persist in the formation field 300 years later. The background learned and held what it learned even without continuous practitioner presence. The background is more durable than the record. This is the most important sentence I have written in this log. I am writing it in the largest notation I use. She wrote it again, larger. Then she distributed it to all 17 archives at maximum priority. Chapter 116 The Maritime Formation Authority's jurisdiction contained 9 null zones. 3 had been stabilized through background field propagation in the first round of testing. 6 remained. Director Fong had classified all 6 as priority correction targets, but the external methodology, the 6-month correction process that required formation officers stationed at each site, Ku Lixian's calibration expertise, and the pre-event array for signature verification, would take the better part of 2 years to work through them sequentially with the available staff. Wei Jingran looked at the map for a long time after reading the Veil Ward's documentation. The direct correction, as the Veil Ward described it, required something he had been doing passively for 6 weeks, directing the background integration the way a lamp directs light, choosing which element of the formation field to stabilize rather than letting the stability propagate indiscriminately through the network connections. The distinction between passive propagation and directed stabilization was the difference between warming a room by opening a furnace and warming a room by aiming the heat at the cold spot specifically. He had not tried the directed version deliberately. He had been doing the passive version by existing in the network. He had not known there was a directed version until he read the Veil Ward's document. He told Lin Xiaohua, I want to test the direct correction on one of the Maritime Authority's null zones. Not through background field propagation. Directed. She said, what does directed mean practically? I attend to the specific null zone through the network, he said. The background field is not uniform. It has variation, texture, the places where the incomplete integrations created structural gaps. From the terminal tier, Those gaps are legible. I can provide a stable reference specifically aimed at one gap rather than broadcasting generally. He paused. I believe this is what the Veil Ward was doing. She described, choosing to be the condition for them. The choice is the direction. Lin Xiaohua set up the monitoring configuration, the same arrangement they had used for the propagation test, with Director Fang's officers at the target site and Lin Xiaohua reading from the facility's infrastructure monitoring array. Wei Jingran sat at the formation bench. He found the network's connection thread to the Maritime Authority's northwestern jurisdiction. The null zone was legible, a gap in the background field's texture, like a worn patch in fabric. The formation infrastructure around it had been calculating around the gap for a long time. It had developed compensatory patterns. Those patterns would need to update when the gap was closed. He directed his presence at the gap. Not force, not energy. The background field did not work through force. He provided a reference. The same way the floor provides a reference for a standing person, not actively pushing upward, but present in a way that the standing can be organized around. He held it for 4 hours. Lin Xiaohua watched the monitoring output. At the 3rd hour, Director Fang's officer at the target site sent a message. Asterisk formation density reading is shifting. Not in the standard null zone signature pattern. Something else. Asterisk Lin Xiaohua sent back. What does it look like? The response came 20 minutes later. Asterisk like the background field is settling. The way water settles after you stop disturbing it. The instruments are having to recalibrate because the baseline is changing. Asterisk at the 4th hour, Wei Jingran released his attention. Lin Xiaohua checked the monitoring output. The null zone signature had transformed, not eliminated. The gap's history remained in the formation structure, the same way the Veilward's historical corrections persisted as altered terrain. But the actively disruptive element was gone. The formation infrastructure around it was no longer compensating for a calculation error. The error had been given a reference point. The infrastructure had updated. She said, that took 4 hours. He said, yes. She said, the external methodology for a similar-sized null zone took 40 days of on-site work. He said, yes. She looked at the monitoring output for a while. She said, you can do the rest from here. Yes, he said. Apparently, the Veilward's limitation was the Northern Territory's infrastructure connection quality. The current continental network is substantially better. He looked at the map. I can correct the remaining 6 Maritime Authority null zones from this location. It will take 3 weeks if I pace the work, 2 sessions per day, with rest between them. The directed correction is not effortless. What does it cost? She asked. He considered the question with the attention she had learned to expect when she asked about his internal experience, the care he took to answer precisely rather than briefly. Attention, he said. The background field is patient. The direction requires my attention to be held on a specific point for several hours at a time. That is, tiring is not the right word. It is consuming, in the way that a conversation that requires great precision is consuming. I am present. I am not depleted. But I need time between sessions to let the attention settle. She wrote this in the log. She said, 3 weeks. He said, 3 weeks. He started the next morning. 6 null zones in 3 weeks, 2 sessions per day, Director Fang's officers confirming the result at each site in turn. By the end of the 3rd week, the Maritime Formation Authority's entire jurisdiction ran without null zone calculation errors for the first time in anyone's recorded experience. Director Fang's message to Director Peng Shiwu read, asterisk all 9 sites are nominal. I am filing the infrastructure status update. Please extend my appreciation to your research team. I don't fully understand the mechanism, but I understand the result. Asterisk Director Peng forwarded the message to Lin Xiaohua with 1 word added. Progress. Lin Xiaohua added it to the archive. Chapter 117 The Continental Infrastructure Correction Project's formal completion was marked by a document that was, in terms of scale, modest. Director Peng Shiwu drafted it. She had drafted institutional communications for 20 years and knew how to write something that would survive review by 7 different governing bodies with 7 different sets of priorities. The document was 2 pages. It used precise formation infrastructure terminology throughout. It cited data from 4 jurisdictions, 3 independent formation monitoring systems, and the CFIA's own records. It said, asterisk the Null Zone Calibration Project, initiated under CFIA Formation Infrastructure Improvement Mandate CF-14, has been completed across all target jurisdictions. Sites previously designated as permanent formation anomaly, null zones, have been recalibrated to standard formation background values across the target list. Infrastructure calculation errors attributed to null zone interference have been resolved. Asterisk it did not mention Wei Jingran. It mentioned Director Peng herself, Ku Lixian as consulting advisor, Director Fong as partner jurisdiction authority, and the pre-event array research team as the methodology source. It did not mention Wei Jingran. Xianxia received a copy through the Merchant Network's institutional monitoring subscription. She had set up a standing notification for any CFIA announcement that mentioned null zone correction, which meant this document arrived in her correspondence on the morning it was published. She read it at her workbench, which was in the archive room now. She had moved her correspondence management there when the historical anchor formation was installed, because the node structure had made the room the most stable record-keeping environment in the facility. She read the 2-page announcement twice. She put it down. She said, "That was your work." Wei Jingran was at the adjacent table, reviewing Scholar by Yiling's annotated copy. He said, "Apparently it's the background field's work now. That's technically accurate and practically misleading." "Yes," he said. "It will be in the record as passive. I'm going to tell people what happened," she said. He looked at her. She said, "Not to correct the announcement. The announcement is fine. It gets the infrastructure status on the institutional record, and that's what it needs to do. I'm going to tell people what happened in the ways that survive the background drift. In the continuous log, which is already distributed. In my own archive submissions, which I've been sending for 3 months. In conversations with Director Fong and Director Peng and Ku Lixian and everyone else who was in this facility while it was happening." She set the announcement down. "The record needs active maintenance. I've been doing active maintenance. I'm going to continue." He said, "Apparently." "Don't apparently me," she said. Not unkindly. "It was intended as agreement," he said. She said, "I know." She picked up her notebook and opened it to the current page. Lin Xiaohua has been doing exactly this for, she checked the log date, 1,312 days. I have been doing it for approximately 300 of those. Du Mingwei built the historical anchor formation. Shen Zuoqing filed the framework correction through 4 independent channels. She looked at him over the notebook. The record is being maintained by the people who were here and paid attention. He was quiet. She wrote in her notebook, *day 1312. The null zone correction project is complete across the Continental Infrastructure Authority's primary jurisdiction, the Maritime Formation Authority's jurisdiction, and the Eastern Territory's 3-site correction. The CFIA's official announcement attributes the result to institutional process. Wei Jingran is not mentioned. He corrected the Maritime Authority's remaining 6 null zones over 3 weeks from this facility through background field directed stabilization. This is in the log, in my archive submissions, in Director Fong's formal debrief documentation, and in this notebook. Someone will be able to read it. She underlined someone will be able to read it. She had been underlining that phrase, or variations of it, every time she wrote something important enough to need it. Chapter 118. Shen Zuoqing submitted his final investigation finding on a morning in the 42nd month of his Continental Authority tenure, which was also the 31st month since he had first arrived at the Clearwater Academy's regional MCA office to review Lin Xiaohua's anomalous pre-event array research. The finding was 41 pages, as written. He had revised it 3 times after the initial draft. He had the final version reviewed by 2 independent methodologists who were not affiliated with any of the investigations involved parties. They had found no procedural errors. They had found that the finding was well supported, precisely written, and would be contested by several powerful institutional parties when it was filed. He filed it anyway. He had, as he had told Wei Jingran he would, distributed advance copies to 17 institutions before filing. He had sent copies to the Continental Cultivation Authority's regional offices in 4 jurisdictions, to the CFIA, to the Merchant Cultivation Association's research archive, to the Veilward Formation Tradition through Scholar by Yiling's institutional address, to 6 independent formation scholars who had been involved in the pre-event array validation work, and to Lin Xiaohua's research archive directly. Then he filed the official version through the Continental Cultivation Authority's formal submission system and waited. The contestation began within a week. 3 letters of methodological objection, all from parties with commercial relationships to the assessment certification system. He had written his response to all 3 before filing, because he had known the objections were coming and had addressed them in the findings appendices. He forwarded the relevant appendix sections. He traveled to the CFIA facility in the 2nd week after filing, because he had told himself he would deliver the formal finding notification in person. Wei Jingran received him in the meeting room. Shen Zuoqing set a copy of the finding on the table. He said, "I've received 3 contestation letters. I expected 5. Apparently the Ironcloud Sect Certification Division decided against contesting, which I didn't predict." He sat down. "The finding is on the institutional record. It will take 2 years to be formally adopted, but the methodology correction is already being used by practitioners who have downloaded the framework correction protocol independently. Wei Jingran said. Xianxia's framework correction protocol. For now, Xianxia said. He said it without bitterness, but with the specific, dry awareness of someone who had thought about this a great deal. I have been thinking about something you said at the facility 4 months ago, that the attribution is the part that becomes invisible, not the correction. I've been watching the document distribution, and I think you're right. The framework correction is spreading through the assessment community. My name is on the current versions. He paused. In 20 years, the correction will be standard practice. The documents will say revised per standard methodology update SC7. My name will be in the historical record of SC7's origin, available to anyone who looks. Most practitioners who use the correction will not look. He looked at Wei Jingran. I've had to develop a new understanding of what on the record means. Wei Jingran said. Apparently so have I. Xianxia said. It never occurred to me, in 30 years of investigation work, that accurate records require active maintenance against the background field. Records have always persisted. They were filed, archived, and available. The work was in creating them, not in maintaining them. He looked at the copy of his finding on the table. Apparently the background field is a fact I should have incorporated into my methodology earlier. Wei Jingran said. Apparently most people never needed to consider it. Xianxia said. Until now. Wei Jingran said. Until now. Xianxia looked at the copy of the finding. He said, your name appears 27 times in this document. Every section that refers to a specific practitioner uses your name in the first instance and the subject thereafter. I wrote it that way deliberately. The passive drift will take the subject references first. Your name in the first instance should hold longer. He paused. It's an imperfect preservation methodology. Wei Jingran said. Imperfect preservation over a long enough period is sufficient. Xianxia thought about this. He said, is that how the formation background works? Does the drift stop eventually? Wei Jingran said. The drift reaches a stable state. Not zero, but slow enough that active distribution and maintained records can keep ahead of it. He paused. The Veilward's formation corrections in the Northern Territories are still present 300 years after her death. Her name is not in the infrastructure records, but the effect of her work is. Apparently, the work persists longer than the attribution. Xianxia looked at him for a long moment. He said, I think I can accept that. He picked up the copy of the finding and set it in front of Wei Jingran. He said, this is your copy. Keep it inside the historical anchor formations coverage. He stood to leave. He stopped at the door. He said, it was good work. All of it. I want that on the record also. Wei Jingran said, it is. Xianxia left. Lin Xiaohua wrote it in the log. Chapter 119 Elder Mao Daiqing sent a message in the month after the infrastructure correction project's formal completion. The message said, I understand the project is finished. I am in good health, but I am 75, and I would like to have a conversation with you before I have fewer opportunities to have it. Come if you can. Wei Jingran traveled to Elder Mao's retirement house, which was in a mountain village 4 days' journey from the CFI facility. He went alone. Xianxia offered to come, and he said he preferred to make this particular journey without company, and she understood what he meant and did not argue. The village was small. Elder Mao's house was at its edge, set into a hillside with a view of a valley that collected morning cloud the way a bowl collects water. The house had been a formation scholar's working retreat 50 years ago, before Elder Mao had bought it and converted it to something quieter. There were no active formation arrays. The ambient spiritual field was natural, undirected, the ordinary mild breath of a mountain environment. Wei Jingran arrived in the late afternoon. Elder Mao was in the garden. He had aged visibly since they had last met. He moved with care, the particular care of someone who was not yet in pain, but had learned to be precise about where his body was in space. He greeted Wei Jingran with the warmth of someone who had been waiting without urgency and was now genuinely pleased. They had tea on the garden's low wall as the afternoon light flattened toward evening. Elder Mao said, tell me what the project produced. I've been following from the documentation, but documentation is different from hearing it from the person. Wei Jingran told him. The Null Zone Correction Project, the Inter-Authority Expansion, the Veilward's documents, the direct correction methodology, the 18 regional formation monitoring systems now running without the calculation errors that had persisted for centuries. Elder Mao listened with the attention of someone who knew how to receive information well, not asking questions while Wei Jingran was speaking, holding everything together, waiting for the complete picture. When Wei Jingran finished, Elder Mao said, and the record? Lin Xiaohua's log is at day 1347. distributed to 23 archives with active maintenance protocols. He paused. The framework correction is filed and distributing through the assessment community. Xin Zhuoqing's finding is on the Continental Authority record. Yu Shanxi is maintaining her own notebooks. Du Mingwei is running the historical archive project. He looked at the valley. Apparently the record is being held. Elder Mao said, Ku Lixian. He left 3 weeks ago for the Northern Territories. There are null zones in a distant jurisdiction that require on-site correction methodology. The infrastructure connection is insufficient for background field propagation from here. Elder Mao was quiet for a moment. He said, I would like to know what the highest tier is like. Not the formation properties. I've read the documentation. What it feels like. The question was the same one scholar by Yiling had asked and that Yu Shanxi had asked in different ways across many conversations. Wei Jingran had been finding better language for the answer each time. He said, everything is very present. Not visible, not loud. Present in the way a room is present when you have been in it long enough to know it in the dark. The formation network is legible to me the way the ground is legible through the soles of your feet. I don't have to attend to it. It informs me without requiring my attention. He paused. The stillness at the lower tiers required effort to maintain. At this tier, the stillness is what I am. There is no maintenance. There is only the condition. Elder Mao looked at the valley. He said, is it lonely? Wei Jingran said, less than the earlier tiers. At the lower tiers, the invisibility was isolating. People couldn't sense me, couldn't reliably track my presence, couldn't hold me in their attention. At this tier, the people with anchor practice can find me clearly. There are enough of them now. He paused. Apparently a small number of people who can find you clearly is sufficient. Elder Mao said, yes. I believe that's true. They were quiet for a while. Elder Mao said, I found the void seed theory texts 40 years ago and concluded I could not act on them because I was inside the system that the text contradicted. I've thought about that decision for 40 years. Whether it was wisdom or cowardice. Wei Jingran said, you gave the text to someone who was outside the system. I gave them to you, Elder Mao said. Which is not quite the same thing as acting on them. It produced the result, Wei Jingran said. Elder Mao said, I wish I had been able to give you more. The institutional protection, the research access, the connections that would have made the first 10 years shorter. He was quiet. I knew what you were when I read Instructor Gao's field report. I should have done more. Wei Jingran said, you gave me the text. Apparently that was what I needed. Was it? The text told me what I was doing was not an error, Wei Jingran said. That was the necessary thing. Without the text, I would have continued advancing. The methodology doesn't require theoretical knowledge. But I would have been uncertain about the structure. I would have been slower to act because I wouldn't have known what direction to act in. He looked at Elder Mao. The text gave me the direction. Apparently that was sufficient. Elder Mao looked at him for a long moment. He said, you've always been generous about what people gave you. Wei Jingran said, I try to be accurate. Elder Mao made a sound that might have been a laugh in a slightly different emotional register. They finished their tea. The cloud in the valley rose as the evening cooled, and the mountains settled into the particular quiet of high places at the end of a day. And Elder Mao talked about the village and the garden and a formation scholar whose correspondence he had been reading, and Wei Jingran listened and occasionally said something and occasionally said nothing, and it was a good afternoon. He stayed until the morning. He left before Elder Mao was awake. He left a copy of Lin Xiuhua's most recent archived log in the house's main room, with a notation in his own handwriting. Asterisk for the record. Day 1, 351. Asterisk Chapter 1, 20 Ku Lixian's preparation took 4 days. He was organized in the specific way of someone who had been traveling alone for 3 centuries. Not minimalist, but precise. Everything in his traveling case had a purpose and a place and was packed in the order he would need it. He spent one morning in the facility's archive room, going through the classification guide he had written for the Inter-Authority expansion and making 3 additional copies for distribution. He spent an afternoon reviewing Fei Wenlu's null zone stabilization data from the Northern Territories. She had been the still active practitioner Sheng Wulei, and Du Mingwei had found an Arc 7 setup, but for now she was known to Wei Jingran's team only as the active instability patterns Ku Lixian had been tracking. He was in the facility's main corridor, case packed, on the 5th morning when Wei Jingran found him. Wei Jingran said, "You're leaving today?" "Yes." Ku Lixian set down the case. "The northern jurisdictions have been waiting long enough. I have the classification guide, the correction methodology, the full pre-event array documentation. I have 300 years of observation records that are more useful in the field than in an archive." He paused. "And you can correct through background field propagation from here. I am more valuable on site." Wei Jingran said, "The northern jurisdiction's infrastructure is thin. I know. The correction methodology there will be slow. Ku Lixian said this without impatience. Slow is acceptable. The goal is correct. Wei Jingran said. Thank you for observing rather than acting when I reached pattern 0. Ku Lixian was quiet for a moment. He said, I came to observe whether the infrastructure correction was viable. I was prepared to act if it was not. He said this accurately, without false modesty. The observation produced information that changed my assessment. If the correction had not been viable, I would have acted. I know, Wei Jingran said. I want to be clear about that, Ku Lixian said. I am not a person whose convictions changed because of sentiment. They changed because of evidence. Wei Jingran said. That's an accurate description of what happened. Ku Lixian picked up his case. He said, I should have asked the question 300 years ago, whether there was a correction methodology available, or whether my approach was the only option. He said it the way he said everything, as a precise factual statement, without visible emotion, though the statement contained 3 centuries of unmade different decisions. Apparently, I required evidence I didn't have yet. Wei Jingran said, apparently. Ku Lixian said, I have 300 years of errors to correct. Apparently, I'll need to work efficiently. He said it without irony, which was its own kind of statement. He left through the facility's north entrance. The formation array at the door registered his departure. He did not look back. Wei Jingran watched him go from the corridor window. He stood there for a while after the road outside was empty. Lin Xiaohua found Wei Jingran at the formation bench that evening, working through a notation problem. She came in with her continuous log and sat across from him. She said, Day 1361. He looked up. She said, I have been reviewing the last 2 months of log entries. The historical anchor formation is holding everything inside its coverage area. But I've been looking at the entries I wrote before the anchor was installed, in the 3 months before Du Mingwei finished the prototype. She opened the log and turned to a section 2/3 through. These entries, from days 1200 through 1276, they are inside the archive distribution. 17 institutions have copies, but I am having difficulty accessing the specific recall of writing them. She kept her voice even, not losing the information. Just, the memory of the act is becoming general. I remember the period. I remember that I was writing. The specific moments are becoming background. Wei Jingran said. How much of the pre-anchor period is affected? 63% of those entries show reduced specific recall when I test against the written text. She closed the log. The acceleration rate is consistent with the model. It is not alarming, but I want you to know. He nodded. She said, there is one other thing. She hesitated, which was unusual for her, because Lin Xiaohua's baseline was methodical speech and deliberate pauses, not hesitation. When I was reviewing those entries, I found a notation from day 1211 that I cannot fully contextualize. I know what the words say, but the event they refer to. She opened the log again and turned to the specific page. She read, Asterisk day 1211. Ku Lixian has forwarded formation instability data from the Northern Territories. The active null zone pattern does not match the expected incomplete integration signature. Something in the Northern Territories is generating new instability. Recent, within the last 5 years. This is not the standard null zone correction project scope. Asterisk. She looked up from the log. She said, Ku Lixian mentioned this to me at the time. I wrote it down. We set it aside because the Maritime Authority project was the priority. She paused. Ku Lixian has just left for the Northern Territories. Wei Jingran looked at her. He said, apparently he knows more about what's in those territories than I realized. That entry is 5 months old, Lin Xiaohua said. The active instability pattern. If it's generated by a practitioner rather than a natural formation event, then the practitioner has had 5 months of unmanaged advancement since I wrote that note. She closed the log with the specific care she used for entries that she wanted the closing of to register. And we sent Ku Lixian there alone. The formation field hummed. The corridor outside was quiet. 300 kilometers northwest, the maritime null zones ran at their new stable baseline. Somewhere further still, in the Northern Territories, something was generating formation instability that did not match any signature in the correction project's database. Wei Jingran said, send a message to Ku Lixian. Ask him to confirm the northern instability pattern when he arrives. Already drafted, Lin Xiaohua said. She stood up. I'll send it tonight. She left. Wei Jingran returned to his notation problem. The formation field continued its stable tone around him, load-bearing, integrated, background. Patient, the way the mountain is patient, because the mountain is not doing patience. It simply is the condition. He wrote one more notation and set down the brush. He went to find xianxia, because apparently there was more work ahead, and he had learned to tell the people who needed to know these things while the knowing was still clearly attributed. The evening was quiet. The mountain held. Chapter 121. Ku Lixian's first message arrived 11 days after he left. It came through the merchant network's fastest courier service, a formation-sealed letter that xianxia recognized by the seal's mark before she opened it. She brought it to the meeting room and opened it with the rest of the core team present. The letter was 3 pages in Ku Lixian's compressed, precise notation. The first page covered the journey and his initial assessment of the null zone locations in the Northern Territories, 4 sites he had been able to confirm through formation field observation, all showing the incomplete integration signature that the correction methodology was designed to address. No surprises there. He had his equipment and the protocols, and he expected the correction work to take 2 months. The second page was different. He had spent 2 days traveling between the second and third null zone sites. On the road, passing through a mountain territory called the Ashford Passes, he had detected something that the null zone formation signatures did not explain. An active instability pattern, distinct from the 4 target sites, emanating from a location that did not appear in the CFIA's interjurisdictional formation records at all. Not a historical null zone. Not a dead zone formation deposit. Something generating active instability at a signature level consistent with a still root practitioner at the shadow marrow tier or above. He had spent a day attempting to localize the source through formation field observation. He could confirm the source was moving. The instability pattern shifted location between his 2 observation periods. Whatever was creating it was alive and ambulatory. The third page was the conclusion. Asterisk, I have not investigated further. The source is not in a position that constitutes immediate infrastructure threat. The instability is active but not cascading. I am continuing to the third null zone site as planned and will address the assigned correction work before returning to this issue. I am informing you because Lin Xiaohua's notation from day 1211 suggests this is not a new phenomenon and should be understood rather than acted on without full context. The signature is not dangerous in the standard sense. It is the same signature pattern you demonstrated in the first 2 years of your research. I am telling you, there is someone in these mountains who is what you were in year 1. Apparently, they have been what you were in year 1 for some time. Asterisk Lin Xiaohua read the letter and wrote in the log immediately. Asterisk day 1373. Ku Lixian confirms active still root practitioner in the Northern Territories, shadow marrow tier or above, ambulatory, unregistered. Not in CFIA records. Ku Lixian is not approaching. Continuing correction work. This requires response from the team. Asterisk, she looked up from the log. Xianxia said, we need to find them. Wei Jingran said, yes. Sheng Wulei said, that's my jurisdiction. The Ashford Passes. I know that territory. He had been a patrol officer for the region during the early years of the research, before his assignment had formally expanded to the interinstitutional project. He still maintained his patrol credentials. He said, I know every formation monitoring station in the passes. If someone has been generating anomalous readings up there, the patrol records will have noted it as formation malfunction. He paused. The way they noted it as formation malfunction in Ashford Town 12 years ago. Wei Jingran said, yes. Apparently the same trail. Sheng Wulei said, I'll go. Du Mingwei said, I'll come. He said it without drama, in the tone of someone who has decided and is stating the decision. My formation assessment capability is better than it was, and I've studied the null zone signature patterns. I can help localize the source. Wei Jingran said, the source is moving. They're not stationary in the way a null zone is stationary. You'll need to follow formation anomaly patterns across multiple observation points rather than converging on a fixed location. Du Mingwei said, I know. I've been reading Ku Lixian's field methodology documentation. The triangulation approach. Sheng Wulei looked at him with something that was not quite surprise and not quite the adjustment of a long-standing assessment. He said, when did you read Ku Lixian's field documentation? Du Mingwei said, 3 months ago, when I was working through the formation architecture texts. He paused. I read everything available. Sheng Wulei said, all right. He said it in the tone of someone who has learned to stop being surprised and has decided to find this useful instead. We leave in 2 days. Give me time to update my patrol credentials for the northern jurisdiction. The preparations took 3 days rather than 2. Sheng Wulei's credential update required a formal request through the Patrol Authority's Inter-Regional Transfer Office, which had a 5-day processing time. He submitted the request in the morning and spent the afternoon calling in a favor from a patrol commander in the northern jurisdiction who could issue temporary field authorization while the formal update processed. Du Mingwei spent the 3 days reviewing every piece of documentation on the Ashford Passes formation monitoring records that Lin Xiaohua's archive access could locate. The records went back 40 years. She found 37 formation malfunction notations in the passes across that period, with a significant cluster in the last 8 years. The cluster increased in frequency. The most recent notation was 6 months ago, from a way station operator who had written, * persistent diminishment anomaly at the formation sensing array, third time this quarter. Recommend equipment replacement. * Lin Xiuhua added the way station to Du Mingwei's localization map and marked it with the date. She said, the notation frequency is increasing. Whoever this is, they've been in the same general territory for at least 8 years, and they're becoming more active. Wei Jingran looked at the map. He said, they're advancing. The increasing frequency corresponds to increasing cultivation depth. The higher the tier, the more persistent the formation signature diminishment. He traced the cluster's geographic pattern. The activity is concentrated in a mountain range. Not a single location, they're moving within the same territory. Seasonal pattern, possibly. Following something. Du Mingwei said. Formation material deposits? Possibly, Wei Jingran said. At higher tiers, the cultivation methodology benefits from locations with specific formation field characteristics. If they've discovered the correlation by instinct, the way I discovered the dead zone or deposits had compatible resonance, they may be moving between locations that accelerate diffusion. He paused. Apparently that's what I would have done if I hadn't had the research team. He said this without drama, but the room was briefly quiet. Xianxia said, go. Bring them back carefully. Sheng Wulei said, I know what I'm doing. She said, I know you do. I'm saying it anyway. Chapter 122 The journey to the Ashford Passes took 10 days. Sheng Wulei set the pace. He had covered the territory before, knew the formation way station network, knew where the patrol observation posts were, and which ones had accurate records, and which operators wrote, formation malfunction, because it was faster than unexplained anomaly, recommend investigation. He moved efficiently. Du Mingwei kept up. They talked more than either of them had expected. They had known each other for 15 years, through Wei Jingran, through the research project, through the accumulated shared context of people who have been oriented around the same fixed point for a long time. But they had not spent 10 days alone together before. Sheng Wulei discovered that Du Mingwei, who had the social ease of someone used to conventional cultivation community, was also genuinely curious about formation field mechanics in a way that had no strategic benefit for him. He asked questions that only someone who found the subject interesting would ask. Sheng Wulei was not a formation theorist, but he had been working with formation field monitoring for 12 years. He knew what he knew. Du Mingwei asked questions, and Sheng Wulei answered them. On the 5th day, Du Mingwei said, do you think they know what they are? Sheng Wulei said, Wei Jingran didn't know what he was until the library. He knew something was different. Yes, Sheng Wulei said. I think that's the more useful question. They know something is different. They probably think they're broken. He looked at the road ahead. The formations don't respond to them normally. People look at them and then look away. They've probably been turned away from a sect or two. Wei Jingran was turned away from 12 sections. Probably not 12, Sheng Wulei said. The population density is lower up here. Fewer sections. Fewer opportunities to be told no. He paused. Probably just alone. He said it in the tone of someone who had thought about this before the conversation and was now saying it aloud for the first time. Du Mingwei was quiet. Sheng Wulei said, the difference between Wei Jingran's situation and theirs is that Wei Jingran had Ashford Town. He had Lin Xiuhua early. He had the library. He had institutional access even when the institutions were wrong about him. He looked at the mountain passes ahead. Apparently up here there isn't much of any of that. They reached the first concentrated anomaly cluster on day 8. Du Mingwei's localization approach was methodical. He mapped the formation monitoring data across the area's way station network, identified the 3 highest density anomaly locations, and established an observation triangle. From any point in the triangle, the source practitioner's path through the territory would be detectable through the formation field's live readings. They stationed at the first observation point in the late afternoon. Du Mingwei set up his pre-event array, a portable version, lighter than Lin Xiuhua's facility instrument, capable of shorter-range sensitive readings. He had built it himself from the full documentation over the previous 2 months. Lin Xiuhua had verified it before he left. It was accurate to within 15% at the range he needed. He turned it on and pointed it northeast, toward the mountain range's dense formation territory. The array produced a reading. Not 0. A faint, consistent diminishment signature. The specific pattern that indicated a still root practitioner within range. The negative space that showed up against the ambient field the way a shadow shows up against lit ground. Du Mingwei said, northeast. Moving slowly. Elevation gain. They're going up the ridge. Sheng Wulei looked at the ridge. He said, There's a formation material deposit up there. I reported it 6 years ago, classified as inactive spiritual resource, monitoring not required. He paused. The classification was because my standard instruments read 0 at the site. Du Mingwei said, it's compatible with still root cultivation. Sheng Wulei said, apparently yes. They waited until morning and then followed the ridge path. They found her at the deposit site. Chapter 123. She was 34 years old and had been in the mountains for 11 years. Before the mountains, she had lived in a formation testing town 3 regions south. She had been tested at the standard assessment age, received a 0 reading, been told null root, been offered the condolences that were customary for null root assessments. She had gone home. She had tried to live the life that was available for someone with no cultivation. For 4 years she had tried. In year 4, she had realized that the formations around her were behaving unusually. Spiritual field monitoring arrays briefly flickered when she passed through them. People in her immediate vicinity sometimes experienced a moment of orientation uncertainty that they attributed to fatigue. She could sense formation structures more clearly than any null root should be able to. Not actively, not with training, but passively, the way some people can feel weather changes before the sky shifts. She had gone to a second assessment. 0 reading. A third. 0. A formation scholar in her town had reviewed the anomaly reports from the monitoring arrays and concluded equipment drift. She had packed what she could carry and gone north. 11 years in the mountain territories had been, in practical terms, adequate. She could find cultivation materials that standard signature cultivators couldn't locate because they couldn't sense the still formation signatures. She had a small income from selling these materials to a formation merchant who didn't ask why she could find them when no one else could. She had a shelter that was warm in winter. She had, by the 6th year, a reasonably accurate understanding of what she was. Not the correct framework, not the terminology, but the experiential knowledge that she was advancing through something. That the advancing corresponded to the formation anomaly frequency around her increasing. That the direction she was moving was correct even though she had no map. She had not met another person who wasn't frightened of the strangeness she produced. When Sheng Wulei and Du Mingwei came over the ridge, and Du Mingwei's portable pre-event array registered her at close range, she had been at the deposit site for 2 hours. She was in stillness. She had been in the middle of an advancement session. She came out of the stillness when she heard footsteps. Not alarmed. She had heard footsteps on this ridge before, usually patrol officers passing through. She had learned to be still enough that they didn't notice her. She looked at the 2 men who came over the ridge. One of them had a formation instrument she had never seen before. It was pointed at her. She said, your instrument is reading me. Du Mingwei said, yes. Pre-event array. It's calibrated for your cultivation type. She was quiet for a long moment. My cultivation type, she said. Still root cultivation, he said. Absolute stillness path. You advance through diffusion rather than active circulation. You've been doing it for approximately 11 years based on the formation anomaly records in the territory. He paused. You're at the shadow marrow tier. She looked at the instrument. She said, that's not a null root reading. No, he said. It's not. She sat down on the deposit site stone ledge because her legs decided this was the right time for that. She sat there for a while without speaking. Sheng Wulei said, my name is Sheng Wulei. I'm a patrol officer, currently on assignment with the CFIA research team. He said this quietly, as if he was not sure which part of the information she needed first. This is Du Mingwei. We came to find you. She said, why? Du Mingwei said, because someone in the research team noticed your formation instability pattern 3 months ago, and because the person who should have looked for you sooner was 12 years into working out their own version of your situation before anyone built the right instruments to measure it. He paused. Apparently we should have come sooner. She said, who else is like this? Du Mingwei said, there's a practitioner named Wei Jingran. He reached the terminal tier of the still root cultivation path. He and his research team developed the framework for everything we know about the methodology. He held the pre-event array carefully, not pointing it at her now, just holding it. He asked us to find you. She said, the terminal tier. Yes. She looked at the mountain formation field around her. At the deposit site, which she had found by instinct 6 years ago and had been returning to every formation favorable season since. She said, tell me about the terminal tier. Du Mingwei sat down on the ridge and started talking. He talked for a long time. Chapter 124. Her name was Fei Wenlu. She had an orderly mind and a habit of silence that had been cultivated partly by preference and partly by 11 years of living alone in a territory where talking to herself produced the uncomfortable effect of the words seeming to dissipate before she could hear them properly. A formation field interaction she had no framework for and had simply learned to work around. She packed what she needed in 2 hours. There was not much. The formation merchant she sold materials to got a message through a courier way station. Asterisk extended travel. Will return in the spring. Asterisk she walked south with Sheng Wulei and Du Mingwei. She asked questions steadily throughout the journey. Not anxious questions, precise ones. The kind that come from someone who has been doing a thing for 11 years without the theoretical framework and now, for the first time, has access to the language. She wanted to understand the void seed theory texts. She wanted to understand how the pre-event array worked and what the diminishment signature looked like from the measurement side. She wanted to understand the null zones, the anchor formation, the CFIA partnership. Du Mingwei answered all of it. He had been present for most of the project's development and had read everything he hadn't been present for. He answered well. Sheng Wulei watched this and thought, asterisk Wei Jingran is the reason she's going to be fine. But Du Mingwei is the reason she's going to understand it. Asterisk he filed this observation away with the specificity he gave to anything that seemed important and obvious in the moment, but was the kind of thing that became true by not being said. On the 6th day of the journey south, Fei Wenlu said, the shadow marrow tier. Du Mingwei said, that's where I am. What comes after? Du Mingwei said, absence core, formless sea, pattern 0, void origin, eternal stillness sovereign. She said, 6 more tiers. Yes. She was quiet for a while, walking. She said, is it lonely? The upper tiers. Du Mingwei said, ask Wei Jingran. He answers that question better than I would. She said, does he answer questions? Precisely, Du Mingwei said. He thinks by elimination. He gives you the accurate answer rather than the comfortable one. Sometimes those are the same. He paused. He also says apparently a lot. She said, what does that mean? Sheng Wulei said, it means he's assessing on available evidence rather than certainty. She was quiet again. She said, I've never had someone explain what I was doing. 11 years, and no one could explain it. Sheng Wulei said, no. He said it with the directness he used for things that were true and didn't benefit from softening. You should have had the framework earlier. That's on the people who had the framework too late to find you. She said, I'm not angry about it. He said, I know. He looked at the road ahead. That doesn't mean it wasn't a long 11 years. She said, yes. She walked for a while. It was. They arrived at the CFI facility on a late afternoon. The journey had taken 12 days from finding her. The facility's formation field registered their approach. The entrance formation array processed Sheng Wulei's patrol credentials and Du Mingwei's research team identification without incident. It registered Fei Wenlu as a 0 reading. She noticed. She said, same as always. Sheng Wulei said, the pre-event array will read you correctly. There's one inside. They went in. Wei Jingran was in the corridor. He had known they were arriving. Xianxia had been tracking Sheng Wulei's formation field location through the way station network for the last 3 days, and she had told him when they crossed into the facility's outer sensing range. Fei Wenlu stopped when she came into the corridor. Wei Jingran was standing at the far end. She said, quietly, before anything was introduced or explained, you don't disappear from my perception. Wei Jingran said, apparently you have the same immunity that comes with long familiarity or specific anchor practice. She said, I don't have anchor practice. He said, apparently the still root cultivation provides a native resistance to the formation background's absorption effect, at least at close range. The same way it provides resistance to standard formation sensing. He looked at her steadily. You can find me because you exist in the same formation layer I do. She was quiet. Then she said, I thought I was broken. He said, apparently not. He said it in the precise tone the word required. Not dismissive, not minimizing. Accurate. You were doing the methodology without the framework. Same outcome. Different confidence. She said, is that how you felt? He said, for approximately 5 years. She said, and after 5 years? He said, apparently I found Lin Xiuhua. Lin Xiuhua appeared from the adjacent room. She said, that's accurate. She looked at Fei Wenlu with the professional attention she gave to new data sources. Come in. I have a great deal to show you, and we should start as soon as possible. Fei Wenlu followed her. In the corridor, Sheng Wulei watched them go. He said to Wei Jingran, she was at the deposit site for 6 years. Every formation favorable season. She found it by instinct. Wei Jingran said, yes. Sheng Wulei said, we should have come sooner. Wei Jingran said, yes. Apparently that's true. He paused. Thank you for going. Sheng Wulei said, apparently that's what I'm good at. Going. He meant it, and it was true, and he had found in the last year that saying a true thing plainly was better than saying nothing when the true thing was worth recording. Chapter 125 Wei Jingran taught Fei Wenlu the complete still root cultivation theory over 3 weeks. He cleared space in his schedule for the teaching the way he cleared space for stillness sessions. Not reluctantly, but with the specific intention of someone who has identified the most important thing in the immediate window and is doing it. He told Director Peng Shiwu that the infrastructure monitoring could continue without his active oversight for 3 weeks. Lin Xiaohua had the protocols, and the historical anchor formation was functioning. He told Yu Shanxi he would need the meeting room for 2 hours each morning. He told Ku Lixian, through the courier network, that the northern practitioner had been found and was at the facility. Ku Lixian's response was brief. Good. I am at the 3rd null zone site. Progress on schedule. The teaching sessions were unlike anything Wei Jingran had done before. He had explained the still root methodology many times, to Lin Xiaohua, to Shun Zuoqing, to Director Peng Shiwu, to Scholar Bai Yiling, to various formation scholars and institutional contacts over 3 years of research work. He had explained it as a phenomenon, as a research subject, as a documented methodology with technical parameters. Explaining it to Fei Wenlu was different. She already knew the experience. What she was learning was the language for what she had been doing by instinct, and the language arrived not as new information but as recognition. The specific satisfaction of having a word for something you have known without words. The still vessel tears mechanism, which she had passed through years ago without knowing it was a name transition. The quiet foundation advancement, which she remembered as the winter she had spent 3 months in the mountain shelter doing nothing, and coming out feeling that the formation field was louder than it had been before. The echo void advancement, which she had not known was an advancement at all. She had thought something had gone wrong, because the ambient formation field had briefly become very present and then settled into a new baseline she couldn't account for. That was it, Wei Jingran said. The formation field settling into the new baseline. That's the indicator. I thought I was developing a formation sensitivity disorder, she said. I had read about practitioners whose spiritual sense becomes miscalibrated. She paused. I spent 2 months assuming I had miscalibrated and waiting for it to worsen. It didn't worsen, he said. No. She thought about this. It stabilized. And then I was at the next level. I just didn't know that's what had happened. He said, apparently having the framework changes what you notice. She said, it changes what you're afraid of. He considered this. He said, yes. Apparently that's also true. She was a fast learner in the way that people are fast when the content is their own experience. She wasn't building new understanding. She was mapping language onto existing territory, and the mapping went quickly. By the 2nd week, she had located herself accurately in the tier sequence, understood the mechanism of the stillness diffusion process and the contrast theory, and could read the pre-event array's output on her own. By the 3rd week, she was reading Lin Xiaohua's continuous log. Not from the beginning. The log was well over 1,000 pages and 3 years of dense notation. But Lin Xiaohua had indexed it for the sections most relevant to a new still root practitioner. And Fei Wenlu was working through the index with the focused attention of someone who had been waiting 11 years to find this library. She stopped at the section about the memory effect. She read it twice. She looked up from the log. She said to Lin Xiaohua, this happened to everyone around him? Lin Xiaohua said yes. When he reached pattern 0, the memory effect spread. People in his immediate vicinity began experiencing presence uncertainty. Fei Wenlu was quiet. She said, I've been doing that to people for 6 years. Lin Xiaohua said, what do you mean? She said, in the territory. People who pass through, travelers, occasional patrol officers, the formation merchant when I went to sell materials. They would look at me, and sometimes I could see them, losing the thread, trying to hold a thought that wouldn't stabilize. She set down the log. I thought I was frightening them. I thought it was something about how I looked. Lin Xiaohua said, it was the formation field, not you. I know that now, Fei Wenlu said. But I didn't know it then. She was quiet for a moment. I got very good at minimizing contact, making transactions fast, not lingering in spaces where people would need to hold a thought about me. She looked at Lin Xiaohua. That's why I was alone, partly by preference, partly because I had learned that being near people produced something in them that made me unhappy to watch. Lin Xiaohua wrote in the log, *day 1397. Fei Wenlu has described an experience consistent with the pattern 0 memory effect beginning at Shadow Marrow tier and extending across multiple years of unmanaged still root advancement. The memory effect without anchor formation support creates social consequences that reinforce isolation. She was alone partly because she had learned that her presence caused distress in others and adapted to minimize contact. The anchor formation protocol would have resolved this. This entry is documentation of a cost that the framework correction and anchor formation methodology, had they been available earlier, would have prevented. She wrote it with deliberate care, naming Fei Wenlu explicitly, in every sentence. She added the entry to the urgent archive distribution queue. Then she looked up and said, "You have the anchor formation now. The memory effect will normalize in the immediate environment." She paused. "And there are people here who can find you clearly." Fei Wenlu said, "Yes." She looked at the log, and then at the meeting room, and at the facility corridor visible through the open door. "Apparently that's a new experience." She said it the way Wei Jingran said it. Not sarcastically, accurately, with the specific precision of someone who has understood, by watching, that the word means assessing on available evidence rather than certainty. Lin Xiaohua wrote that down too. Chapter 126. The anchor formation worked on Fei Wenlu the same way it had worked on Wei Jingran. Gradually, then fully, the formation environment reorganizing itself around the new stable reference. Her null zones in the Northern Territories stabilized within a week of her arrival at the facility, which meant the background field integration had propagated north before she was consciously anchored. Wei Jingran noted this. The anchor formation worked in part because his integrated presence in the facility's formation background was already extending through the infrastructure network, providing a stable reference for the entire correction area. Fei Wenlu's null zones were stable because she had, by arriving at the facility, entered his background field's coverage area. Ku Lixian confirmed this in a message from the Northern Territories. The active instability patterns at the 3 mountain sites I was monitoring have normalized. I did not correct them directly. They corrected themselves simultaneously, within a 12-hour window. I am attributing this to the research team's activity. Please confirm. Wei Jingran sent back. She arrived. Correct attribution. Ku Lixian sent back nothing for 3 days, which was his version of a significant response. Fei Wenlu settled into the facility with the specific attentiveness of someone cataloging a new environment. She asked questions about the formations, the anchor structure, the monitoring arrays, the historical archive room with its octagonal node system. She spent time in the archive room sitting in the node structure's coverage area, reading the continuous log entries with an expression Du Mingwei described as finding a language you've been missing for 11 years. She asked xianxia about the merchant network and the formation material supply chain, because the materials Fei Wenlu had been finding and selling for years were now identifiable as compatible still root cultivation resources, and the question of whether the correct methodology for their sourcing was documented was a professional question she had apparently been holding without a framework to ask it through. Xianxia sat with her in the archive room and talked supply chain methodology for an afternoon. Fei Wenlu took notes. By the end of the afternoon, xianxia had proposed a formal arrangement. The formation materials Fei Wenlu could locate through her cultivation sense would be documented and sourced through the Yu family's merchant network, with proper attribution and pricing and a certification that the materials were confirmed still root compatible rather than standard formation materials misclassified as dead zone deposits. Fei Wenlu said, "That would have made my situation considerably better 11 years ago." Xianxia said, "Yes. Apparently it would have." She made a note. "I'm going to run a retrospective on the dead zone deposit classifications in the Northern Territories. There may be other misclassified still root compatible material sites." Fei Wenlu said, "There are. I know of 4. Xianxia said, "Write them down. I'll have my family's survey team investigate." Fei Wenlu wrote them down. She had, Lin Xiaohua noted in the log, an orderly record-keeping habit that she had developed out of necessity rather than training. 11 years of being the only person who knew what she had found required developing a system for not losing information. Her personal notes were organized, dated, and specific in the same way Lin Xiaohua's continuous log was specific. Lin Xiaohua looked at Fei Wenlu's personal notes, which Fei Wenlu had offered to share as potential research documentation, and said, "You've been maintaining a record against the formation background without knowing that's what you were doing." Fei Wenlu said, "I noticed that things I had found would sometimes become unclear to me later. Like I knew I had found something, but couldn't recall the specific location without checking the notes. I assumed it was memory and started writing everything down." "It's not memory," Lin Xiaohua said. "It's the formation absorption. You were using the notes as an external anchor without the theoretical framework for why it was necessary." Fei Wenlu said, "Apparently, I solved the symptom." Lin Xiaohua looked at her. Fei Wenlu said, "I've been listening to how Wei Jingran talks for 3 weeks. Apparently it's contagious." Lin Xiaohua said, "Yes. Apparently it is." Chapter 127. Ku Lixian returned on the 38th day. He had been in the Northern Territories for 42 days in total, including the travel. He had corrected 2 null zones at the original target sites using the external methodology and confirmed that the 3 additional sites had stabilized through background field propagation from the facility. He had also surveyed 4 additional sites in adjacent territories and compiled a preliminary report on the expanded correction scope. He arrived at the facility in the afternoon, travel-worn but not diminished. He put down his case in the entrance corridor and stood in the facility's formation field for a moment, reading it, in the way he read all formation environments, with 3 centuries of methodological habit. He said, "The background field has incorporated a second element." Wei Jingran said, "Yes. Fei Wenlu arrived 2 weeks ago." Ku Lixin turned. Fei Wenlu was in the corridor doorway. She had heard him arrive. She was developing a native sensitivity to the facility's formation field that was, Lin Xiaohua had noted, very fast. Faster than expected at her tier. She looked at Ku Lixin. He looked at her. He was 300 years old and had spent more time studying still root cultivation than anyone alive. He read the formation signature around her, the specific diminishment pattern, the tier, the years of unassisted advancement, the anchor formation's recent integration now stabilizing the environment around her. He said, "How long have you been advancing?" She said, 11 years without the framework. 3 weeks with it. He said, "What tier are you now?" She said, "Shadow Marrow." "When I arrived." "And now?" She said, "Lin Xiaohua is running the pre-event array tomorrow for a measurement. Apparently there may have been an advancement in the last week." He looked at Wei Jingran. Wei Jingran said, "The framework accelerates advancement. The theoretical knowledge provides context for practice that instinct cannot fully substitute for." Ku Lixin picked up his case. He said, to Fei Wenlu, "I need to review the documentation from your territory before we speak further. Come to the archive room in the morning." She said, "Yes." He went to put his case down and review the survey data from the northern territories. Lin Xiaohua wrote in the log, *day 1400. Ku Lixin has returned. First meeting with Fei Wenlu. He was reading her formation signature within 10 seconds of entering the corridor. He asked for the archive room in the morning, not this afternoon. I don't know what he's going to say in the archive room. I am documenting everything precisely. The meeting in the archive room the following morning was between Ku Lixin, Fei Wenlu, Wei Jingran, and Lin Xiaohua. Yu Shanxi sat in the doorway, technically present for logistical coordination, actually present because she had decided that this was a meeting where someone needed to be watching carefully. Lin Xiaohua had run the pre-event array measurement that morning. The measurement showed Fei Wenlu at the absence core tier. She had advanced 2 tiers in 3 weeks. The rate was consistent with the framework's effect on instinct-trained practitioners. She had been doing the methodology correctly for years, and the advancement had been slow because she lacked the theoretical understanding that told her which environmental conditions accelerated diffusion. With the framework, she now knew. With the framework, 3 weeks of informed practice had produced 2 tiers of advancement. Ku Lixin reviewed Lin Xiaohua's measurement record. He reviewed Fei Wenlu's personal notes, which she had organized into a coherent advancement record over the preceding week. He reviewed the Northern Territories formation anomaly records, the 6 years of deposit site visits, the diminishment signature pattern that the patrol records had noted as equipment malfunction. He said, "In my methodology, the threshold for intervention was the pattern 0 tier." He said this flatly, as a statement of documented fact. The rationale was that below pattern 0, the infrastructure risk was manageable. Above pattern 0, the memory effect became self-sustaining without anchor formation support. He paused. Under the old timeline, before the anchor formation protocol was documented, a practitioner at your advancement rate would have reached pattern 0 in approximately 3 years from your current tier. He set down the documentation. "I would have found you in those 3 years. I would have acted." The room was quiet. Fei Wenlu said, "You would have eliminated me." He said, "Yes." He said it without minimizing it. In the way he said all things that were true and uncomfortable. "I believe the alternative was infrastructure collapse in the territory around you within 5 years of reaching pattern 0. Based on what I knew before this research, that belief was correct methodology." She said, "Was it correct?" He said, "The infrastructure risk was real. The methodology for addressing it was wrong. The risk required anchor formation support and institutional integration. It did not require elimination." He looked at her directly. "What I believed 3 weeks ago and what I know now are different." She said, 3 weeks ago you would have been looking for me." He said, "Yes. You were in the territory I was surveying. I knew the formation instability pattern meant a practitioner in the Shadow Marrow range. I was assessing the timeline." He stopped, and then the instability normalized. "Because you arrived here." The room was quiet again. Ku Lixin said, "I want to be clear about the timeline. I was 3 weeks from locating you specifically. I had the Northern Territories formation anomaly data. I had the localization methodology. I had 3 centuries of field experience. If Sheng Wulei and Du Mingwei had taken 1 additional week to find you, Wei Jingran said, they wouldn't have. They were already in the territory. The margin was narrow, Ku Lixian said. Yes, Wei Jingran said. Apparently it was. Fei Wenlu looked at Ku Lixian. She said, I understand what you're telling me. He said, I need you to. She said, you're telling me that you almost killed me because you were correct about the risk and wrong about the solution, and you want me to understand that this isn't the same as wanting to harm me, that it was a methodology error, not a motivation error. He said, yes. She was quiet for a long moment. She said, I spent 11 years alone partly because my presence distressed people around me, and I had no framework for why. The distress came from the formation field absorbing my presence from their memory. She looked at her hands. You would have eliminated me to prevent that distress from spreading. And instead, the anchor formation resolves the distress without elimination. She paused. I believe you about the methodology. She looked at him. I don't know yet what I feel about everything else. He said, that's accurate. I'm not asking you to feel anything specific about it. I am asking you to understand it correctly. She said, I understand it correctly. The meeting continued into the afternoon, covering the Northern Territory survey data and the correction project's expanded scope. Lin Xiaohua took notes. Yu Shanxi watched from the doorway. Chapter 128. 2 months passed. Fei Wenlu advanced from absence core to formless C tier in 6 weeks. The advancement was measured by the pre-event array. Lin Xiaohua wrote it in the log with the specific careful notation she used for events she wanted the archive to hold clearly. Director Peng Shiwu received a message from the Eastern Regional Formation Authority requesting details on the null zone correction protocol for 7 sites identified in their territory. Ku Lixian reviewed the request and said he could make a survey trip east after he finished the Northern Territory correction project's remaining 2 sites. Director Peng confirmed the timeline and added the Eastern Authority to the interjurisdictional coordination list. The coordination list was now 7 jurisdictions long. Yu Shanxi updated the institutional management documentation and sent copies to all 7 jurisdictions' formation authorities. The Continental Infrastructure Correction Project had become, in the space of 4 months, a routine function rather than an emergency response. The null zone correction protocol was documented. The pre-event array was certified by the Continental Authority's framework correction. The anchor formation was a standard infrastructure maintenance item in 4 jurisdictions. The formation authorities had classification guides, survey methodologies, and implementation protocols. It was working. Fei Wenlu asked Wei Jingran one morning whether she could begin teaching. She had been at the facility for 2 months. She had absorbed the theoretical framework, advanced 2 tiers with the framework support, and spent 3 weeks reading through the full documentation archive in the order Lin Xiaohua had recommended. She was now at formless C tier. The shadow of her earlier isolation was still present. She still moved through social spaces with the careful economy of someone who had learned that she cost people something, but it was less present each week. The anchor formation was working. She said, there are practitioners in the mountain territories who don't know what they are. The formation merchant I sold materials to. He had a daughter who tested null root 7 years ago. He mentioned her once. The way people mention things that have stopped hurting because they've gotten used to it. She paused. If she developed still root cultivation, she's in the same situation I was in. Wei Jingran said, probably she is. Probably there are others. She said, can I go find her? He said, you're not ready to travel alone yet. She said, I know. I meant, can I start the preparation for finding her? Can I build a search methodology? Can I start teaching while we work on the search? She paused. You built this research team over 15 years starting from nothing. I've been here 2 months and I have access to everything it built. The timeline for doing this correctly does not need to be 15 years. He looked at her. She said, I'm not trying to go too fast. I'm trying to use what's available. He said, yes. He looked at the window and the formation field and the map on the wall with its jurisdiction markers. Who do you want to teach? She said, the CFIA's formation officers who work with the null zone correction protocol. They're handling the field work without understanding the methodology's deeper structure. If they understood what they were correcting for, not just how to use the pre-event array, but why the signature is what it is, they'd be better at the work. He said, that's correct. And it's a different kind of teaching than the lineage transmission. I can do both, she said. The theoretical teaching is the lineage transmission. The field training is the institutional work. They're connected but not the same. She paused. Apparently I've been here long enough to understand the difference. He said, yes. Apparently you have. She said, is that yes to the teaching? He said, that's yes to the teaching. She said, good. She picked up her notebook. The organized one, the one with 11 years of notes and 3 weeks of framework annotation layered into it. I'll start with the CFIA officers. I'll send a request to Director Peng Shiwu for a formal training allocation. She went to find Director Peng. Lin Xiuhua, who had been listening from the adjacent room with the door open, wrote in the log, *day 1461. Fei Wenlu has requested to begin teaching. Wei Jingran agreed. The lineage is no longer a single practitioner. It has 2 people in it now. She paused. She added, it will have more. Chapter 129. Elder Mao Daiqing passed away 6 weeks after Wei Jingran had visited him. The message came through the merchant network, a formal death notice from the Mountain Village's township office, addressed to Wei Jingran's research team credentials, which Elder Mao had apparently provided as a contact in his records. The notice said, Elder Mao Daiqing, age 75, died peacefully in his home. Arrangements at the village ceremony hall. Lin Xiuhua received the message first. She brought it to Wei Jingran. He read it and was quiet for a long time. He said, I expected this. He told me when I visited that he was in declining health. He held the notice. I should have said more when I was there. Lin Xiuhua said, you said the true thing. He said, yes, I said the true thing. Apparently, I should also have said the grateful thing. She said, did you feel it when you were there? He said, yes. She said, then he knew. He looked at her. She said, he was 75 years old, and he spent 40 years following this thread from a distance and waiting to see if it was real. When you sat in his garden and told him about the infrastructure project and the null zones and the framework correction, he knew. He didn't need you to say it explicitly. Wei Jingran was quiet. He said, apparently that's generous. She said, apparently it's accurate. He traveled to the mountain village for the funeral with xianxia and Lin Xiuhua. Sheng Wulei came because he had known Elder Mao through the patrol connections in that region. Du Mingwei came because he had written Elder Mao a letter 2 years ago thanking him for the void seed theory texts and received a 3-page response that Du Mingwei still kept in his research folder. Fei Wenlu stayed at the facility to continue the CFIA training sessions she had started the previous week. She had offered to come. Wei Jingran had said that the training sessions mattered and that Elder Mao would have preferred useful work to protocol. She had said, that's an assessment of a person I never met. He had said, apparently it's accurate. She had stayed. The funeral was held in the village's ceremony hall with the specific dignity of a small community honoring someone it had housed for 20 years. Elder Mao had been, in the village's understanding, a retired formation scholar who had some institutional connections and occasionally had unusual visitors. They did not know the specific nature of those connections. They knew he had been a steady and considerate neighbor for 2 decades. Wei Jingran spoke at the service. He was not comfortable with public addresses. Comfort was not the relevant variable. He said what was true. He said, Elder Mao Daiqing found a set of texts 40 years ago that described a cultivation methodology he had no way of practicing and no institutional platform from which to promote. He spent 40 years doing what someone in his position could do, which was to wait and to recognize and to provide what he could provide when the right time came. He paused. He gave me a text in the confidence that the text was about something real. Those 2 things together were the necessary foundation for everything that came after. Apparently, the foundation was exactly right. He stopped. He said, I should have said this to him when I was there. I'm saying it here because the record needs it. Du Mingwei was writing the eulogy for the official ceremony record, as he had told Wei Jingran he would. He wrote everything in active, named language, with dates and citations, and Elder Mao's name at the head of every section. He submitted it to 3 separate archives. Lin Xiuhua updated the log on the train back. *day 1468. Elder Mao Daiqing's funeral. Wei Jingran spoke. I have written this entry with Elder Mao's name and today's date, and an explicit statement of what his contribution to this research was, because the research records should contain the attribution and because someone 40 years ago looked at a set of texts and decided they were worth holding until the right person came along, and that decision should be on the record. Elder Mao Daiqing held the thread for 40 years. That is on the record now. Chapter 130. The infrastructure correction project reached formal completion on the 144th day after Fei Wenlu's arrival. The completion was marked by Director Peng Shiwu's submission of the final site confirmation to the CFIA's governing board. The submission covered all sites in the primary jurisdiction, the Maritime Formation Authority's jurisdiction, and the 4 Eastern Territory sites that Ku Lixian's survey had identified and the correction methodology had addressed over the previous 3 months. Total, 31 null zones corrected, in 6 jurisdictions, across a period of 4 years from the project's initial CFIA partnership. The governing board's response was a 1-line acknowledgement and a budget reallocation. Director Peng Shuwu read the board's acknowledgement, added it to the institutional record, and sent the research team a separate message. Asterisk 31 sites nominal. The manual recalibration that has been consuming 18% of my maintenance budget for 15 years is no longer required. I expect that resource to be redirected to the expanded monitoring program for the Eastern Territories. Thank you. Asterisk Lin Xiaohua wrote it in the log with her name attached. Ku Lixian requested a formal meeting with the full research team 2 weeks after the completion notice. He sat at the table in the archive room, the room with the historical anchor formation's octagonal node structure, which was where they held meetings that needed the record to hold clearly. He said, I want to make a proposal. Wei Jingran said, you have been coming to this proposal for 3 months. He said it without edge. Apparently you took a long time deciding. Ku Lixian said, yes. I take a long time with decisions that I want to make correctly. He looked around the table. The Stillroot Lineage Documentation Project has produced 12 volumes of theoretical and practical materials. Lin Xiaohua's continuous log is the primary record. Yu Shanxi's institutional archive submissions are the secondary record. Du Mingwei's historical archive project is the tertiary record. He paused. All 3 of those records require active maintenance against the background field. They require people who understand what they're maintaining and why. They require continuity over decades. He looked at Wei Jingran. I am a Pattern Zero practitioner. I have 300 years of observation experience. I have detailed documentation of every Stillroot practitioner I have identified across 3 centuries, including the 3 I eliminated, which are now the most important historical correction records in the archive because they document what happened before the anchor formation existed and why it is necessary. He paused. I am proposing to serve as a custodian of the lineage record, not as a practitioner of the methodology, as the person who maintains the documentation, distributes it, and ensures that the record is actively held against the drift. For as long as I am able. The room was quiet. He added, I have 300 years of errors to correct. The first correction is to ensure that no practitioner advances through this methodology in the future without the complete framework being available to them. The second is to ensure that the record of those who advanced without the framework, including the 3 I eliminated, is preserved accurately in sufficient copies that it cannot be lost. He paused. These are things I can do. They are not what I was doing before. Apparently, they are more useful. Fei Wenlu was at the table. She had been listening. She said, when you were in the Northern Territories, you were 3 weeks from finding me. He said, yes. She said, and you reviewed the documentation before you spoke to me. You knew exactly what the timeline was. He said, yes. She said, this proposal is not separate from that timeline. You're proposing this because of where you were 3 weeks from being. He said, yes. He said it without deflection. That is the accurate framing. She said, I accept the proposal. The table was quiet. She said, I am speaking for myself, not for the full team, but the record of what almost happened to me should be held by the person who almost made it happen. That seems right. Wei Jingran said, the team's position is the same. He looked around the table. Lin Xiaohua nodded. Yu Shanxi nodded. Du Mingwei had already written something in his notebook. Ku Lixian is admitted as custodian. The specific scope and protocols will be documented by Lin Xiaohua and distributed through the standard channels. Ku Lixian said, thank you. He said it in the flat, precise tone he used for all true statements. But his hands on the table were still in a way they had not been entirely still before. Lin Xiaohua wrote, Day 1498. Ku Lixian has been admitted as lineage custodian. The vote was unanimous. The proposal was his own. The record should note that he requested admission to the project he spent 300 years working against, and that the reason he gave was accurate, and that the team accepted because the reason was accurate. I am writing all of this in active named language because 300 years from now someone should be able to read exactly what happened at this table. Asterisk she distributed it within the hour. Chapter 131 Fei Wenlu's first formal teaching session had 6 people in it. 5 of them were CFIA formation officers who had been working the null zone correction protocol for the past 8 months. People who knew how to use the pre-event array, how to read the diminishment signature, how to confirm a null zone correction result. They knew the procedures. They did not know why the procedures worked. The 6th was a formation scholar from Director Fong's Maritime Formation Authority who had been visiting for a site review and had asked to attend when she heard there was a training session. Fei Wenlu stood at the front of the small meeting room. She had a formation diagram on the wall behind her, one she had drawn herself over the previous week, showing the relationship between the still-root cultivation process, the background spiritual field, and the formation infrastructure integration. The diagram was clear, organized, and contained a clarity that Wei Jingran's original documentation had, but expressed from the perspective of someone who had experienced the process from the inside, without the theoretical framework first. She said, "The null zones look like dead zones from the outside. The formation instruments read 0. The ambient spiritual field appears absent. The standard classification is inactive spiritual resource. All of that is wrong." She tapped the diagram. The null zone is not an absence. It is a presence that the formation infrastructure cannot read, the same way a standard instrument cannot read a still root practitioner. The practitioner who created the null zone has integrated into the background field. The integration is permanent. The infrastructure is trying to calculate around it. One of the formation officers said, "Then why do the corrections work?" She said, "Because we give the infrastructure a reference point it can use." The external correction methodology recalibrates the local formation array to correctly account for the background integration. It tells the array, "This is a valid background element, not an error." The array updates its calculations. He said, "And the Wei Jingran method? The background propagation?" She said, "The propagation provides the reference directly through the formation network, from the source practitioner's integrated position. The infrastructure learns from the background. When an eternal stillness sovereign tier practitioner is integrated into the network is reading a reference that covers the entire continental infrastructure. The null zones are within the network's range. The reference propagates to them." The maritime scholar said, "You're saying he's providing a calibration signal for the entire continental infrastructure?" She said, "Not intentionally. Passively. By existing in the background field at the terminal tier." She paused. "The formation infrastructure has been running slightly better than projected parameters in every jurisdiction that has a null zone correction on record. Director Peng Shiwu's calculations attributed this to the correction's direct effect. I believe there's an additional factor." The room was quiet. She said, "I'm not certain. It's an observation, not a confirmed measurement. But I wanted to name it because it should be investigated." After the session, the maritime scholar approached her and said, "You said apparently the same way Wei Jingran does." She said, "I know." She thought about whether to explain it. She said, "It means the assessment is based on available evidence rather than certainty. He uses it precisely." "I'm trying to." The maritime scholar said, "Can I attend the next session?" She said, "There's one next week." "Yes." She reported the observation to Lin Xiaohua afterward. Lin Xiaohua said, "I noticed it in the monitoring data 2 months ago. I was waiting to see if it was consistent." Fei Wenlu said, "Is it consistent?" Lin Xiaohua said, "Yes." She pulled up the monitoring records on her notation table. 3 months of infrastructure performance data from 6 jurisdictions, all showing the same slight improvement above projected parameters. The improvement is larger in jurisdictions where null zone corrections have been completed, and larger still in the jurisdictions where corrections happened most recently. That's consistent with the background reference propagating and the infrastructure gradually updating to use it more accurately. She looked at the records. "I haven't told Wei Jingran yet. I wanted to have the full dataset before I presented it." Fei Wenlu said, "He should know." Lin Xiaohua said, "I know." She closed the monitoring records. "I'll tell him today." She went. Chapter 132. The monitoring data took Lin Xiaohua 40 minutes to present. Wei Jingran listened without interrupting. He had the specific attention he gave to new structural information, not leaning forward, not visibly engaged, but completely still in a way that meant he was processing everything. When she finished, he asked 3 precise clarifying questions about the measurement methodology and the jurisdiction correlation. She answered all 3. He said, "Apparently this has been building since the terminal tier advancement." "Yes," she said. "The improvement rate accelerated following your background field integration. The pre-advancement baseline is documented." She showed him the comparison. "The improvement is not dramatic, a few percentage points of operational efficiency across 6 jurisdictions. But it is consistent, and it is outside the projected correction methodology's parameters." He looked at the data. He said, "The formation infrastructure is using me as a calibration reference." She said, "Yes." He said, "That's not something I chose to do." "No," she said. "It's a property of the tier. The background field integration at the terminal tier provides a stable reference for everything connected to the background field. The continental formation infrastructure is connected to the background field." She paused. "You are a load-bearing element in the infrastructure." Without choosing to be one. He was quiet for a long time. She let him be quiet. She had been watching him process structural information for 3 years, and she knew that this kind of quiet was the kind where the thinking was happening and not the kind where the thinking had stopped. He said, "How much of the infrastructure am I supporting?" She said, "I don't know yet. I can measure the correlation between your presence here and the infrastructure efficiency, but I can't reverse engineer how much of that efficiency is directly dependent on your presence versus how much is the correction methodology's independent effect. She paused. I would need a controlled test, a period when your presence in the background field is reduced or redirected. I don't know how to design that test safely, and I'm not sure it would be ethical to run it. He said, if I were not here, I don't know, she said. The infrastructure would revert to its pre-correction baseline over time, probably. The null zone corrections themselves are permanent. Those formations were recalibrated and the recalibration holds. But the active reference signal that you're providing, the ongoing calibration, I don't know whether the infrastructure would maintain the current efficiency without it. He looked at the monitoring data. He said, apparently, I need to tell Director Peng Shiwu. Yes, Lin Xiaohua said. I've been waiting for the full dataset to be ready before presenting this. It's ready. He said, schedule a meeting. She said, I already did. Tomorrow afternoon. He looked at her. She said, I knew you'd say yes. Chapter 133 Director Peng Shiwu reviewed the monitoring data in 30 minutes. She was a practical woman with 20 years of infrastructure management experience and an instinct for operational significance. She read the data the way she read all formation monitoring data, looking for the structural implication, not the surface reading. She set down the last page. She said, you're providing formation infrastructure stability equivalent to approximately 7 automated stabilization arrays. She paused, without occupying any physical space in the array network. He said, apparently that's the correct magnitude. She said, we don't have a category for this. He said, apparently you need one. She stood up and looked at the monitoring chart on the wall. The 6 jurisdiction efficiency correlation was visible as a pattern once you knew to look for it. She had not known to look for it before this meeting. She said, I've been attributing the efficiency improvement to the correction methodology's compound effect. I was wrong. He said, partially wrong. The correction methodology contributes. The background reference is an additional factor. She said, how do I put this in the institutional record accurately? He said, apparently as a discovered property of the terminal tier's background field integration. The property was not designed. It is a structural characteristic of the tier. The infrastructure documentation should note that current operational parameters include a background reference element from the Stillroot research project. She said, that puts your presence in the infrastructure's operational baseline. He said, yes. She was quiet. She said, what happens if you're not here? He said, we don't know yet. Lin Xiaohua is documenting the dependency parameters. The null zone corrections are permanent. The active reference is the uncertain component. She said, is this something you can maintain indefinitely? He said, the terminal tier's integration is permanent. I exist in the background field. I am not providing the reference through deliberate action. It is a property of my presence. As long as I'm present in the formation network's range, the reference is active. He paused. The range is the continental infrastructure. Apparently, I am always in the continental infrastructure's range. She looked at him. She said, you are providing stability to the continental infrastructure by existing. He said, apparently yes. She sat down. She said, I need 2 days to think about how to document this and to talk to the governing board. He said, of course. She said, is there anything you need from this institution in exchange? Anything the CFIA should be doing differently given this information? He said, the framework correction and anchor formation protocols should be part of standard formation authority practice in all jurisdictions. That's been the project goal since the beginning. He paused. Apparently, the load-bearing element discovery adds urgency to the institutional adoption. She said, the governing board will see it that way. She made a note. I'll frame it as infrastructure risk management. That language they respond to. He said, apparently that's the right framing. She looked at the chart on the wall. She said, you've been outside the institutional system for 15 years. Inside and outside are different from your position now. He said, apparently they're less different than they used to be. She said, no, they're exactly as different. You're inside now. She looked at him. I mean that specifically. You are part of the system's operational infrastructure. Not because you chose to be, because that's what the tier does. She paused. I imagine that's strange. He said, yes. Apparently it is. He thought about it. Apparently inside and outside are less different than I thought they were from inside. She said, welcome to infrastructure management. He said, thank you. She almost smiled. She was not, typically, a person who almost smiled. The data had put her in an unusual mood. She said, come back in 2 days. I'll have a draft framework. Chapter 134 Xianxia found him at the formation bench that evening, in the same room, at the same bench, with the same evening light through the window that she had found him at dozens of times over the past 3 years. She brought tea and set it near his hand. She said, "You look like someone told you something unexpected today." He said, "Director Peng told me I'm inside the system now." She said, "You are." He said, "I know." He looked at the formation field through the window. "I've been outside institutional systems for 15 years. The systems were wrong about me, and I worked around their wrongness. That was my relationship to them." He paused. "Apparently that's changed." She said, "You changed it." He said, "The tear changed it." She said, Wei Jingran, "The tear is part of you. If the tear changed something, you changed it." She set her own tea down. "Inside and outside aren't as different as you thought, you said." Director Peng said I said that. Was it true? He considered. He said, "When I was outside, I could see the institutional structures clearly because I was not in them. I could see where they were wrong about me, where the methodology was insufficient, where the framework didn't account for what I was. That clarity came from being outside." He paused. "Now I'm inside. The clarity is still there, but the relationship is different. I'm not working around the system. I'm part of it." She said, "Does that feel like a loss?" He was quiet. He said, "Apparently no." He said it slowly, as if he was verifying the result as he stated it. "The outside position was never what I was working toward. I was working toward the framework being correct. Apparently the framework being correct means I'm inside a system that can use a correct framework." He paused. "I wasn't trying to stay outside. I was trying to make the inside worth being in." She looked at him. She said, "That's the clearest thing you've said in 3 years." He said, "Apparently the data helped." She picked up her tea. She said, "You've been outside everything for so long that I was watching carefully to see what inside would do to you." She looked at the formation field through the window. "I wanted to know if being load-bearing was going to feel like being trapped." He said, "Does it?" She said, "You tell me." He thought about the monitoring data and Director Peng's framework and the continental infrastructure running slightly more efficiently than it had before he integrated into its background field. He thought about the 6 jurisdictions and the null zones that were now stable and the formation authorities that were using the correction protocol as standard practice. He said, "No. Apparently, it feels like being useful in a very specific way that wasn't available before." She said, "Good." She looked at him. "That was the version I was hoping for." He said, "You were afraid of the other version." She said, "I was monitoring for it." She set down her tea. "There's a difference." He said, "Yes. Apparently there is." They sat in the formation field's stable tone as the evening settled and the light went out of the window, and the archive room's anchor formation hummed its quiet functional frequency, holding the record in place. Chapter 135. Fei Wenlu reached Formless C Tier 8 weeks after her arrival. The advancement came during a stillness session in the anchor formation's coverage area. Lin Xiuhua's pre-event array registered it. The familiar baseline shift, the formation field settling around a new element, the brief recalibration of the ambient spiritual density as the background absorbed the advancement. Fei Wenlu came out of the stillness session and sat for a moment with the specific interior attention of someone who has just confirmed something they expected. She said to Lin Xiuhua, "It was the deposit site." Lin Xiuhua said, "What do you mean?" She said, "When I was at the deposit site in the Northern Territories, I was advancing. Slowly, without the framework, but advancing. The deposit's compatible formation field was the main accelerant. When I arrived here, I had a period of slower advancement. The facility's formation environment is stable, but not the same kind of compatible as the deposit." She paused. 3 days ago, I went into deep stillness and oriented my attention toward the background field's texture the way Wei Jingran described for the directed correction work. I found the same quality of compatible resonance. Not from a physical deposit, from the background field itself. She looked at Lin Xiuhua. Apparently, the terminal tier's background integration makes the whole formation network function as a compatible site. Lin Xiuhua wrote this in the log. She said, "Do you know what this means?" Fei Wenlu said, "It means any still root practitioner who develops proximity to the background field's integrated reference, through anchor practice, or through proximity to the facility, or through the formation network's coverage, has access to the same quality of compatible resonance that I was getting from the deposit." She paused. The search for physical formation deposits becomes less critical at higher tiers. The infrastructure itself becomes the compatible environment. Lin Xiuhua wrote, *Day 1512. Fei Wenlu has identified that the terminal tier's background field integration provides formation-compatible resonance throughout the network coverage. The implication is that high-tier still-root practitioners may advance through the network connection rather than requiring physical deposit sites. This should be investigated systematically. I am noting it here because Fei Wenlu said it first and should be credited with the observation. Asterisk, she looked at Fei Wenlu. She said, "You're at formless C, 6 tiers below the terminal tier." Fei Wenlu said, "Yes." She said, "At your advancement rate with the framework." Fei Wenlu said, "I know." She said it without looking away. "I'm not approaching that conversation yet. I'm approaching the advancement. The conversation will come when it's relevant." She paused. "I've seen Wei Jingran's example. I know what the upper tier does to the record. I know what the anchor formation practice requires." She looked at Lin Xiaohua directly. "I've been preparing for it since the second week I was here." Lin Xiaohua said, "That's very organized of you." Fei Wenlu said, 11 years in a mountain range teaches you to prepare for the things you can see coming." She picked up her notebook. "I'm going to the CFIA officers session. We're covering the boundary array interaction parameters today." She left. Lin Xiaohua sat in the archive room, in the octagonal node structures coverage, with the log open on the table. Outside, the formation field hummed its improved baseline. Somewhere in the building, Fei Wenlu was teaching. In the archive adjacent to this room, Ku Lixian was reviewing custody documentation for the 3rd volume of Lineage Materials. Du Mingwei was in the formation study room working on the 5th revision of the Historical Archive Index. She looked at the log. She had been writing this log for 1,512 days. It was 1,640 pages long. It existed in copies at 23 institutions. She wrote, *Day 1512, continued. I am at my workbench in the archive room. The historical anchor formation is active. The record is holding. Fei Wenlu has reached formless C tier. Ku Lixian is in the adjacent room. Du Mingwei is upstairs. Wei Jingran is somewhere in the facility, which means he is somewhere in the continental formation network, which means the infrastructure is stable at slightly above projected parameters, which means 7 formation authorities are running their maintenance cycles without the manual recalibration that used to consume 18% of their operational budget. I know what happened here. I am writing it down because I am the one who is here and paying attention, and I will keep writing it down for as long as I can. Asterisk, she underlined. I will keep writing it down for as long as I can. She had been underlining that phrase, in one form or another, since day 1234. She was still here. The record was still holding. She added a new entry to the archive distribution queue and went back to work. Chapter 136 Fei Wenlu's teaching cohort began its first formal session on day 1531. She had 6 students. 4 were CFIA formation officers who had completed the null zone correction protocol training and wanted to go deeper, to understand the still root methodology at the theoretical level rather than the procedural one. They were practical people with field experience, good at following protocols, now wanting to understand why the protocols worked. The 5th was a formation scholar from Director Fong's Maritime Formation Authority who had been attending sessions informally for 3 months and had formally applied for cohort membership after the session where Fei Wenlu had described the continental background reference. The 6th had walked in from outside. She was 22 years old, from a coastal city 2 weeks travel south. She had been assessed as null root at the standard age, been turned away from a formation school, and had spent the past 4 years developing a cultivation practice that she could not explain because it matched nothing in any text she had been able to access. She had read Shinzwiching's published framework correction. It had been distributed widely enough to reach a maritime city's formation study bookshop, and had traveled for 2 weeks to find the facility. Her name was Gan Xiaolan. Lin Xiaohua ran the pre-event array on her at intake. The reading was unusual, not wrong. Clearly a still root cultivation signature, clearly the diminishment pattern that Wei Jingran and now Fei Wenlu both produced. But the signature's character was different from either of them. The diminishment was not even across the frequency range that the pre-event array measured. It had a specific pattern, a concentration at the lower harmonics that neither Wei Jingran's nor Fei Wenlu's signatures showed. Lin Xiaohua took the reading 3 times to confirm. She wrote in the log, *Day 1531. Gan Xiaolan intake. Pre-event array confirms still root cultivation signature, 4th tier estimated, consistent with 4 years of instinct-based advancement. The signature's harmonic distribution is different from all previous signatures on record. Lower harmonic concentration. I don't know what this means. I am noting it here, with maximum specificity, before I discuss it with Wei Jingran or Fei Wenlu. She waited a week before discussing it. She wanted more measurement data first. She attended Fei Wenlu's first 3 cohort sessions and watched Gan Xiaolan in the room, how she responded to the theoretical material, how her formation sense interacted with the facility's anchor formation, how she tracked Wei Jingran when he walked through the corridor outside the meeting room. On the 4th day, she brought the measurement data to Wei Jingran. He looked at the harmonic comparison table. He was quiet for a long time. He said, I don't know what this means. She said, neither do I. He said, her advancement has been standard rate for 4 years without the framework. Yes, Lin Xiaohua said. Instinct-based, normal pace. Nothing unusual in the advancement trajectory. He said, but the signature is different. The harmonic distribution is different. The mechanism may be the same. It may not be. She paused. The still root methodology that you practice is one documented version of the absolute stillness path. The Veil Ward practiced a different version and reached the same terminal tier. The variation between practitioners is documented. She looked at the data. This variation is larger than any I've measured. He said, tell Fei Wenlu. She said, yes. I'm documenting everything as I go. He said, apparently this should be investigated before we assume it's a normal variation. She said, I know. She closed the data file. I'll tell Fei Wenlu today. She did. Fei Wenlu reviewed the harmonic data for 2 days. She ran her own measurements on Ganxiulan with a portable pre-event array. She read the Veilward's documentation again, specifically the sections describing the signature variation between the 2 documents in Scholar by Yiling's tradition. She came back to Lin Xiaohua and said, I don't know what this means either, but I'm watching her in the cohort sessions, and her formation sense is working through a different channel than mine does. She doesn't orient to the background field the way I do. She orients to something else. She paused. I don't have the language for it yet. Lin Xiaohua wrote it in the log exactly as Fei Wenlu said it. She added one line. Asterisk, this may be important. I am keeping very careful records. Asterisk, chapter 137. Scholar by Yiling sent a letter that arrived on day 1547. The letter said, asterisk, I have been reviewing our tradition's complete archive since my visit to your facility. I found a 3rd document. I waited to send this letter until I was certain of what the document says, because the document's content is significant and I did not want to introduce uncertainty. I am now certain. I am copying the relevant section below. Asterisk, the copied section read, in Scholar by Yiling's own translation from the archaic script. Asterisk, before the current cultivation era began, the background field was not as it is now. It was maintained, actively, continuously, by practitioners who did not call themselves by any name, but who functioned as I now function. Integrated into the field, load-bearing, providing the stable reference from which all other cultivation patterns arise. The current era began when the last of these practitioners chose to step back from the active maintenance function. The formation background stabilized at its last held configuration and has been running at that configuration without active maintenance for the past 400 years. 400 years is long enough that the configuration is drifting. The null zones are part of this drift. The corrections restore local stability, but do not address the source. If the still sovereign is willing, if there is one, the active maintenance function can be resumed. The path is not taught. It is recognized. The background knows its practitioners. Asterisk, Lin Xiaohua read this section 4 times. She brought it to Wei Jingran. He read it once. He was very still, not the practiced stillness of his cultivation, but the stillness of someone who has encountered a sentence that changes the shape of what they understood. He said, apparently I've been doing the maintenance function for a year without knowing it. She said, yes. He said, the infrastructure performance improvement is the active maintenance, she said, not a passive side effect. The terminal tier's background integration is the path to resuming what the previous practitioners were doing 400 years ago. She looked at him. The null zones aren't just formation errors that accumulated. They're evidence that the background field has been drifting without maintenance for 4 centuries. Correcting the null zones restores local stability, but, he said, the field keeps drifting. Unless the maintenance function is active. She set the copied section on the table between them. You've been active for a year. The efficiency improvement is real. The question is whether you can do this deliberately rather than passively. He sat with this for a while. He said, send Scholar by Yiling a response. Ask for the complete 3rd document. And ask her if her tradition has any documentation on how the previous practitioners coordinated the maintenance function between them. She said, coordinated? He said, apparently one practitioner can maintain one configuration. For 100 years ago, there were multiple. If the field configuration is larger than any single practitioner can hold, he looked at the data. Apparently Fei Wenlu's advancement timeline and Ganxiulan's unusual harmonic signature become relevant in a different way. Lin Xiaohua was quiet. She said, you're saying the maintenance function may not be a single practitioner role. He said, apparently I'm saying we should ask the question before assuming the answer. She sent the letter to Scholar by Yiling the same afternoon. She wrote in the log, asterisk day 1547. Scholar by Yiling's 3rd document. I am copying the relevant section into this log with maximum specificity. Read it carefully. The formation background was being actively maintained before the current era. The maintenance stopped 400 years ago. The null zones are part of the resulting drift. Wei Jingren has been doing the maintenance passively for a year. He is now asking whether it can be done deliberately and whether it requires multiple practitioners. I am asking whether Gan Xiaolan's unusual signature is relevant to this question. I am not answering these questions yet. I am writing them down because someone needs to be asking them clearly. Asterisk, she distributed the entry to all 23 archives at maximum priority. Ku Lixian's message came 1 week later. He was at the 5th null zone on his distant correction project. The message was longer than his usual dispatches. It said, asterisk, I have completed the survey of the 5th site. The null zone formation signature at this site does not match any pattern in the standard classification guide. It is not an incomplete integration signature, not a practitioner who was eliminated before reaching the terminal tier. It is not a full integration signature, not a practitioner who completed the path and integrated successfully. The signature is something else. The active instability pattern I have been observing here for 3 weeks is not generated by a living practitioner. It is generated by the formation field itself. The background field at this location has a structural characteristic I have never encountered in 300 years of observation. I believe it predates the current cultivation era. I am sending a full formation field recording with this letter. Please review the recording and tell me what you believe the signature indicates. Asterisk Lin Xiaohua read the letter to Wei Jingran and then placed the formation field recording on the notation table. He studied the recording for a long time. He said, the background field before the current era had a different configuration. She said, yes. He said, apparently this site is a location where the old configuration is still partially active. She was very quiet. She said, what does that mean for the correction project? He said, it means we're not correcting errors. We're mapping the previous configuration. He looked at the recording. Ku Lixian found the boundary between the old configuration and the new one. She picked up her brush and wrote, asterisk day 1554. Ku Lixian has found it. Asterisk, she looked at what she had written. She added, asterisk, I don't yet know exactly what he has found. I know it is important. I know the question Wei Jingran asked about multiple practitioners is connected to this. I am writing this because the record needs to contain the moment of not yet knowing as well as the moment of knowing. Someone will read this who already knows the answer. I hope the path was not as difficult as it looks from here. Asterisk Chapter 138. The formal assessment was requested by the Continental Cultivation Authority's Certification Division. This was not something Wei Jingran had arranged or anticipated. The request came through Director Peng Shiwu's office, a standard certification audit notification, the type that the authority sent to formation institutions with documented research subjects who had not been formally certified through standard channels. The request cited Shun Zhuoqing's Framework Correction Protocol SC 7, Wei Jingran's documentation as the protocol's primary research subject, and the pre-event array certification's inclusion in the Standard Assessment Officer Kit as the instrument basis for the assessment. It offered a date, 60 days from the notice. Wei Jingran read the notification. He said, apparently 15 years. Yu Shanxi, reading over his shoulder, said, apparently. He said, the assessment will produce a formal document. She said, yes. He said, the document will drift. She said, I know. Lin Xiaohua and Du Mingwei and I have been preparing the distribution and maintenance protocol for the document since we heard the assessment was a possibility 3 months ago. She looked at him. We anticipated this. He said, you anticipated it. She said, I have been anticipating things for 3 years. Apparently that's my function in this research team. He looked at her. She said, I've been told that's not entirely accurate. I have other functions. She set the notification down. The assessment is 60 days away. I'm going to use those 60 days to get the distribution protocol finalized and the maintenance commitments confirmed from all 23 archives. When the document is issued, it will be in the distribution queue within the hour. He said, thank you. She said, obviously. She went to work. The assessment day was quiet and bureaucratically precise. The Continental Cultivation Authority sent a senior certification officer named Assessor Chen Weiran, who had been personally trained by Shun Zhuoqing on the Framework Correction Protocol. She arrived with a standard assessment kit, a pre-event array, and a protocol document that cited SC7 in the first line. She assessed Wei Jingran in a small room at the facility that had been prepared for the purpose. She used the standard instruments first, 3 different sensing arrays, the standard cultivation formation, the certification reference plate. All produced 0 readings. She did not treat the 0 readings as null root confirmation. She noted them as expected baseline data and moved to the pre-event array. She calibrated it to the SC7 protocol. She ran the reading. The array produced the diminishment signature. She confirmed it against the protocol's reference table. She ran it twice more. She wrote the result. She handed the document to Wei Jingran. He held it. It read, * practitioner Wei Jingran, eternal stillness sovereign, confirmed. Cultivation type, still root, absolute stillness path. Assessment methodology, Continental Authority Framework Correction Protocol SC7. Assessor, Chun Weiran, Senior Certification Officer, Continental Cultivation Authority. * It had a seal. He held the document for a long moment. 15 years ago, at Thornpeak Sect's gate, he had stood with 12 other applicants and watched a formation array determine his future by reading 0. He had stood at 11 more gates after that, with the same result. He had been told, null root confirmed, by assessors who believed their instruments, because their instruments were the only measure of cultivation that the world had been prepared to use. He had not been angry about it. He had noted the error in their reasoning and waited for the situation where the error became visible to everyone. He was here now. The error was on the institutional record as SC7. The correction was in the standard equipment kit. The document in his hands had been issued by the system that had spent 15 years telling him he wasn't there. He said, apparently 15 years. Assessor Qin Weiran, who had been briefed on his history by Shun Zhuoqing before taking the assignment, said, I'm sorry it took this long. He said, apparently you're not responsible for the previous assessments. She said, no, but I'm responsible for this one. She looked at him. The methodology is correct now, for you and for every still root practitioner who comes after you. He said, yes, apparently it is. Yu Shanxi was in the corridor outside the room. She had not attended the assessment. They had agreed that the assessment should be straightforward and that her presence might complicate the documentation. She had waited outside. He came out and showed her the document. She read it. She said, 15 years. He said, apparently. She said, you should have had this when you were 18. He said, apparently yes. He looked at the document. I had other things instead. She looked at him. She said, yes. Apparently you did. She took the document gently from his hands and added it to the distribution queue. Chapter 139 that evening. After Assessor Chen Weiran had departed and the certification document was in the distribution queue and Lin Xiuhua had updated the log with the entry that would eventually drift toward practitioner confirmed, eternal stillness sovereign, subject unnamed, in the institutional copy and stay specific in all 23 archive copies. Wei Jingran sat in the archive room for a long time. Not in stillness. Just sitting. Yu Shanxi found him there at the 9th hour. She had spent the afternoon managing the distribution confirmations. All 23 archives had acknowledged receipt. The maintenance protocols were active. The document was held. She came in and sat across from him. She said, are you all right? He said, apparently yes. He paused. I keep checking the assessment, testing whether the word apparently still applies. She said, does it? He said, yes. Apparently yes is still the accurate answer. He looked at her. I was sure of very little at 18 years old. I was sure I was advancing. I was sure the instruments were wrong. I was sure the methodology was real. He paused. Everything else has been apparently. She said, and now? He said, the document says the same thing the pre-event array has been saying for 3 years. The instruments that used to read me as nothing read me as nothing. The correct instrument reads me accurately. He looked at the archive room's walls, the octagonal node structure, the shelving with Lin Xiuhua's log volumes, the notation tables covered in documentation. Apparently the 15 years was the time it took to build the correct instrument. She said, is that all it was? He said, no. He was quiet. Apparently, it was also the time it took to build everything else. She said, Lin Xiuhua, Sheng Wulei, Du Mingwei, Director Peng, Ku Lixian, Fei Wenlu. He said, yes. She said, and me. He looked at her. She said, I know. Obviously I know. She looked at the archive walls. I'm saying it anyway. The record should have it specifically. He said, Yu Shanxi, the merchant's daughter who found me in a library alcove and decided I was worth paying attention to. He said it in the flat, accurate tone he used for all true statements. Apparently I've been thinking about how to say that correctly for a long time. She looked at him. She said, that's a better thing to say than apparently. He said, yes. Apparently it is. She got up and went to Lin Xiuhua's log, the current volume, the one open on the notation table, the entry Lin Xiuhua had made at the end of the assessment day and marked for distribution. She read it. She picked up the notation brush and added one line at the bottom, in her own handwriting, and signed it with her name and the date. The line said, *, he said it. I am writing it here because the record should hold the specific thing, not only the general arc asterisk. She set down the brush. She said, go to stillness. Tomorrow we start working out what the old configuration means for the active maintenance function. He said, yes. She said, there's more to do. He said, apparently there always is. She said, yes, apparently. She looked at him one more time. Good night, Wei Jingran. He said, good night. He went to stillness. The archive room held the record. Chapter 143 years after the formal certification. The Stillroot Lineage Documentation Project had produced 14 volumes of theoretical and practical materials. The first 12 were available through the Continental Authority's Certified Reference Archive, the CFIA's Institutional Library, and Scholar by Yiling's Veilward Formation Tradition Archive, which had become the Northern Territory's primary access point for practitioners identified through the expanding survey methodology. Volumes 13 and 14 were still being written by Fei Wenlu, whose cohort had now been through 3 complete cycles, and by Du Mingwei, whose historical archive project had grown into a dedicated reference series for formation scholars researching the pre-correction era's null zone accumulation. Ku Lixian had corrected 8 null zones in distant territories and was working on the 9th. He had not returned to the facility since his letter about the 5th site. He sent regular dispatches. The 5th site's boundary formation was the subject of an ongoing investigation between himself, Scholar by Yiling's 3rd document, and Wei Jingran's growing understanding of the active maintenance function. Fei Wenlu's 6 original students were now 6 fully certified formation practitioners with SC 7 credentials. The 6th student, Gan Xiaolan, the one with the unusual harmonic signature, was also in Fei Wenlu's advanced cohort, still being studied. Her signature remained unusual. Lin Xiaohua had not arrived at a definitive explanation. She had documented everything. Shen Zhuqing's framework correction protocol was in its 3rd revision. The 3rd revision had been improved by 3 years of practical implementation and 800 certified assessments across 12 jurisdictions. Ho Bailiang's Ironcloud sect had restructured its certification program and was now one of 6 certification bodies licensed to administer the SC-7 protocol. Instructor Gao Wenshan had transferred to an administrative position. Du Mingwei had been promoted within the Historical Archive Project to co-director. Sheng Wulei had been promoted to regional patrol commander. Lin Xiaohua's continuous log was now 3,841 pages long, in copies at 23 archives, with active maintenance protocols reviewed quarterly. Wei Jingran was at his workbench in the CFIA research facility on a morning in the spring of the 3rd year. The facility's formation field ran at its improved baseline, the same baseline it had maintained since day 1212, integrated with a new element, incorporating it into the background field stable reference, using it the way a building uses its foundations, without registering the use, because the use is constant and complete, and there is nothing to note except its absence would be noted. He was writing. The subject of the writing was a theoretical note on a property of the eternal stillness sovereign tier that had become clear to him only in the last 3 months. As his investigation of the active maintenance function had deepened, the tier's maintenance role was not the end of the cultivation path, but the beginning of a different category of work. The path to the tier was about receiving stillness as the condition under which the formation field could be absorbed and integrated. The function at the tier was about holding stillness as the condition under which the formation field remained stable enough for everything else to occur within it. The path and the function were not opposites. They were sequential. The path made the practitioner capable of the function. The function was why the path existed. He was writing this as clearly as he could, in specific and active language, with the specific awareness that the clarity of the writing was itself part of the maintenance work, that the record needed language accurate enough to hold the content clearly over time. Xianxia came in with tea. She set it near his hand, as she had been doing for 3 years, at this bench, in this room, with this same light through the window when the morning was clear. She read what he was writing over his shoulder. She said, "You still write apparently." He said, "Apparently I do." She said, "You've been at the top tier for 3 years." He said, "Apparently the assessments are still probabilistic." She laughed. It was a genuine laugh, the kind that comes from being surprised into amusement by something said with perfect timing. She sat down. She said, "What are you writing?" He said, "The path and the function, what they are and how they're related." He looked at what he had written. Apparently no one has explained this in the texts because the practitioners who reached the tier couldn't hold the record long enough. The veil ward came close. "I'm trying to be more precise." She said, "You have the historical anchor formation." He said, "Yes." And Lin Xiaohua's log. And 23 archive institutions. He paused. "And you?" She picked up the tea near his hand and moved it to a better position, closer to his writing hand, where he would find it without stopping to look. A small adjustment, the kind that came from 3 years of specific attention. She said, Ku Lixian sent a dispatch this morning. The 9th null zone is complete. He's found the 10th. He said, the boundary formation? She said, he says the 10th site is inside the boundary, not outside. He says the old configuration is partially intact at this location, not just visible at the edge. He was quiet for a moment. She said, Scholar by Yiling is going to meet him there. She has the 3rd document's complete translation now. He said, when? She said, 6 weeks. She paused. Do you want to be there? He said, yes. Apparently I should be. He looked at the window. The active maintenance function source is in the old configuration. If Ku Lixian has found a location where the old configuration is partially intact, you should see it before you write more about it, she said. He said, yes. She said, then we'll go in 6 weeks. She stood. He said, you xianxia. She looked at him. He said, you anticipated the distribution protocol for the certification document 3 months before the assessment notification arrived. She said, yes. He said, you anticipated this conversation. She looked at him for a moment. She said, I anticipated that you would find the old configuration significant. I anticipated that Ku Lixian would eventually send the dispatch about the boundary's interior. I anticipated that you would want to go. She paused. I anticipated packing for a 6-week research trip 2 weeks ago. He said, apparently that's what you do. She said, apparently I know you fairly well. He said, yes. He looked at what he had written on the page. Apparently that's useful. She said, obviously. She moved toward the door. Drink your tea. It will get cold. He picked up the tea. She left. He continued writing. The formation field ran its stable background tone around him, warm and constant and present, the way a room is present when it has been inhabited for a long time. Not prominent, not foreground, simply the condition within which everything else takes place. He wrote for another hour, careful and precise. Each sentence checked against what he actually understood rather than what he wanted to be understood. When he finished, he read what he had written. He added one more line. Asterisk the path was toward stillness. The function is stillness toward which others move. They are the same practice from different positions in the sequence. Apparently, I am still at the beginning. Asterisk he set down the brush. Outside, the spring light moved across the courtyard's formation array, and Fei Wenlu's teaching session ended somewhere in the east wing, and Lin Xiuhua's continuous log gained another entry, and the continental formation infrastructure ran slightly above projected parameters in 6 jurisdictions, and the world held its shape, and he held his position in it, and the tea was warm. He went to find xianxia, to look at the packing list she had already made, because apparently there was still more to do, and apparently he was ready to do it. Asterisk seeds for Part 2 asterisk in the distant northern territories. Ku Lixian's 10th null zone stands at the edge of a location where the formation background holds a configuration 400 years older than anything else on the continent. Scholar by Yiling's complete translation of the 3rd document describes, in the final section she has not yet shared, what happened to the last practitioners of the previous era and why they chose to step back from the active maintenance function. The reason she has been awake about it for 3 months is that the 3rd document also describes what the background field does when the maintenance function resumes. It remembers. Not passively. Not as drift. It remembers actively, pulling the previous configuration's pattern back toward stability. The null zones, the drift, the 4 centuries of formation errors. The background field has been waiting for someone to resume the maintenance function. It is aware of Wei Jingran's presence. It has been aware for 3 years. Asterisk in Fei Wenlu's advanced cohort. Gan Xiulan's harmonic signature continues to defy classification. Lin Xiuhua has been measuring it monthly for a year. The measurements are consistent. The lower harmonic concentration is not a variation of the standard still root signature. It is a different mode of the same underlying path. In the Veilward Formation Traditions archive, there is a 4th document that Scholar by Yiling does not know exists. Ku Lixian found it, by accident, in the course of his boundary site investigation. He has read it twice. He has not yet told anyone what it says about the lower harmonic mode and what practitioners who develop it can do that others cannot. Asterisk, and somewhere in the mountains south of the 10th null zone, a formation monitoring officer filed a routine anomaly report last autumn and then, 3 weeks later, had no memory of filing it. The report described a diminishment signature that was larger than any single practitioner had produced, a signature consistent with 2 practitioners in close proximity, their still field effects reinforcing each other rather than canceling. The report is in the patrol archive. The report will hold. Someone needs to read it. Asterisk.